Hey y'all, Scott here. The Wii U is about 3 large footsteps away from the grave, and I thought it sounded pretty neat to kill time before it goes kathunk in a casket by having a Nintendo Switch wish sesh. So, here is my Nintendo Switch wish list. Everything I want to see from the next generation of Nintendo. My main wish with the Nintendo Switch is that it's a clean break from the Wii U, and don't get me wrong, I like the Wii U. It was quirky and fun. Alas, it did have a cornucopia of problems. It wasn't up to snuff with the competition, wasn't really attractive, and didn't give you much reason to come back. Oh, and it's gonna die a lonely sub 30 frames per second Breath of the Wild riddled death. To be fair, a lot of those traits sound similar to describing somebody you're pretending to like, but in reality you wholeheartedly despise. I hate the Wii U. The Switch already seems to be taking on a whole new direction for Nintendo in almost every way, which is pretty nice. One of the biggest problems with the Wii U was that it was a mess. The thing had so many accessories not only for it, but inherited ones from the Wii. The Wii U not only supported almost every Wii accessory, but required Wii remotes for some games. That just overcomplicates things. Just have the standard Switch, the Pro Controller, and we're golden. I'm honestly just tired of the Wii and Wii U era, and I just want the controllers to simply die a horrible death alongside them. I mean, these controllers are coming in at 10 years old at this point. Yeah, they connect via Bluetooth, means they'd be wicked simple to implement into the Switch. But I want new toys to play with. I don't want these hand-me-downs. Because I want the Wii Remote to be retired, I hope the Joy-Cons on the Switch have motion controls, so motion-based games can be played straight out of the box. Because some games just work better with motion. Games like Pikmin are to die for with pointer controls. I just don't want to use a 10-year-old controller to enjoy games like that. I want to use new controllers and leave the accessories and problems of the Wii and Wii U in the past. Oh my god, I want this to feel like 2017. My online purchases on the Wii U and 3DS are still tied to the console. What century is this? An account system or cloud storage is desperately needed, and a use for My Nintendo would be appreciated. System-wide achievements feel so at home on Nintendo consoles, it's honestly blasphemy that they never appeared on the Wii U. Nintendo gamers love 100% in games for no apparent reason. Give them incentive to do it or reward them for doing it. And I understand why Nintendo didn't implement My Nintendo features into Wii U and 3DS games, because that's just disrespectful to do to corpses. But I feel like implementing My Nintendo and missions into Switch games gives reason for My Nintendo to exist while also satiating that lust for achievements. How about that Mario game, huh? That moment I saw it, I knew this was a real 3D Mario with more open and detailed environments, and oh boy, you can't forget that triple decker of a jump Mario was performing right there. Obvious, real 3D Mario. My main wish is that this new 3D Mario is a new galaxy in everything but form. Mario Galaxy is definitely #1 on my top 10 neat games list, but I want to see something new. Galaxy was so great for me because it was something so fresh and new, but true to what made Mario such a great franchise. I want this next 3D Mario to be something like Galaxy, in which it is an entirely new concept and houses clusters of innovation, but still, it's a 3D Mario game at its core. A ton of people are at a murderous state of anarchy when it comes to speculating Retro Studios' next big title. While most people are speculating a new Metroid or revival of an old Nintendo relic or a new IP in general, I'm going to add a dash of cynicism to the mix by saying I bet it's going to be a third Donkey Kong Country. Don't get me wrong, DKC Returns and Tropical Freeze are pretty banging games, but after years of getting mostly 2D platformers from Nintendo, I just don't really want to see another Donkey Kong Country game from Retro right now, and I feel like everybody is on the same page. But Retro made 3 Metroid Prime games, and Donkey Kong Country Returns outsold all 3 Metroid Prime games combined. So I think there's not much reason to believe Retro would stop at 2 Donkey Kong Country games when they made 3 Metroids. Now, that's what I expect. Now, what would I want? Of course, I'd love to see Retro go back to Metroid, revive an old Nintendo relic, or create a new IP in general. I think that's the hip thing to want these days. But of course, that leaves DKC alone when it is, in fact, one of Nintendo's big franchises. Well, Monster Games ported Donkey Kong Country Returns to the 3DS and assisted development of Tropical Freeze. They are a talented bunch. They developed Excite Truck and Excite Bots, and they ported Xenoblade to the new 3DS. I think I would be perfectly fine with them overtaking development duties of the Donkey Kong Country franchise, with Retro supervising or helping out here and there, while Retro goes off and does something new. I would sorta times 100 be okay with that. 2015 was a year of quantity over quality for Nintendo. That's where we saw some grade D titles such as Amiibo Festival, Chibi Robo Ziplash, Mario Tennis Ultra Smash, and games like Metroid Prime Federation Force and Star Fox Zero announced. It just seemed like Nintendo took these beloved franchises and just forgot what made them beloved to begin with. Now games like Paper Mario Color Splash sorta follow this trend,
but me alongside many others didn't mind the game, and that new Pikmin side-scroller coming out, it ain't Pikmin, but it could be okay.
But Nintendo, please bring these franchises back in the way they deserve to be brought back. Don't reincarnate 1080 snowboarding as a Fortune Street knockoff. Amiibo is about to turn 3 years old this year, and with this anniversary, I must say with brevity, Amiibos blow. Specifically in 2015, it felt like Nintendo was saturating the market with not only these things, but seemingly rushed Amiibo games in the forms of Chibi Robo Ziplash and Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival. A couple games nobody cared about with overstocking stores everywhere with obscure Animal Crossing and Smash Brothers characters, and it's pretty safe to say Amiibo have lost its luster. But wait, this can be salvaged. I would dig all Nintendo games to have superfluous Amiibo support in the same vein as Mario Maker, Smash Brothers, Yoshi's Woolly World, etc. These games utilize most Amiibo figures and give you a reason to own more than just your favorite characters, while not alienating those who have not dipped their feet into the Amiibo tub.
Nintendo needs to reward the fans who have spent thousands on these figures by supporting most released Amiibo in most games, but keep this support to small things like costumes so then you can perfectly enjoy a game without the things.
However, I feel like there needs to be one Amiibo mandatory game per year. I think the collaboration between Tecmo Koei and Nintendo could lead to something like way past okay. Alright, get this. A warrior style game where you can scan in any Amiibo. Neat, right? Alright, in terms of the perspective department, Nintendo is hemorrhaging creativity. 2D started to become the standard for Nintendo games after a while, and instead of feeling like a design choice, it just felt like a choice made because 2D games are cheaper to develop for than 3D. I'm honestly tired of 2D Nintendo games, but I don't think they should go away entirely. Them going away entirely is the reason we got nothing but 2D games for the past few years. I think there needs to be far more 3D titles than 2D titles, say 30% 2D, 70% 3D, and satiated I shall be. There has been a plethora of leaked information about the Nintendo Switch available online before the big January 12th event, so I might as well address the rumors. One of the biggest talking points is this Rabbids Mario crossover RPG that's being rumored. And may I humbly say that I saw this coming from a mile away. And if we convert miles to years, that brings us to about 9 years ago. And then I told him, if a president should be anyone, it sure is Donald Trump. Oh, hi! My name is 11-year-old Scott Wozniak, and I'm doing the whole being 11 years old thing with relative aptitude and luxury. Well, I was about to slip into my Aeropostale graphic tee and play some $1.99 distractions on my iPod Touch when I came to think, man, wouldn't it be beast if there was a Mario and Rabbids crossover RPG in 9 years? Sigh, a man, or should I say 11-year-old boy, can dream. While it does supply a hearty dose of bizarre to the supposed Switch lineup, I'm not completely against the idea of a Rabbids Mario RPG. My problem with it is that I see no true game between Ubisoft or Nintendo with this venture. I feel like any way you slice it, Ubisoft would have supported the Switch, so I think it would have been more beneficial for Nintendo to court third parties that may have been more hesitant to support the platform, like EA or Square Enix, and offering to do a crossover with them. That way they become acquainted with the hardware and their crossover do relatively well since it would be with a Nintendo franchise on a Nintendo platform. Alas, I am keeping an open mind. This just isn't anything I'm gleefully giddy over. We are also apparently getting a surplus of Wii U ports to the Nintendo Switch in the forms of Mario Kart, Mario Maker, Splatoon, Smash Brothers, and Xenoblade Chronicles X. Now, these ports aren't necessarily wetting the entirety of my whistle, but I am completely for them. You see, with the use of DLC, a lot of these games feel a lot newer than what they really are. A lot of them are coming in at 2, even 3 years old. So I think having an upgraded port makes a lot of sense because my hankering levels are pretty low for a new Mario Kart or Smash Brothers. And I think just porting existing games with new content and all the existing DLC included is a pretty smart move. So good one, Nintendo. Here's what I want to see in these ports. I'd like to see 2 to 4 new cups, around that number. Mario Kart 8 already has 48 tracks in it, so I think we could probably go up to around 60 or so before it starts to feel a little too diluted. Absolutely cream the old battle mode in the face and replace it with a new, finely tuned one, throw in some new characters and maybe a mission mode, and we're off to the pretty bangin' peninsula. Don't focus on weapons. I dig Splatoon, but I felt like the original had way too many weapons, and a solid 40% of them could have been axed due to them being so similar to other ones. I say focus on new maps, modes, more single-player content, better local multiplayer, and the triumphant return of Splatfest.
Mario Maker is an odd duck simply based on the fact that the Switch has been confirmed to be a single screen experience. I always thought the conjunction between doing your own thing on the gamepad and having others gawk at your creation sesh on the big screen was a big part of the Mario Maker experience. But as you saw from the release of Super Mario Maker for Nintendo 3DS, Nintendo has no problem taking what we thought was integral aspects to Mario Maker and giving it a tug. I would love it if Mario Maker had more art styles. I always thought it would be sick to have a Super Mario 64 Sunshine or Galaxy style in which they would play and look as if those games were 2D. Or they could just throw in the Game Boy games and that would be alright. Of course, slopes, more power-ups, and maybe hidden collectibles or user-created achievements for each level. The possibilities are simply endless for Mario Maker, which makes me hope they continue supporting the game once it arrives on the Switch with continual updates and additions. This one's pretty simple. 3DS and Wii U versions smacked together, and oh me, oh my, we have ourselves a winner. Throw in 2 to 3 new characters, maybe a few new stages, and I feel like most would be satisfied.
And you can sure count on me for being one of those most. I gotta be honest with you, I don't really care about this one. I'm not an RPG guy, but for some reason I bought the collector's edition. Came with a neat DRM riddle flash drive. Cool, right? But please let me know what you wish to see on not only the Nintendo Switch presentation coming up on January 12th, but the Nintendo Switch in general. Please let me know. Well, everybody, good luck out there, and see you later. Hey y'all, Scott here. The Nintendo Switch presentation is about to go underway, and oh my, oh me, I am so utterly excited. I've been a fan of Nintendo the vast majority of my life. I play and collect their games, I read into their history, I stay up to date with everything the company does. I'm like, what you would say, way into Nintendo. But recently, I've been very critical about the company. Frequently, it seems like they've been releasing games that just don't live up to the quality standard most Nintendo games boast. However, when the Switch was announced, I was gleefully excited, and I have been awaiting the moment Nintendo was going to pull back the curtains on their latest creations ever since. Because the Switch feels like a fresh start, a reboot for Nintendo. And this moment is nigh. In terms of predictions, I'm looking forward to seeing Nintendo exude mild embarrassment. Oh, and Pikmin! If Nintendo disappoints me, it's no biggie. I always have a bottle of Pepto-Bismol on standby just in case Nintendo makes me want to vomit my feelings out. Well, we might as well take a good pre-swig before everything goes downhill.
In North America, it will be $299.99.
After all the rumors of this thing being a smooth $250, Nintendo's expecting me to spend $300 on this pile of garbage?
It's like Nintendo thinks I'm a sucker who will buy any one of their products at any price point.
And that is Tatsumi Kimishima, the only man who your opinion of changes between every picture he's ever taken. Hey. The best way to describe him is, you know that one guy at a family reunion you don't really know but you kind of recognize? Yeah, he's president of Nintendo.
Today, I'd like to introduce you all to ARMS. ARMS is a fighting sports game that uses extendable arms to battle.
Finally, a game for me!
We will consider new games for Nintendo Switch, and we'll present them soon.
Hey, sup guys? Nintendo found me lurking in the bathroom and they wanted me to talk about the Switch. I don't have any games to show, but I like the Switch.
And so that matches with what we are expecting in a gaming development process. So this one game that I'm working on right now,
EA Sports FIFA on Nintendo Switch will be the most immersive, social, authentic sports game ever created for Nintendo players.
Hey, what's up, losers? You weeaboos like soccer?
When are we launching The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild?
それ聞くならね、もっといい人がいますよ。
Mr. Ayanuma, you're the producer for The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. You know everything about the game. Certainly you must know, when are we launching the game?
それはね、僕も知らないんですよ。東京会場の君島さんに伺ってみてください。
Well, I guess that settles it. There's nothing left for me to do but to throw it back to Tokyo. And Mr. Kimishima, do you have the answer to that question?
Shibata-san, Reggie-san, Miyamoto-san, and Aonuma-san, thank you very much. You've left me with a very important task, but I'll have to come back to your question in a second.
Nintendo thinks they're so slick by doing this whole "is it a launch title" thing? Honestly, if it was like this, how big of a slap to the face would it be? So that was the Nintendo Switch presentation 2017 in a nutshell, and overall, it was alright. A handful of games got me pretty embarrassingly excited. Super Mario Odyssey is everything I wanted the next 3D Mario to be. I could do without the real people walking around, but other than that, sublime. That Zelda trailer at the end was literal perfection. The greatest trailer Nintendo has ever produced, bar none. Now, Nintendo usually blows at making trailers, but trust me, this is not only the greatest trailer Nintendo has ever released, but one of the best trailers I've seen in a long time. This is a trailer you show anyone who doesn't know what Breath of the Wild is. It tells you everything you may want to know before buying the game. The open world, coupled with the stunning vistas and art style, action, plot, emotion, it's the real deal. ARMS is honestly a pretty neat looking IP. I see a lot of people complaining that it's a full price retail game, but in its defense, we've barely seen anything from it. I still think there's a lot of ARMS we haven't seen. However, I think the name is dumb. The name ARMS is dumb. I think for a game as weird as ARMS, I think it deserves a more clever, unique, or just weirder title, not something as broad as ARMS. I didn't give a piss about 1-2 Switch when it was first revealed, but the more I see it, the more I think it'll be a fun party game. Worth $50 though? It should have been a pack-in, honestly. Splatoon 2 is weird to me. It looks like the original, just with more new everything. More new maps, weapons, modes. But Splatoon already kept adding more new elements all the time. The fact that Splatoon continually got new content kind of makes the sequel feel a bit weird to me, just because it feels like Splatoon 1.5 rather than a completely new game. But I really like Splatoon, and it looks like everything I initially wanted in a Splatoon port to the Switch is now being included in the sequel, and then some. So, I like the games Nintendo showed. Where did they go wrong? The third-party section was awful, to put it lightly. They could have saved everybody time by just showing a sizzle reel, interviewing developers on what they think of the Switch, and if they have any games in the pipeline for it. Instead, they slowly jumped from developer to developer. Some didn't even have a game to talk about. Overall, I would have preferred separate press conferences for each reason, just because the translation sometimes got a little funky and different regions could have focused on different things. If North America had their own press conference, for example, they could have revealed Mother 3 for the Switch, just because Mother 3 has been in Japan for 10 years. They wouldn't make a big deal about it being on the Switch during the Japanese press conference. But overall, I'd give the presentation on my patented 12-point scale a solid okay. But that's just what I thought about the presentation in general. What did I think of the Nintendo Switch itself? I'm a sucker. Hey y'all, Scott here. The Smash Bros. Series has been the victim of countless leaks and rumors, as it's one of the most popular franchises ever constructed. With this popularity comes a thick stack of lame photoshopped farce, so I thought it'd be fun to take a look at most leaks and rumors involved with the franchise. So get ready to enter that relevant competency, cause we're gonna look at some garbage!
Starting off humbly with Super Smash Bros. On the Nintendo 64, there weren't many rumors floating violently around for this one, mainly due to the modern internet being in its infancy at the time and this title being the first of the franchise. There are mainly two rumors associated with the game. The first being that various CPU-controlled characters in the game were playable, these characters being Master Hand, the Fighting Polygons, Giant Donkey Kong, and Metal Mario. These characters cannot be played as in the game without the aid of hacking, thus this rumor was significantly busted. There were also murmurings about characters originally planned to make their playable Smash Bros. Debut in this game. Peach, Wario, Meowth, Pit, Bowser, King Dedede, and Mewtwo were all rumored to be planned for Smash 64. However, Bowser, Dedede, and Mewtwo are the only characters that were officially planned for the game. Bowser and DDD actually had a fair amount of work done on them, but they were scrapped possibly due to time constraints. With Mewtwo, it's actually unknown if any work was done on him at all. Meowth was rumored to have been scrapped in favor of Jigglypuff, but there was never any evidence suggesting Meowth was even planned for the game. Sigurd from Fire Emblem was also rumored to have been planned, but this is a pretty baseless rumor. No factual evidence of this actually exists. However, Marth was considered for Smash 64, but was not fully realized due to time constraints. The rumor of Pit being planned also came with a little dollop of insider info that he was scrapped due to the complications with animating his wings. However, Push Dustin from Source Gaming makes a great point that this would have easily been brought up by Sakurai when Pit was revealed for Brawl.
Hello everybody and welcome to Critique That Leak, the first game show since Are You Smarter Than 5th Grade to exploit preteens, but this time with their Photoshop skills. Critique That Leak is brought to you by Concrete Matter. There's nothing better to start your day off with. Concrete Matter. Well, let's critique some leaks! Welcome back! Our first leak here is the notorious Rayman DLC leak. This was released around February 2015, and nobody really debunked this when it came out. In fact, Ubisoft even said they were going to make a statement about this because a bunch of outlets started coming out to them and saying like, hey, is this real? Do you have anything to comment on this? Ubisoft was originally going to make a statement, and then the person behind the leak came out and said, I did this is fake, and that was Artsy Omni of Smashified. And this was actually a promotional stunt to advertise his YouTube show, Smashified, in which he and other artists take much beloved and very anticipated characters for Smash Brothers and, you know, makes them in a Smash 4-esque style to basically show what their render would look like in Smash Brothers. So overall, I don't really have anything to critique about this leak. It was so well done that nobody really was able to debunk it until it was debunked by the leaker itself. So I'm pretty okay with this. No critique for this leak. No. Double no! I'm actually quite a big fan of this leak. This is basically showing that as DLC, a classic mode was going to come, which basically mimicked the entirety of Smash 64's classic mode. I like it. I didn't know the E3 demo for Smash Brothers was supposed to be a mess. Whoa, hold on there, buddy. There's a demo for the DLC? Dude, you're gonna get slaughtered out there. This is some high-class information. What are you doing leaking this?
Moving abruptly over to Melee, this is where rumors really start to crank up a bit. One of the biggest rumors pertaining to Melee is Sonic and Tails being unlockable fighters. This rumor was brought to us by Electronic Gaming Monthly, and it is said that if one would frighteningly defeat 20 enemies in Cruel Melee, they would be treated to a fight with Sonic and Tails, and winning would obviously unlock them. Many believe this report by EGM to be true, however, EGM was notorious for their April Fool's pranks, and this was merely another one of them. Alas, Sonic was close to being featured in Melee, but due to time constraints, it failed to happen. GeoCities.com reported that Toad was an unlockable after achieving a perfect score in the credits minigame, completing adventure mode afterwards while defeating all the Yoshis in the Mushroom Kingdom section. However, this was easily disproven. All the screenshots GeoCities provided were edits of the Toad model from adventure mode. Some speculated that 3 characters prominently featured in Melee's opening cinematic were considered, planned, or scrapped as playable characters. However, Ridley, Wolf, and Samurai Goro were actually never any of these. Wario was heavily considered for Melee, so much so that Sakurai has stated that if he could create one more character for the game, it would have been Wario. However, many misquote him here and have reported Sakurai considered Wario to be a clone of Mario, but deciding against this, as Wario deserved better. There's actually no evidence of Sakurai ever saying this.
Meta Knight's render is basically the same as Brawl's. Leak harder next time. We gotta pick up the Ice Climbers in action here, but why do they take a picture of the gamepad? There's probably like a really nice TV in this room too, and he decides to take a picture of the gamepad. I got nothing. Shit. This is beautiful. This all looks pretty good until you realize Ness is Lucas from Brawl, and that is Diddy Kong's render from Tropical Freeze. I'm sorry. This is a bit of a neat leak because this was actually released after Mewtwo was announced as DLC, but before Lucas was announced as DLC, so it's kind of interesting to see that the leaker actually really did predict 2 of the first DLC characters for Smash Bros. 4. However, here's the thing, I believe some pretty crazy stuff, but that is just preposterous!
Brawl is not only much more riddled with speculation and rumors, but leaks now as well, with the internet being a more prominent entity during the development of the game. During a supposed radio interview with Sakurai, it was revealed that Ridley, a cel-shaded Link a la Wind Waker, and Bowser Jr. were playable characters, while young Link, the Ice Climbers, and Mr. Game & Watch were all cut from the roster. This was just wrong. Also, nowadays, this would have been debunked immediately. Masahiro Sakurai is the Grand Minister of Secrets and actually takes pride in the surprise and celebration of new Smash characters. It just wouldn't make any sense for him to reveal 3 big newcomers over a radio show, especially when the Smash Dojo was up and running, a blog in which Sakurai revealed new elements and characters for Brawl. At the Wabi Game Festival in Japan, it was reported that a playable demo of Brawl housed unrevealed assist trophies of Rosalina from Super Mario Galaxy, Duster from Mother 3, and Muddy Mole from Mole Mania. These rumors were shot down, however, as many others who played the demo did not see these assist trophies, and evidence of these characters in Brawl's code is nowhere to be found. After Snake was revealed for Brawl, Sakurai said there was a possibility that 1 or 2 more third-party characters could appear. This cranked up speculation after Sonic was revealed, as there was still a potential 1 other third party. Many thought of Capcom's Mega Man as the final third-party rep, however, Snake and Sonic were the only outsiders in Brawl. Before DLC became a prominent feature in the series with Smash 4, it was heavily rumored to be in Brawl. A fake website popped up online mimicking a Nintendo press release. The We Want More service was detailed, stating that 4 new characters and 2 new stages were on their way to Brawl, alongside new content for Mario Kart Wii, The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn, and Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. The new content was going to drop on May 13th, 2008. It was fake. Due to the Wii's incredibly minuscule storage capacity and rough online, DLC for Brawl was considered but never came to fruition. Apparently Brawl was the last Smash game. What unfortunate! With taglines claiming one Brawl to end them all and Sakurai reportedly saying Brawl was the last game, many had a hearty dose of right to believe Brawl was the swan song of the franchise. Alas, the tagline was simply referring to how grandiose Brawl was, basically saying, this game is so big it could be the final one. And Sakurai actually said he was making Brawl as if it was the last game, packing in as much content and fan service as humanly possible. Most major leaks for Brawl weren't treated as legitimate by many at all when they first appeared. Most users who posted potential information about Brawl were generally shunned for being stupid, dumb, stupid, and wrong. Chaos Zero was a GameFAQs user who had insider info about Brawl in October of 2007. His leak included the return of Falco, Ganondorf, Captain Falcon, Ness, and Sheik, the inclusion of Wolf, Lucario, and Sonic, Mewtwo getting axed, the Dragoon as an item, Stage Builder, and Final Destination returning. Nyase Nya held notoriety for being obsessed with Peach on Smashboards, however he did have information pertaining to Brawl before it was released. He stated that Brawl would have 35 characters if one would count characters with transformations as 1 character each, Olimar and Toon Link being included, Mr. Game & Watch, Ness, and Captain Falcon returning, the exclusion of the much desired Ridley and Mega Man as playable characters, the game being delayed and released on a dual-layered disc, and the date Sonic would be revealed on. Nobody believed him, with a user even editing his post claiming he was lying and locking the thread. Shadow Zor was able to test Brawl and revealed some information via Smashboards, being the inclusion of Rob and the return of Marth, Ness, and Captain Falcon. However, most did not believe this information due to Rob already being revealed as an enemy in the Subspace Emissary. Lucario, Jigglypuff, and Ness were accidentally prematurely shown in a promotional video for Brawl on January 21st, 2008. Stickers are highlighted showing compatibility with said characters, confirming them to be playable. However, the video was taken down shortly after it was posted.
I'm so sad. This is actually an April Fool's prank. That is Nestor, a character that originated from Nintendo Power magazine. So surely, this can't take a critique. But Jesus, man, what's up with that background? It looks like they got the tools from Michaels to make that thing. I dig the GameCube style polygonal model they're sporting here. Not bad. Ooh, a mystery character. Too bad the other characters look like garbage. I like this one. This one's good. This one's actually really good. I like this one. Watch out, Mario! He's behind you! This was apparently going to be Mewtwo in the Subspace Emissary and Brawl, and this looks better than most of the Smash 4 leaks today. This was made in Brawl's era. Why? This was released before Sonic and Pac-Man were announced for Smash Bros. 4, and get this, I've seen worse. Come on, man, these are literally trophies from the game. But I will give extra points for Chibi Robo in there. This one ain't half bad. I love angles. Want to see a tragedy unfold in 12 seconds? You see, the Adventure Mode button is garish enough to fit into Smash 4's hodgepodge of a menu system, but That character select screen needs to go away and think about what it's done. This leak is actually supposed to mimic what Smash 4 would be like if it was an arcade game, and I actually like this one. It looks very clean and it looks very professional. I dig. Wow, I'm gonna have to call the real patrol on this one, because this is too real.
Smash 4 is really when we get down to the nit-riddled grit. Announced in 2011, Smash 4 definitely had the most rumors and leaks of any Smash game, no question. One of the first major rumors was titled Super Smash Bros. Universe. Posted on 4chan, the document details Tripping being removed and more third-party representatives, and reveals the title to be Super Smash Bros. Universe, both with English and Japanese logos. However, Sakurai made it clear that Smash 4 would not start development until the completion of Kid Icarus Uprising, which was around 6 months away from releasing at the time of this leak. Super Smash Bros. Memories! It's a 3DS game with a focus on retro characters. Playable characters include Pac-Man, Mach Rider, Stanley the Bugman, and Dig Dug. The Wii U's title was not disclosed, however it should be focused more on modern characters. Thanks, Zelda Informer! This rumor circulated in early 2012, and I hate to break it to you guys, but it's more of a probability than a possibility this was fake. On December 12, 2012, a supposed Namco employee going by the username Halibutend claimed the next Smash game would be revealed via Nintendo Direct on Brawl's 5th birthday, January 31st, 2013. Newcomers set to be revealed were Takamaru, King K. Rool, Little Mac, Shulk, Ridley, Dylan, Girahim, a Platinum Games character, possibly being Wonder Red, and a Debu, possibly a character from a rumored Yoshi game, potentially being Yoshi's Woolly World. Stages were also planned to be revealed, these being Starship Mario from Super Mario Galaxy 2, Giant Chasm from Pokemon Black version 2 and White version 2, Pushmo Park from Pushmo, and Cookie Country from Kirby's Return to Dreamland. Of course, the date of the speculated direct came and went, meaning Halibutend faded into the realm of irrelevancy. One of the most well-known potential leaks in Smash Bros. History was the Gamatsu leak. I say potential because we still don't know if the leaker behind this was partially right or just had some luck-encrusted guesses. E3 2013 rolls around, and before the Nintendo Direct premiered, Gamatsu got a tip that the characters of Villager, Mega Man, Wii Fit Trainer, Pac-Man, Little Mac, and the Miis were to be playable in Smash 4. The first three were then subsequently revealed as playable characters, and while Villager and Mega Man were somewhat safe guesses, nobody ever expected Wii Fit Trainer, giving this leak a thick honkin' supply of credibility. By February of 2014, all the new characters, with the exception of Rosalina and Luma, were correctly predicted by the Gamatsu leaker. When the Smash Bros. Direct in April 2014 was approaching, Gamatsu received yet another tip from the leaker, stating that Pac-Man and the Miis were still a go and were to be revealed later, while confirming the existence of Chrom, the Chorus Kids, Palutena, Shulk, and a Pokemon from X and Y as playable characters. At the tail end of the Smash Direct, Greninja, a Pokemon from X and Y, was revealed. E3 2014 comes and Miis, Palutena, and Pac-Man come alongside it. At this point, almost everybody believes the Gamatsu leak. In July 2014, Sakurai reveals plans to introduce a new Challenger trailer via a livestream. Many believe the trailer was to be Shulk, with Monolith Soft retweeting the announcement of the livestream, and the Gamatsu leaker sending an email stating, "I only know what has been done, not what or when they will be made available. Sakurai may change his mind, and he does all the time. Shulk will not be changed." However, not only was the leaker wrong about Shulk, the leaker was wrong about Chrom. The trailer showcased the new Fire Emblem reps being Robin and Lucina, with Chrom only being a part of Robin's final smash. Gamatsu never got any word from the leaker since, and it is still unknown if they actually had insider information for some of the leak, or just made everything up. In early 2014, a few pictures were shared online which showcased 3DS screenshots of Palutena and Mario on Battlefield. At the time, nobody really debunked the supposed leak. Sakurai even shared a statue of Palutena as his Miiverse pick of the day, suggesting that Sakurai knew about the picture. Later that June, Palutena was officially confirmed as a character in Smash 4, however her model differed slightly from the leak. In the end, it turned out the initial leak was just a well-done hoax. A few months before Super Smash Bros. For Wii U launched, a rumor was floating around forums typically coined as the Tower of Smash leak. This detailed the functionality of linking the 3DS version to the Wii U version and gaining additional playable characters being Ridley, Chorusman, Dixie Kong, Mewtwo, and Impa. The rumor stated that all characters and stages would be unlocked from the start. The leaker returned later with a full stage list. This added some credibility to the leaker as a few stages were revealed that correlated with the leak. With the 3DS offering Smash Run as its exclusive mode, this rumor detailed the Wii U's mode being Tower of Smash. The Tower of Smash was supposed to be a 100-level gauntlet in which the player was to go through 100 levels of the tower, playing a match on each floor with different rule sets. This was a relatively believable rumor, however, it was dismissed after some discovered a screenshot of the Wii U character select screen, showing some characters that have yet to be unlocked, such as Falco or Mr. Game & Watch.
Hey, based on my indecision on whether to make this a game show or a talk show, we have a caller. You're on the air.
Hey Scott, long-time caller, first-time listener.
Leaky Steve? Our leaker on the field? What are you doing here?
I can't help myself, man. I'm gonna start leaking if I can't help myself. Oh no, here I go again.
Wait a minute, Leaky Steve. Are you sending us an exclusive leak?
Sure am.
Now I trust you with every potential leak, Leaky Steve, but I think you're gonna have to prove yourself to our loyal audience.
Alright, fine. Just in case you guys don't trust me, here's a picture of my foot to prove that I'm real.
Is this how all leakers take pictures?
I better scram. I've shown too much, but I'll send you that leak eventually.
August of 2014. That leak happened. The biggest leak in Smash Bros. History. On August 19th, a user posts a picture going through every Smash Bros. Character to date, alongside new ones with X's over characters that were to be cut from Smash 4. The only exception was Mewtwo, who had a question mark over his picture. Then Mr. Motherfucking Leaker swoops in and just vomits this garbage out. The entire character select screen, stage select, the menus, everything was revealed. Now, I remember when this leak came out, and I personally didn't buy it at first. I thought to myself that people can do amazing things, and with 3D modeling becoming more and more doable by your average Joes, some people can perfectly recreate Nintendo style. Of course, this train of thought was just a waste of energy. Many attempted to disprove the leak, pointing out inconsistencies, such as the thicker line down here. However, this was actually more so adding credibility to the leaks, as that's just something that the 3DS character select screen does. The placement of the clones and Yoshi were questioned. Many thought Shulk was simply an edited picture of Little Mac. Some believe Warrior's right pupil was missing. These inconsistencies were all either false or just another reason to hop on Masahiro Sakurai's wild ride. That character placement still irks me. A scan from Famitsu was later released showcasing the Tomodachi Life stage, which correlated heavily with the picture of the stage shown on the leak, revealing angles of the apartment that weren't seen before. About a week later from the original leak, video was posted online showing Shulk, Bowser Jr., Ganondorf, Charizard, and Lucina all in action. While some were grasping onto the hope that this was just an impressive Brawl hack, most had come to the conclusion that the leak was real. On top of this, a solid 12 gallons worth of screenshots were unloaded onto the internet showing trophies, menus, and so much more of the game. Interestingly, a trophy of Tharja from Fire Emblem Awakening was shown in the leak, but this trophy doesn't appear in the final game. Due to the suggestive nature of Tharja as a character, her trophy may have been removed to avoid rating complications. Finally, on August 29th, Shulk was revealed at the beginning of a Japanese Nintendo Direct, sporting the exact same render as the leak. This entire ordeal stemmed from a video Nintendo sent to the ESRB to rate the game, and oh boy, this was a doozy. During a Smash 3DS intro video posted on Nintendo's Japanese YouTube page on August 29th, Ganondorf was accidentally revealed in an off-screen indicator. This video was removed and re-uploaded with the scene edited. Before the Smash Bros. 50 Fact Extravaganza video was live-streamed, Amazon.com leaked multiple new features contained in the Wii U version of Smash 4. These features included the all-new Stage Builder, Master and Crazy Orders, and Smash Tour. Around the time Mewtwo was released as DLC, data miners discovered the victory and stage themes for Roy from Fire Emblem and Ryu from Street Fighter within the update data. This led to speculation on whether this was just thrown in there for a few laughs and chuckles, or these characters were actually going to be DLC. Well, before E3 2015 was about to kick off, Nintendo scheduled a Smash Bros. Live stream in which Masahiro Sakurai would reveal new content coming to the game. A mere day before the live stream commenced, an update was put out for Smash Bros. Too early, and data miners were able to look through it. Within the file, they were able to find the Classic Mode Victory cinematic for both Roy and Ryu, confirming their place as DLC characters. People were then able to hack the game to play as these characters before their announcement, alongside playing on DLC stages such as Dreamland 64 and Suzaku Castle. This spoiled almost the entirety of the livestream, as this was the majority of the content revealed. The update was then released directly after the stream.
That should do it for today. Of course, I didn't cover every single Smash Bros. Leak and rumor ever conceived, but I mainly wanted to focus on the major ones and a few of the smaller ones here and there, so I think we covered that pretty well. Of course, if you remember a specific Smash Bros. Leak or rumor back in the day, please leave a comment down yonder. And while I wait for said comment, Leaky Steve ended up sending me this big Smash Bros. Leak, so I gotta check it out. No way! Hey y'all, Scott here, and man oh man do I ever hate Nintendo. That's why I bought all of these games, just to make fun of them. Sigh, gosh, do I loathe this dumb company and all of their stupid loser fans. Fans who are all more than likely mega virgins. Me on the other hand, they call me the anti-virgin. Everybody who is or was at some point a virgin is a major loser, or as I like to call them, a Nintendo fan. Listen, I like the Wii U, but even I think people with a case of fanboyitis have to admit it wasn't Nintendo at their greatest. And I personally think it's a good time to reflect on the system, as the Switch is coming out and we want to make sure Nintendo doesn't do the same things all over again. And don't worry, we're going to be looking at what the Wii U did right too on another occasion. But for now, here are 6 problems the Wii U had. The Wii U launched at $300 for the basic set, which was simply the base system and gamepad in a white color with 8GB of internal storage, and $350 for the deluxe set, which was the system and gamepad in black with 32GB of storage, Nintendo Land, and a few accessories. Obviously, this was a bit of a higher price point for what many would consider the budget console or secondary system, and it definitely showed in sales. The system started out okay enough, but tanked almost immediately after launch. Nintendo tried to solve this by basically discontinuing the basic set and lowering the price of the deluxe set to $300. Now, why would they get rid of the basic set? Couldn't they have just lowered the SKU's price by $50 as well? At least then Nintendo could have promoted the fact that the Wii U started at a pretty crisp $250. But it's whatever. The Wii U basically got a price cut in 2013, but it never got any more after that. $300 has been the price of the Wii U ever since, and it's gonna look kinda funky next to the brand new Nintendo Switch sitting next to the remaining unsold Wii U stock at the same price point. Instead of simply slashing the price and taking a loss to get more systems into more households, or redesigning the Wii U to cut costs, Nintendo just kept on throwing more games into the package to showcase value in the purchase. But the problem is, the price was already too high. Throwing more and more games into the box doesn't attract people when the price for the Wii U is still $300. Yeah, you are getting a pretty good deal, but the price is just not appealing to consumers when the PS4 and Xbox One were originally hovering around that price and currently are or even lower than $300. Let's take a look at a handful of games Nintendo released for the Wii U, and similar games in the same franchises Nintendo released on the Nintendo 3DS.
Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D, Hyrule Warriors Legends, Zelda Remakes HD, Zelda Remakes 3D, Lego City Undercover, The Chase Begins, Mario Kart 8, Mario Kart 7, Mario Party 10, Mario Party Island Tour, Mario Tennis Ultra Smash, Mario Tennis Open, NES Remix, Ultimate NES Remix, New Super Mario Bros. U, New Super Mario Bros. 2, Paper Mario Color Splash, Paper Mario Sticker Star, Star Fox Zero, Star Fox 64 3D, Super Mario 3D World, Super Mario 3D Land, Super Mario Maker for Nintendo 3DS, Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS, Xenoblade Chronicles X, Xenoblade Chronicles 3D, Yoshi's Woolly World, Poochie and Yoshi's Woolly World.
Instead of creating unique new experiences for Wii U, it just seemed like Nintendo took pre-existing engines from 3DS games and made new Wii U games out of them. Now, if you were just an everyday fellow lurking around a Best Buy for no apparent reason and had a yearning to play the latest Smash Bros. Game, what would you buy? A 2DS and Smash Bros. For a grand total of $120, or a Wii U and Smash Bros. For a grand total of $360? That is literally 3 times the price. And yes, it is a better experience on the Wii U, but for people who just want to play a couple Nintendo games, it's obvious you should probably just get a 3DS because most games Nintendo released on the Wii U have 3DS counterparts or ports now, and you would save a fortune by going the 3DS route. The Wii U just didn't have enough unique experiences to call its own, and it just kind of felt like the 3DS HD in a lot of cases. It's a bit weird because when you think about it, the Wii U's main competitor wasn't the PS4 or the Xbox One, but it was the 3DS. Nintendo wanted the Wii U to appeal to everybody, but that made the messaging feel unfocused, and overall it made the Wii U appeal to barely any of the people Nintendo wanted to reel in with the console. Is it a console for the hardcore? Or is it for the casuals? Or is it for the die-hard Nintendo fans? I don't think Nintendo even knew. Like, why is Nintendo saying this is them wanting to regain the hardcore audience, but all the advertisements feel like sock puppet shows? Of course, their advertisements during the Wii U era were mainly garbage. Almost all commercials were directed towards young children, but in my opinion, those kind of ads don't appeal to anybody really. The kids want what the older kids are playing, and kind of talking down to them in commercials didn't win any of them over. Also, nobody knew the thing was released. I think people just assumed Nintendo went bankrupt for the past 5 years or something. And the publicity Nintendo got from this era, oy vey. Many will tell you any publicity is good publicity, but for Nintendo's past 5 years, that's a solid no. Nintendo's YouTube copyright policy, no E3 press conferences, lackluster sales, third-party support dropping like mad. Yikes, right? Nintendo had no idea how to market the Wii U, and the marketing they did do did nothing for the system, mainly because the price and the games weren't compelling features. Most Nintendo-made Wii U games were good, but they were too similar to games people already had or could get for much cheaper on the 3DS.
and the price just never came down after 2013. They needed to finely tune who the system was for before launch because it ended up being a jack-of-all-trades, master of none. It's like Nintendo was saying, we can give you all these third-party games that are on the Xbox and the PlayStation, and all the casual games from the Wii, and all the new Nintendo games, but focusing on all of those made each of those categories feel unfocused. And welcome back to Name the Console, the incredibly lackluster game show in which we list dozens of video games and accessories with a video game console slipped in, and you have to figure out which one is the console. Only God knows how many more episodes we have left. Let's go! Wii Wheel, Wii Music, Wii Speak, Wii Motion Plus, Wii U, Wii Balance Board, Wii Chess, Wii Classic Controller. Nintendo is one of the most stubborn companies out there. They could have easily sold a solid 2 million more consoles if they didn't have to be so cutesy and just call the thing Wii 2. Naming it Wii blank throws it in the category of peripheral, game, or I'm not a new console. Maybe in terms of design, they also shouldn't have just taken a sander to the edges of the Wii. The fact that it's almost indistinguishable from the Wii and has the name that echoes Nintendo's messaging on what qualifies as an accessory for the Wii era makes the name and design of the Wii U one of the easiest flaws to point out. This one's a pretty easy one to point out. The Wii U's third-party support was a constant stream of, this isn't working out. Third parties didn't want to invest too much into the console, so they just quickly ported some games to the Wii U. These obviously didn't sell for a variety of reasons. One, a lot of these ports were not so hot. Most were missing content like DLC, modes, multiplayer, etc. Two, a fair amount of these games were released later than their 360 or PS3 counterparts. If somebody wanted to play Mass Effect 3, they more than likely did so when it came out in March 2012. They wouldn't buy a Wii U to play that version of the game 8 months later. 3, there weren't a lot of third-party games that appealed to the main demographic of the console, that being die-hard Nintendo fans. Listen, I'm not saying Nintendo fans don't like games like Call of Duty and Assassin's Creed and Mass Effect and Watch Dogs. A lot of them do. However, if they like those games, they more than likely have a better console to play them on. The people who only have a Wii U, those games probably don't appeal to them as much. They like games like platformers and RPGs, like Sonic and Bravely Default and Shovel Knight. I constantly see that the third-party games that do the best on Nintendo platforms are games that feel very Nintendo. The Wii U mainly had third-party games that would appeal to the Xbox demographic, and like I said, there are loads of Nintendo fans who like those games. But if they like those games, that means they probably have a console that plays them. Couple that with the fact that the third parties just stopped supporting the console with their lackluster late ports, and it definitely is understandable why the Wii U had such a small library and why third-party games didn't sell well on it. A screen on a controller isn't interesting to most consumers. Yeah, when you think about it, the tech is pretty impressive. It's streaming video with barely any lag from the console to the controller with no internet connection. But the Wii U was released when tablets were a major thing. The Wii didn't capitalize on a craze, the Wii invented a craze. While I don't feel like the Wii U was solely the way it was because of the popularity of tablets, it was released at a time when everybody had tablets. And thus it didn't have a wow factor really at all. So there were 6 problems with the Wii U, and overall, I did like the Wii U. I thought it had a lot of great games on it, games like Pikmin 3 and Mario Kart 8 and Smash Brothers for Wii U and Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze and Splatoon. These are all wonderful games, but they were on a console with a multitude of problems, and thankfully it seems like the Nintendo Switch is rectifying a lot of these problems. Hopefully they ease up on censorship as well. Riddle me this, Nintendo! Why can't I name my character Mr. Ass, but I can look up dead dogs on the Wii U's web browser?
Hey y'all, Scott here. You know, I was recently adding a brand new copy of Madden 08 to my ever-growing collection when I contracted something. Depression! Valentine's Day is only a few solid decibels away. Thusly, I have to find a mate. Like, really have to find a mate. So, what better way to do it than with a lack of confrontation by going on Tinder? Here I have my current profile, and I think it's safe to say I'm doing pretty well with it so far. However, in terms of activity, I'm absolutely bleeding loneliness out there. Tinder does have a pay-to-win option, though, with a little monthly fee. So I'm gonna run to the store and grab an iTunes gift card to purchase my way to intercourse. So I'm back. I recently bought some iTunes gift cards, one for me and the others for the next homeless guy I see on the street, because I'm just a giving person and, you know, he could use that iTunes gift card much more than I could. Now with the aid of Tinder Plus, I am cruising through matches. It's like a dream come true. However, none are really responding to my messages. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. You know, I wish I could see how other guys talk to girls on Tinder so then I could see what I'm doing right and what I'm doing wrong. That's it! I'll pose as a girl on a new account just so I could see how other guys talk to me. Now, before you get judgmental here, know two things. One, I'm only posing as a girl to get laid. And two, I don't use Tinder all the time. I only use Tinder when I'm bored or horny. Here we go, just a quick search on Google Images for that, and that, and here we go. My name is Glenda Siete and I'm a girl who likes beach balls. But I don't say that in my bio, I just cleverly make a beach ball my only other picture available. So I ended up messaging all these guys first and we have a fair amount of responses here. If your left leg was lunch and your right leg was dinner, I'd snack in between. Oh, like my navel? Is that a threat? Let's wait on the response there. Oh, looks like somebody said hey, but I don't like the confidence in messaging first. I'm just gonna ignore that. So I responded to this man's first message, and he threw it in a direction that I'm really not a fan of. I'm just a lovable scam catfishing people for knowledge on how to talk to girls on Tinder, and also for some really weird power trip. But I don't want to leave the guy hanging, so... Oh, that sounds great. Would you like to swap emails? And just gonna delete that. Alright, so after looking at how guys talk to women virtually and how they present themselves, I think it's finally time to retool my profile. So I recently took a lot of new photos. I specifically got this dude who works for Shutterstock to do it for me, and I think these pictures came out pretty well. I also buffed out all the kinks in my bio and came up with this. Hey gang, King Handjob here. Just showing how much experience I have. I am what many would consider a party within a profile. You know, I'm just a fun guy, you know? In terms of future plans, I would like to be 25 years old someday. You know, I have aspirations too, you know? No ghost allowed. I've had too many bad experiences with those things. Alright, looks like I'm finally ready to start matching. Oh, wait, I got a notification on Twitter. Oh, hot dog! Not only is an incredibly beautiful woman interested in me, but an attractive one as well. There's only two ways this can end. Marriage followed by... sex. Or slight embarrassment. At this point, I'll take anything. Alright, let me just click this link to Messenger. Okay, I'll come across women I know. Well, that's enticing, specifically because the only women I know are cartoon foxes. Do you agree to keep the user's identity secret? No, because if somebody asks me, I'll start giggling too much and they'll see right through me. The women on this site are not at all interested in a relationship. Boring! Do you agree to practice safe sex? What is this, middle school? Lame! Age group, gonna go for the lows and the highs. And what type of body turns you on? Ooh, I love Buffalo Wild Wings! And what type do I prefer? I'll say all. Wabamo! Well, it seems to be a bit frozen. Well, I'll come back to this later. You know, while I wait for her to message me back, I'll go back on Tinder and crank up the boost option and talk to some girls. I'll use some of the tactics I learned from the other guys I've met. Specifically, I'll try to be a nice jerk. I like your glasses, but you need to work on the freckles. Alright, so while I wait for her to throw herself at me, I think I need to do something different to my Tinder profile, something to help it stand out from the crowd. Oh, I'll make a video to help sell myself, like a movie trailer, you know? The only problem is I sold my computer to help fund Tinder Plus. The thing is, you know, I spent $10 on Tinder Plus and $140 on the iTunes gift cards for Homeless Man McGee out there. So I guess I'm gonna have to use Windows Movie Maker on my old computer to help make this trailer. I was reported. Hey y'all, Scott here. Death. It's pretty neat, right? Well, that's what the Wii U is up to these days, and during the era of Wii U, I had an alright time. There was a decent handful of great experiences on the platform. However, it obviously had a lot of problems, and I made a video about 6 of them, which you can view here, here, and even here. But we can't be so negative all the time, so here are 5 things the Wii U did right. The Wii U gave us Splatoon and Super Mario Maker, and in my opinion, those 2 games alone prove the worth of the Wii U doing the whole existence thing right there. It's just a shame because if those 2 games came out around launch period, then I think the Wii U would have sold much better. Definitely not Wii numbers, but closer to GameCube and Nintendo 64. Splatoon was Nintendo's first big new character-driven IP since Pikmin, and the fact that it did so well should make everybody happy. It showed Nintendo that their fans are willing to buy more than Mario and Zelda if Nintendo feels confident in them. And Nintendo definitely knew they had something special with Splatoon. Mario Maker is still a Mario game, but a star in what I believe to be a big sub-series for Nintendo. The online communities for these games are massive and show just how big of a success they really were. The coolest feature touted by the Wii U, other than that TV remote on the gamepad, was asymmetrical multiplayer. So many great ideas were implemented into multiplayer attractions in Nintendo Land, and while it didn't do anything to prove to people why the gamepad was crucial to gaming, it was still super fun and was something only the Wii U could do locally straight out of the box. Sure, it didn't have much of a wow factor to it, but asymmetrical multiplayer offered a lot of fun options for multiplayer on the Wii U. The Wii U was Nintendo's first HD console, and you know, some of the games looked pretty good. Of course, not all of the games looked that hot, and Nintendo officially blamed the foray into HD development as the reason behind the long software drought during the first year of Wii U, but the games that looked good looked wicked good. Mario Kart 8, Pikmin 3, Paper Mario Color Splash, Smash Brothers. These games all looked gorgeous, and they definitely helped the Wii U look better than it usually did in comparison to the Xbox One and PlayStation 4. Nintendo Directs were Nintendo's primary method of relaying information to their fans throughout the Wii U generation. Now, many people could argue that Nintendo Directs aren't good, as they were only prominent through the Wii U generation, the same generation Nintendo had record losses in, but I think for the fans, they were great. They were basically mini E3s every 2 months or so with Nintendo charm, spunk, and residue. And the build-up before one, man, that was awesome! Nintendo Directs are just a lot of fun, and none of them are home runs by any means, but I still think they're proficient ways to relay information to fans about upcoming projects, and with a global company like Nintendo, pre-recorded video streams are the way to go. If you watch my video on why the Wii U failed, which you can catch here, and down there, you'll know that one of my biggest talking points was the fact that the 3DS and Wii U software libraries were vastly the same. But even my arrogance for being right can't stop me from telling you guys that there's a ton of games on the Wii U that I just had a fun romp and a half with. And these games include Pikmin 3, the nerve of this game being so neat. Pikmin 3 is marvelous, it's beautiful and plays like a dream. Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, best Smash game, approach me with Edge, I dare you. Mario Kart 8, one of the best Mario Karts, right up there with Double Dash. Splatoon, an amazing accomplishment for a new IP. Oh man, how can I hold all these games with just 2 hands? I also like these games, I guess. So yes, after countless videos of me dogging on the Wii U, I finally admitted that it did something right. It had some wonderful games on it, and that can't be ignored. However, even the most pathetic of Nintendo fans, myself included, have to admit that when you look back at the console, it really wasn't that great. I was way into the Wii U during its lifespan, but as I look back at it, I can clearly see why it was a flop. But hey, at least the Wii U's legacy will live on within the Switch, as the HDMI cables manufactured for the Wii U are still being used with the Switch. Yeah, they're just HDMI cables, but that's almost as resourceful as me! For example, I repurposed all my old jeans as washcloths.
Hey y'all, Scott here, and oh. Wow, things are starting to get a little too real. Well, I hope you're all finding good ways to pass the time before the Switch launches. I know I am. Here are my most wanted Switch games! I would like to see a port of Smash Bros. 4 on the Nintendo Switch. I'm personally not in the mood for a brand new Smash game at the moment, as Smash 4 is already so big that I feel like I've had my fill on the franchise for at least the next few years or so. And I feel like Smash 4 is still fresh enough as a game to re-release it with, you know, pieces of new content here and there to make most players happy.
And with the concept of the Switch being handheld meets console, I think this is a golden opportunity to just merge the 3DS and Wii U games, or at the very least, bring the best of from the 3DS game to the Wii U one. You know, make it the Wii U game with the best of 3DS stages, or all the 3DS stages, and of course Smash Run, and maybe a few trophies here and there. But I think this is still a great opportunity to introduce a few new characters, whether it be veterans or a few newcomers, and of course new stages as well, maybe some new modes, but basically I would like the 3DS and Wii U games merged with possibly 3 or so newcomers and a bunch of new stages. The NES Remix series was a fun time waster between big releases on the Wii U and 3DS. I think Nintendo should continue this series with either NES Remix 3 comprised of third-party NES games, or better yet, moving on to SNES or Game Boy for the series, just as a fun way to moisten software droughts. Punch-Out needs to stop being just a throwback franchise and become a mainstay on Nintendo platforms. I believe Punch-Out has so much potential to become a continuous series for Nintendo, rather than just being that fun little NES game with the Wii revival. You know, I would like new characters, new story, a new environment to fight in, new modes, just new everything. A new game entirely. You know, the Wii game was amazing, but it felt like it just wasn't confident enough to be its own thing, and it relied too much on nostalgia with all the characters. There literally was only one new character in the entire game, plus Donkey Kong. So I would like to see a wholly new game from Punch-Out. You know, you can have some old characters in there. Characters like Glass Joe and King Hippo feel like Punch-Out's Rainbow Road, you know, mainstays in the series, but overall, a wholly new game. WarioWare has been a surprisingly dormant franchise since 2010, and yeah, we got Game & Wario on the Wii U, but that felt more like Nintendo Land 2 with a WarioWare skin. No, I want a traditional WarioWare game, and with the Joy-Cons and HD Rumble and all the cool motion detection in the Joy-Cons itself, I think the WarioWare team has to be thinking about what they can do with this. This could be bonkers! Mario Maker is one of the most necessary ports for the Nintendo Switch that I want. This game deserves to transcend generations rather than just be stuck in the 3DS and Wii U era. Of course, a sequel would be nice, but I'd be fine with just a port with some enhancements, additions, and continuous support through updates. Now, one of the biggest questions pertaining to Mario Maker on Switch is just how editing is going to be done, because the touchscreen is only accessible on the Switch through handheld mode. You can't use the touchscreen while docked. So how is editing going to be done? I feel like Nintendo would just shoehorn in some D-pad controls, or maybe some controls with the IR pointer or gyroscope, just so then you can still edit things on the TV if you want to, because Nintendo's messaging with the Switch right now is that it's the same game anywhere you are, whether you're on the TV or on the go. So having a part of the game only accessible in handheld mode, I don't think Nintendo really wants to relay that to their fans. Pikmin for 3DS scares the piss out of me. Is this the Pikmin 4 Miyamoto's been talking about for a year and a half now? Oh god! I hope not. I just want a Pikmin game that's a continuation after Pikmin 3, but without the numbers. I feel like the numbers make Pikmin much more intimidating of a series to be introduced to, or to play for the first time, just because, you know, you'd think that you have to play 1, 2, and 3 to enjoy Pikmin 4. That's really not the case. Pikmin is the type of series you can pick up and play with any entry in the series and just have as much fun as somebody who's been playing the series since Pikmin 1. In terms of stuff I want to see in Pikmin 4, or Pikmin blank, I want to see new single-player and multiplayer modes. I want to see some new captains introduced alongside Olimar, Louie, and possibly Alf, Brittany, and Charlie making a return in this game. But mostly, I just want to see a new Pikmin game in the style of 1, 2, and 3. Tomodachi Life on the 3DS was awesome, and then it got really boring and I got sick of it. I just think I would like to see a new entry on the Switch, but with content a little more randomized, so then, you know, I'm playing for like a week and I can still come back to the game and I'm still seeing and hearing a lot of new things. I think Tomodachi Life didn't really do a good job at this, because you play the game for a week and then after that you've seen and heard literally everything the characters are going to say, and characters are just going to repeat themselves for eternity. I feel like with a new game I would like to see a lot more content and a lot more randomization in how that content is presented. Monkey Ball used to be a staple of Nintendo system launches, but recently the series has gone pretty silent. Of course, most new entries in the series have been either too easy or too gross for me to get incredibly happy if a new game is announced, but I think Sega has been incredibly serious about wanting to please their fans of their older franchises. And I think if they make a new Monkey Ball game with good controls and good level design, I think most people would be happy with that. And with HD Rumble, man, there's so many cool things they could do on the Switch. And I think that would be a relatively bangin' on the pretty bangin' scale. In terms of HD remakes, the game I want the most is Super Mario Sunshine. The game is phenomenal with a few flaws here and there that could be worked on. But look what they did with Wind Waker HD. They basically took the game and fixed a lot of the problems people had with it and made it even better. But I'm a greedy looking garbage man, so I want all the Mario games to be remade in HD, specifically the 3D ones. Now, of course, if Nintendo actually did this, there's no doubt they would sell all these 3D Mario games in HD individually, but a greedy-looking garbage man can dream, right? Imagine a warrior-style game with every amiibo compatible. Sounds pretty neat, right? Now, I don't think every amiibo should be compatible as a fighter. I'm specifically looking at the Animal Crossing amiibo cards. I think those would do better as assigning special attacks, weapons, costumes, stuff like that. However, you know, the majority of amiibo characters, I think those would be cool as fighters, and then you can level them up and take them to a friend's house and battle your friends in like some kind of battle mode. I think that would be awesome. Dude, I way dig Puzzle League. Honestly, Tetris Attack is one of my favorite SNES games, and for those uninformed, it's called Puzzle League now. Now, the series has made a slight return in the form of the Animal Crossing New Leaf amiibo update. In that game, there's a little Puzzle League minigame you can play. However, I just want a brand new Puzzle League game, you know? New modes, online multiplayer, online leaderboards, just a new game. Harmonite is a rhythm game on the 3DS eShop developed by Game Freak, and it is sick! I just want a new one, you know? I just want new content, new mechanics, whatever. I just want a new game. I don't care who you are, you liked Wii Sports, okay? I don't care if you hate motion controls or you hate what the Wii did to the video game industry. You had your fun with Wii Sports, and I think the series has a ton of potential on the Switch, with the Joy-Cons, with the better motion detection, and HD Rumble. I think Nintendo can do a lot of cool things with the series still. I think they need to get away from the Wii branding, of course, but also not adopt the Switch branding with the series. I think it would make more sense to rename it as Nintendo Sports, so then the game can be on future Nintendo platforms without it feeling weird or constantly changing its name. Of course, I don't want Nintendo to make nothing but these games. I really do like what they're doing now, where they're focusing more on hardcore type games like Breath of the Wild and Mario Odyssey. But of course, you know, sprinkle in a few of these games every now and then, and I think everybody would be okay with that. And of course, I want a new Metroid, a new Animal Crossing, and I want to return to franchises long forgotten like Custom Robo, Chibi Robo, F-Zero, Wave Race, stuff like that, New Kid Icarus, and all the games in the form of an anti-lame virtual console service.
Wow, we're 8 minutes closer to the Nintendo Switch launching. Let me tell you, time really flies when anxiety reigns supreme. Let's be honest here, a console launch is a big step for us all. It's nerve-wracking. I spent $500 on the whole launch lot of Switch junk. I have to make sure I have no life on March 3rd, and I'm starting to think that email Best Buy sent me about my pre-order getting canceled meant something. God, I think I finally get it. This beautiful, illustrious planet wasn't made to just sit inside and do some good old wholehearted thumb twiddling. No! It was made to be nurtured and protected and to be made better every single day. I think I finally get it. I think I finally found my calling. Shit! Hey y'all, Scott here, and nature. What century is this? It totally slipped my mind that I have no sex waiting for me at home right now. The Nintendo Switch has officially launched, and it's bringing with games to play like Zelda and menus. This is technically the first game console I ever bought at launch, so let's see how long it takes to disappoint.
First, let's take a look at what comes with every Switch. On the top layer of the box, we are introduced to the left and right Joy-Con controllers and the Nintendo Switch itself. Picking up this layer reveals the extra bits, being the HDMI cable, AC adapter, Joy-Con straps, Joy-Con grip, and the Nintendo Switch dock. Welcome to Console Overview Palooza. The Nintendo Switch console, looks-wise, is most akin to smaller 6 to 7 inch tablets such as the Amazon Fire and Nexus 7. On top of the unit is the power button, volume controls, a vent for when you're playing a system taxing round of 1-2 switch, headphone jack, and the game card slot. The The back of the system includes a kickstand, and opening it up reveals the micro SD card slot for expanding storage. The kickstand is pretty weak. It'll only stay up on completely flat surfaces. Anything else like a bed, it'll just fall over. The stand does pop off, so that may explain why it feels a bit flimsy. This was more than likely done to avoid the kickstand breaking off if you would have put the system in the dock with the stand out. Also, you can't charge the system while in this mode, which is unfortunate as the USB-C port is on the bottom. This could have been avoided by having the charging port on top and having a separate connector on the bottom for when placing the system in the dock. That brings us to the front of the console, which is the 6.2-inch 720p screen. This may not sound impressive in 2017, but it is the physical embodiment of good enough. It looks absolutely fine, and for video games made for the big screen TV, you don't need a Retina display. For a video game console, especially a Nintendo one, this screen looks wonderful. Coming from the Wii U gamepad and Nintendo 3DS, this is leagues better and is in line with something like the PlayStation Vita screen, and everybody loves that thing. The battery life on this sucker won't blow any minds for sure, ranging from 2 to 6 hours. Definitely plan on bringing an external power bank if you intend on playing on the go for an extended period of time. The sides of the Switch are where the Joy-Con controllers are attached, and wouldn't you know, my Switch came with them. Here we have the gray Joy-Con controllers. Either that or my color blindness is even more severe than I initially thought. The Joy-Con have a ton of tech baked into them and are some of the most versatile controllers ever conceived. The two of them together supply the player with all buttons most modern games use, but the neat thing about them is they can be used as Wii Remote and Nunchuck-like motion controllers, a standard controller, or used on their side as two separate controllers. For two-player games on the go, this is super convenient as you can just bring the Switch with Joy-Con attached and you'll have everything you'll need for multiplayer. However, this setup isn't the most ideal in the world. The shoulder buttons in this mode are awful. They are super recessed and you have to really dig in to press them. Thankfully, the Joy-Con straps alleviate this problem by adding more height to the shoulder buttons, while also adding a strap for more secure motion control. It's nice that there's a way to better the shoulder buttons, but I feel that the Joy-Con 2-player mode was primarily made with tabletop mode on the go in mind. Like, are you really going to bring your Nintendo Switch and Joy-Con straps along with you to places? If anything, you just bring the Switch and rough it out with the lame shoulder buttons. However, if the Joy-Con are all you have at home for two-player games, they work fine, and actually are much better than you think. Even the right Joy-Con with the stick in the middle feels fine, it's just that these are more of an in-a-pinch configuration rather than an ideal one. The Joy-Con can be attached to the Joy-Con grip for a much more standard controller feel, and I gotta say, it does feel pretty solid. One potential issue pertaining to the Joy-Con and the grip is that the controller must be connected to the console to be charged. The Joy-Con grip that comes bundled with the console cannot charge them, so for that you're going to have to buy a separate Joy-Con grip for that functionality. I originally thought that this was way past dumb, but the Joy-Con have a battery life of 20 hours each. That means you're definitely not going to run out of juice during a normal play session as long as you connect the Joy-Con back to the console once you're done playing. And if you do play for 20 hours straight, you can always attach the controllers to the console and play in handheld mode for 2 hours before the system dies, and spend the last 2 hours of the day looking in the mirror asking yourself where it all went wrong. And by then, the controllers should be sufficiently charged enough to play some more, so on paper this seems to be a problem, but in use I don't really see it being too big of an issue at all, really. One of the big features touted by the Joy-Con is HD Rumble. This enhanced version of controller vibration can replicate the feeling of action, such as balls moving around or ice cubes being put into a glass. In theory, it's pretty cool. In reality, it still is. It's just that I don't think it would fool anybody. 1-2 Switch's ball count minigame is the example I'm going to use because debatedly it's the best use so far, and it does a good job emulating what balls in the controller would feel like, but you can still tell it's just vibrations. Still cool and well done, it's just still obviously rumble. The bottom right of the Joy-Con controller has an IR camera that can detect different shapes and motions, and that's alright I guess. And the left Joy-Con houses a capture button to take screenshots in-game and eventually via a software update record video. This feature is ungodly quick and makes it crazy easy to just take pictures of whatever you're doing. The overall button and stick feel of the Joy-Con is pretty good, definitely more in line with the feeling of a 3DS than a Wii U as the buttons feel small and clicky. The sticks are also pretty small and don't have a huge degree of movement. However, for use on the go, these work fine. The buttons on the right Joy-Con are a tad bit too close to the bottom stick for my liking. I would have preferred a bit more wiggle room on the controllers to be honest. But overall, I do like the Joy-Con. It feels like the Swiss Army knife of controllers. Sliding them into the system and grip are spookingly satisfying and were the primary way I played my Switch. But everything changed once my Pro Controller shipped. This is the Nintendo Switch Pro Controller. You see, I like the Joy-Con grip, but I love the Nintendo Switch Pro Controller. Everything about this controller feels wonderful. The buttons are all large and feel great. The sticks feel fluid and have a greater range than the Joy-Con, or at least it feels like it. And just the overall feel, texture, and shape of the controller makes it just ooze into my hands. It also supports HD Rumble, Amiibo, and includes a gyroscope, meaning that a bigger variety of games can support it compared to the Wii U and its Pro Controller. The only problem is that this sucker is $70. Listen, I have no complaints with this guy, but the Joy-Con grip works well enough so you don't need the Pro Controller. It's awesome, but a little too pricey to call it a must-buy. However, if you vastly prefer the feel of a console controller to handheld controls, definitely consider the Pro Controller. However, one glaring issue I have with all controllers is the lack of a power button. You can't turn this thing on from your controllers, which was something the Wii was able to do. Kind of lame. Finally, let's cover the dock, which will be your gateway onto the TV. The back of the dock has this pretty neat compartment you open up to access the AC adapter, HDMI, and a USB port, meaning this leaves room for some pretty slick cable management. On the front, we also have 2 other USB ports, and that's really it. This thing is pretty small, and while you have to put it on the top of your entertainment center to slide the Switch in, it also won't take up too much room. Putting the Switch in is super slick and easy. Rarely do I ever have to jiggle the console around to find the connector. It usually finds its way in there itself. Swapping between console mode and handheld mode is basically instant, meaning you can juggle between the two with ease, or you can keep the Switch in the dock forever, or you can never use the dock at all. However, I think this is a poor use of resources. Me personally, if I didn't use the dock, I'd use it to hold all my excess napkins. Overall, the design of everything here looks great. Nintendo finally decided to ditch the glossy Fisher-Price designs and went for a more modern approach. Everything looks clean and elegant while also looking completely usable and comfortable. Mostly. Moving on to software, the Switch's OS is super quick, responsive, and snappy. It has a lot of smart features in it like smart device communication, but a lot that's missing in questionable inclusions. Friend code's got their groove back, everybody, and it's one of the biggest upsets of 2017 so far. Why are we here after the Wii U established a username system? Why doesn't the Switch save my credit card info on the eShop? Why is there no web browser or video apps? This is basically a tablet. It would be nice to have some basic tablet functions on the thing. Sadly, the Switch is pretty barren at launch in terms of applications. It's simply a games device right now. Of course, games are why you'd buy the thing, and let's be honest, if you have a Switch at launch, you already have a device to browse the web and watch Netflix on. It's just those feel like they should come standard with a new system in 2017. It's not a huge deal, but it is noticeable and quite jarring. I like the feel of the OS, but this screams rush, not in terms of quality, but quantity. It just feels like Nintendo did the bare minimum here and shipped it out. Hopefully we get a steady stream of updates, and in a year's time, this won't be an issue. On the other side of software, the launch lineup here definitely exists, I'll give it that. But to be fair, on paper, while this isn't the best launch out there, let's be honest, no launches are. The PS4 launched with around 75% multi-platform games available on last generation hardware, and most next-gen or PS4 exclusive games reeked. Launches don't define a console, but I do say having Zelda here is a major bonus. Yeah, this game is on Wii U, but 4 people own that thing, so who cares? If only my copy of Zelda came shipped with the console, but don't worry, it's expected to come anytime now. It may not be a lot, but I feel that there's a good amount of variety here. Games like 1-2 Switch, Just Dance 2017, and Skylanders Imaginators are great family pleasers, Shovel Knight and Fast RMX are pretty stellar indie games, and then there are games like Snipper Clip, Super Bomberman R, and of course Zelda, which really appeal to Nintendo fans, and in Zelda's case, the hardcore gamer. It's just that a lot of these games are available elsewhere. There's not a ton of exclusive content you can't play anywhere else. Seeing how Shovel Knight, Skylanders Imaginators, and Just Dance 2017 are basically playable on air at this point makes the fact that they're on Switch not the most enticing thing in the world. In terms of how the games look, the Switch seems to be in between a Wii U and Xbox One in terms of power, which is fine because remember, this is the system. This is just a tablet and it can run games like Breath of the Wild, Skyrim, Mario Kart 8. It's pretty nuts. Even if a current-gen game makes its way to the Switch and doesn't look as good as the PS4 version, the Switch version already has a pro to it, that being it's portable. I think many will look past graphical inferiority in favor of portability. By the way, check out these game boxes. These things look great. Also, the game cartridge screams, I'm wasting plastic and taste test worthy. When you get your Switch, give it a try, champ. But like I said, launches don't define a console, and there's already a lot of upcoming releases in March alone. Nintendo has detailed their lineup for the rest of the year, and so far it looks stellar. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, ARMS, Splatoon 2, Super Mario Odyssey, Xenoblade Chronicles 2, Fire Emblem Warriors, and more that just haven't been revealed yet. It's a good time to be a Nintendo fan. Is the Switch perfect? Obviously not, but it's a pretty neat piece of hardware that a ton of people are currently loving or intrigued by, which is something the Wii U just didn't do. So far, the Switch shows promise to be something amazing by next year or year's end. I wanted to look at the Switch right now and also the potential it has in the future. Right now, I like it. The hardware has a lot going for it, and the gimmick this time around actually resonates with people, and won't completely cripple a game like the gamepad did with Star Fox Zero or Paper Mario Color Splash, for example. My main complaints lie within the shortcomings in every mode, with handheld mode's battery life being subpar at best, console mode not having things like a power button on controllers and games like Zelda running better on the handheld, and tabletop mode having a lame kickstand and the Joy-Con on their sides having even lamer shoulder buttons, not to mention the OS is ungodly limited. But the Switch has a stellar lineup coming up, and for a game console, I think that's all that really matters. It doesn't matter how powerful the system is, as long as it has games I want to play, I don't really care.
Thusly, if I have to give the Nintendo Switch a score, I'll give it a solid 4.5 out of 6. And hey, Zelda Breath of the Wild finally came in, so I can finally open this box up and talk about what an amazing game it is on the Nintendo Switch. Hey y'all, Scott here. Woo! Sorry about that. It's just, we're talking wars today. And I know what you're thinking, so I'll stop you right there. No, we're not talking about the Lebanese Civil War or the Yom Kippur War. We're talking console wars. A new console for self-proclaimed wusses launched recently, and many have discussed where it may fit within the current console race. But before we delve into that discussion, let's talk about console races of generations past.
The first generation of cartridge-based console wars was a crowded one. There were a handful of competitors in the market ranging from the Odyssey 2 to the Vectrex, but the main three most will remember was the Atari 2600, Intellivision, and the ColecoVision. The Atari 2600 reigned supreme mainly due to the big-name games that appeared on it. Atari garnered most of the top arcade games on the console with hits like Space Invaders, Pong, Missile Command, Centipede, Asteroids, and Pac-Man. These titles weren't the best versions of said games, but they were close enough to make the Atari 2600 a better buy for most consumers. The Intellivision sold decently, selling around 3 million units, but didn't have as many big-name games on it as the 2600. Mattel positioned the Intellivision as a console for the more mature audiences, focusing on more complicated controls and sports games. Mattel pushed hardware more than software with multiple peripherals and console revisions, so it failed to really pose much of a threat to Atari and faded away once the video game crash of 1983 came along. The ColecoVision's game library consisted of a lot of the hidden gem arcade games that weren't on the 2600, and they even got the license to make and pack in Donkey Kong with the console. However, it came out too close to the video game crash of 1983, thus it didn't have enough time to put much of a dent in Atari's install base or garner much of a market of its own, selling around 2 million units. Nintendo came to the burning building known as the video game industry in America and put it out with a little thing called the Nintendo Entertainment System. The main competitors it had during this generation were the Atari 7800 and the Sega Master System. The Atari 7800 flopped pretty hard in comparison to the NES for a couple of reasons. The power of the system was years behind, as it was originally stated to release in 1984, but was shelved due to the disinterest in video games at the time. Also, the games on the platform were mainly in line with the titles released on the Atari 2600, with the majority being arcade games. Doesn't look as good when you're being compared to massive games at the time, such as The Legend of Zelda or Super Mario Bros. The Sega Master System was a great success in European territories, and especially Brazil. However, outside of Europe and Brazil, the Master System failed to achieve an audience. Marketing was pretty poor, and the game library just didn't hold a candle to the NES's. This was due to a lack of third parties on the Master System, as Nintendo basically held a monopoly on the video game industry, forcing third parties to contractually obligate to only make games for Nintendo platforms. With this, Nintendo was basically unstoppable this generation, with Atari and Sega together not even selling half of the NES's 61 million units sold. One of the most infamous console wars to ever transpire was the Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo. Sega developed the Genesis as a competitor with the original NES, releasing in 1989. Sega mainly focused on more hardcore, mature titles, such as sports games and arcade-quality ports. Sega's marketing tagline was "Sega does what Nintendo don't," and they hammered in how Nintendo was for little kids and Sega was for the older ones. Nintendo fired back by releasing the Super Nintendo. It was superior to the Genesis in almost every way, except for the speed of the CPU. Sega used this to their advantage by marketing that their console had blast processing while the SNES didn't. This was a bunch of marketing fluff, and blast processing doesn't actually mean diddles. Nintendo and Sega kept on pumping out game after game trying to one-up each other. The problem Sega ran into, however, was that they freaked out over specs and decided to release hardware add-ons to increase the power of the Genesis. These add-ons turned out to be the infamous Sega CD and Sega 32X. This made the Genesis seem weak in comparison to the Super Nintendo, as it felt like Sega had to overcompensate for the weak power of the Genesis. It didn't help that these two add-ons really didn't add much to the console other than a headache. Neither had a ton of standout titles and really just made it easier for Nintendo to fire back at Sega in advertisements. When Donkey Kong Country came out, Nintendo specifically highlighted the pre-rendered 3D graphics, as they said you wouldn't need a 32-bit or CD add-on for the game. In the end, while it was a tight race, the Super Nintendo beat out the Genesis, selling 49 million compared to 30 to 36 million. Different numbers are thrown around online. The major three-way war this time around was PlayStation versus Nintendo 64 versus Sega Saturn. Nintendo originally partnered with Sony to create a CD add-on for the Super Nintendo. However, after looking through their contract with Sony, Nintendo realized they would barely be making any money off of the software created for the add-on, as that would all go to Sony. Nintendo retaliated by partnering with Philips instead for the add-on that was never released, leaving Sony embarrassed and burned. Thus, Sony took the experience they accumulated while working on the SNES CD to create their own platform, the PlayStation. They were able to make an affordable CD-based game system with a good amount of titles to boot. When Nintendo revealed that the Nintendo 64 would use cartridges, that's when most third parties went to Sony, because a CD could hold so much more information than a cartridge. Nintendo classic franchises such as Castlevania, Mega Man, and Final Fantasy had their games mainly on PlayStation this generation. Sony garnered almost all of the third-party support, which on top of a good amount of quality first-party offerings, an aggressive marketing campaign, and an affordable price, allowed the PlayStation to dominate the 5th generation with over a staggering 100 million units sold. The Nintendo 64 came in a distant second with only around 32 million sold, and that leaves the Sega Saturn. Sega peeved off a ton of retailers by botching the launch of the Saturn, issuing a surprise launch, basically saying, "And the Saturn's in stores now," rather than giving enough prep time. Thus, some retailers flat out refused to carry the Saturn. The system was also difficult to develop for, and because of that, and the already low sales, lacked third-party support. I wonder who won this sucker. Dreamcast versus PlayStation 2 versus Xbox versus GameCube. The Dreamcast actually had a good launch and sold very well at the start, but momentum was murdered because of the impending launch of Sony's PlayStation 2. Think about it. Sony is making a sequel to the platform which sold over 100 million units. And this one played DVDs during a time in which DVD players were expensive and not very common to have. Now it came standard with this new game system. That's a no-brainer to buy. The PlayStation 2 absolutely slugged the Dreamcast into at least 4 different graves and dominated in sales compared to the Xbox and the GameCube. With the Xbox, that platform had a lot going for it in comparison to the PlayStation 2. Most multi-platform games actually looked better on the Xbox and had extra features. The system could play DVDs, though required a DVD remote accessory, but I think the main reason it failed to beat the PS2 was brand recognition. Nobody knew what the Xbox was, so it was more viable to go with the PlayStation 2. And Nintendo decided to focus on drooling instead of making educated business decisions and went with mini DVDs as the GameCube's disc format instead of actual DVDs. This meant not only the GameCube couldn't play movies, but also had a hard time fitting a fair amount of multi-platform games on a disc, so third-party support just wasn't as good as the PlayStation 2's or the Xbox's. Nintendo got relatively hungry for corporate flesh and decided to release the Wii, which focused not on horsepower, but a different way to play with the Wii remote. Some gamers were excited for the Wii, but it really struck a chord with the casual audience, or the normies. Stock was limited, so that added to the craze, making people buy the thing immediately if they saw it on store shelves, even if they didn't want it. Nintendo was sitting pretty this generation, but this momentum didn't last, and in the end, kinda hurt them as they made some dumb decisions with their next console. It's pretty obvious Nintendo won this generation, but how did the PS3 and Xbox 360 war turn out? Sony got way past smug with the PS3. After winning the past 2 generations, Sony believed they could make a ludicrously expensive console that's ridiculously difficult to develop for, and people would eat it up. I guess Sony thought by making PS3's architecture foreign, developers would spend all their time developing for their system so they wouldn't have time to develop for the Xbox 360 or the Wii. That obviously never happened. With an insane price and not a lot of great games, the PS3 failed to take off immediately, and people mainly went with the Xbox 360 instead. It was cheaper, had better online, and all the third-party support, with some first-party games like Halo. Most people were more than okay with going with the 360 instead of the PS3. However, this started to switch around near the middle of the gen. Sony flipped on their attitude, completely rebranding the PS3 with a new design that was leagues cheaper, and a new focus rather than media playback on the console, good games. Sony started pumping out game after game for the platform, and the PS3 garnered a stellar library by the end of its life. Microsoft started to focus on things like multimedia features and connect with the 360, and Sony just started to look better and better to some gamers. In the end, they were pretty neck and neck, both selling around 84 million units. And now we come to the current console race, PS4 versus Xbox One versus Wii U versus Nintendo Switch. The Wii U was announced first in 2011 and really didn't wow anybody over other than some Nintendo fans. At a less than stellar price point with little third-party support and a gimmick that just failed to capture anybody's attention, the Wii U failed, and it failed hard. Selling around 14 million units, it's pretty obvious why Nintendo released a new console this year. The PS4 has been the king of this generation so far, and it's pretty easy to see why. The Xbox One was absolutely creamed when it was announced due to all the bad press surrounding it. It can't play used games. It always requires to be online. It's $500. It looks like a VCR. It's really only a TV watching Call of Duty playing machine. Sony focused on games with the PS4's reveal and marketing, and when Sony revealed that the PS4 wouldn't be forcing online all the time, locking out used games, and would be cheaper than the launch price of the Xbox One, it was pretty much done right there. However, Microsoft has been doing a wonderful job spinning the story around on the Xbox One recently. They've been solely focusing on games nowadays, with things like backwards compatibility and Xbox Game Pass. The Xbox One S is a great piece of hardware that looks at least a solid 12 times better than the original Xbox One. The PS4 will win this generation in my opinion, but I think the Xbox One is doing enough right that it may be a close one when all is said and done. But what about the Nintendo Switch? I think it'll sell relatively well. It does have a purpose in this console race and has a major advantage compared to the Xbox One and PS4, that being portability. That is something the Wii U didn't have, and I think it's nice to have a console that's actually incredibly different from the norm. It shakes things up and keeps everything fresh. Will it outsell the PS4? No, but I think it and the other two consoles in this race will do well, and that's healthy for the industry.
Console wars are definitely one of the most interesting aspects of console generations. Sometimes the most powerful hardware wins, sometimes the most inept one does, and of course console wars encourage competition, which is good for the industry and us, the consumers. So it doesn't matter who wins this console generation, because we've gotten and will continue to get stellar titles from all of the big three. But don't take my word for it. That's why we're going to be looking at a reporter on the field, Reporty Jim, who is currently reporting on the console war grounds. How's it looking down there, Reporty Jim? I need to stop sending people to cover wars. Hey y'all, Scott here. Listen, I hate things, and that includes clutter. Clutter scares the piss out of me, and I'm ready to get it out of my life ASAP and quickly. Jesus! You see, this is what I'm talking about. The whole concrete matter thing has been a fad for eons, and I'm ready to call it quits. I'm strictly living an all-digital lifestyle from this moment forward. I recently got rid of all my paper, and I'm currently in the process of converting all my movies, music, photos, clothes, water, trees, and documents to a hard drive. And this digitalization of my life extends to my video game collection as well. Just the mere thought of owning all these games physically makes me want to give myself a good old fist shaking. It's amazing what it will be like when I own all these games digitally. Ugh, convenience alert. And to think I used to do this. like somebody who has time? That was the old me. New me only buys games digitally from now on. After getting rid of all unneeded physical items, I can now definitively say, this is what I'm talking about.
Alright, so let me start the digital renaissance. What game will I download first? Well, I love Tomb Raider Definitive Edition, so I'm gonna want to play that again. Alright, $29.99 is definitely a bit steep for a game I bought physically for $20 2 years ago, and that I can still buy physically for $20 or less. Alright, well maybe I should wait until I see a game I can get for the same price I bought for it physically, or maybe even cheaper. In the meantime, I can play these games I downloaded on PlayStation Plus. Well, I have a hankering for Super Meat Boy. Oh well, that's a hearty dose of disappointing. I don't own these games. I can only play them while my PS Plus membership is active. Totally whatever. It doesn't matter that my hard drive is basically full and I can't get games for cheaper digitally. What I can do is sign up for a streaming service, that being PlayStation Now. I signed up for a free trial a while back and it worked decently well. Back then, most of the games had different pricing, and a game like Deus Ex Human Revolution would cost $30 to rent for 90 days, while you could go out and buy a retail copy for $5 used.
Now, if you excuse me before I reenact what checking the prices of PlayStation Now was like back in 2015, I need to take a hearty gulp out of my hourly bottle of water. God, that's such tart water. And what gross prices.
Now the service is much like Netflix, as you pay an annual fee and you get access to hundreds of games. Much better in my opinion, but let's be honest here, streaming doesn't play well with a lot of games. I originally played Pac-Man Championship Edition DX on the service, and it's really unenjoyable through streaming. The game requires pretty quick reactions, but with an online connection being required, that brings lag into play and it ends up kind of ruining the game. Digital games have recently disappointed almost every organ in my body, which is unfortunate. The prices are generally higher than physical games. The storage space on these consoles are limited, and even if you buy an external hard drive, you can't really put that many games on it. Even a 2TB hard drive will fill up eventually because new games are so big. You can't even trade in the games, and you don't even technically own the games. You have a license to run the software, but you don't own it like you do with a physical copy of a game. You can do whatever you want after you buy it. That's not to say you're wrong if you like digital games. The convenience factor is definitely there. It's just, in my opinion, I just see much more benefits to owning physical games. But we haven't tested out one more factor: download speed. So, we're gonna purchase Uncharted the Nathan Drake Collection on the PlayStation Store, see how long it takes to download, and we're gonna go to GameStop and buy the exact same game there and bring it back home and see which one takes longer.
Hey guys, don't mind me, just a member of the Economic Stimulation Squad here. Well, the download was faster than buying the game physically, and I can totally assure you that I am completely alive inside. What have I done? Hey y'all, Scott here. Don't mind me, just wearing my nostalgia goggles here. These things are a bitch, I have no idea why people wear these. The 3DS is officially 6 years old, which means it has to go through what every 6-year-old has to experience at some point: being yelled at for existing. So, I thought it'd be fun to look back at my personal experiences with the system ever since 2011.
I originally bought the 3DS the exact day it received a price cut. It retailed for 250 bones for the first few months, but that obviously wasn't achieving the sales Nintendo was yearning for. Personally, I think the lackluster sales had to do more so with the lack of compelling games, but hey, it's whatever. I picked up the Cosmo Black color, with the other option being Aqua Blue, and man, this sure was a design. It was a galactic slice of cake. I always found the sparkles a bit weird, and the bottom screen and circle pad would leave an imprint on the top. The start and select and home buttons all feel like you're killing an ant when you press down on them, and the stylus is on the top of the system for some godforsaken reason. But overall, the main complaint people had with this system when it came out was the lack of a second circle pad, probably just because the PS Vita had one and everybody thought it was going to be the death of the 3DS. Nintendo later released the Circle Pad Pro, but they didn't use this thing that much at all. A few games here and there supported it, but overall it was just kind of a way for Nintendo to shut everybody up about the 3DS not having a second stick. This version is for the 3DS XL, which, hey, we might as well talk about the system variants. After the original, Nintendo released the 3DS XL in 2012. It improved almost everything about the original, but I don't know, it always felt a little cheaper, and like they were specifically trying to cut costs. I still vastly preferred it, but it definitely didn't feel that premium compared to the original. In 2013, incompetency took the form of an end piece of bread with the 2DS. This was revealed around August and people flipped piss. But overall, it turned out to be a nice gateway into the fun and incredibly endearing world of being a Nintendo fan. In 2014 in Japan and 2015 here, the new 3DS and new 3DS XL came out and basically answered all complaints people had with previous pieces of 3DS hardware. It included super stable 3D that tracked your eyes, better design, and a free nipple included with every purchase. I only picked up the standard new 3DS within the past year just because I love this design, but I do say I definitely miss the bigger screens of the XL. Before we delve into games, let's talk about the main gimmick of the 3DS, the 3D. Honestly, it was really cool at first. That startup screen was what I used to show people what glasses-free 3D was like. Still probably the best use of 3D on the system. Over time, however, the 3D slider more consistently went down. It just kind of forced you to play the way the system wanted you to play, like sitting at a different angle to view the 3D, even with the new 3DS models. I more so keep it off for comfort reasons, just so I can sit how I please and play how I wish. The first games I got for the 3DS were Pilot Wings Resort and Asphalt 3D. I really wanted Pilot Wings because it was basically an expansion on the piloting minigame in Wii Sports Resort. Upon playing the game, I concluded that it was a piloting minigame in Wii Sports Resort, but expanded upon. I picked up Asphalt 3D because it was the cheapest 3DS game at GameStop when I was buying Pilot Wings, so I decided to give it a go. Upon playing the game, I realized it was the cheapest 3DS game at GameStop at the time. You know all those cheap iPhone racing games that you play for like 5 minutes and delete? That's Asphalt 3D, but it's on an actual game console, so it feels even more cheap and soulless. Over the next few months, the 3DS was basically used as a virtual console machine. I would download a lot of Game Boy games I never experienced before and enjoy a fair amount of them. Donkey Kong 94 is still a great game and one of the shining gems in the Game Boy library. Super Mario Land kinda blows, but it's a Mario game, so it's amazing or whatever. Really though, it's a charming little game, but it sure doesn't stand the test of time, no sirree. Over the lifespan of the system, I played through classics such as Super Mario Land 2, Mega Man Dr. Wily's Revenge, Mario's Picross, and a handful of others. I also continually downloaded 3D classics like Xevious, Kirby's Adventure, and it was only around the time I bought 3D Classics Urban Champion that I realized I was a complete tool. Sega continually released a bunch of classic games under their own 3D Classics moniker, which was pretty neat too. NES, Game Gear, and Game Boy Color games also appeared on the eShop, which was nice, but I think I, including many others, were just dying to see GBA support. 10 GBA games were made available on the 3DS, but only to people who bought the system before the first major price cut. But I remember Nintendo continually saying they couldn't get GBA emulation right on the 3DS, so that's why they never did GBA Virtual Console, and I was always like, what? SNES games came recently last year exclusively for the new 3DS system, but this was a bit too little too late for me, as I just failed to really care. When the holidays rolled around and right before Christmas, I picked up Mario Kart 7. It's a solid version of Mario Kart, definitely. However, I always felt that the biggest problem with it was the lack of single-player content, especially coming after Mario Kart DS with the mission mode and all. After the holidays, I used my Christmas money to pick up a few games, one of those being Super Mario 3D Land, also referred to as the savior of the 3DS. This game plus Mario Kart were big factors in the 3DS's thrust back into success, and for good reason. Looking back at this Mario game, while it's not very original and does very little new itself, its use of 3D, superb level design, and controls made this an awesome handheld entry in the Mario franchise. I played this game so much, I even played through the entire game to completion without dying once, which equates to quitting out to the home menu every time I died. Speaking of Mario games, potentially the most controversial game on the system was Paper Mario Sticker Star, also referred to as I played through the first hour or so of this game and it was alright. However, after that I never really played through this game again. Now with Color Splash, that game was actually good enough for me to want to play through it to the end, but Sticker Star didn't really grab me, and I don't think anybody's going to pout because I said that. This generation served as a lot of 2D platformers. Maybe too many. Actually, yeah, too many. but the 3DS had a ton of solid ones. The 3DS was the system I beat Donkey Kong Country Returns on. I always found it surprising that Donkey Kong never received an original outing on the 3DS. Like, for God's sakes, Metroid got an original 3DS game, and it was trash! With DKC Returns 3D, of course you're trading silky smooth graphics of the Wii version for purely button control and extra content, and I personally believe it's a fair trade-off, and in many respects the 3DS version is superior. The two Kirby games on the 3DS were excellent. However, Planet Robobot was the superior one. Triple Deluxe felt a little too generic Kirby in comparison, and while it was good, Planet Robobot just had so much more going for it. But you can't talk 2D platformers without bringing up New Super Mario Bros. 2. I beat it in a matter of hours the day I bought it, and that always stuck out to me as kinda lame, and the game itself was truly nothing special or new. The gimmick was that coins were everywhere, and that Nintendo tasked the player to grab 1 million of them. The problem was there was no point to all the coins, there was no shop to spend them in, there was no unlock based on how many coins you obtained. There was nothing. But based on the fact that I wasn't getting way past late in my freshman year of high school, I did get 1 million coins in the game, mainly due in part to the DLC coin rush packs I got. One pack being advertised as a coinado, to put it lightly. It was still a good game, however, nothing breathtaking or surprising by any means. But you want to talk about nothing breathtaking or surprising by any means? Yoshi's New Island. Good God, I did not care for this game. And this is coming from the kid who mocked up a 3DS XL for the game, and it got covered by major gaming news outlets. Thanks guys, I'm still blushing to this very day, but Jesus Christ, this game blows. It's so easy and boring, and the graphics just don't work most of the time, and the music sounds like it's composed with wet sneakers. I wasn't a fan. And you want to talk about cartridge-shaped garbage, take a gander at Chibi Robo Ziplash.
This game blows!
Alright, whatever. I didn't like a few 2D platformers on the 3DS, but the majority of them were pretty good to pretty great. But puzzles are also pretty banging, and the 3DS had some wonderful puzzle games. The most memorable for me was Pushmo, and man, it was a game. It even had graphics and sound, and it's on the 3DS too? I was in heaven! This was a great little puzzle game, and the series has had multiple entries both on the 3DS and Wii U. I genuinely hope it continues on the Switch. There were also a few Mario vs. Donkey Kong games on the eShop. Oh, I'm sorry, Mario and Donkey Kong. This was a different take on the formula and brought the series into 3D, and this was way more interesting and fun than the 2D versions. Professor Layton had a few fun entries on the 3DS, but in terms of traditional puzzle games like Tetris, we had Tetris Access, which I didn't really get into. I don't know, it was just generic Tetris, nothing really that special. Puzzle and Dragon Z plus Puzzle and Dragon Super Mario Bros. Edition. It's a decent package, but I personally didn't really get into it. As a fun little distraction, there was Ultimate NES Remix, the same NES Remix Nintendo said couldn't run on the 3DS. This port was mainly a best-of compilation of the first two games on Wii U, and the game works leagues better on a handheld, but it feels mostly like a cheap port as it doesn't include 3D and doesn't have much in terms of 3DS exclusive content. In terms of simulation type games, I played Animal Crossing New Leaf and Tomodachi Life. It's a bit weird because I can say without hesitation New Leaf was a better game, but I enjoyed Tomodachi Life considerably more. I don't know why, but it doesn't matter as Tomodachi Life got lame after a week, so I hope a new one comes out for the Switch with a metric 4 more loaves of content. Animal Crossing got a spin-off on the 3DS in the form of Happy Home Designer, but I actually haven't played it. The 3DS had so many Zelda games in the form of remakes, ports, and new games. It was pretty crazy. The main one I played here was A Link Between Worlds, and it's pretty fun to look back and see major ideas Breath of the Wild uses starting in this game, like the non-linearity and basically having all the items from the get-go. Now, I really liked every Zelda game I've played, but I never finished them, just because I play them for a while, set them down, come back a few days later, and I'm completely lost. This changed with Breath of the Wild as I actually beat the game, but for me, somebody who can't handle the traditional Zelda gameplay may be more down for Triforce Heroes. It was okay, but they really made it exclusively for multiplayer. Playing single player isn't fun and emphasizes loneliness. Finally, we have to talk about Smash Bros. This was when the 3DS peaked in my opinion, as the majority of games that came after it really didn't appeal to me. 2015 and 2016 were just filled with RPGs and poor quality titles, and I'm not necessarily a fan of either. Smash ran beautifully on the system, which was jaw-dropping in many cases. I always wanted a portable Smash Bros. Ever since I played Brawl back in 2008, and I have to say, Smash 3DS didn't disappoint. One of the crowning achievements of the 3DS though was the eShop. So much variety and so many games. I already talked about the Virtual Console, but I want to reiterate how cool it was to see Game Boy games back in action. In my opinion, a ton of Game Boy games are more often forgotten than NES and SNES games, so it was great to have all of these on one system. Plus, you could change the color from black and white to puke green, and oh boy, what a touch! In terms of eShop games, Colors 3D was a fun 3D painting program that I used here and there, and Burn Mania 3D was a hilarious joke until we all realized it was real. Harmonite was a super fun rhythm game by Game Freak, and Kersploosh was one of the cheapest games Nintendo put out on the eShop price-wise, and it was an arcade rock faller and one of the finest of its kind. You could download trailers for upcoming games and view them in 3D, which I had a fondness for. I love keeping these trailers on my system just because a lot of these showcase these games early in development, back when Mario Tennis Open, Sticker Star, and A Link Between Worlds were just referred to as their franchise names and logos were different. Also, this thing plays DS games. The 3DS was truly one of the most bang-for-your-buck systems out there, and while not all my memories linked to it were positive, I had a ton of fun with this system over the past 6 years.
The 3DS has lived an incredibly full life, but I'm glad Nintendo decided to kill it off. That means all of their development efforts can go towards the Switch, and that means we get more games for the Switch. Hey y'all, Scott here, and I have to say, I'm pretty tired of the whole having a reputation thing, so I decided to upload a video of me eating cereal to a pornographic website. I'm not a fan of having an image, and a good one at that, so let's kill all remaining reputation I have after the whole cereal porn debacle by talking about how awful Breath of the Wild is, why Nintendo is doomed, and why I'm rooting for leprosy, because I'm that evil of a human being.
First off, let's set a few things straight. I have never beaten a Zelda game, until Breath of the Wild. I know, I'm one of those fake fans. Listen, I've played a ton of Zelda games and greatly enjoyed them all. I just never got around to beating them. I know I can smell my guilt too, and it is poignant. But now that I beat Breath of the Wild, who knows, maybe I can beat all the Zelda games and make some killer and overhyped Scott The Woz episodes about them. Maybe someday. But as you all probably assumed, I'm going to be talking about a few issues Breath of the Wild has. These issues can range from actual flaws to minor nitpicks, but regardless, these are the things I found problematic in Breath of the Wild. Spoilers. One of the easier flaws to point out is the voice acting. It's not that it's bad, it's just painfully mediocre. The voice actors aren't horrible, but it feels like Nintendo just gave them a script for the first time and used their first take reading it, giving them no context of the scene they were reading for.
I owe you big for this. Because of you, my spirit is finally free. Can't thank you enough.
Almost all characters have a weird variance in tone throughout one sentence. A lot of the times, they make weird pauses or don't pause at all where they should have. Also, I always felt that people wanted voice acting in Zelda to combat the 60 acres of text one would have to read in each game. There is still a lot of text in this game that isn't voice acted, and voice acting is only really in important cutscenes, and it doesn't even really last that awfully long. Like I said, the voice actors do the job and get decent enough voice acting in a Zelda game, but man, it could have been so much better. I really do quite like the shrines in Breath of the Wild. They house nice little bite-sized dungeons with excellent puzzles that have 1 to 3 steps involved. The spirit orbs obtained from them can be exchanged for heart containers or more stamina, which makes finding and completing the shrines that much more enticing and rewarding. Plus, they can be used as fast travel points, which makes traversing the world a breeze. What I don't like about the shrines is that they all look the same. I know there's 120 of them, so having a different design for them all would have been asking a bit much, but it would have been nice if there were 4 or 5 different shrine interior designs, so every 30 or so shrines were different, just so then it's more interesting when you discover them, because who knows what it'll look like inside. Every time I enter a shrine, the layout of the room feels automatically generated by a computer. The puzzles obviously feel like they were made by a person, but the room I explore feels the exact same as the other 119 rooms I can explore. Here's the thing about weapon degradation. I think it's incredibly smart in this game. It forces you to use unconventional weapons against enemies and learn how to use your resources wisely. By the end of the game, since you had to use basically all the weapons in the game to defend yourself, you're a pro with the combat. That being said, I can't sit here and pretend the weapons breaking so quickly isn't annoying. I like the fact that they break, it forces the player to be creative and smart with combat, but I would have liked each weapon to be a bit more durable with a few extra hits. Easy target, so I won't linger on this sucker for that long, but yeah, the frame rate can blow sometimes. It never made the game unfair or anything, but it is annoying and sometimes makes me feel like my Switch is going to puke. You beat the final boss, the enemy that has been built up since the very beginning of the game, Calamity Ganon and Dark Beast Ganon. The final fights are great, just an epic feeling to them. Like I said with the weapon degradation, that factor forced me to master the combat in the game. So flurry rushes and smart uses of my runes and weapons were abundant, and I didn't die once on the final boss. But that's not to say it was easy. After getting the last hit in, Zelda is free and asks Link if he remembered her. Post-credits, the champions and King Rome's spirits are freed, and if you recalled all the memories, you get an extra cutscene showing Link and Zelda about to embark on reconstructing Hyrule. And then, you go back to the main menu, seeing that the last save point in the game was right before entering the final boss. The only thing you get for beating the final boss is a star on your profile. Here's why I hate this. For one, to me, it goes against one of the major things the game taught me. Everything affects everything, or at least a lot affects a lot. The game strives to give off a feeling of everything you do in this world matters and affects something as it would in real life. Shooting fire arrows at thorns, they burn. Pushing a boulder off a cliff, that thing is gonna tumble down realistically and will also hurt enemies. Nighttime, enemies are asleep at their camp. Why wouldn't this continue with the ending? Why isn't Hyrule Castle ridden of Ganon's evil? I wanted to explore the castle without all the evil goop and enemies in it. Secondly, the game still has Destroy Ganon on the adventure log, as if you have yet to do it. Listen, I get it. A lot of Breath of the Wild's world is the way it is because of Calamity Ganon, and a lot of the characters talk about how Ganon is about to destroy the world. The way this game is set up makes it so you almost don't have to talk to anybody or free any divine beasts or anything to beat Ganon. So doing these after beating the final boss makes a lot of the dialogue and cutscenes nonsensical. However, I don't think anybody would really care if they beat Ganon and played through the rest of the game with people talking as if Ganon is still a threat. I think nobody would actually play through the game and beat Ganon without doing a good chunk of the story bits. I always felt that the only people who were going to beat Ganon without touching any story details were speedrunners or people who already beat the game. But at the very least, the game could have thrown you something for beating the final boss, a piece of armor, weaponry, whatever. Just something to have because you faced evil in the eye and defeated Ganon rather than just a star on your profile. Without being able to see that Hyrule Castle is now free of evil or any kind of tangible reward, I just kind of felt empty after beating the final boss. But nothing compares to the worst of the worst when it comes to Breath of the Wild. I know, Zelda and Link aren't conventionally lovers. They were in Skyward Sword, but here Link is basically a knight who vows to protect Zelda. But man, I just wanted Zelda to hug Link or something at the end. She is so focused on being a vital part of Hyrule and to be more than just the princess. And in the memories, she's cold towards Link at first, but gradually warms up to him and eventually treats him as a great friend. I wanted a hug.
At the end of the day, Breath of the Wild is an amazing experience and one of the most memorable video games I've played in recent memory. At the very least, I'd probably rate it a 9 out of 10, and my official score would probably be higher than that. It's just that, like all games, it does have flaws. So if you have any problems with Breath of the Wild I didn't talk about here, be sure to let me know. And also, if you want to know exactly why I hate Breath of the Wild so much, be sure to email me at my brand new email, scotthatesbreathofthewild@gmail.com, and to also follow my new YouTube channel, Scott Hates Breath of the Wild, where we talk about any and all things about hating Breath of the Wild.
Oh hi, I didn't see you there. Hey everybody, my name is Scott Hates Breath of the Wild, and I really hate Breath of the Wild. And you should hate Breath of the Wild too, because this, not a good game. Please subscribe. I make mostly hourly content. Sometimes I get a little busy, so I might miss an hour here or there. But please subscribe. Please.
Hey y'all, Scott here, and if you could excuse me, I'm playing a mobile game. Yep, today's just another one of those 3D Cartoon Land Safari kind of days. I just wish I could play these kind of games on my picture box. If only. Whoa! I didn't know irrelevancy could take the form of concrete matter! Guys, I am the target demographic for a microconsole. Just grab your nearest Merriam-Webster's dictionary and turn to the page with the definition for microconsole Fireman on it. You'll find my picture right then and there. Now, if you don't know what a microconsole is, please watch this video while lounging in a trash can, because you don't deserve luxury, freak, as I define to you what exactly it is. A microconsole is a small and inexpensive alternative to a standard games console. Games are downloadable, and most of these systems run a version of Android. Not all do, but that piece of information right there should tell you that these consoles are primarily engineered closely to smartphones and tablets. And that primarily means that a lot of mobile games can run on these things.
Huh. Here we have the first system to start the revolution, the OnLive microconsole. OnLive was a service that was truly ahead of its time, as it allowed you to stream games with everything ranging from indie to AAA. OnLive was usable via a PC or even an Android tablet, so this console allowed the service to be used on a television set with ease. It also came with an OnLive branded controller that's a bit of a crossbreed between a PS3 and Xbox 360 controller, and man, this feels wonderful in the hands. This is truly a really nice controller, I'm not gonna lie. The console itself has a surprising amount of heft to it, which means it probably won't get pulled off your entertainment center by a cord or something. Of course, the OnLive service has been discontinued since April 2015, so this thing reeks of paperweight, sadly. I gave the free trial a spin years ago on my 2010 white MacBook. Of course, it worked as well as Saints Row III could work on a 2010 white MacBook, but it still worked. Sony bought out OnLive, so technically the service still lives on through PlayStation Now. Next up, the Ouya, the most infamous microconsole of the bunch. It was initially announced via Kickstarter, and that thing blew way up, being one of the biggest crowdfunding success stories at the time. It was pitched as a tiny Android-based game console that would be inexpensive and easy to develop for, as every Ouya console doubled as a development kit. Upon arrival of the device, people were disappointed that it turned out to be just a tiny Android game console that was inexpensive. The Kickstarter specifically drove it in how big of a revolution the console was, being cheap with all the games having at least a free demo, meaning even the poorest of saps could afford to play games. The console is fine, it's small and looks pretty nice. The controller feels pretty cheap though. The sides come off to pop batteries in, and they end up giving it a pretty cheap vibe. I would play some slick games on it, but mine shipped broken, so all I can say is I hope it holds up to a durability test.
What's up, guys? Today we're going to be doing a durability test of the Ouya. We're going to be taking one full swing at the device at chest height. Let's see how it fares. Yeah, I don't know about you, I wouldn't buy that thing. That thing broke after one hit.
The Ouya didn't have enough compelling games and good press. It was, dare I say it, exactly what you paid for. A $99 console won't have specs on par with the other consoles out at the time and won't be of the same quality. The fact that so many games on the store are mobile games was a bit underwhelming, as this is a console, thus I kind of want console quality games or games that feel at home on a console. Not only that, but looking at the original Kickstarter pitch trailer, they never really lived up to the concept. The Ouya failed because of the game's quality and bad publicity. It's pretty simple. Here we have the GameStick, another Kickstarter success story, although not as much so as the Ouya. The GameStick's gimmick was that it touted a flash drive-like design, akin to the first-generation Chromecast, being so small you can fit it in the controller. It does require a power source though, so it's not like the back of your TV will be completely free of wires. It's very similar to the Ouya in terms of games, but the GameStick relies even more heavily on indies. You won't see as many big-name games here. Some more mobile game ports or indie games that you can get elsewhere are nothing special by any means. The feel of the controller is pretty cheap. It has a glossy white finish which feels kinda like the Wii Classic controller, but the buttons are all really hard and clicky. It's okay, but not top of the line quality. Definitely works better for smaller, classic feeling games. I do like the concept of the GameStick, it's just that at an MSRP of $79, you can easily grab yourself something like an Xbox 360, which has a vaster supply of great indie games in addition to AAA games and a plethora of multimedia features. Also, mine is stuck on the code activation screen and won't give me a code, so I don't really have anything to say about the games experience-wise. Also, if you weren't sold on the GameStick and wanted it to be a bit tackier, hold up because there are cartoon eyes at the top guarding the GameStick. 3 consoles in and microconsoles really don't have much going for them, mainly due to the fact that I haven't really been able to use any of them, but even if I did, no games I've seen running on these devices seem very compelling. To be fair, many of the games on these platforms are great, but they're already vastly available other places. And I'm not knocking indie games, but the majority of the ones on microconsoles kinda blow. Games that would have gotten a pass in terms of lower levels of creativity and quality because they were on mobile are now slapped on a TV, the same place you can play big console games. Suddenly, Shadowgun goes from being alright to a cheap piece of garbage. Now we move on to the PlayStation TV, Sony's foray into the micro-console market, and on paper, this thing sounds pretty banging. The PS TV is fundamentally a PS Vita as a set-top box. It has access to the Vita's PlayStation Store, allowing access to thousands of games. Couple that with being able to play Vita game cards, streaming PS3 games via PS Now, and playing PS4 games via remote play, whether in another room or in another country, and this thing should have done relatively well. I'm about to let out an audible yikes to imply this thing failed way past big time. Yikes, this thing failed way past big time. I don't think Sony really did a good job telling people what this thing was. It was more of a small game console rather than a streaming box. This thing can't play Netflix or YouTube through their respective apps, so this thing is primarily just a stripped down game console, which is fine, but with a name like PlayStation TV, it's misleading, there's no denying that. The UI is also really clunky to control with just a controller. This was obviously made to be used with a touchscreen, and even to the people who wouldn't know this was a Vita in a box would think, wow, this is just a touchscreen interface ported over. That's kinda cheap and lazy. But with all that said, the PS TV offers quite a bit. If you want to play some Vita games, PS3 games via PlayStation Now, PSP and PS1 games, and the PS TV is pretty good. It's just that it really appeals to a more niche market, a similar market to those who love their Vitas. These systems are wicked cheap right now because, surprise surprise, nobody flocked to buy these things.
The final dedicated micro console we're going to be taking a look at today is the Mad Catz Mojo. Now, if you excuse me, I'm going to look up the price and subsequently order it online. Yellow.
Hey Scott, your old pal Questioning Max here. Who is our Lord and Savior?
Jesus Christ!
The Mad Catz Mojo is an Android tablet in a box. It's as simple as that, and if you heard the recent news of Mad Catz, it's pretty easy to tell how it did. Finally, here are the current champions of the micro console ring, set-top boxes, like the Apple TV and Amazon Fire TV. These things get it right. They are streaming boxes first and foremost, and they offer games. Amazon was pushing games big time with the Fire TV, and that just didn't end up working too awfully well. Mainly because, once again, these games are fundamentally just mobile games on a TV. Once you play a standard mobile game on a TV, you get why nobody really cares about this concept. It's a nice bonus, but nobody wants these things just to play Crossy Road.
Well, those are micro consoles for you. You see, around 2013 or so, a lot of people were labeling these things as console killers. Just the fact that they were so inexpensive and they had mobile games and indie games on them, which are incredibly popular types of games, made these things seem destined to succeed. Micro consoles are and have always been stupid. Why would I want to play mobile games on my big screen TV? Mobile games are popular because they're quick and they're already on your phone. Nobody buys an iPhone to play Crossy Road. People download Crossy Road because it's on the iPhone. Nobody's going to want to play these games on a big screen TV and have them be the main point of their focus. People would rather play them on their tiny phone so then they don't have to focus on it all the time and they can focus on other things as well in their peripheral vision and whatnot. Nobody's going to sit there for hours playing mobile games on their big screen TV. But okay, whatever. Ouya and GameStick and all these other things have indie games. Well, it's a little too bad because most of the indie games on these things reek, or they're available in so many other places. And if you're a fan of indie games, you already obviously have a platform to play indie games on. Why would you use a GameStick or an Ouya to play indie games on? It's obviously going to be the inferior way to play it compared to many other ways, or even the way you have to play it because you already like indie games, or you already like mobile games, you already have somewhere to play these games. So the game library on these things reek. The controllers are usually subpar, and these things appeal to basically a non-existent market. And I think I have scoliosis, but I'm too self-conscious to ask my doctor about it, because every single time I go to the doctor is just like, wow, Scott, you look really healthy. See me in a few months. And I'm like, thanks, doc. But then I'm like, I go home and I'm like, this smells like scoliosis. Hey y'all, Scott here, and what am I doing, you just asked? Well, I'm currently coping with the atrocity I'm about to experience known as Star Fox Zero by drinking this top-of-the-line alcohol. Its taste derives from my thumb placement, which I refuse to change. If anything I need to know is underneath my thumb, well, it can wait, because I have stars to fox in. But before we do so, let's go back to a little year I like to call 1993.
Star Fox is at a pretty rough life when you take a step back and look. The first two games are generally lauded as the pinnacles of the series, more so Star Fox 64. After that, the series never really reached the critical or commercial heights of its origins. The series swapped developers a lot. Rare, Namco, Q Games, and most recently Platinum Games, which just kinda gave me a we don't care about Star Fox, just give it to some third party kind of vibe. The series went on a long hiatus after the release of Star Fox Command on the Nintendo DS, with only a remake of Star Fox 64 being released for the Nintendo 3DS in the 10-year span between new Star Fox games. Finally, at E3 2014, a new Star Fox was officially announced, but in a bit of a subdued manner. Instead of a grand reveal, Nintendo opted to mainly just tease it and show the press the game running behind closed doors. It was in the tech demo phase at the time, so this was to be expected. Most press stated that the demo they were able to view was incredibly primitive, looking almost like the original Star Fox, but now in HD. Miyamoto later stated that Star Fox for Wii U was slated for a 2015 release. He just needed to find the right developer. At E3 2015, Star Fox Zero was officially announced for Wii U, being developed by Platinum Games, kicking off Nintendo's E3 digital event. I remember trying to tell myself it looked great, but deep down I knew it looked pretty disappointing. The first thing most pointed out were the graphics, as they looked unbelievably underwhelming. But hey, the game had a fairly quick development time, as it was in the tech demo stage just 1 year ago. I stayed optimistic that when the game released it would look far better, and hey, it was even delayed to 2016 later down the line, so I had a ton of hope that Star Fox Zero would become the game that Star Fox fans have been waiting for years. This game is not good. Star Fox Zero utilizes a completely different control scheme from any other Star Fox game or game in general. A cockpit view is shown on the gamepad while a traditional Star Fox view is shown on the TV. You can more easily traverse the landscape on the TV screen as it's easier to see oncoming obstacles. However, the reticle shown on the gamepad is far more accurate, meaning if you want to take out enemies efficiently, you're going to want to look down there. Motion controls are also used for the reticle, so the entire game you're going to be looking up and down constantly while also flailing the gamepad around. This concept had some promise, and with Miyamoto championing this control setup, saying it was innovative and game-changing, I had hoped that it would become a welcome addition to the Star Fox franchise. In my opinion, these controls ask too much of the player, to the point where it's just not fun at all, and more so becomes frustrating. Frustrating because when I die in this game, I always have the saying pop in my head, well, if this controlled like Star Fox 64, because this game is basically just Star Fox 64 with HD visuals. Not a remake, however, it's more of a reboot or a retelling. Can I see the benefits to this control scheme? Sure! Being able to look around independent of the TV screen is pretty cool. You can even look around during certain cutscenes. However, just the plain flying and shooting gameplay just doesn't play well with this concept. It overcomplicates every enemy you see on the screen. Rather than just pointing and shooting, I have to look down at a completely separate screen to shoot at the enemy, but now my attention's taken off of the TV, so only God knows what's going on up there. That's a major feeling I had with this game. Whenever I would focus on one screen to do a specific task, I would take damage from something I didn't see on the other screen. No matter where I look, it comes with a hindrance. I think this control setup would work leagues better in a much slower paced game. With Star Fox, you're flying through so much stuff, especially in the standard R-Wing on rail section. What's bad about this is that the fast-paced sections of Star Fox Zero seem like they would be a blast with standard controls. Sector Omega would be so much fun if I wasn't taking damage all the time looking down at the gamepad or just winging it on the TV screen. Yeah, the majority of the time I gave up with the two-screen nonsense and just suffered through looking at the TV screen. Doing this, I would basically have to hover around an enemy shooting multiple times before finally killing them, or just automatically aiming just a little to the side of where the enemy is. This worked out better than constantly looking down, but there's no avoiding these controls. You're going to have to look down countless times in a playthrough. If I look at the gamepad, the chances of me taking damage from something on the TV are far greater. The vehicles in Star Fox Zero range in terms of controllability and fun. On-rails R-Wing is way better to control than the R-Wing in all-range mode. In all-range mode, you get complete control over the R-Wing, so now you have another thing to focus on. Not only does this become clunkier to control, but these sections are beyond slow and boring and become, where's the enemy? Oh, there they are. All the way over there. Let's go over there, pop some shots in. Where's the enemy? Oh, there they are. On rails is way more accepting of the new control setup. I'm still not a fan of it, but being on rails helps you focus more on the gamepad if you want to. The walker was a feature in the scrapped Star Fox 2. It was brought back here, and it's fine, I guess. It's just really awkward to control. The Landmaster returns and it's all fun and games until that goes into all-range mode, and it is just an absolute clunkfest, more so than the standard R-Wing in all-range mode. Controlling the Landmaster in a fully explorable environment is beyond clunky and is really not fun at all. And finally, the new vehicle, the Gyro Wing. Remember when I said I wish these controls were in a slower paced game? Well, the Gyro Wing sections are the slowest things in the entire game. These sections mainly have you flying around slowly, finding computers to hack into with your robot companion Direct Eye. These sections feel the most fitting with the gamepad controls, as for one, they just work here, and two, they make sense in terms of the context of what you are doing. It makes sense that since you're now controlling the robot, that the robot's point of view is on the gamepad screen. The problem with these sections is that they are boring. They're literally fly over here, let robot down, fly over here, let robot down. They aren't bad, but they aren't fun. The motion controls aren't the problem here. I think most Nintendo fans know this. Using gyro to aim a reticle is incredibly sensitive and accurate in most games. Think the bow and arrow controls in Breath of the Wild, or just the standard gyro controls in Splatoon. The problem is the over-reliance on the two-screen mechanic. This just does not work well at all in my opinion, and I understand these controls totally click with some people, and all I say is, I envy you guys. But even if you get used to the controls, the game's over by the time that happens. I originally played the game at launch in April 2016 and was so disgusted with the controls, I never beat it and I didn't play it for a year. Just this month I picked it up again for this, and I found myself getting through the game much faster and having more fun. Now of course you may say, wow, you had fun with the game? Some fun. I definitely appreciated the game more the second time around, but that's the thing, it was on my second playthrough. This game really makes an awful first impression, and it's only until you know how the levels play out and the controls work that it starts to get remotely enjoyable. Star Fox Zero takes some time to get used to, and if this was a completely new experience, then I think I would be more willing to put more time into the game to learn the controls better and also be a little more lenient on their downsides. But this game is so similar to Star Fox 64 that I just ask myself, why am I not just playing that game? And that game had a lot more to keep the player coming back. Star Fox Zero doesn't do a lot other than the main story mode. Yeah, Star Fox is supposed to be played through multiple times, but this was released in 2016 for $50, not including Star Fox Guard. There's no online leaderboards, challenge mode, or competitive multiplayer in general. There is multiplayer, but it's basically splitting the controls in half, one person controlling the ship, the other firing. I've never played this way, but I heard it's leagues better than single player as it's way simpler for each player to control. However, this mode honestly feels pretty lazy to me as it doesn't feel like much effort at all had to go into this co-op mode. Why isn't there a local and or online competitive multiplayer? Yeah, the game really focuses on gamepad controls, but come on, they could have thrown in a 4-player battle mode that could be playable with just pro controllers. I know they were super into the whole 2-screen idea, and having the multiplayer not even focus on that at all would kind of tarnish the idea, but multiplayer is such a big part of Star Fox that it feels really empty and out of place to not have a battle mode. But even then, if the developers wanted the 2-screen experience and multiplayer, why isn't there online? That way everybody can have the 2-screen experience. Star Fox Command on the DS had online multiplayer, why does this not have anything close to that, not even online leaderboards? Star Fox Zero's graphics are probably the next most controversial thing about the game after the controls. They aren't bad, but they're boring, bland, and ooze missed potential. Flat and blurry textures run amok, and color choice is far from superb. Instead of going for colors that pop, Zero goes for colors that look like they were mixed with mud. And for a space shooter with explosions happening all the time, Star Fox Zero's explosions are pretty weak. Just compare the explosions in Star Fox Zero to Breath of the Wild. Star Fox's explosions feel airy and flat, while Breath of the Wild's feel three-dimensional and impactful. Now in motion, the game does look alright sometimes, and a lot of the backgrounds look pretty good. It definitely looks better running on your TV than it does on videos online. But I think what really hurts the game in my opinion is the painfully simple geometry of the landscapes. It looks like a GameCube game in HD. Just look at the mountains, hills, ground, and the buildings. They all look jaggy and way too simple. Instead of looking like something an artist designed, a lot of the settings look like something that was designed with compromises and a low poly count. Now, many will point out that the graphics are so simple in Star Fox Zero because the game has to fully render 2 screens, both showing the same sequence from different angles while also maintaining a relatively steady frame rate. Sure, that can be considered impressive, and I would be fine with the simple geometric models and landscapes if the art design was better. Star Fox Zero opts for simple models and bland art. Like, look at these buildings. It's like the director told the designers, go for a building motif on that building. There are sections of the graphics that look great though. The water effect in Corneria, for example, looks pretty good. I just wish everything else had more care put into it. The music's alright, I think it fits pretty well. The world map and Corneria music is great in my opinion, and while the soundtrack isn't really all that memorable, no specific track is bad. The voice actors from Star Fox 64 reprise their role, and I think it's great. When I think of Star Fox, these voices pop in my head, so it's definitely great that they're back. One of the biggest disappointments with Star Fox Zero was just how derivative it was. Like I said, this is basically Star Fox 64. A few things are different, but by and large, it's a retelling of that game. I think I would be more okay with this if half the games in the franchise weren't a retelling. Star Fox Zero is a retelling of Star Fox 64, which had its own retelling known as Star Fox 64 3D, which was a retelling of the original Star Fox. I understand that Star Fox is a pretty rocky franchise, it's gone through so much that it makes sense to keep it simple for the first entry in a decade, but they could have done a new story. These are astro animals, how hard is it to come up with a new plot, a new scenario, or new side characters? If you're a fan of Star Fox Zero is a Star Fox game. You just have to work for it more so than any other game in the franchise. I would have been more cool with that if the game wasn't just Star Fox 64. And because of that, I had a hard time liking this game. It just made me want to play Star Fox 64 instead. It felt like Nintendo wanted to new Super Mario Bros.ify Star Fox, creating a standard for the series to base itself off of for forthcoming releases and merchandise. Instead of doing something new, just take everything from Star Fox 64. Who wants new characters for fans to enjoy? Just rehash the same ones from 20 years ago. I feel that the content outside of the main game is severely lacking, the graphics are bland, and the controls are just not for me at all, and I feel that everybody will have problems with it at first, or throughout their entire playthrough. The controls don't make me feel empowered or like I'm really flying the R-Wing, they make me feel weak and stupid. I don't feel like a Star Fox, I feel like a loser. This is a game that needs time to get used to, but when it's just a rehash of Star Fox 64, you should just play that game instead. Star Fox Zero deep down had the heart of a good Star Fox game. It's just that everything around it to me was completely underwhelming, frustrating, or simply not good.
With that said, on a grading scale of A to F, I give Star Fox Zero a solid not very good. Oh, that's where the deathy aftertaste came from. I should really work on my thumb placement more. Hey y'all, Scott here. Some 420, right? Well, I hope you're all spending the holiday wisely, that being at an intervention, because smoking makes your neck look like this. That's worth at least a double yikes, right? Smoking is the 5th biggest cause of virginity in the US alone, and I think it's time to mark an end to the whole fumes thing. That's why I'm going to start smoking to stop smoking. Why would I do such a thing? To make myself so anti-healthy? Well, nobody likes smoking. Need some statistics? No problemo. This graph shows that everybody hates smoking. The shapes represent everybody. So many people want to be the next Tobacco Jones, and I'm here to tell them that this whole smoke fad is coming to an end. That's right, I'm going cold turkey from smoking. I just have to start first. Well, we're off to a rip-roaring start. I went to the local carryout and I picked up some classic Mario Bros. Cigarettes. And I'm just gonna give these a solid huff, and a puff, and a blow. Yeah, getting myself to smoke is proving to be a bit more challenging than I initially thought. So, to trick myself, I'm going to wrap my cigarette in this piece of cheese. Oh, God. I rented out a fog machine, so we get the ambiance of getting sloshed on nicotine. Woo-wee! These fumes were made for smoking.
I can't do this. Look at me, becoming one of the monsters I used to fight against.
All in a day's work.
Ugh! Ugh! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Jesus Christ, sir! Sir! Watch where you point that thing! Whoa! Whoa!
Now is not the time to toke up. No, toke it easy, sir. Toke it easy. Ah! Ah!
That nicotine fanboy was what made me leave the force that fateful day 4 hours ago. But the only way to stop that Dubemeister from running amok is to stop smoking. I have to put those 40 days worth of anti-drug talk in elementary school to shame. I must start smoking to stop smoking.
It's about to smell like angst and a waste of money. I am going to be unstoppable in this form. Hey y'all, Scott here. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is mere gallons away from releasing. Being an enhanced port of one of the best Mario Karts ever made and fixing almost every problem the original had, one may ask, is this the pinnacle of Mario Kart on the Nintendo Switch? No, it's not good enough.
It's never good enough.
Listen, I love Mario Kart 8, but seeing how Mario Kart is one of Nintendo's biggest franchises, I think it's a pretty sure thing we're going to be getting a new Mario Kart made from the ground up eventually, possibly for the Nintendo Switch. So I would like to discuss my personal wishes and ideas for a potential Mario Kart 9.
If there's one thing that's been lacking in recent Mario Karts that doesn't begin with the letter B, ends with the word Adel, has 2 syllables, and what happened in Stalingrad from August 23rd, 1942 to February 2nd, 1943, it's the lack of single-player content. It just kind of feels like all you can do is play through all the Grand Prix and then, well, there's always online. Many people have been yearning for a Diddy Kong Racing style adventure mode, and I would dig. Giving Mario Kart a story, even just a super basic one, and just letting me explore a vast area in Kart, finding hidden things everywhere and getting challenged by other racers, an adventure mode would go a long way in keeping people playing the game. But for shorter, more bite-sized single-player content, the return of Mario Kart DS's mission mode would be heavily appreciated. This was such a fun little distraction from the core racing, and it's crazy that this hasn't been brought back in its original form. In terms of other modes, I think it's time to finally pull the trigger. They teased with double item boxes in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I think it would be killer to have a Double Dash mode. I would only really want a full-out sequel to Double Dash if they have a lot of new ideas to go alongside it. In the meantime, I think Double Dash could be brought back as a mode. 2 characters, 1 cart, perfection. Also, this really isn't a mode, but I would love for there to be a bigger emphasis on online leaderboards. What's the point of having points online if I can't see how I compare with the rest of the world? Items are one of the most important aspects of a Mario Kart game. They help define Mario Kart as a franchise, and I personally really want to see some crazy cool items in the next entry. Some returning items would be appreciated. For example, I really liked the Mega Mushroom, but I felt that it never lasted long enough. I'd love to see it come back with a bit of a longer lifespan. But here are just a few ideas I have for potential new items. The magic paintbrush from Mario Sunshine could be used to leave a trail of icky paint-like goop that would act as oil slicks or slow down players or just make players spin out. The double cherry from Mario 3D World could create a clone of your racer and basically give you 1 extra hit, as the next item to hit you would hit your clone. It could also give you double firepower, so if you have 2 red shells, you could use both of them at the same time. Or, my god, you could have 6 shells at once. And the launch star from Mario Galaxy. It could let you launch the nearest player if you're super far behind. Just a few ideas. The Mario franchise has had so many items and power-ups that can easily be translated over to items in Mario Kart. However, how about some Nintendo-themed items? Mario Kart 8 dabbled with this idea somewhat, as in the Zelda and Animal Crossing courses, the coins were changed to be each game's form of currency, but I'm talking legitimate items, like a hookshot, which could function similarly to my idea to the launch star, but maybe could yoink item boxes from a player who was just about to get it. New tracks in Mario Kart games generally follow themes of past stages with fun and unique twists that make them feel fresh and new. For example, we've seen Haunted Mansion stages in Mario Kart before, but Mario Kart 8 hit us with Twisted Mansion, complete with anti-gravity and a track that ripples. So here are just a few themes for stages that I think could be really cool to create tracks out of. Baby Park was questionably on my mind recently, and I thought about the theme park outside of the attraction you race on. Think about what the track designers could do with a theme park. Think Water Park and Mario Kart 8 mixed with the background details of Baby Park. With all the circus motifs in Super Mario 3D World, I thought a circus track would be really cool. Like, imagine if the track is played out as if you're a performer and every time you do tricks, the audience applauds. I'd love to explore a museum, driving past statues and paintings of Mario characters and enemies. And in addition to that, what about an aquarium? Either like the museum, you'd drive through an aquarium like one you'd find at a zoo, or you're tiny inside of a standard fish aquarium with little fishbowl trinkets and stuff everywhere. Oh, and what about a movie studio? That would open up the possibilities for a ton of different themes in one, as you can emerge onto a western set and then blast over to a sci-fi set and then to a soap opera set or something. For Mario games, I want tracks based off of Mario Galaxy. No clue why it hasn't happened yet. I mean, yeah, we already have space-based tracks in the form of Rainbow Road, and Mario Galaxy music plays on Cloud Top Cruise, but man, just imagine driving through something like Good Egg Galaxy or even the Manta Ray sections. If non-Mario characters are making a return, obviously non-Mario stages are as well. Pikmin needs to have a stage, even if there are no other Pikmin reps in the game. A bunch of bulborbs waddling around and you're the size of an ant speeding through a beautiful environment. Oy vey. Star Fox also has the potential to make for a cool stage. Think Orbital Gate Assault from Smash Bros., but on a racetrack. Retro tracks used to be a bit of a buzzkill in new Mario Karts, but with Mario Kart 8, they are downright amazing. The team basically rebuilt the tracks from scratch and made them look and feel brand new rather than just feeling like old rehashed tracks. Because of this, and also because the track list is dwindling, I think it would be perfectly reasonable to start reusing tracks that have already been brought back in previous Mario Karts. Mario Kart 8 even did this with the DLC, as Baby Park and Rainbow Road SNES, for example, were retro tracks in Mario Kart DS and 7 respectively. Here are just a few tracks I would like to see return in Mario Kart 9. Mario Circuit for Mario Kart DS, just a nice standard Mario Kart course that just feels like it's using the Mario name justly. It feels like a Mario level turned track. Toad Factory for Mario Kart Wii. Ever wonder how those item boxes are made? Toad Factory answers that question with a super unique and well-designed track. Shy Guy Bazaar from Mario Kart 7, an interesting theme for a course and definitely a fun one too. Luigi Circuit from Double Dash has a really unique design and always stuck out to me. I think it would have a ton of cool possibilities when it comes to gliding, water, and anti-gravity mechanics. Woohoo Loop from Mario Kart 7. I just really want to see a Woohoo Island racetrack return. Woohoo Island is such a fun setting in Nintendo games, and I know Woohoo Town is returning in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, but that's a battle map. I want the racetracks to make a comeback. Maple Treeway from Mario Kart Wii. This track would be jaw-droppingly gorgeous in HD and would be a treat to replay. Bowser's Castle from Mario Kart 64. This track was remade in Mario Kart Wii and felt right out of the Nintendo 64. I would love to see this reimagined Mario Kart 8 style. Boo Lake from Mario Kart Super Circuit would be really interesting to see translated into HD. Just look at what they did to Rainbow Road and Cheeseland. Also, I think it would be really cool if Mario Kart arcade tracks started to become included alongside other retro tracks. I know these tracks were developed by Namco, so putting them in newer Mario Karts may prove to be a bit tricky, but come on, Bandai Namco helped out with Mario Kart 8 and a Pac-Man Mii costume is in there too. I think that Bandai Namco would be fine with Nintendo including a few arcade tracks. Not a lot of people, including myself, have ever played these tracks, so instead of feeling like retreads, these courses would be new to a ton of people, and that would be banging. I always found it weird how the Mario Kart franchise has been so over-reliant on clone characters in the past few entries. Like, this is Mario Kart, not Smash Brothers. Literally any Mario character is fair game. Mario Kart characters can't be that hard to make, and I really want to see some diversity and fan favorites make their way in, while also throwing in some obscure choices as well. Here are just a few characters I think would be really cool to see. Enemy characters have always been a huge part of Mario Kart, and I think characters like Monty Mole and Chargin' Chuck would fit in really well next to Shy Guy, Koopa Troopa, Dry Bones, etc. Kamek was originally supposed to be playable in Mario Kart 64, but was scrapped before release and interestingly has never made a playable appearance in the franchise. I think it's about time for Kamek to make its playable debut. Nabbit is probably a contender for the most interesting thing to come from New Super Mario Bros. He was even playable in the DLC New Super Luigi U. I think he would fit in pretty snugly. Professor Egad is the most deserving of a character slot. He's so great, but has been so neglected at the same time when it comes to Mario spin-offs. I think including him would not only make ungodly amounts of sense, but make a ton of fans happy. Plessy from Super Mario 3D World would be a fun addition. This giant water dinosaur is already in racing-themed stages, so being in a racing game would be pretty fitting. It dawned on me that Piantas are in so many Mario Kart games as characters cheering you on from the sidelines, but are not playable. Blasphemy, I said to myself while realizing this. I should write down how I want these characters playable in Mario Kart, and here we are now. The Donkey Kong franchise has been dwindling in terms of representatives in Mario Kart as we're now down to just Donkey Kong. First up, we need Diddy Kong back, and I think we could swing with one more character. I'd be fine with either Dixie Kong, Cranky Kong, or even King K. Rool. Oh, Donkey Kong Jr. too. Alright, brace yourselves for an oddball pick. Mary O from Super Mario Maker. Yeah, the lady in the digital manual. She made a playable debut as an event course costume in Mario Maker and has a bigger role in Mario Maker for Nintendo 3DS. I think she'd be a really cool, weird choice. Of course, Mario Kart 8 initiated the inclusion of non-Mario characters, and I completely believe that this isn't the last we're going to see them. I think the game should still be Mario Kart, but I think it would be cool to see a handful of more Nintendo characters in forthcoming releases. Now, all the characters in Mario Kart 8 thus far are Nintendo in-house creations. We don't have Kirby or Pokemon characters who are partially owned by other companies, so I think I'm gonna stick with the wholly Nintendo characters. I'd love to see Kirby, but let's stick to the characters that would be too easy for Nintendo to smear on Mario Kart 9. Pikmin reps need to happen. I could totally picture Olimar in there, or a cluster of Pikmin in a driver's seat. Fox and Falco would work pretty well, and Captain Falcon is a must. I also want to see costumes become much more prevalent. We see the start of this in Mario Kart 8, where if you select a character with multiple color choices, an option menu pops up. But I think a ton of other characters could have some alternate colors, like fire and ice color schemes for Mario, Luigi, Peach, Toad, Rosalina, or a Shadow Mario skin for Mario, or a Captain Toad costume for Toad. There are a lot of possibilities. DLC was a major success with Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U. It was a nice chunk of content and was at a great price. $11.99 for 4 cups, 3 new characters, and more kart parts? Whoa, 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 whoa! I don't really have any wishes for DLC at the moment because, the game's not even announced, so I don't really know what I want after the game releases, but I want this pricing and quantity/quality of content model to continue.
That should do it for now. Of course, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is going to be pretty swinging, and it should satiate everybody's Mario Kart lust for quite a while now. However, a new Mario Kart is inevitable. It's probably a while off, but it's going to happen. And I would really like to see all of my wishes come true for Mario Kart 9. So much so that I went to my nearest church and told the pastor about all my wishes and desires regarding Mario Kart. The church suspended me indefinitely. Hey y'all, Scott here, and what you're hopefully looking at right now is one of my favorite water bottle brands out there, Lake on the Go from Water Productions. I'm pretty brand loyal to Water Productions, but I won't just buy anything from them willy-nilly. They really have to prove the worth of their product to me before I buy.
Water is back! Introducing Water ZEX Plus, the cooler, more anti-pussy way of staying hydrated. It's Water ZEX Plus from Water Productions. This ain't your granddad's water.
Well, I'm sold. Corporations have been reselling us the same products with a new coat of paint for eons, and video games are no different. Re-releases are a staple of the video game industry and have been prevalent ever since the very beginning. However, it seems like recently they're starting to take over in the form of definitive editions. Some people aren't too stoked about this, but I myself am way into it.
I am way into the preservation of games. I mean, just look at all these games. Other than a feeling of undeniable remorse, these games bring me nothing but pure joy. In my opinion, games need to be held on the same level as movies and books, and people need to ensure that these games can be experienced forever. Sadly, these days a lot of problems are coming up. Consoles and games are starting to become less and less reliable, disc rot is leaving some games completely unplayable, and digital stores on legacy systems are shutting down, leaving some digital games lost to the past. That's why I am wholeheartedly for definitive editions, ports, and remasters. These re-releases give games a new life and allow more and more people to play them, while also increasing their lifespan tenfold. Also, most of the time, these re-releases have all previously released DLC packed physically onto a disc, and I love that this digital content that could have been lost to the ages is immortalized on a disc. Now, what's the difference between a definitive edition, remaster, and a port? Honestly, in some cases, not that much. Many would consider the three synonyms for each other, and others would consider them all separate ideas. I'm kind of in the middle. A definitive edition to me is a jacked up Game of the Year edition. It's a cleaned up version of an older title with extra content that wasn't included on the disc originally, specifically DLC and patches. Examples of this would be Tomb Raider Definitive Edition, Dishonored Definitive Edition, and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. A remaster is more so focused on the graphics and improving problems the original had. Examples are Twilight Princess HD, God of War 3 Remastered, and Uncharted: The Nathan Drake Collection.
And a port is kinda just a nothing fancy, just making this available on newer consoles kind of thing. Games like Deadpool, Dead Rising 1 and 2, and the whole Resident Evil suite. Now in many cases, those descriptions could be swapped and it would still be valid, but with the examples I talked about, it's pretty obvious there's different tiers of the re-release. Re-releases have been incredibly prevalent this generation, the majority of which are older 360 and PS3 titles. This is definitely because the PS4 and originally the Xbox One didn't offer backwards compatibility. Tons of people are not okay with this. They want new games and lots of them, not these 5-year-old games that are full price. Yeah, I get that. In my opinion, one of the worst examples of overpricing was recently in the form of LEGO City Undercover. Originally released as a Wii U exclusive for the retail price of $49.99, WB Games has finally gotten around to releasing the game on current platforms for a retail price of $59.99. The game's not even substantially improved. It has a new co-op mode, but that's about it. The Wii U version was even discounted to $19.99 recently via Nintendo Selects. However, in defense of re-releases, they are giving these games a new opportunity to gain more fans. So with LEGO City, which was stranded on a deserted console, the game can finally achieve wider recognition. If I owned a PS4 and not an Xbox 360 or PlayStation 3, would I really spend all that money to get one of those consoles to play Tomb Raider? The fact that it was released on PS4 means I'm totally more likely to play it and become a fan, meaning it's more likely the franchise will see more games and the industry will succeed. Now, I'm totally with people who don't want nothing but these re-releases. Many have scoffed at Nintendo's first-year Switch lineup because 2 Wii U ports are headlining it, but they're in addition to a handful of new original content on the platform. Plus, one of the Wii U ports came out day and date alongside the Wii U version, and the other has a ton of new content, so I'm okay with this. Sony, on the other hand, is quite guilty of oversaturating release years with re-releases. In the same year, Uncharted the Nathan Drake Collection, Tearaway Unfolded, God of War 3 Remastered, Journey, and Beyond Two Souls were re-released on PS4. The only original releases that year were Until Dawn and The Order 1886, also Bloodborne, but that was more From Software than Sony. If publishers use re-releases as additions to schedules rather than replacements and price accordingly, then I see no issue with it. In fact, I encourage it. I'm more likely to and would rather fire up my PS4 than my PS3, or Switch instead of the Wii U, or Xbox One instead of 360. Re-releases give me an excuse to finally play games that have been on my radar for eons. I usually also re-buy 360 and PS3 games re-released on current gen and sell my old copy. Now, as a collector, that sounds strange, but re-releases these days are more so multi-platform versions of the same game. They're largely unchanged, and mainly just better looking, more fully fledged versions of the same games. It's like owning 2 versions of the same movie. If one version is better in every way and doesn't take content away from the original, what's the point of owning the lesser version? I'm never going to play the 360 version of Tomb Raider after playing the PS4 version, so I just sell it. Some people have problems with the price and demand that people who bought the original deserve the newly enhanced version for little to no money. Whoa there, I didn't know you were a member of the Entitled Emporium. Based on that train of thought, you should never buy a new laptop, or a phone, or a refrigerator, because in a year there will be a much better version for the same price. You pay a price to get something now, and you have to understand that value goes down over time. You paid to play this game when it came out, and now other people get a better value, but they had to wait a few years to play it. Definitive editions, remasters, and ports are good for the industry. As game development costs are going up, developers can sell their old games again with a new coat of paint, which can in turn help them fund projects and consider continuing fan-favorite franchises. I love having the option to finally play games that I missed out on, replay favorites with better visuals, and also resting easy knowing that these games will live on for a very long time. And here are just a few of my favorite definitive editions, remasters, or ports. Uncharted the Nathan Drake Collection was the way I played the first 3 Uncharted games, and they all hooked me. These games look great now, and having all 3 in one package is very nice. Tomb Raider Definitive Edition, again the first time I played the game, and it was wonderful, and it looks really nice on current gen. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, it may have come out just 3 days ago, but this is one of, if not the best Mario Kart to date, simply because of how much content is in here. Plus, the gameplay tweaks, while not making it feel completely new, makes the game feel fresh. I love re-releases, and I hope they continue forever, as long as new releases stay more frequent. But I'm done rebuying Water. I've already bit the bullet on Water ZEX Plus. I don't need... Oh, I can't resist. I'm such a Water fanboy.
Hey y'all, Scott here. Food, shelter, love, air, happiness. None of these play Mario Party 6, so I lost interest at Hey y'all, Scott here. The GameCube was one of Nintendo's worst selling home consoles, which is a fact I'm trying to get redacted from Wikipedia because in my opinion, the GameCube deserves so much more and dare I say it, was Nintendo's best home console.
Look at this sucker. The GameCube definitely looked different from its competitors. The controller even decided to go for a funk-riddled design. These buttons just look like they're up to something. I think the GameCube's design is really indicative of what Nintendo was trying to go for this generation. A pretty standard game console with a Nintendo twist. Like, a lot of the GameCube is pretty standard when you get down to it, but little bits in here remind us that it's Nintendo. The GameCube's biggest drawback was the mini DVD-like proprietary disc. These simply couldn't hold as much information as the Xbox or PS2, and thus, third-party games were lacking in comparison. The controller may seem odd to outsiders, but don't be fooled, this is an excellent controller. For 3D games, it's fantastic. For 2D games, however, it falls a little flat. The D-pad here is not too hot, and if you're trying to play SNES games on the Wii Virtual Console, running and jumping in Super Mario World is impossible due to the placement of Y and B. The SNES was all about perfecting the types of games we saw on the NES, taking what worked and multiplying it exponentially. If the NES was the golden age of 2D games, the SNES was perfecting the golden age. The GameCube is basically the same thing but for 3D games. The Nintendo 64 introduced the world to Nintendo franchises in 3D, but of course being the first romp in a 3D space for Nintendo, most games came with a complimentary side of jank. The GameCube perfected the 3D Nintendo game. What the SNES did after the NES, the GameCube did after the N64. The GameCube is remembered by me as the console that housed the most main Nintendo franchises, as future consoles infamously skipped some franchises, such as Metroid on the Wii U and Star Fox on the Wii. The GameCube had Mario, Zelda, Metroid, Star Fox, F-Zero, Mario Kart, Smash Bros., Fire Emblem, Pokemon, and introduced the world to Pikmin, Chibi Robo, Custom Robo, and Animal Crossing in the West. I think the most blatant omission of the GameCube's first-party library was a traditional Kirby game, but we did get Kirby Air Ride, and multiple Kirby games were planned but ultimately scrapped for the GameCube, with one being reworked into Kirby's Return to Dreamland years later on the Wii. That library though, it makes me squeal yikes in the best possible way. So many great franchises that appeared on the console. They were like older games, but with a twist. Mario Sunshine is like Mario 64, but with FLUDD, the water pack, allowing for all kinds of different platforming possibilities. Metroid Prime was like the old Metroid games, but in first person. Wind Waker was like the past 3D Zelda games, but now with a cartoony cel-shaded style. This mentality even oozed into the launch of the system, where the GameCube, like all Nintendo consoles before it, launched with a game from the Mario series, but not a Mario game, it was a Luigi game set in a haunted mansion. The GameCube took beloved franchises and put a fun, unique spin on them, making them feel different and new, but not taking away from what made them great to begin with. That's what I love about the GameCube. Not only does it have an insane library of great Nintendo games, but they are all unique entries in their respected franchises. So all the games released on the GameCube have their own feel. When you look at the games released on the Wii U, so many are just sequels to Wii or 3DS games. They don't really feel like they're doing their own thing. The GameCube has its own feel to games, and I love that about it. And of course, the quality of the games on the system were of the utmost variety. So many of the games released on this thing were considered the cream of the crop in their series. Super Smash Bros. Melee is still played by millions and is one of the most popular esports out there. Wind Waker is often considered overlooked, but I consider it to be an incredibly popular pick for the favorite Zelda game. It was obviously shunned before and a little bit after release, but nowadays, I see so many people refer to it as their favorite, and while I've only played about 5 hours of it, I loved what I played. Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door has a solid hour of appreciation from fans every day, especially after the recent Paper Mario games. Many consider it to be the best of the best. F-Zero GX is, in my opinion, the pinnacle of the series. The fact that the franchise basically died here, other than a few GBA games released afterwards, I'm almost okay with, because this is the magnum opus of the F-Zero series. Fast, fun, and wicked difficult, GX is the ultimate F-Zero game. Pikmin 1 and 2, oh my god, the Pikmin franchise is one of the most underappreciated Nintendo franchises. Sadly, I have yet to play Pikmin 2, but Pikmin 1 and 3 on the Wii U are the epitome of sublime. The GameCube games are fantastic, and the Wii versions are excellent as well, adding the pointer functionality of the Wii Remote making throwing Pikmin a bit quicker and more precise, but the GameCube games get points for being the originals. The Mario sports games were firing at all cylinders during the GameCube era. All major Mario sports series got entries on the system, and they were some of the best out there. But Mario Sunshine, oh boy, what a game! I really want an HD remake of this game a la Wind Waker HD sooner than later. It's far from perfect and could use some tightening up here and there, but Mario Sunshine is wonderful regardless. And Mario Kart Double Dash, easily the coolest, most unique Mario Kart to date. Having 2 characters per kart allows for so many gameplay possibilities, like co-op and special items. It had a great battle mode and even offered land play. I don't know if I like Double Dash or Mario Kart 8 Deluxe more, but Double Dash is easily a monumental installment in the series. Nintendo also dabbled in the M-rated game space with the cult classic Eternal Darkness and Geist. Third-party support on the GameCube, I'd argue, was okay. Definitely not the greatest out there, but better than other Nintendo systems definitely. Nintendo actually collaborated with a few third parties, allowing them to use their characters to beef up the lineup. Of course, that included Soul Calibur 2 featuring Link, NBA Street V3 and SSX on Tour featuring Mario, Peach and Luigi, and Dance Dance Revolution Mario Mix. This game used to be rather expensive due to being discontinued quickly after release for some reason, but due to not many giving a darn and a half about DDR anymore, it's pretty easily obtainable nowadays, and I'd recommend it. It's an odd bugger of a game, but a really cool one. This beautiful tumor of an add-on is the Game Boy player, and is one of the biggest reasons to own an original GameCube console, just because you can play all GameCube games on most Wii models, but only the GameCube can use the Game Boy player. This wasn't the first time Nintendo allowed fans to play Game Boy games on their TV, however, they released a conceptually similar product for the SNES, the Super Game Boy, and a later revised Super Game Boy 2, released only in Japan, adding link cable functionality. I think the Super Game Boy is cooler personality-wise, as you can do a ton of fun stuff with the borders, but the Game Boy player will always reign supreme, as it plays nearly all Game Boy games. While other Nintendo systems ooze sheer greatness, I think the GameCube has a certain charm that cannot be overlooked. It's the best Nintendo system in my opinion, with the most great Nintendo games.
The GameCube is my favorite Nintendo console, and I hope it maintains its amazing legacy. Of course, it got absolutely pounded by the PS2, and less so the original Xbox, but I think it was better than those systems retrospectively. Those systems are still great, but I see less people looking back as fondly on those systems as the GameCube. The GameCube's like Van Gogh. It really started to get recognition after its death, and the PS2 and original Xbox are more so like Pogs. Popular at the time, not as loved these days.
Congratulations! That was the first use of that analogy ever!
Hey y'all, Scott here, and extra, read all about it. E3 2017 looms. Turns out the newspaper industry was struggling so hard they let virginity reign supreme, and now we're getting front page headlines like this now.
As a fan of the video game industry, E3 is one of the greatest times of the year. Even though they're referred to as press conferences, the presentations at the start of the show are so much more than that. Events like CES have press conferences, but it never feels like the companies are trying to win the event. At E3, all the companies are trying to one-up each other, which leads to jaw-dropping announcements nobody saw coming, or announcements to appease fans everywhere. However, E3 back in the day was more so CES, but for games. E3 1995 was the first show held in the event's history, taking place from May 11th to the 13th. The big three that had a presence at the show were Nintendo, Sony, and Sega, with 3DO, Atari, and numerous third parties joining them. 3DO's conference was a crock and a half. They mainly focused on their upcoming console, the M2. It was cancelled in 1997, but check these swift graphics it could pump out.
God, I'm sorry, it was just so real! It was like I was really watching a video of a pre-rendered cutscene!
One of the most annoying things about this conference to me was the fact that they showed off these graphical demos and then at the end, showed them again! You see, these demos were all a part of one video, they transitioned into each other, but the presentation shows the demos edited without the transitions out of context, and then they're all like, and now check this out, and it's the same demos we saw beforehand, just uncut. As I previously stated, it's pretty obvious these are pre-rendered demos and not actual gameplay. This is a practice that's been happening since the very beginning, so don't act like only recently game developers started doing this. Also, I like how the 3DO guy brags about how much porn is on the console.
I've been thinking of a brand new rating system based on how many knee slaps I give something, so we might as well try it out. Out of 5 knee slaps, I give 3DO's conference a...
Nintendo had to delay the Nintendo 64, then name the Nintendo Ultra 64, by a year, so in place of their big new console, they talked about piracy. Literally just piracy. They said the Virtual Boy was coming out, basically holding everybody over until the N64, but fundamentally, their entire conference was former chairman of NOA Howard Lincoln talking about counterfeit cartridges and devices.
This innocent-looking thing is known as the video game copier, a machine to make counterfeit software.
That was it. So Nintendo showed off a few SNES games like Killer Instinct, Donkey Kong Country 2, and Earthbound, while also showing off the Virtual Boy, so they had some good games to show off, but it was definitely lacking. E3 1995 was an infamous E3 for Sega, as it emphasized their slow spiral into "we're scrimp." Honestly, their conference was leagues better than 3DO's or Nintendo's, and it takes a lot to be better than porn brags and bootleg finger wags. Sega actually showed off a fair amount of games, even showing some affection for the aging Sega Genesis, announcing Comic Zone.
We have hot new products awaiting launch on all our platforms. As just a sampling of this, let me mention Comic Zone.
But it was all about the Sega Saturn, and Sega announced it was available now for $399. Not one of the smartest tactics around.
We started our rollout of the Sega Saturn yesterday. We're at retail today in 1,800 Toys R Us, software, etc., and electronic boutique stores around the U.S. and Canada. Our retail price is between $399 and $449.
This angered retailers, as this gave them very little prep time or time at all to get consumers excited, or even to inform consumers, which led the Saturn down the road of nobody knows this console exists. It was one of the most infamous events in Sega's career in the console business, but the conference could have been far worse. Sony's conference felt like it flew right by. To be fair, all of these conferences are only around 20 to 30 minutes, but the majority of them dragged. Sony's was pretty quick, even though it was just about 20 minutes of, look at us, we're Sony, we sell concrete matter and even the Walkman.
Camcorders the size of a paperback? Okay, let's get this done.
The show is basically Sony explaining why they're entering the games industry, popping up a sizzle reel and then giving Sega a solid lick to the chin with the announcement that the PlayStation would retail for $299, 100 bones less than the Saturn.
Sony Computer Entertainment President of America, Steve Reyes, join me for a brief presentation. $299.
Yikes, this was back when game companies were feisty with each other and didn't mind getting aggressive. Nowadays, they have respect for each other in chunk. I mean, that's nice, but you kinda want a $299 moment every now and then, you know? Atari didn't have a huge presence at the show, as everybody had already basically written them off. However, they did show off the Atari Jaguar VR, which never came to market. E3 was obviously less about the fans back in the day and felt more like an investors meeting. Of course, the press conferences weren't streamed or broadcast anywhere for fans to watch, so the shows were obviously going to be a bit on the dry side.
To put it lightly, I think it's pretty neato to see where E3 all started, and I have no doubt in the future we'll be taking a look at E3s to follow. And I hope you all look forward to my live reactions to E3 2017 being uploaded right as we speak, as I'm reusing my old live reactions from E3 2014. What? Classic me being me, that's me for ya, the lovable shill Scott! Hey y'all, Scott here. Say, have you ever been in homicidal levels of debt? Well, if you haven't, look no further because I'm the culmination of said debt. Let's talk about that. So a few months ago, I purchased this bad boy, the Triller Fixatron. It'll take any bad trailer you throw into it and make it somewhat presentable. The thing is, the bad trailer fixer industry crashed recently and now nobody wants Fixatrons anymore. If you ever recall walking down the street with one of these things, oh boy. But I love this thing, and only after purchasing it did I realize it only cost 12 grand to have fun. Well, you might as well put it through its paces. I have 4 trailers here often considered relatively blow-heavy. We'll deconstruct what makes them bad and see what the Trailer Fixatron can do to spruce them up. First on the docket, we have Metroid Prime Federation Force. Definitely a crowning achievement in This Isn't What I Asked For-ism.
Metroid Prime Federation Force was revealed to universal negative reception. The game was originally revealed via the Nintendo World Championships 2015 as simply just Blast Ball, the multiplayer battle mode in the game. Of course, people everywhere thought it looked inspired by Metroid Prime, but many dismissed it as just a fun little eShop game. Of course, later at E3, Nintendo unveiled it as a part of a new Metroid game, and people weren't too keen on that. I never picked up the game or even played a mere second of it, but I do say this trailer isn't so great. Everything looks like it was done in iMovie, and I don't know, the little title cards at the bottom just feel tacky. Just the way it's unveiled with the logo flying in during the first few seconds made everybody go, oh, it's just Blast Ball. Wait, Metroid? This is Metroid?
Let's see what old Trailer Fixo can do for us.
The Trailer Fixatron firstly added a 3DS logo to the beginning, so then the trailer can convey that this is a spin-off and not supposed to be a major new Metroid game. With the 3DS logo starting things off, fans won't fidget in their seats believing that this is going to be a beautiful new HD Metroid on the Wii U. The title cards are now relegated to their own screen time, and the logo is revealed at the end as everybody already knows this is a Metroid game.
Next up, we have a pretty simple one. Time Splitters Rewind.
Time Splitters Rewind is a fan remake that recently got a new teaser trailer. It was bombarded by dislikes not because of the project, but because the trailer was 2 minutes worth of time crystals doing nothing. That's it. The trailer is far too long considering all it does is show a logo and reveal a target release for 2017.
Get ready!
The trailer has been significantly shorted down to about a minute. Also, the CryEngine logo was put at the very end of the trailer to make things flow better. And finally, the reveal of the date change has been adjusted to better fit the music cue that happened shortly after the date reveal in the original.
Achieved with CryEngine.
Coming up swiftly is Mighty Number 9.
Mighty Number 9 is the epitome of gross. Not my favorite experience of 2016, I'll definitely say that, and many others would agree, with this trailer not helping the game's case too much. The trailer just highlighted the game's poor visual design and also just had a bad attitude about it.
Absorption boost. You kill an enemy and you can absorb their power-ups, stuff that'll make you faster and stronger and make the bad guys cry like an anime fan on prom night.
Fixatron strikes again, basically taking out a lot of the lines that some people took offense to, and also adding a VHS filter to it, making the attitude-riddled narrator feel much more at home. This now feels like it was pulled straight out of the 90s, and as Mega Man was very much prosperous in that era, I think it works.
There's probably a dash that makes you breakfast. I don't know.
Great idea. Wait, what?
Point is, you're dashing around like a friggin' moon man, and I love it. Oh, and look at this. There's all these combo moves you can do. Then you can do combos on combos to rack up your score. And I know you like that combo on combo action. So what do you think? You ready to play? I'm ready. No one's talking to you, Vernon. Mighty number 9.
Finally, we have the most disliked trailer of all time on YouTube, Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. What's that? You like the Call of Duty franchise? You could have just told me you had a big cock that gets the message across a bit better. But even fans didn't like this trailer, as it showcased Call of Duty's descent into being nothing more than a generic, futuristic first-person shooter.
Call of Duty Infinite Warfare is the most disliked trailer on YouTube for one reason, basically. It's not what anybody wanted. Non-fans saw it as another Call of Duty and disliked it for that reason, and true fans were fatigued with the futuristic setting, and Infinite Warfare was just more of the same. Now the Fixatron can't fix games themselves, but I do see that trailer is a bit lengthy.
This trailer's a bit too long and feels a bit drawn out, so let's see what the trailer Fixatron can do to save the day.
Yeah, Fixo literally just shortened it down to about 2.5 minutes. That makes it somewhat better.
You are moving into a restricted situation. They just opened fire.
This is a full-blown.
Oh my god.
Well, I hope you enjoyed our little romp through the realm of bad trailers, and if you could excuse me, I have a job interview to help me crawl out of this whole trailer Fixatron debt problem we all have at some point in our lives. Alright, get this. So I got the job, and then they went on about how they have this strict no trailer Fixatron policy. Let me tell you, I wasn't going to have any of that. I just started pouting. With vandalism, I have a court hearing on Wednesday. Hey y'all, Scott here, and 0.57 square feet was so 1985. Make way for the future, old man. 0 square feet is here, except at your local Best Buy due to discontinuation.
The NES Classic is a real neat little device. The emulation on this sucker is really nice, and it's just overall a charmnado to put it lightly. However, ever since this thing was announced, people started talking about the possibility of more Nintendo mini consoles, specifically the SNES. So today, I put together a list of 30 games for the SNES, N64, GameCube, and Wii that I would love to see appear on those consoles' classic editions. Now before we get started, a prologue if I may. I do not fully believe we will be getting Wii and GameCube classic editions, maybe in the distant future, but not anytime soon. The SNES has the best shot, and the N64 is still doable in my opinion, but this is just for fun. Also, I did set some rules as to what games I would include on the consoles. No licensed games, as that just overcomplicates things. No compilations, as Nintendo would totally consider something like Mario All-Stars 4 games instead of the 1 game we'd consider it. No games not released in North America. I reside in North America, so I'm obviously going to be picking games from my region. I'd love to delve into Japanese or even European exclusives, but the mini consoles are made to appeal to people who remembered playing them back in the day. Oversaturating the game selection with a bunch of Japanese exclusives isn't appealing to them. And no games above a T rating. Simply because Nintendo is going to be selling these consoles, and I don't think they'd want to sell a product that includes a Mario, Kirby, and Animal Crossing game, while also including Resident Evil 4. There are so many amazing M-rated games that I will be giving honorable mentions to here and there, but I think Nintendo will be sticking to the more family-friendly games from these consoles. For the SNES Classic, I picked ActRaiser, Chrono Trigger, Contra 3, Donkey Kong Country 2, Diddy's Conquest, Earthbound, F-Zero, Final Fantasy 3, Final Fight, Harvest Moon, Kirby Superstar, The Legend of Mystical Ninja, Mega Man X, Pilot Wings, Puzzle League, Secret of Mana, SimCity, Star Fox, Street Fighter 2, Super Bomberman 2, Super Castlevania 4, Super Mario Kart, Super Mario RPG, Super Mario World, Super Metroid, Super Punch-Out, UN Squadron, Yoshi's Island, The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, and Zombies Ate My Neighbors. RPGs definitely reign supreme on this classic edition, as the SNES was full of them. Thankfully, Square was the main supplier of them, so that makes it a bit easier for Nintendo to scoop all of them up. SimCity may be questionable due to EA owning the name, but I decided to include it because Nintendo has re-released it on the Virtual Console before, so I think it's doable. Plus, it's a version of SimCity many adore. I love Tetris Attack, and I think many will agree, but the fact of the matter is, it was literally just called that originally for marketing purposes. Nowadays, the series is called Puzzle League, and I think just calling it that and editing the ROM to remove all mentions of the Tetris brand would go a long way, and also ensure Nintendo can sell this game in the future. Star Fox and Yoshi's Island have famously not been re-released in their original form because of the Super FX chip and Super FX2 chip found inside them. That makes emulating them perfectly a bit tricky, however, don't tell me it's not possible. It totally is. These games are just different from the rest and deserve to be playable on the SNES Classic. Any of the Final Fights could have been picked, but I just went Classic with this one, the one that most people would remember. Street Fighter 2 is the same situation. There are so many different versions on the SNES, I just decided to go with the one that started it all. The DKC series definitely needed representation, so I chose the first two, as DKC 3, while many still consider it a good game, is still considered the lesser of the trilogy. Coming up is the N64 Classic Edition. I picked out 1080 Snowboarding, Bomberman 64, Bust-A-Move 99, Castlevania, Donkey Kong 64, Dr. Mario 64, Excitebike 64, F-Zero X, Kirby 64, Mario Golf, Mario Kart 64, Mario Party 2, Mario Tennis, Mega Man 64, Mischief Makers, Ogre Battle 64, Paper Mario, Pilot Wing 64, Pokemon Puzzle League, Pokemon Snap, Pokemon Stadium, Rayman 2, Snowboard Kids, Star Fox 64, Super Mario 64, Super Smash Bros., Wave Race 64, Yoshi's Story, Zelda Majora's Mask, and Zelda Ocarina of Time. Honestly, the N64 Classic Edition was one of the hardest to do. I mean, the system has some great games, but so many are rare games since Microsoft owns them. The only one we can actually have is Donkey Kong 64. Also, the N64 infamously has a very small library, so I had to fundamentally go with almost every first-party Nintendo release. I only did Mario Party 2 because that is always considered the best of the N64, if not all the Mario parties, and no Pokemon Stadium 2 because I think one Pokemon Stadium is enough. Castlevania and Mega Man 64 aren't the most beloved entries in their respective franchises, but they do have their fans. Rayman 2 is often considered a supreme 3D platformer from the era, and Ogre Battle is one of the very, very few RPGs on the console. Next up on the GameCube Classic Edition I have 1080 Avalanche, Animal Crossing, Battalion Wars, Chibi Robo, F-Zero GX, Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, Ikaruga, Kirby Air Ride, Luigi's Mansion, Mario Kart Double Dash, Mario Party 6, Mario Superstar Baseball, Metroid Prime 2, Pikmin 2, Pokemon XD, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, Soul Calibur 2, Star Fox Assault, Super Mario Strikers, Super Mario Sunshine, Super Monkey Ball 2, Super Smash Bros. Melee, Tales of Symphonia, Beautiful Joe, WarioWare Mega Party Games, Wave Race Blue Storm, Zelda Twilight Princess, and Zelda Wind Waker. Alright, first up, for some reason, I forgot Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door existed for some reason. I forgot to include it. I know, I hate Nintendo. Of course, the GameCube had a ton of great M-rated games. The Resident Evil franchise, Eternal Darkness, Geist, Killer 7, definitely all honorable mentions. I included Twilight Princess in addition to Wind Waker because Twilight Princess was meant to be played on the GameCube. I'd rather include the Zelda game on the Wii that was made just for it. I considered Beyond Good and Evil, Skies of Arcadia, and Gotcha Force, but you gotta understand, the first-party lineup on the GameCube made it so I could barely fit any third-party games here at all, so I had to choose wisely. I popped Ikaruga on there mainly for variety. It's an excellent shoot-'em-up, and of course that leads to this Classic Edition having a good amount of different games. Also, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, because so many people have memories of that game. I'm not a Sonic Adventure guy at all, but I know people love it, so I included the better of the two adventure games. Finally, we have the Wii Classic Edition. I picked Animal Crossing City Folk, Boom Blocks, The Conduit, Donkey Kong Country Returns, Endless Ocean, Excitebots, Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn, Kirby's Epic Yarn, Klonoa, Mario Kart Wii, Metroid Prime 3, New Super Mario Bros. Wii, Okami, Pokemon Battle Revolution, Punch-Out, Red Steel 2, Rhythm Heaven Fever, Sin and Punishment, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Sonic Colors, Super Mario Galaxy 2, Wario Land Shake It, WarioWare Smooth Moves, Wii Party, Wii Sports, Wii Sports Resort, Xenoblade Chronicles, Zack and Wiki, and The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. I would have loved to include Mad World, House of the Dead Overkill, Resident Evil 4, again, Dead Space Extraction, but I'm a pussy who won't include M-rated games. And GoldenEye 007 would have been a must, but that license, man. In its place, I put The Conduit, which was a pretty big Wii game at the time. Now it's nothing special at all, but it's one of the most well-known non-licensed T-rated shooters on the system, which let me tell you, a ton of games were fighting for that title. I included Kirby's Epic Yarn over Return to Dreamland, as while Return to Dreamland is a much truer Kirby game, come on, Epic Yarn is way more unique, and I think is still a very good game. Okami is one of the most well-received Wii games of all time, and Red Steel 2 made up for Red Steel 1 with incredibly well-implemented Wii Motion Plus support. Klonoa is really rad, and Boom Blocks is a must, and I went with Excitebots over Excite Truck as it's just so much more unique and weird. Now, this is where I should have ended it. Alas, I thought this was the only time I could talk about this. Let's take the concept of 30 great Nintendo games on one product and make it about the entirety of Nintendo's history. A best of Nintendo compilation for the Switch. 30 of Nintendo's most iconic games in one place. This one, I'm going all out. The Switch has the capabilities to run all of these games no matter what weird controller setup they require. It would take a lot of work, and I have no doubt Nintendo would just sell all these games separately, but again, this is for funsies, not realsies. Also, to get to 30 games, I basically limited myself to 3 games per major Nintendo console, and because of that, I had to ditch the Game Boy Color and Virtual Boy as I had no room for them. Believe me, I always thought of the Game Boy Color as its own unique console, and even though the Virtual Boy is a hilarious joke, I would have wanted to include it as it's still a piece of Nintendo history, but I wanted to top it off at 30. Also, I'm not picking the be-all, end-all best Nintendo games per console. If I did that, then the 30 games would be nothing more than Mario's and Zelda's. I'm mainly going for an assortment of amazing games that help say what that era of Nintendo was like. I also tried to give most Nintendo franchises and genres representation, so while I could have included Mario Sunshine, for example, I would have already included Mario 64, and there were other franchises that needed love, so I went with other picks. For the NES, I have Super Mario Bros., The Legend of Zelda, and Donkey Kong. There may be better NES games out there, but these were the games that started it all and are some of the most iconic games in history. For the SNES, I picked Super Metroid, Kirby Superstar, and Earthbound. Super Metroid is widely considered not only the best SNES game, but one of the best games out there. Kirby Superstar is also considered to be the best Kirby game, and there's probably not going to be a system where Earthbound will get the spotlight, so it has to be included here. On the Game Boy, I have Pokemon Red, Blue, or Yellow, doesn't matter which one, Dr. Mario, and Game & Watch Gallery. Out of all the Pokemon games to include, I think the first one has to be here. And I'm also not a Pokemon guy, so it can be Red, Blue, or Yellow, it doesn't matter to me. Tetris isn't a Nintendo IP, so let's go with Dr. Mario, and Game & Watch Gallery as it's where Nintendo's handheld business started. For the N64, I went with Super Mario 64, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, and Star Fox 64. This one was pretty simple. Obviously, we double dip with the Mario and Zelda series as their 3D debuts are so iconic they had to be included. And the Star Fox franchise, to many, peaked at the N64, so let's include Star Fox 64. On the GameCube, I have Pikmin, Metroid Prime, and F-Zero GX. The GameCube brought us Pikmin, and I feel like we have to include the one that started it all. Metroid Prime was a breakthrough game and a great comeback story for the franchise. Finally, F-Zero GX is the best F-Zero, so we have to include it. With the Game Boy Advance, I have WarioWare Twisted, Advance Wars, and Golden Sun. WarioWare Twisted is one of the coolest entries in the franchise and started the series' tradition of experimenting with bizarre and interesting controller setups. Advance Wars was introduced to North America via the GBA and was a critical success, and we have the cult favorite RPG Golden Sun, which also got its start on the GBA. On the Wii, I picked Wii Sports, Donkey Kong Country Returns, and Punch-Out! Obviously, Wii Sports has to be included as it was a worldwide phenomenon. Donkey Kong Country Returns is a great combination of everything people loved about DKC in the past and new stuff as well, and it also shows off the return of 2D platformers in this era, and we haven't seen Punch-Out! Yet, and the Wii one was excellent, so I picked that one. For the Nintendo DS, I have Rhythm Heaven, Picross 3D, and Elite Beat Agents. All of these games make great use of the DS's features, and Picross is neat. For the Wii U, I have Splatoon, Mario Kart 8, and Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. The big 3 Wii U games. I know Mario Kart 8 is on the Switch, but it was the Wii U's best-selling game, plus we don't have a Mario Kart yet. In my opinion, Mario Kart 8 and Smash Bros. For Wii U are some of, if not the best entries in their franchises, and Splatoon symbolizes Nintendo taking a risk that paid off like crazy with a big new IP. And for the 3DS, I have Kid Icarus Uprising, Animal Crossing New Leaf, and Fire Emblem Awakening. Kid Icarus Uprising is a cult classic that was a return for the Kid Icarus franchise. Animal Crossing New Leaf is one of the best in the series, and Fire Emblem Awakening single-handedly saved the Fire Emblem franchise from being cancelled, and it's now one of Nintendo's biggest franchises.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that fun and incredibly time-consuming look at what I like to see in future potential Nintendo mini consoles. And you know for sure, if any of these consoles are ever announced, I'll be there day and date for their midnight launches, just as I did with the Nintendo Switch, even though I wasn't there intentionally and I thought it was a Black Lives Matter rally.
What did I do last night?
Hey y'all, Scott here, and I am a Climax buff, and let me tell you, being said buff makes filling out applications a breeze. The pinnacle climax moment of any event is definitely one to remember, which makes the final smash of your chosen character in Smash Bros. An important one. So let's take a look at every single final smash in existence and rank them from my least favorite to favorite.
First off, I should note that I am mainly ranking these based on spectacle and faithfulness to the character. This isn't necessarily a tier list, however I will say if a character has the most faithful final smash out there and is the coolest thing to look at but deals like way past no damage, then it's going to rank a bit lower. However, we're not really going to come across that, as a good majority of the final smashes deal enough damage to not be totally worthless. Also, this has nothing to do with my thoughts on the characters these final smashes represent. This is strictly about the final smashes, not my favorite characters or the best, most viable characters in the game. Turns you into a worse character now, that's a jip! Jigglypuff's final smash literally does squat against opponents, and if it does cause damage, it's barely any at all. Wolf has never been seen with a Landmaster in the Star Fox series. Get him out of there. Why not give him the R-Wing and have a final smash similar to Snake or Zero Suit from Smash 4? Why is this the be-all end-all move of his? Falco's final smash is also the Landmaster, which is a little less annoying than Wolf, but still annoying. Falco hates the Landmaster, but has been in it in the Star Fox series before. It still makes no sense. Why not put him in the R-Wing as well? Both Falco and Wolf's final smashes are simply lazy copy and pastes from Fox. Peach's final smash puts the other players to sleep. It does a bit of damage, but basically the only thing this does is leave you open to a fully charged smash attack. There's nothing flashy or one big final attack. Basically, just a fully charged smash attack is what you can expect from this one, which is something that can happen during a regular match, so this is kinda lame. The Ice Climbers are the poster children for characters who have next to no source material that can be used for movesets and stage ideas, so let's just focus on ice. Yeah, it's an iceberg. Kind of similar to Jigglypuff's and almost just as lame, but hey, at least it can do far more damage. Rosalina and Luma's final smash isn't the worst in my opinion. Many detest the thing, and it can easily be avoided with only minimal damage taken. However, if you use it creatively, it can be the spawn of ludicrous percentages in KOs. However, these are hard to pull off in regular fights. Wii Fit Trainers is a worse version of Mario's that, get this, is even less creative. I get that the silhouettes were a big part of the Wii Fit branding, but the final smash could have referenced mini games in Wii Fit, or even the balance board, which was even in her reveal trailer. Dr. Mario could have had so much more. When Dr. Mario was initially leaked for the game back in 2014, I was yearning for the final smash to be playing an actual game of Dr. Mario, and possibly crushing your opponents with pills, or if you clear the board of viruses, a metric 4 decibels of damage occurs. But nope, just a clone of the Mario finale with pills. Remind me to hoot and holler for this sucker later. It's Marth's final smash, to put it bluntly, next. It's Marth's final smash, but with some flair. It's Sheik's final smash, but hey, at least it's different from Pit's. Ryu's lesser of his two final smashes doesn't do a ton of damage, and isn't all that flashy either. It's just basically a longer lasting, farther reaching Hadouken. Why not reference Stack Up or something with Rob's final smash? Instead it's just a generic huge laser beam. It does the job, but could have been so much more. Also, Rob had a bit of a different Final Smash from Brawl, but it's just as generic. Lucario's original Final Smash had the potential to be anti-relegated into the pretty bangin' chamber, but the beam's too thin and is too easy to avoid in most circumstances. DDD's Final Smash in Smash 4 is an original creation and is just kind of like, okay. It doesn't reference anything, which is a major turnoff for me, which is why it ranks relatively low. Luigi's Brawl Final Smash also doesn't reference anything, but fits his character enough for me to put it above DDD. Sheik's Final Smash can be deadly, but I was a little miffed that they didn't do anything unique with her Final Smash in Smash 4. It made sense that she used the light arrow in Brawl because Sheik and Zelda were so transformable, but in Smash 4 they're separate characters, so I would have rather have seen a unique Final Smash for Sheik rather than just Zelda's again. A reference to the Octopus Game & Watch, this Final Smash is quirky and fits Mr. Game & Watch well, but is honestly a bit awkward to control and isn't all that satisfying to use. Of all things, Donkey Kong's Final Smash is a reference to not the original arcade game, not the Donkey Kong Country series, but the GameCube rhythm game Donkey Konga. Odd choice, but whatever, it's kinda cool, but also kinda weird when there are so many other things that could have replaced this, like riding as animal buddies or doing something in vein of the original arcade game, I don't know. Diddy's Final Smash is exciting, but can be difficult to lay a shot on opponents, kinda like a much more awkward Supersonic. Black Hole Laser is alright, it just doesn't wow me or excite me as much as others. Locust and Ness don't even know PK Starstorm, apparently they were taught it between the Mother games and Smash Brothers. Kinda lame, but the Final Smashes have a decent amount of spectacle to them. Now, I can still get behind these compared to Wolf and Falco's because, hey, at least these don't feel too lazy. Kirby's Cookability from Kirby Superstar was his Final Smash back in Brawl, and it was an odd choice for his finisher, I gotta say. I do like it, it's charming and fits the quirky nature of the Kirby series, but I feel like there could have been a much better choice for Kirby's Final Smash back then. Mega Charizard X is alright, it just kinda feels like a copy of Yoshi's. It's Ike's Final Smash, it's cool, not super unique though. Cloud's Final Smash just feels like a blank copy of Ike's. Now, at least Omni Slash is a reference to his original game, as Ike's was made up for Smash. I would have loved to see a cutscene Final Smash showcasing the Omni Slash, but possibly at an angle reminiscent of Final Fantasy VII. Ike's Final Smash is an original creation, which I will say I prefer references to source material rather than unique to Smash Brothers moves, but I have to admit, Ike's Final Smash is pretty wicked. This Final Smash is true to the character, yes, but it's basically a worse version of Supersonic. Not the greatest, but not bad. Yoshi's Final Smash references Super Mario World, but it never really felt right to me. I don't know, just the look of everything made it seem more like an original creation just for Smash Brothers rather than a reference. I would have liked to see the wings and fireballs look more akin to how they did in Mario World. It's still pretty fun to use and looks pretty cool, but it bugs me, it just looks a bit off. Now this is more true to DDD's character. Many will say this Final Smash is lame, but I say that what would you expect from a character that looks like this? Link and Toon Link's Final Smash is cool, but reek of unoriginality to me. These were some of the first Final Smashes revealed alongside Mario's and Samus's. They don't reference anything specific from the Zelda games, simply just the fact that the Triforce is the main emblem of the series. The Mario finale is alright, just a bit bland like Link's. I can't really think of something more fitting of Mario, possibly a culmination of all of his previous power-ups. However, Fire is his most iconic one, so I'm honestly okay with this Final Smash. It's just pretty boring compared to others. Yet another of the first few Final Smashes revealed, but hey, at least in Brawl this Final Smash allowed you to transform into a much better character, and in Smash 4, it still looks cool. Hey, they look cool and fit the Mii Fighter's moveset. However, they aren't really anything special. Meta Knight's Final Smash is quick and simple, but it works and is incredibly suspenseful and epic. I would have preferred a Giga Bowser type Final Smash for Ganondorf where you get to fully control Beast Ganon for a short period of time. Alas, this Final Smash gives you a solid knuckle and foot's worth of damage and gives Ganon a whole nother thing to differentiate himself from Captain Falcon. Mega Lucario was a step up from Brawl, but isn't as fun to control as Final Smash transformations like Giga Bowser or Wario Man. While many weeped way past hard when Chrom was deconfirmed for Smash 4, I feel like Robin's Final Smash incorporates him in a tasteful way, and I love the flash of Chrom's portrait just like in the game. I love when Smash does stuff like this. I ranked both of Pit's Brawl and Smash 4 Final Smashes the same as I like them both equally. I like how both reference the original game, and I feel like both are also equally avoidable / devastating, so I put them in the same spot. Villager's Final Smash is wonderful, but can be easily avoided.
Finally, a Landmaster Final Smash that makes sense. While I think something like the R-Wing cockpit view akin to Snake's Final Smash would have made more sense as it would have been like playing Star Fox, the Landmaster is fun to use and can KO players in really gross ways, which is always a blast. And hey, Fox actually uses the Landmaster in the games and also doesn't mind it, so points for that. Bayonetta's Final Smash is wonderfully unique, but it's also so much more complicated and requires so much more player knowledge than any other Final Smash. When you activate the Final Smash, you still have to cause enough damage to opponents and then must mash your attack button to reap the benefits. Makes for a cool callback to the Bayonetta series, but it is much more complicated than other Final Smashes. If you played Punch-Out on the Wii, you knew there was nothing else that could have been Mac's Final Smash. Honestly, it felt like the guys at Next Level created Giga Mac to make Little Mac more of a no-brainer as a newcomer for Smash. My only problem is that Little Mac's traits carry over to Giga Mac, making him an extremely powerful character that blows too much in various scenarios. A loving tribute to one of Melee's most memorable single-player moments, players were finally able to officially control Giga Bowser with Bowser's Final Smash, and it did not disappoint. It just doesn't last long enough. This is everything Duck Hunt's Final Smash should be, a great tribute to the NES Zapper games. My problem with this though is that it's relatively difficult to land. You have to be pretty close to the other player to even activate it. A no-brainer for Mewtwo's Final Smash. Mega Mewtwo Y has a pretty decent range and speed. One of my only problems with it is in Mewtwo's reveal trailer, they show a nice little cutscene showing everybody's mind get blown, and I would have liked to see that in the actual game. A nice change from Brawl. Kirby's Final Smash references Kirby's Return to Dreamland, which is an alright Kirby game, but hey, this Final Smash really fits Kirby and screams finisher move. A great upgrade for Luigi. The Poltergeist is cracked out, sucks up players, and spits them back out. Nothing much more to say than it's an excellent upgrade from Brawl, even though that Final Smash had its own charm. Now this is more like it. If you activate Ryu's Final Smash nearby an opponent, he performs a Shin Shoryuken, which deals much more damage, has a lot more visual flair, and is just a lot more fun to use. The most unique Fire Emblem Final Smash. It does a lot of damage and looks pretty neat to boot. Great fan service for Xenoblade fans. Dunban and Ricky appear, and it's also a cutscene Final Smash, and I do love me a good cutscene Final Smash from time to time. Pokemon Trainer's Final Smash is cool simply because of the text at the bottom screen. It's just really cute, and I love when Final Smashes incorporate elements from the character's games like this. I was so happy when I saw this Final Smash. The fact that the majority of Bowser Jr.'s moves revolve around New Super Mario Bros. Made me think they wouldn't do it, but Super Mario Sunshine reference ahoy! The Final Smash is also really unique, with Shadow Mario painting a toxic X on screen. Get caught in it and you're scrimp. Wario is already a good character, but when you take into consideration his Final Smash, which makes him faster and stronger, it's bonkers. This is one of the best transformation Final Smashes out there. Zelda's Final Smash is intense and fits her character as she's used light arrows in pivotal moments before, so as her Final Smash, this works wonders. As the headliner for the Fire Emblem series, this Final Smash is great for Marth. I have problems with it when it comes to the clones because I have no doubt there are more unique things that could be done with their Final Smashes, but as Marth is basically the mascot of Fire Emblem, this works great for him and is also one of the most devastating Final Smashes in the entire game. A great Final Smash for Olimar, it's a loving callback to the Pikmin series and is a cute Final Smash to watch. Zero Suit Samus may have had one of the greatest upgrades in terms of Final Smashes from Brawl to Smash 4. Fundamentally, it's Snake's Final Smash, but in Samus's gunship. The change in perspective is just really cool, and I really wish more characters had Final Smashes similar to this, like Falco and Wolf. Fan service is the perfect way to describe Mega Man's Final Smash. The only thing keeping it from ranking higher is the fact that the initial shot can be more easily avoided than other Final Smashes, but when you get a hit, that cutscene is approximately 4 acres of a treat. Zero Suit Samus may have it now, but Snake was the originator of this type of Final Smash, and in Brawl, there was simply none other like it. Just look at it, it's pretty banging to put it lightly. Sonic's moveset may be generic when you look at it as a whole, but at least they got his Final Smash right. But to be honest, what could it be other than Super Sonic? This Final Smash is incredibly powerful and a blast to use. However, in Smash 4, it's a bit more difficult to control than in Brawl. This was another Final Smash where it's exactly what it's supposed to be, plus details were added that only the Smash team would have done. Eating other fighters like their ghosts is true to Pac-Man and incredibly fun, but what gets me is the fact that momentarily, characters are simply pixelated eyes. It may not deal the most damage out there, and may have a smaller hitbox to activate it, but Captain Falcon's Final Smash is perfection. It perfectly represents his character and series, does enough damage, and is just the coolest out there.
Hopefully you enjoyed that, and at this point I would like to ask you what your favorite and least favorite Final Smashes are, but those are opinions, and we can have opinions floating around here on the internet. Excuse me. Yellow.
Hey Scott, it's Exposition-y Tom here. Just wanted to see if you knew that people are allowed to have their own different opinions.
Wait, you're trying to tell me I can have an opinion outside of the Final Smashes and Smash Brothers?
You betcha.
Wow! Somebody should make an amendment about that. Hey y'all, Scott here, and have you heard? Benito Mussolini faked his death and is making a comeback this E3 in the form of a reboot. Just a rumor though, I would tell you to take it with a grain of salt, but this rumor deserves at least a shaker full of that stuff, because I have some pretty trustworthy sources. With E3 going forth with the classic happening right now tactic it always seems to pull this time of year, I think it's high time to take a look back at just a few E3 rumors from the past few years. Have you ever thought that fanfiction just wasn't doing it for you and you need more canon in your life? Well, back during the lead up to E3 2012, the Paul Gale Network reported your dreams coming true as a Star Fox and Metroid crossover was supposedly in the works for the up-and-coming Wii U at the time. Apparently, Retro Studios was developing it and the game would combine the two franchises' gameplay styles. Basically, you play a Star Fox level, you play a Metroid level over and over again, that would be it. The game's story would follow the Star Fox gang as they accidentally crash into Samus's ship, leaving her stranded on another planet. Samus's gameplay would closely resemble that of Metroid Prime, and the Star Fox missions would retain the aerial, on-rail, and all-range forms of gameplay the series is known for. And get this, it was fake. The rumor was initially reported on May 19th, 2012, and was put to rest about a week later. The source of the rumor stated that the game was not in active development, and instead was a pitch to Nintendo that they may have considered, but later decided against. Wow, with just one E3 rumor out of the way, I'm now, only 20 years after doing the whole birth thing, finding my calling. I'm a born leaker! I should start nurturing my douchey side and lie to everybody by making a fake leak. Well, let's take a look at a few more E3 rumors, and while we do so, I'll be chipping away at this fake leak of mine. Does anybody remember PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale? I would give you a minute to look it up in your local history book, but we gotta get through these pronto. It was basically Sony's answer to Smash Brothers. The game did okay, selling over 1 million copies, but nowhere near as much as the competing Smash Brothers series. Listen, I love a lot of the IPs within the PlayStation brand, but these franchises just don't fit together as well as the franchises in Smash Brothers. Probably because a metric 98% of the characters in Smash Brothers were created around the same time and by the same people/company, but whatever. Alas, around E3 2014, a sequel was rumored to be unveiled at Sony's press conference. PlayStation All-Stars Round 2 was apparently going to be released as a PS4 and PS3 game, and the only possible character that would have been featured in the game we know about was a Moogle from Final Fantasy. Well, that never happened. Nintendo is bringing in the hardest core with Acid Ghost, a mature Wii U game presented by Eminem in a pre-recorded video to be shown at E3 2012. Yeah, it was fake. You gotta understand, the lead up before the Wii U's big second reveal at E3 2012 was massive. So many rumors were flying around beforehand about crazy games Nintendo was going to show off to prove the worth of the Wii U. We got a bunch of ports, New Super Mario Bros. U, Pikmin 3 that was more than a year off, and Nintendo Land to round it all out. Definitely one of the more disappointing E3s Nintendo's had. Hello everybody and welcome to Critique That Leak, the first game show to implement the per leak measurement. For example, we're getting cancelled per 5 leaks, and my god, this is utterly terrifying to me. Let's critique some leaks! Today on Critique That Leak, we're going to be taking a look at the dreaded Nintendo E3 lineup leaks. These leaks have definitely fallen in popularity, but were very prominent from 2013 to 2015. What these leaks are nothing more than pieces of paper with words on them, sometimes forming coherent titles for games. Not always, though. This is one of the most low-effort leaks you can pull off. Let's see how convincing some of these sound. Hello, Mr. Christ. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm about to exclaim your name. Not anything personal, it's just this leak is gross. Alright, see you later, man. Jesus Christ, this leak is horrendous. The format's alright, however this leaker did not try to make this leak seem legitimate at all. Instead of coming up with creative titles for new entries in the Paper Mario or Metroid series, they just wrote the franchise name with temp written after them. And oh me, oh my, why are there so many new franchises without any names or even working titles? Critiqued.
back when Resident Evil 7 was merely just going to be another Resident Evil 6. I say that because look at these logos compared to each other, plus the rumor was floating around before E3 2013, not even a year after Resident Evil 6. Thankfully, this rumor blew away and we got a really cool Resident Evil 7, bringing the franchise back on track earlier this year. Remember when the Xbox One was a collaboration between arthritis and leprosy? It may have actually not been exactly that, however it was definitely treated as such, so that made this supposed leaked Xbox One games lineup hopeful. This was leaked before E3 2013 and showcased games like Halo 5, Fable 4, a new Banjo-Kazooie game subtitled Grunty Land, and what seems to be Dead Rising 3, which was actually revealed at E3 2013 as an Xbox One exclusive launch title. Sadly, this leak was fake, and Fable and Banjo-Kazooie have yet to receive new installments on the Xbox One. Back before E3 2013, Nintendo announced that certain Best Buys would be holding special demo events showcasing games from their E3 booths. Those games turned out to be Super Mario 3D World, Mario Kart 8, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, and Wind Waker HD. You see, 3 of those games were announced at E3, so that makes the demo events much more compelling to go to. This leak says that you'd be able to play New Super Luigi U, Pikmin 3, Wonderful 101, and Wind Waker HD at the demo events. Not as compelling, especially because one of the games is just DLC. The last Nintendo was known for their disappointing ways, so while this leak had barely any effort put into it, it's more believable than others, I would say. Classic Nintendo at E3 2015, being dreadful and whatnot. See, before E3 2015, Nintendo fans had a lot of hope for what would be shown off at the show. This leak shows off things like F-Zero Charge, Pokemon Z, Fire Emblem Next, Star Fox Orbit, and 2 new Metroid games. Well, I've seen worse in this format before. Metroid Prime 4 is one of the most rumored games before any E3. Every year I always see a rumor pop up about the potential for a new Metroid game, often a new Prime being revealed at E3. I heartily remember this picture being leaked before E3 2012, and for 2012 leak standards, I always thought this looked pretty decent. Nowadays, before E3 2017, there are rumors that 2 new Metroid games are going to be revealed. Yeah, I don't buy it. The PS4 Slim recently released just last year, and it is an obvious downgrade from the original design. Just my opinion, but it doesn't look nearly as good as the original PS4, which is unfortunate because both the PS2 and PS3's original Slim models eclipsed their first iterations. But the idea of a Slim PS4 has been floating around for decades / a few years. Before E3 2015, a rumor went around about a potential PS4 Slim to be revealed at the show. Some leaked images came out of this report as well, and my god does it just look like concept art. However, I would take this compared to the PS4 Slim we got. I didn't know you could force cataracts this hard, and even then, if you decipher what these titles say, get ready for potential titles for fanfiction. Smash Bros. Blue Nightmare, Paper Mario Spotlight of the Thousand Year Door, Mario Strikers Epic, and even Wario Land 5 upside down. This is one of the first leaks of this kind I remember, and it's kinda spot on. Of course, it details GameCube Virtual Console, which is a myth, but it went over Star Fox, Zelda, Mario Party, which were all shown off at E3 2014. Of course, a lot of this wasn't and was obviously fake. Shit, that was 5 leaks. Let's finish it off with a hefty leak before Nintendo's E3 2013. Apparently Retro Studios was working on a reboot of Star Tropics for the Wii U. Mario Kart on Wii U is just a better Mario Kart 7. Zelda Wii U may have concept art, but may not. Mario's 3D Wii U game was tentatively titled Super Mario Retroverse U, was the biggest 3D Mario game yet and may involve Wart from Mario 2. And when asked if a certain Super Saiyan would be in Smash Bros., they stated it hadn't been decided, but may happen. God! Alright, the Mario Kart Wii U was pretty spot on, and sort of Zelda Wii U, mainly because it wasn't there, and they said it may not be there. Super Mario Retroverse U. I don't care if it's supposed to be a working title. What's the point of having U at the end of a name that's already new? That's like if the development name for Mario 3D World was Super Mario 3D World U. It just doesn't make any sense. Also, out of all things to ask regarding Smash Brothers, why ask if Goku's gonna be in there? Lame. Alright, so that's just a few E3 rumors from the past few years, and I better hurry up and end it here because E3 2017 is happening like right now. But I still have to post my leak to 4chan. I constructed a potential menu screen for Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo Switch, just showing off Smash Run as a new mode and connectivity to the 3DS and Wii U to transfer trophies, custom characters, etc. etc. Now you might be saying, Scott, other people have made fake leaks for publicity before. Yeah, keep spewing that and make sure to tell me when I start paying attention. Oh, breaking news! God exists, and he's a pretty nice guy because I don't have to create an account to post on 4chan. Alright, so fuck, I realize Nintendo Network isn't a part of Nintendo Switch's infrastructure. And it looks like these people aren't having any of it. Well, let me just edit that out. There, now there's the real screenshot. Now they'll believe it's real.
Hey y'all, Scott here, and my review of E3 2017 is hot off the presses. So off the presses, in fact, that I had to resort to using this pre-made intro I made years ago back in 2013. Now I hope that doesn't kill the immersion for you. Getting a review out of E3 2017 this quickly required some setbacks. And now onto the segment where I disclose my opinion. I was disappointed in E3 2017.
There was a lot riding on every company at E3 2017. Microsoft had to prove the worth of Project Scorpio, Sony had to prove that the aging PS4 could combat whatever Microsoft had to show, and Nintendo had to justify the millions of purchased Nintendo Switches, plus convince more people that it's totally worth it. We're going to be taking a look at the press conferences of E3 2017. I know that all the companies revealed some things before and after their showcases, but let's keep it simple and point and laugh at the big stuff. The first conference of E3 2017 was EA's on Saturday, June 10th. Doesn't matter what game they're selling here, I'm sold. Well, we start off with Madden 18.
That's Madden like you've never seen it.
Following Madden, they go straight into Battlefield 1, showing a montage of players online and detailing updates to the game. Next up is FIFA 18, and some blokes from a football show come on stage to promote it.
Where do I pre-order?
They then go over Need for Speed Payback, which looks pretty solid.
But tell me, does it play as well as it looks?
I can assure you that plays as well as it looks.
Oh, thank God.
Transitioning from that, they start talking about EA Originals, which is EA's way of contracting independent developers to create new original experiences. This time they revealed the game A Way Out from the same developer of Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons, and honestly, it looks really interesting, being a story-based co-op game played entirely in split screen and graphically looking pretty nice. After that, they discuss the power of Project Scorpio and how it will affect games like Madden, unveil a CG trailer for BioWare's new IP Anthem, talk about NBA Live 18, and then finish it off with a metric 6.5 lifetimes worth of Star Wars Battlefront 2 footage.
You know what's bad? I watched this press conference after I knew there was nothing for me in it.
Overall, while EA's conference didn't personally speak to me really too awful much, it really wasn't supposed to. Now, with a few companies this year opting for more of a quicker presentation heavily focused on pre-recorded video, it feels a bit jarring that EA wouldn't opt for this as well. Also, I really think trimming the fat and making it shorter would have made it more appealing to watch for somebody that missed the live broadcast such as myself. However, it wasn't bad, they showed what they had to, and it was pretty painless to watch.
Continuing with my E3 press conference rating tradition, I give EA's press conference out of 5 knee slaps.
The next company up is Microsoft on Sunday, June 11th. This year was a big one for Microsoft. They had to convince everybody that Project Scorpio was worth it, and did they do that?
Nope!
Starting off with a quick video that later reveals Project Scorpio's design, we see a few characters form, including the best Xbox character, Forza. And that is the design for Project Scorpio. It literally looks like a refined Xbox One S and nothing more. Then Phil Spencer comes on stage and reveals Scorpio's true name.
There's no power greater than X. And today, we are proud to welcome the newest member of the Xbox family, fittingly named Xbox One X.
Okay. I mean, I'm not crazy for it, but I don't think it's as bad as others make it out to be. Many compared it to the Wii U's name, and I think that's insulting to the Xbox One X. You see, people thought the Wii U was something like the One X, an upgrade. The Xbox One X isn't an entirely new console, simply a beefed up Xbox One, so I think the name works fine. Plus, if somebody buys an Xbox One S accidentally instead of a One X, it doesn't really matter unless you really care about your games looking better than great because they both play the same games perfectly. They start talking about the specs of this thing, and the audience members are losing it. Alright, this kinda irked me. I understand the specs reveal being a big deal for a new computer, for example, but I never got why specs were such a big deal for consoles. Like, I get it, you want games to look the absolute best on your console, but you're more than likely not making games for this thing, so why do you care about the Xbox One X having a 6 teraflops GPU? As long as the specs are good enough to run the most demanding games on the planet, then why should it matter how many teraflops are lodged in this thing? Hey, Forza has a crossover with Master Chief. Fan service at its finest right here, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present the 2018 Porsche 911 GT2 RS.
Anybody else have the sudden urge to buy an Xbox One X?
Metro Exodus is revealed and that gameplay was fake. The setting looked cool, but yeah, fake. Assassin's Creed Origins is up next, and as a not fan of the Assassin's Creed games, as in I haven't really played them, this looks pretty intriguing. I might might give it a shot. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is revealed to be exclusive to the Xbox One. That's pretty cool. Never mind, it's a launch exclusive. That kills a lot of my interest in playing it on the Xbox. Deep Rock Galactic, an interesting graphical style for sure. It's also only a launch exclusive, which is kind of annoying, but whatever. More guns though. After Metro and Battlegrounds, this is getting a little old. And now, State of Decay 2. I loved State of Decay on Xbox 360, so this is definitely on my radar. My god, this trailer was too long. I have a few problems with this trailer. State of Decay 2 isn't the prettiest game out there. Its animations and characters all have a solid amount of jank. That's fine though, as the game isn't really about the story or characters, more so on the survival and exploration aspects. The trailer gives off kind of a Days Gone Last of Us vibe, where they're trying to be super serious and it just doesn't work well when the game doesn't look like those games graphically. The game really isn't about story anyways. Trim the trailer down to 2 minutes or use all this time for a gameplay demo. And look, more guns! For God's sake, Microsoft, we get it, the Second Amendment happened, it's cool, but get over it. I know all these games are totally different, but it's so many games in a row that have the same mechanic. And I know that makes me sound really
Anything that's not made by Nintendo is bullshit.
but they should have shaken up the game trailer so then a string of games whose main mechanic isn't shooting doesn't happen. Whatever this game is, I couldn't care less. It doesn't have a live announcer screaming. Minecraft gets a handful of showtime. I'm not personally interested, and I think this could have all been condensed into a short trailer, but instead, 2 trailers and a whole speaker. Dragon Ball FighterZ looks really, really good. Like, really, really, really good. I'm not a Dragon Ball guy, but this game looks perfect for what it is visually, and it honestly looks really fun. Another launch exclusive. This is getting annoying considering how many actual exclusives have been shown off.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Wow, The Last Night looks gorgeous. I'm kind of getting sick of the whole pixel art style for indie games, but this game takes it in a new direction. Like, my god, it looks great. Reminds me of the game Flashback. Wait, just a moment. What was shown at the beginning of the trailer?
Exclusive.
Christ! Looks like Microsoft's getting artsy on us.
Alright, cool. Wait, what was at the beginning again?
Exclusive.
Code Vein, I totally forgot this was in the conference. I have no clue what I was doing during this portion, and thus, I got nothing. Sea of Thieves gets an extended gameplay demo, and my god, this game still isn't out yet. It looks cool and really fun, turning a lot of pirate tropes into gameplay mechanics like riddles to find treasure and ship battles, but I really think they showed this game off too early. We've been seeing this game at E3 for years now. I liked the gameplay, but I thought it went on for too long.
Exclusive.
Alright, hate to break it to you, Microsoft, but I don't think launch exclusives excite anybody. They're more so an annoyance to people on other platforms than to people on your platform. If they were interested in the game, they would have bought the game regardless of it being a launch exclusive or multi-platform. Tacoma, what the hell was that? No, seriously, I feel like indie game trailers at Microsoft press conferences do the worst job at telling you what their game is like.
Like, remember the trailer for Inside last year?
What was that? Hey, Conker! You cheekies! Well, here we have Super Lucky's Tale, perfect evidence that you don't have to be Nintendo to make a shitty Nintendo game. To be fair, it looks like it would be fun, but a bit generic. I'd be interested to pick it up on the cheap, but I'm in no way foaming at the mouth to play this game. It is nice to see Microsoft getting behind a decent looking 3D platformer though. Cuphead, the coolest looking game to ever grace a video file, finally gets a release date it will inevitably not make. Crackdown 3 starring Terry Crews, neato, and it's coming out the same day as the Xbox One X. That's neato as well. We get a montage of smaller games, Ashen, Life is Strange Before the Storm, a gameplay demo for Shadow of War, a trailer for Ori and the Will of the Wisp, which is pretty bangin', and
today, I'm pleased to announce an exciting expansion to the program.
Yes! This was amazing confirmation. I love the idea that the Xbox One will play all generations of Xbox, and the original Xbox has a killer library that I love to play again on a modern console. This was my favorite announcement of the show. I was so happy. Phil then reveals that the Xbox One X will be retailing for $499, and then we get a gameplay demo for Anthem.
We have 4 more conferences to go over!
That was a decent conference. My main problem was the pacing. It felt like too many similar games were lumped together, which made them all kind of blend in. Some trailers, especially for indie games, didn't give you any concrete information on what the game is about, and I would be lying if I said I wasn't bored multiple times during the conference. Just some gameplay demos and trailers dragged on for too long. That ended up having the conference be the longest of the bunch, running over 90 minutes during an E3 where most conferences were under an hour long. Also, Microsoft didn't really do a good job convincing anybody the Xbox One X is worth it. It just felt like a lot of that power is going underutilized, and I'm fine with my Xbox One S. Like, nothing I saw during the conference made me go, well, I can't do that on my current Xbox One. But if you're really that serious about 4K, I guess the X is cool, but for people like me who are fine with regular 720 and 1080p, they didn't do much to convince me. And it's obvious the Xbox One X is more so a luxury product that's marketed towards the die-hard fans. But Microsoft showed a ton of games with a fair amount of variety, which can't be said for other companies at the show. Next up is Bethesda, also on Sunday, June 11th, and my God, did people hate this conference. It starts up with a montage of Bethesda employees and their families, which is nice. They then transition into the show, which is styled in the vein of 1950s advertising, and I dig it a lot, it's cute. And then they talk about a bunch of old stuff for 30 minutes. Doom, but in VR, Fallout 4, but in VR, Elder Scrolls Online Morrowind, which came out like a week ago, Creation Club, which is for old games like Fallout 4 and Skyrim, and everybody hated this, basically charging for mods. Elder Scrolls Legends Skyrim expansion, card game, not really interested. Switch version of Skyrim, Zelda content, cool, motion controls, I mean sure, but the game wasn't made for that and nobody will play it like that. No release date, even though this is a port of a 6-year-old game announced last October. No release date. Dishonored 2 DLC, cool, Quake Champions, alright, and then we finally get the major new announcements, Evil Within 2 and Wolfenstein 2. That's it. Overall, I didn't really hate this conference like others. I thought it was alright, it's just that they barely announced anything new. Really, only 2 big things were announced, and they were at the very tail end of the conference. I think the reason I didn't hate this thing was because it was really quick and painless, and it also helps that I think the final 2 game announcements were pretty good. Alas, they didn't do a good job of letting us know what's to come in 2018, and next E3 they better bring out more new games and stop relying so heavily on 6-year-old ones. Next, we have the winner of E3, Ubisoft.
What has this world come to?
No idea where this came from. Ubisoft time and time again has had a pretty mediocre conference, kinda due to the fact that a lot of their games were always revealed at other conferences. This year their conference was on Monday, June 12th and started off with a bang by revealing Mario & Rabbids Kingdom Battle. This was entirely leaked for a solid 6 years before the reveal, but it was nice to see it finally be confirmed. Miyamoto came up on stage and I thought this section dragged on a tad too long, but I'm okay with it. When you have Miyamoto at your press conference, I can understand milking it for as long as you can. The game itself looks fine, the gameplay didn't really click with me, but other people are genuinely excited for it. I'm not offended by the game, it looks quality enough, I just don't know if it's for me gameplay wise. We then get a quick trailer for Assassin's Creed Origins, which is a game we saw at Microsoft, but they don't linger on it, which is nice. Next is a trailer for The Crew 2, which looked cool, with multiple vehicles racing at the same time, color me intrigued. South Park for the 17th E3 in a row, some artsy VR game called Transference, a new IP, Skull and Bones, which looks really fun. Basically, Ubisoft is satiating the fans of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. Good stuff, but it's a ways off. And what better game to show off next than Just Dance 2018? They don't linger on it, and it's here and gone in no time. Neat. A new South Park mobile game, Phone Destroyer. Alright. Next up is Ubisoft's Toys to Life game, Starlink. From what I understood, you don't have to use the toys, but if you want to, you can put together your own ship with whatever pieces you desire, and it will appear as that in the game, which is pretty cool. Some steep DLC, Far Cry 5 gameplay, which looked really good, and then ending it on Beyond Good and Evil 2, one of the most anticipated, long-awaited sequels of all time. Of course, it's weird because the characters swear like every 2 syllables in the trailer.
I think they obviously looked into some marketing research and realized people don't care about talking monkeys if they ain't swearing.
That was really weird, and it felt a little too forced coming from the T-rated original, but hey, it's still Beyond Good and Evil 2. No gameplay, and it's basically just now starting production, but it's cool that Ubisoft formally announced it this way. Yeah, so Ubisoft did really good. I liked how they didn't stay on things too long or try too hard to be funny. They let their developers be developers and showed the games they made and then moved on to the next thing. It was surprisingly really well done, and all the games shown off looked quality. The final traditional conference of them all is Sony's, also taking place on Monday, June 12th, later at night. I had a lot of concerns going into Sony's conference. They announced so many games at E3 2016, and most of those games still haven't released. Would we be looking at an E3 with little new content and mainly a rehash of last year?
Yeah, pretty much.
So at E3 2016, I thought Sony did great because of the style of press conference they went for. They started off with a live orchestra playing music that sounded straight out of God of War. Then gameplay started up and revealed that it was the new God of War. After that, non-stop trailer after trailer. No bigwig coming out to explain what you just saw, just trailer after trailer of new game after new game. I loved it. Sony did a similar thing here, but take out all the excitement of new game announcements and replace them with games we already know about. Instead of a new God of War caliber announcement, the live music was playing for a story trailer of Uncharted: The Lost Legacy. Not as impactful, we already know about this game. I'm totally gonna pick it up, but it's more so a standalone expansion for Uncharted 4. It's not a huge, big, exciting way to start off a press conference. Next up was Horizon DLC, which, alright, cool. After that, a gameplay demo of Days Gone, which looks good, albeit a little too much like The Last of Us did well. Let's make something like that. Still, it was announced last year and still no release window. Monster Hunter World, which is really cool. Many have complained it's simply westernizing Monster Hunter, but I've heard conflicting reports saying it's way more Monster Hunter than some skeptics say it is. Plus, it'll introduce the series to far more people here in North America, which is great. A from the ground up remake of Shadow of the Colossus. Awesome. This is how I want remakes to be. This looks like if Shadow of the Colossus was made in this generation, and it looks beautiful. Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite Story trailer, alright cool. Call of Duty World War II, alright cool. PSVR, alright cool. God of War trailer, nice to see some hack and slash elements in the game. I liked the demo from last year, but it felt like let's make a Naughty Dog rather than let's make a God of War. Nice to see the game bringing in some elements from the original series, and I like the release date, early 2018. Detroit Become Human. Whatever, I haven't really played any of Quantic Dream games, nor do I have much desire to, so I got nothing. But God, this game still doesn't have a release window yet? Next up, Destiny 2 trailer, and then Sean Layden comes back on stage to close the conference. That's it? Well, we do get a gameplay demo of Spider-Man, and it looks amazing, but seriously, that's it? That was such an underwhelming press conference. It felt like Sony just tried to replicate what they did last year but forgot to announce any new games. The only new game we got from Sony was a remake of a game that's already been remade, not to this extent but still. And the trailers and gameplay demos they did show off didn't really reveal amazing new things. It felt more so like, here's more Days Gone, here's more God of War. The game shown off looked great for the most part, but I gotta say, if you watch Sony's 2016 conference, you don't really have a reason to watch this year's. Finally, we have Nintendo and their Nintendo Spotlight on Tuesday, June 13th. I had a lot to worry about going into this. At E3, I want the most games possible, surely meaning a runtime of around an hour is warranted for the conferences. The Nintendo Spotlight was said to be only 25 minutes and to have a major focus on 2017 games only. I was scared. I wanted to see brand new things and also new looks on games we already knew about. That 25-minute length meant we were either gonna get mostly one or the other.
Nintendo needs to start off strong. Just get into the games. Don't waste time on games that are coming out within the month like ARMS or something.
A short trailer plays showing off the multiplayer games on Switch coming soon, soft revealing Rocket League on the system, which is perfect. That game will work so well on the system, that was awesome. Then Reggie talks for 20 minutes, and for the remaining 5 minutes, we start off with Xenoblade Chronicles 2. It looks really good, and while I'm not an RPG fan, I can appreciate this game, and it looks nice. And we get confirmation it's coming this year. Next up, an untitled Kirby game is revealed. It looks beautiful, but a little too generic for my liking. It looked a bit too similar to Return to Dreamland on the Wii. It does have some of its own ideas though. It brings back mixing abilities and has some fun co-op puzzles thrown in there. I'm gonna pick it up, but I want to see this game garner its own identity soon. Then more talking about stuff that doesn't matter. Pokemon RPG title for the Switch is confirmed only via words, and Metroid Prime 4 is revealed only via a logo.
I said something about Metroid at E3, didn't I?
Nowadays, before E3 2017, there are rumors that 2 new Metroid games are going to be revealed. Yeah, I don't buy it. Huh. Listen, these are amazing announcements and I'm excited to see what comes of them, but I would have liked to see at least some concept art or something from these games. Alas, these are 2 highly anticipated titles that are obviously very early in production, so just mentioning that they're in the works is enough, I guess. Yoshi! Looks weird. I like the world's art style, but why is Yoshi just a regular Yoshi? But he has a weird texture, like he's a plush or something, but doesn't look the part. I hope the Yoshi is just a temp model, and I think that's the case. Hopefully he's replaced with a papercraft version or something to go with the art style that would fit better. I like that it's a 2D platformer where you can go forward and backwards. It reminds me of Bug on the Sega Saturn.
The flip mechanic is neat and is used really creatively. I highly recommend watching the gameplay on Treehouse Live. Art style needs a bit of a tweaking, but overall looks good. Next up is Fire Emblem Warriors. You see, I'm not a Fire Emblem guy and also didn't really get into Hyrule Warriors, so this game doesn't really interest me. However, I think it's really lame that they're only using characters from the latest entries in the series and the first few entries. Why not the entire series? That's just kind of a slap in the face to longtime fans. Zelda DLC is next, and oh my God, we already know about this. They already detailed this online via screenshots. This just feels like padding. And they further detailed the second DLC pack, but barely. They just kind of vaguely show pictures of the champions and say that the pack is about them. They also revealed that the champions are getting their own amiibo, which is cool. I'm happy to see a Zelda character other than Link get an amiibo. Then more talking from Reggie, then games we already knew about. One of my least favorite things ever is the fact that they show off Rocket League like this is a huge reveal, and I was squealing, you showed it in the intro, this is old news! So that's the Nintendo Spotlight at E3 2017, and there was really nothing that could possibly redeem it. Nintendo wins! I feel like the 25-minute time limit was more of a detriment than an advantage. I understand that Nintendo wanted to quickly get through everything and whatnot, but it was more so stressful as a Nintendo fan. Knowing they only had 25 minutes made me hate when they would waste their time just talking to the camera or going over stuff we already knew. Kinda lame Metroid Prime 4 and Pokemon were merely just stated to be coming to the Switch with nothing else, but hey, I'll take the announcements and sleep well knowing Metroid is back and mainline Pokemon is finally coming to a home console. Mario Odyssey is literally everything the human race has built up to. I cannot say any more good things about that game. The capture mechanic of the hat took a mechanic that was already cool, you know, using the hat as a weapon and platform, and made it that much cooler. Overall, they had great announcements, but I wanted just a bit more of a better look at what 2018 will entail, and I hated the fact it was only 25 minutes. It was really stressful. So overall, E3 2017 was pretty disappointing. There simply wasn't a ton of new stuff announced this year to really get me excited. It was mainly just showing off stuff we already knew was coming. Don't get me wrong, a lot of premium high quality games were shown off, but they were the same games shown off last year, or even the year before that, and in some cases, the year before that. Not every E3 is a winner, and this one wasn't bad, but pretty underwhelming. So overall, I give E3 2017 a... Excuse me, that must be my doctor. My results must be in. Yellow.
Hey Scott, it's Dr. Bill here. Got your test results in, and it seems you've been diagnosed with disappointment.
Oh. Hey y'all, Scott here. You ever look at a baby and you're like, F yeah, now that's what I call a baby! And then 4 years later you're like, well, that's a lot more underwhelming looking back at it all. Super Mario 3D World. Upon release, Super Mario 3D World was initially met with critical acclaim, receiving incredibly high, if not perfect, scores. I originally played through the game at launch and eventually 100% completed the game as Mario, but I haven't really played it since. Looking back at the game, it definitely doesn't seem as great as many reviews made it out to be or how I perceived it at launch. So today I'm going to be revisiting Mario 3D World with a more critical eye, but first, a little background. In January of 2013, a few months after the Wii U launched, Nintendo hosted a Nintendo Direct strictly about the Wii U. This Direct revealed a few big games early in development, but also announced that a new 3D Mario game was in the works and would be shown and playable at that year's E3. That's all we knew about it, and because of this, I and countless others were expecting something in line with either Super Mario Galaxy 3 or a game that is as big of a leap forward as Galaxy was from Sunshine, or Sunshine was from 64, in terms of scope and spectacle that is. Of course, when you get down to it, Sunshine and 64 had larger worlds than Galaxy, but Galaxy was something special. It felt like a huge leap forward for the Mario series, but still respectful of the series' roots. E3 2013 rolled around and that trailer came with it. Honestly, one of the most underwhelming trailers Nintendo's ever done. No to Galaxy 3, no to a wholly new 3D Mario, but instead, yes to a sequel to a handheld 3D Mario game, Super Mario 3D Land. 3D Land was a great game, but I personally feel a lot of that had to do with it being on a handheld, specifically the Nintendo 3DS. That game was completely designed around the hardware of the 3DS, so I don't think anybody played that game and said, well, I gotta play this on a console.
Also, 3D World came at a time when Mario games were released every single year. I personally felt that this was more of an accident by Nintendo, as it made sense that these releases would line up like this. However, people were already starting to become fatigued on Mario games, and within the past few years, the Mario games that have come out were being criticized for playing it safe, feeling samey, or having little personality. 3D World debuting like this and looking like nothing more than an HD version of 3D Land or just a 3D New Super Mario Bros. Game graphically and level design wise turned some people off. Also, this game straight up did not look as good as Galaxy from the get-go. Polygon wise, of course 3D World gets the edge, but artistically, it felt as basic as Mario could get. It didn't have anything crazy going on here, it looked like just another Mario game. The trailer also unveiled the cat suit and 4-player co-op with the characters from Super Mario Bros. 2, Mario, Luigi, Peach, and Toad. There were elements of creativity and fun in the trailer, and the people who demoed the game at E3 said it was a lot of fun, but this wasn't a Mario game that shocked or awed. This was, as I previously stated, just another Mario game. Fast forward to October 1st, 2013, Nintendo hosted a Nintendo Direct and started off with the loudest 180 in all the land. The second trailer for 3D World was phenomenal and put to rest a lot of concerns I had about the game. Finally, some personality, some great fast-paced big band music, cool power-ups including the introduction of the double cherry. The first trailer made Mario 3D World look lifeless, while this trailer made the game look like gallons of fun. After this trailer, right before the game launched, Nintendo basically spoiled everything about the game, just trying to get everybody interested in it so Wii U sales would finally be something to gloat about. I then played and loved the game, and here we are now. Let's start off with just a quick overview of what Mario 3D World is all about. 3D World closely follows the structure of Mario 3D Land. Elements from 3D Land are still here, such as similar looking cutscenes, art style, enemies, camera angles, the game completion method, so on and so on. This is basically taking the structure of 3D Land and making a new game out of it. The plot here is that Bowser has kidnapped the 7 Sprixie princesses and you just save them because of the good Samaritan you are. You have to go through 8 worlds to beat the game, but afterwards there are 4 bonus worlds with much more difficult levels. Each standard world has around 8 or so levels, with special levels thrown in as well. This includes enemy blockades, mystery house challenges, which are basically gauntlets where you have to fully beat each challenge in a row to win, and Captain Toad levels. These levels are 3D maze-like boxes where you control Captain Toad who can't jump. These levels would then lead to the spin-off title Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, which is basically an entire game of these types of levels. These are fun little distractions, and they're spread out pretty evenly throughout the game. These are accessed via the world map, which is different compared to other Mario games. Think a 2D overworld map, such as the one in Mario World, but you can move around in a 3D space. This is completely superfluous. It's cool, but doesn't add anything to the game. There are random little secrets, but most of the time they amount to nothing more than finding a 1-up or a few coins. Standard levels in 3D World are structured like an everyday Mario level, just get from point A to point B. Just like 3D Land, 3D World is structured as a 2D Mario game, but playable in 3D. The playable characters retain a few of Mario's moves from his 3D outing, so moves like the long jump, ground pound, climbing, and so on. It was like this in Mario 3D Land as well, and these moves aren't necessary at all, but are fun to fool around with or use expertly if you're a seasoned pro. To be fair, they weren't necessary in the traditional 3D Mario games, but there were more areas where the moves were useful. These moves help the game feel a bit more like a traditional 3D Mario game, so while the level design feels straight out of New Super Mario Bros., you can still long jump, for example. Controls are more restrictive than any other 3D Mario. You can only move in 8 directions, which is already a step down from 3D Land's 12. This was done more than likely due to the more precise platforming needed in the game compared to Mario's other 3D outings, and due to the lack of 3D coming from 3D Land, it makes sense to lock the player into a certain angle so it's easier to make a jump. There are 2 levels of running here. The first one is just a standard run, but suddenly Mario poofs out a dash out of nowhere. Some have complained that this has led to their untimely deaths totally in real life, but I think it's fine. It doesn't really add anything, but I sometimes find myself running in circles to get to my top speed. I'm fine with how Mario controls here. There are some definite differences from previous games, but they're completely usable and it still feels like Mario. There are 2 types of collectibles in each level. One is the green star, in which there are 3 of each per standard stage. These act as the star coins / medals from New Super Mario Bros. And Mario 3D Land respectively. These are required to access the rest of the game, so they act similarly to stars and shines in the traditional 3D Mario games in that regard. In fact, I'm pretty sure they made them stars instead of star coins to make this game feel like Galaxy, and Galaxy 2 specifically. The other collectible is the stamp, which is completely optional. These can be used on Miiverse and are superfluous to beating the game, but to get to the final world, you're going to have to nab them all. There are more power-ups than ever in 3D World, with the headliner this time being the cat suit.
It's great and allows for more exploration, but that just makes me wonder how great this would have been in a more sandboxy Mario game. The double cherry is cool, but it's only used to access areas that say you need blank amount of players to access this. I always felt like that was cheap and just really uncreative. The double cherry could have been an excuse to add creative puzzles that require multiple players. And hey, if you're playing in single player, a double cherry could be used for said puzzles. The power-up is fun to use though and makes things pretty chaotic, which can be a blast sometimes. The other power-ups are returning: the Fire Flower, Boomerang Flower, Super Leaf, Invincibility Star, you know the drill. The Mega Mushroom makes a comeback in which it's as prominent as it's always been, and by that I mean it barely shows up. We also have various items the player can interact with, such as propeller boxes, cannon boxes, and light boxes. These are helpful within specific levels that are made easier by using these boxes effectively. The potted piranha plants can be picked up to eat other enemies, and ice skates can be acquired to make icy areas more manageable. There's also some throwaway items such as the Goomba masks and baseballs, and I've never been a fan of shell power-ups in Mario games. A major feature of this game is the addition of clear pipes. I mean, they add some different elements to the game, but nowhere near groundbreaking. These were highlighted when the game was first revealed, and they're fine, but they're not integral to the game by any means. The music in 3D World is phenomenal. A big band style was used for most tracks here, and it is just fantastic. There's a lot of reused music from past Mario games, however. It's kind of Mario tradition at this point to bring back old tracks, but if I had to complain about the soundtrack in any way, it would be I wanted more new tracks. Finally, let's finish this quick overview by talking about the different characters. The four main characters from Mario 2 are back in full swing. Mario, who's the all-around character, Luigi, who has a great jump but bad traction, Peach, who can float in the air but is slow, and Toad, who can run the fastest but jump the baddest. Unlocked after beating World Star Dash 2 is Rosalina from Mario Galaxy, who has a spin attack which can help you achieve greater height while jumping. However, she's the slowest of the bunch. Overall, the multiple characters are more so here to bring choice to the player. Find the character that fits your playstyle the best. Everything can be beaten by each character, but it's up to the player to decide which one is for them, which I'm alright with. However, there are some optional parts that require specific characters, and these are nothing more than just a button with the character's emblem on them. I feel like this is just a really cheap way to prolong the game's playtime, as in, oh, now I have to replay this level as Toad to get a green star or a stamp. I think there could have been more creative uses for these character-specific areas, like instead of just going back as a character to hit a button, why not have a portion of the level that can only be accomplished by using a specific character's traits? Mario 3D World is another Mario game, but that also means it's a good game, and while I loved it originally, I'd comfortably say I like it now and it's worth your time. So now that I've gone over what the game's like and dabbled in my opinion of it, what are some points of criticism in Mario 3D World? 3D World looks great in very specific instances. It feels like the art style was engineered to look good in certain conditions, and when the designers wanted to get a little crazy with the level themes and in tandem with that, the lighting, the character models and worlds just don't look great sometimes. I'd say everything looks pretty good in the first level, for example. The colors just pop and it feels lively. Then we go on to Sprawling Savannah, which, yikes! Everything looks like it's made of plastic. Also, this level has a bit of an open playground area in it, the only one in the game that really harkens back to the classic 3D Mario games. The problem with this is the game wasn't made with a camera like this in mind, and because of that, some really gross pop-in occurs. Now that's in terms of how things look graphically with polygons and colors. I like how colorful the game can be, and in specific instances it looks great, and in other instances it looks way too plasticky and not great. This game doesn't really have its own identity visually. They don't do anything here that wasn't done in 3D Land or the new Super Mario Bros. Games. In terms of the level designs, everything feels so artificial and geometric. These stages don't feel like worlds and could have really benefited from some extra detail being added here and there. Like the Mario Kart homage in the game just has a bunch of roads and that's kind of it. The background is completely barren. Like, why not make it look like an actual racetrack from Mario Kart or add some cool little details like billboards and a crowd cheering you on? It feels like a lot of these levels were created with a level editor, just placing things within a tile set. I'm not hating on the level design themselves in terms of being fair and functional, mainly the look and ambiance of the stages. Not focusing on the little details, just giving you the bare minimum to get to the point. When you look at a game like Mario Sunshine, everything looks organic. It feels like a world that's lived in and looks fun to explore. Mario 3D World just feels like an obstacle course with a stock Mario art style and really nothing more in most cases. Multiplayer is one of 3D World's biggest selling points. A 3D Mario game that can be played with up to 4 players? Sounds fun, and it is! It's better than the new Super Mario Bros. Games because here everybody has more room to run around and do their own thing.
My problem with the multiplayer is that it's just not that crazy inviting as a multiplayer game. Like, I just hop into my profile and play random Mario levels I have to find with my friends if I already beat the game. Why not have some separate modes, like a coin battle mode, which is in new Super Mario Bros. Games? Why not have like a playlist of 3 randomized levels you can play with your friends, and the game then tallies up who won overall of the 3 stages? I just wanted the game to have a multiplayer specific mode rather than just having to hop into the regular game and find my own fun. And also, the camera can be pretty difficult to deal with in multiplayer sometimes. I think being the only 3D Mario game on the Wii U really hurt 3D World, which isn't necessarily fault of the games, but rather the people who put this game into development, rather than a traditional 3D Mario. There are now 3 definitive types of Mario games: the standard 2D Mario, which is New Super Mario Bros., the in-between 2D 3D Mario, which is Mario 3D Land and World, and the sandbox 3D Marios, Mario 64 and Sunshine. I think it makes sense to have the in-between games to help novice players ease into the traditional 3D Mario games, but really only if there's a traditional 3D Mario game for them to ease into on the console. Mario 3D World works better as a supplemental game rather than the only game. Also, as the Wii U's only 3D Mario game, it makes pretty lame use of the gamepad. This all feels like an afterthought that they shoehorned in to make the game feel like it would be impossible to do on other consoles. So much of 3D Land's design philosophy was brought over into this game, sometimes to a fault. 3D Land was designed completely around the use of 3D, as in if you crank that 3D slider up, you're going to be able to make jumps more easily. That's how the game was designed, and when you take the same basic style of game and throw it on a big HD TV with no 3D available, miscalculated or perceived jumps are more frequent here than before. It's not the biggest deal, but it just feels like Nintendo was in dire need of a 3D Mario game on Wii U and simply took the newest 3D Mario engine they had, which was for 3D Land, and made a new game from that. It still functions, but it works so much better on the 3DS because, you know, the game was made for that system. The level design in 3D World is also akin to 3D Land, and by that I mean most levels here are short. All the stages are well designed, however, I feel like they went for more of a quantity than a quality. Like, 3D World has a ton of levels, like a ton of levels. I would have rather 3D World go the tropical freeze route. In that game, Retro Studios designed longer, grander levels, but had less of them than previous Donkey Kong Country games. Having levels this short on a handheld makes sense, but this is a console game. I'm obviously sitting down for at least an hour to play this game. Give me something larger. I would have liked it if they combined all the levels with similar themes and design elements to create one big level. For example, Super Bell Hill, Mount Beanpole, and Really Rolling Hills all have the same aesthetic, grassy plains. Instead of being 3 short levels, I think it would have been cool if they were all combined into one larger stage. Like, imagine the stage starts off as Super Bell Hill, and when you get to the end of the section you see the giant mountain to scale of Mount Beanpole. When you enter the mystery box, it transports you to Really Rolling Hills, and there you can complete the level. I think that would have made the stages more fun and more unique from another, as there wouldn't be so many separate grassy plain stages and would make the levels more memorable. Speaking of which... man, this game is forgettable. I can vividly remember so many things about Mario 64, Sunshine and Galaxy. The hub worlds, Bob-omb Battlefield, Cool Mountain, Wom's Fortress, Bianco Hills, Rico Harbor, the Honey Hive Galaxy, Battle Rock Galaxy, Loop-de-Loop Galaxy, Toy Time Galaxy, Beach Bowl Galaxy, and so much more. Of the 93 standard levels in Mario 3D World, I can only truly remember like 5 or 6 of them. I remember elements of others, like, I remember the snowy stage with the Tanuki suit, or the carnival stage and whatnot, but not at all how I remember the other 3D console games. Remember King Caliente, King Babam, the giant blooper blooper? The boss battles in 3D World are nowhere near as memorable or unique. It's just kind of like, here's a funny looking guy, bop him on the head, goal reached. They aren't awful by any means, just not as clever or interesting as previous ones in the series. 3D World just doesn't really have a main focus. It goes all over the place in terms of themes. Like, it's a pretty standard Mario game, but everybody's a cat, and Bowser is driving a car, and then he makes his own theme park, and then we go to space, and there's a Mario Kart level in there somewhere. It's just kind of like random wackiness being thrown at you all over the place, but these spurts of originality don't really feel like they belong with each other in the same game. The game doesn't really have a theme or anything, so it just feels like instead of thinking long and hard about what should happen here, they just say, whatever, just put some baseballs there. That's kind of fun, but I think I would have rather had 3D World have a specific theme. Having a theme restricts you to thinking outside the box more.
so everything feels like it belongs while also inspiring creative ways to tie things into the adventure. Just look at Mario Sunshine or Galaxy. Mario 3D World is a good game, but it just can't live up to the legacy of other Mario games to me. It's simple, pure fun, but at the same time forgettable. It's well made and looks clean, but feels kind of empty at the end of the day for me. I understand this is a Mario game for a more casual audience compared to Sunshine and 64, but I felt like Galaxy was able to achieve this. It maintained a lot of the magic from the first two 3D games while also being more accessible to newcomers. I think 3D World strays a bit too far from what made 64 Sunshine and Galaxy so special and simply feels like a handheld Mario game in HD, or just another Mario game. That doesn't mean it's bad, but simply not on the same level. I don't think it should have never existed, but instead it should have supplemented a true 3D Mario game. Like, what's the point of having only a 2D Mario game and a half 2D, half 3D Mario game on the Wii U? It always felt like to me that the half 2D, half 3D was to ease casual players into being more comfortable with playing a real 3D Mario game, but since we didn't have a real 3D Mario this generation, it felt kind of pointless. I'd probably give 3D World a solid 7.5 out of 10, but I have to wholeheartedly love it because there's no true 3D Mario game on the horizon. Ah, yeah, that's a thing. Hey y'all, Scott here, and you call me just tuning into my favorite 50s sitcom. It's the Shit Givers. Yep, that's not me. I really need to take a page out of the Shit Givers book and start giving a shit more. I want to be better than everybody else, so I decided to cut out fast food and to exercise more. Weirdly enough, it turned out the parking lot I threw Pop-Its in was to a gym. But then, right before I was about to sign up for a 1-month all-inclusive free trial, I decided I wouldn't waste all my money and I'd bring the gym to me in the form of fitness-related video games. These games were incredibly prominent in the 7th generation of game consoles with the popularity of the Wii and the Kinect. First off, we have to talk about Wii Fit. We're just going to be taking a look at Wii Fit Plus. It's the same as Wii Fit, but with more content added. All Wii Fit games require the use of the Wii Balance Board, which is an accessory that can measure your balance and weight. The Wii Fit games popularized this accessory in various other games supported on the Wii. Well, I have the sudden urge to make a DeviantArt account. It's been a good long while since I've last gotten on Wii Fit Plus, so let's do a bit of a body test to get back on track. Well, my center of balance is gross, and use your abs, what the hell does that mean? And now I get to see my BMI results. Well, guilty as charged! Entering a goal in Wii Fit Plus has its limits. I can only gain 22 pounds in a year, which is pitiful. We have a few more body test activities and we finally get to my Wii Fit age. Great, I am 20 years old as of now, and Wii Fit Plus is saying I have the mannerisms of a 20-year-old, so why is it acting like I'm obese and ugly? Now on to the meat of Wii Fit and Wii Fit Plus. There are 4 categories of activities. The first 2 are yoga and strength training, but who cares about those because we have fun games to play in aerobics and balance games. These can be loads of fun, and in Wii Fit Plus, there's another selection of games exclusive to this version. One of my favorites back in the day was running, but now I'd rather just tape my Wiimote to a fan and let it play itself. The yoga and strength training sections are fine in themselves. They're exactly what they're advertised as. They're not gamey like the other activities and are the straight up workouts of the package. I'd say the biggest problem with Wii Fit and Wii Fit Plus is that they're better as games than hardcore exercise programs. Don't get me wrong, the activities within the games will give you a good workout and the yoga and strength training sections are fine as exercises. But the body tests always seem to give false information, like it says I need to cut back to around 100 pounds. It may be because this is using the profile I made back when I was around 12 or 13, but the game recognized how old I am now, so I don't understand. Plus, I remember this being a consistent issue with Wii Fit, and looking at other reviews of the game online, it's obviously not just me. I'm sure you all know Wii Fit though, so I won't linger too long. All I gotta say is it can be a fun game that gives you a good workout, but the body test portion of the game should not be trusted. Here we have Gold's Gym Cardio Workout by Ubisoft. Firstly, we have to create our own avatar, and thank God it takes into account all the guys from Ripley's Believe It or Not, because our avatar can be 4 inches tall and in conjunction weigh 660 pounds. The game's main focus is on rhythmic boxing, so wait until the game tells you to swing and go for it. Kinda like DDR, but with punching. And I gotta say, this game does a good job giving you a workout and is actually really fun. I do have some problems with the controls though. Punching works fine, but whenever it asks me to duck and weave, if I actually do the motion, it doesn't read it properly. I end up having to pretend to duck and weave by just moving the Wii Remote and nunchuck downwards. I guess we get to go at this punching bag for a while to end the workout. That was anticlimactic. The game allows you to use 2 Wii Remotes, which I would recommend instead of the Wiimote and Nunchuck combo. 2 Wii Remotes offer more accurate controls and no short wire in between. But yeah, I actually really enjoyed this one. Next up we have Jillian Michaels' Fitness Ultimatum 2009.
You do know whose game you're playing, right? This is a Jillian Michaels game.
I'm sorry. Well, Cabela's Fitness Ultimatum 2009 offers up a character creator, and perfect. The game has a fair amount of FMVs of Jillian Michaels, and I'm just sitting here waiting for the QuickTime events to start up. And here we have the game's hub world, Jillian Michaels Fitness Camp, and I gotta say it looks more concentration than fitness. The cafeteria offers a load of helpful hints, never mind, you have to unlock those. While I am able to find the workout area where we have to put together a list of different workouts we want to do, or in other words, 5 minigames, and let's go for a hard workout. And hard is right, they're not messing around here, the directions have a time limit. I'm playing with the Wii balance board here, and first up is running, which holy shit, this is awkward as all that is sacred. You have to run, but not run on the Wii balance board while moving your hands with the Wii Remote and nunchuck. Why not just say the balance board isn't compatible with this minigame? It feels like if you say you have the balance board, support for the accessory was just completely shoehorned in. Moving on. This minigame here involves picking up and throwing paint grenades, and it's actually not that bad of a workout. I could do without the Wii Remote and nunchuck controls though. Obviously the main workout here is just the squatting. Next up is log jumping, this is awful. And here we have log balancing, and I already thought this game was pretty low quality before this, but this minigame opened my eyes. The entire game I just laid down and did nothing, literally the game just played itself. My character never fell over or did anything to make it seem as if a person is controlling her. But hey, get this.
Excellent. Guess what's coming your way? A new tip.
Incentives! Here we have EA Active 2. Uh-oh. Yeah, I bought this game used and it didn't come with the heart rate monitor, but let's just see how far we can get in the game without them. Yep, they're onto us. Let's move on to the Kinect here, with the Biggest Loser Ultimate Workout. And with this, I suddenly figured out my room is not made for the Kinect. Yeah, I didn't play these games enough based on how much room I had, but I at least played enough to throw out some first impressions. This game took me by surprise, not because it's anything spectacular, but it's much higher quality than I expected. By that I mean I expected another Cabela's Fitness Ultimatum 2009, but instead we get a bland game that helps you work out but isn't fun in the slightest. It does accurately count the amount of reps of a certain exercise you do, which is a plus and does definitely get your heart pumping, but it's nothing I'd come back to. Next is Zumba Fitness, and I am not a fan. This is a dancing game in the same vein as Just Dance or Dance Central. From what I played, there were no prompts showing you what dance move to do next, so it took way too long to actually figure out what the move is I'm supposed to be doing. I'd just rather play Dance Central. Finally, let's end it with NBA Baller Beats. This game is a rhythm game in the style of Dance Central, but incorporates a basketball in the moves. The problem is I don't have a basketball on me, so hopefully it'll accept a watermelon instead. Yep, it's a rhythm game with a basketball, and for you watermelon fans out there, it does technically work. So those are just a few fitness-related video games for you, and honestly, most of these games are pretty good for what they are. Not only do they get your heart pumping, but they're actually pretty fun ways to work out, and they also take great advantage of motion controls. These games are simply not possible on systems other than the Wii or Kinect. But, as somebody who enjoys standard video games, I am obligated to say these games would be a lot better with a real man's controller. It's so much better. Hey y'all, Scott here, and apparently Smash Bros. Only has 5 stages according to competitive play. Bunch of prudes. I personally have Rainbow Cruise blood in me, so in terms of my most wanted Smash Brothers stages, get ready for a whole lot of wackiness!
Kirby and the Rainbow Curse was alright. The game was incredibly short and kind of forgettable for me, but one thing that I will always remember is the art style. My god, this game looks fantastic. The problem is, you had to look at the gamepad to competently play the game, so you can never experience the game in all of its HD glory. That's why I would dig a Smash Brothers stage based off of it. The clay aesthetic would look so cool. This mock-up is really simple, but I think there could be a lot of fun aspects to the stage. Maybe rainbow lines can be drawn and players could temporarily stand on them, similar to PictoChat or something. World Bowser is the final main world in Super Mario 3D World, and I want it. This is such a cool design for a world, and I would kill to have this as a stage. Maybe that clown Ferris wheel can be used as platforms and whatnot. I just think the music and design of this place is too cool to not have it be a Smash Brothers stage. Breath of the Wild is going to get a stage in Smash Brothers. It's inevitable. I think the most obvious contender for a stage would be the Great Plateau. It's the first area in the game, and you can easily see attractions such as Hyrule Castle and Death Mountain. I made this mock-up pretty simple, just as a floating platform in the sky overlooking Hyrule. I did this mainly because so much of Breath of the Wild is looking down at the world like this, whether you're on high terrain or paragliding through the air. I think this fits Breath of the Wild and would be a beautiful stage to boot. I love Tetris Attack on the Super Nintendo, and I want to see a stage based off of this game specifically. Now, the series is known as Puzzle League now and has seen a few other entries such as Pokemon Puzzle League, Planet Puzzle League, and Puzzle League and Dr. Mario. Basing a stage off of these games would be a bit easier because Nintendo does not own the Tetris name, thus they had to rebrand the series as Puzzle League if they didn't want to get a not-so-friendly cease and desist letter. The problem with this is, I don't want these games to have a stage. I love the gameplay in Puzzle League, but the graphics and music in Tetris Attack make me feel. Just call the stage Puzzle League. The stage itself would play just like the game. The fight would take place on the game board, and of course the terrain would move based on the matches being made. Legal? God no, but I think this could be a really cool stage at the very least. Rhythm Heaven deserves so much more than it gets in Smash Brothers. A stage based on the franchise could be really cool and focus on rhythmic fighting. Like maybe if you time your attacks to the stage's music, you get bonuses like higher attack power or greater defense. Gotta embrace failure. That's definitely some advice in the form of words. Imagine a stage taking place inside a Virtual Boy. Well, I think it's cool. Nothing super complex about this one. It's definitely a stage everybody would hate playing on, but I think the concept sounds neat. Just going from Virtual Boy game to Virtual Boy game. Here we have Mario Clash as an example. Of course, the stage could swap over to Wario Land and Mario's Tennis and Red Alarm. I think it would be cool. What ARMS stadium should be the basis for an ARMS stage? Why not all of them, or at least a good amount? This would be the ARMS Grand Prix, a traveling stage. This is Spring Stadium done in glorious colored pencil, and you can see an ARMS fight take place below while you fight above. After a while, the stage can fly over to another stadium, kind of like how Skyloft and Delfino Plaza work. I think that would be a good way to experience the diversity of characters in ARMS, seeing all of their respective stages within the ARMS stage itself. Wave Race deserves a stage, just give him it. A fight taking place on the back of a jet ski, thanks. Inkopolis is going to be a stage, that's the easiest prediction to make. I based this off of the original Splatoon and would take place in the middle of the plaza in front of the entrance to multiplayer. Potentially there could be random ink puddles on the ground to slip people up. Radar Scope is a failed Nintendo arcade game that is the reason we're all here today. It's kinda just a Space Invaders type game and it didn't do all too well. So Nintendo let Shigeru Miyamoto have at it and do whatever he wanted with the Radar Scope machines, and he created Donkey Kong. So while it was a failure, it's the reason we have Donkey Kong and Mario and Zelda and Real 34. Why not have a Smash Brothers stage about it? Now either Radar Scope would have to have a reimagined modern rendition for a stage, or they could do this, where the fight takes place on an arcade machine while the game is playing. Just like the Virtual Boy stage, I think it's cool when Nintendo looks back and acknowledges, pokes fun at, or just embrace their less than stellar ideas back in the day.
There was a Nintendo Land medley in Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, and it hurt me simply because there was no Nintendo Land stage. Imagine how cool that would be, either overlooking the park, traveling to different attractions, or just the fight taking place in the park. Nintendo Land has huge potential to make for a great stage. A Star Fox stage in the style of the very first game. Like, it would look just like you were playing Star Fox on the SNES, but a fight's taking place on top of the R-Wing. The Andros Assist Trophy is already modeled after this game, why not have a stage based off of it as well? I think the easiest comparison to make for this stage would be Pilot Wings in Smash Wii U, and hey, I really enjoy that stage, so something similar to it would be fun. Picture this, a stage that transforms between various different stages throughout the Smash Bros. Series. Like, one minute you're playing on Sector Z, then the next you're playing on the Fountain of Dreams, and then you're playing on PictoChat. A bit of a Smash Bros. History lesson, or as I like to call it, a Smash Crash Course. I think it would be kinda cool. It would show the evolution of the series not only graphically, but design-wise as well in terms of stage layouts. Snipper Clips is a fantastic Nintendo Switch eShop game, and I think the game has some crazy potential to make a fun stage. I think it could be a stage where the layout changes based on how Snip and Clip tear it up. That could lead to some really fun and weird layouts and an ever-changing terrain. Kuroin, or however you desire its pronunciation, is an obscure Nintendo puzzle series about guiding a spinning bar throughout a stage with various hazards and narrow passageways. The games were only released in Japan, with a few coming out in Europe. However, recently the first game released on the Wii U eShop here in North America. I want this to be a stage because imagine fighting on the spinning bar while you see the background spin behind you. Motion sickness can be a blast if it's a Smash Bros. Stage.
I can go all day on this. Seriously, people know me as the guy who can come up with Smash Brothers stages. Others are like, no way, and I'm like, Art Academy stage, and they're like, whoa, wait a second, man, and I'm like, Elite Beat Agent stage, and then they're like, good god, man, slow down, and I'm like, the Sanderson's house from Cheap Robo, and they're like, this man is a f***ing animal, he must be stopped!
Hey y'all, Scott here. Sega died as a hardware manufacturer and simply became a third party. Now allow me to explain this whole charade to you with an example without mentioning video games in the slightest. Let's say Chiquita is rolling in the dough from their world-famous homemade handcrafted banana bunches. Let's say Dole steps in there with way better banana bunches, so Chiquita decides to attempt to sell you an extra banana to your pre-existing bunch, while also trying to sell you the next generation of banana bunches, which they barely support 3 years down the line, because then the comeback happens with their rebooted banana bunch. But at that point, it's too late. It's a really cool banana bunch, but Dole steps in with their banana bunch too, and at this point, Chiquita must step down and become a third-party banana company. Yeah, most video game industry problems don't really relate to banana companies that well. Sega fucked real bad. A brief history lesson, if you will. Sega came out with the Sega Master System to compete with the NES. In North America, it did, but it did really well in Europe. However, it barely even made a dent in the NES's domination at the time. So Sega decided to release a more powerful console to compete with Nintendo with a more aggressive advertising campaign. The Sega Genesis was born and did incredibly well. When Nintendo fought back by releasing the SNES, things got incredibly heated, so Sega obviously freaked out. The SNES trounced them in almost every way, so Sega decided to upgrade the Genesis in the form of hardware add-ons to keep the console alive. They released the Sega CD, which gets a bad rap, but did pretty well for a CD add-on. The games were mostly kinda trash, but there were some gems on there. The Sega 32X, yeah, there's no real excuse for that thing. It's weird, they went from cartridges to CDs, back to cartridges again. It kind of felt like Sega had no clear direction in terms of what the future of gaming was to be. Sega then released the Sega Saturn, which was a complicated, overpriced mess of a system. The console was released to the surprise of many during E3 1995, which I talked about in my look at the first E3 episode. Developers had a hard time making games for it, and with the Sony PlayStation coming out at a substantially cheaper price, the Saturn failed to gain much traction. Except in Japan, those guys loved the console. By the time Sega released the Dreamcast, they were simply running out of money, and despite a successful launch, the PlayStation 2 looming over the horizon and eventually eating the Dreamcast lunch, Sega made the wise decision to throw in the towel as a hardware manufacturer and became a peasant third-party developer and publisher. Sega failed due to a number of different things. Obviously, the transition between the Genesis and Saturn really did hurt them hard, as Sega tried to get consumers to pick up an add-on to the Genesis that they barely supported, and then tried to get consumers
consumers to pick up their next console less than a year later that they barely supported. While the Dreamcast is a phenomenal console, it was sadly too late, and Sega had to drop out due to a culmination of bad decisions made year after year. So that begs the question, who would be the next Sega of the big three, Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft? Now obviously all three of these companies are much smarter than Sega was back in the mid-90s, but if any of them were to drop out of the console race, who would it be? To reiterate, I'm not asking which of these three will be on the verge of bankruptcy and be forced to leave the hardware business like Sega did, but instead, who would have the most to gain from ending video game hardware production? Nintendo has had quite a rocky last few years with the failure of the Wii U, and while the 3DS has done extremely well, many have assessed they would do much better as a third-party developer. Sony has had a multitude of problems simply as a company. Most of their products, other than the PlayStation brand, are just not doing well at all. Of course, the PlayStation 4 is doing incredibly well. The problem here lies with Sony as a conglomerate, and Microsoft is in a solid second place with the Xbox One. The Xbox brand has never been a necessity to them as PlayStation is to Sony. You see, Microsoft doesn't make their billions from Xbox, they make it from their technologies and of course Windows. Plus, the Xbox brand historically has never done all too well. Microsoft loses money on the Xbox brand quarter after quarter, so at this point, why keep it around?
So if we want to be a cynical optimist here, everybody has a place and a future here, but everybody also has a solid reason to leave the hardware business. So which one has the most to gain and is the most likely to leave the hardware business? It's Microsoft.
I know why Microsoft keeps the Xbox alive. It's an incredibly popular brand, and when I say incredibly popular, get your mental highlighter out and circle that word because it is a juggernaut of a brand. People genuinely use the term Xbox as just an all-encompassing word for video games. Plus, it's a way for Microsoft to get themselves in the living room. They have computers down to a T, but with the Xbox, they have the living room as well, thus getting people more attached to Microsoft products. Like, you really think it's a coincidence that Microsoft made the Xbox dashboards look just like Windows? But like I said, Microsoft doesn't live or die based on the Xbox. It results in losses for the brand, but Microsoft doesn't care. They make way more money than they lose in the grand scheme of things, so having the Xbox around is more beneficial than it may initially seem, as it helps them get more Microsoft devices out in the wild. But for the sake of this question, yeah, they could drop out as gaming hardware manufacturer. Also, I chose Microsoft because Nintendo and Sony literally need to be console manufacturers. As I said, Sony is basically living based on the success of PlayStation at this point. If PlayStation wasn't a thing, they would long be dead. And Nintendo is literally just a video game company, and while they could become a third party and sell a ton more games, their games have enough power to get millions of people to spend hundreds of dollars on Nintendo hardware simply to play them. Couple that with the fact that they make maximum profit by selling their games for their hardware compared to selling their games on PlayStation or Xbox. They would sell more games as a third party, but they wouldn't be making nearly as much money. Nintendo has had a few losses within the past few years, but everything is looking up for them, and it simply makes sense for them to stay a hardware manufacturer. I'm not saying Microsoft is going to have to leave the Xbox brand. Instead, I'm saying they are most likely to stop making hardware of the big three in the context of the question. Of course, I feel that all three of the companies have their place in the industry, and I'm not wishing for any of them to go the way of Sega, but it's interesting to speculate if history will eventually repeat itself.
So please tell me who you think would be the next Sega of the bunch, and if you need a refresher, never mind.
Hey y'all, Scott here, and welcome to New Franchise Watch, where we find new IPs so you don't have to. Today we're gonna try and lure a new IP by using two of its favorite things, no audience and a shoestring budget. Fuck, there it is!
Had to fight to wrangle this sucker up a bit, but lo and behold, the elusive ARMS. You see, it's elusive because nobody bought it. Ooh.
It feels like Nintendo is taking a page straight out of Splatoon's book with the recent release of ARMS. These two franchises have so much in common. They're two colorful new IPs made in-house by Nintendo within a little over 2 years of each other. Both are very multiplayer focused, both have a very similar content release method, both have their own made-up language, and both are even games you can play. So I thought it'd be interesting to pit both of these games against each other and see which one I prefer. I know they're both in two completely different genres, so the categories here are going to be pretty broad.
We have creativity. These games are both pretty creative, both in terms of their gameplay and style. Presentation, the design, graphics, sound, the whole 9 and/or 3 yards. Replay value, a key attribute to any multiplayer game. This will be about which game encourages you and is more fun to keep coming back. Amount of content, similar to replay value, but here we're talking how much there is to do in the base game and what was and will be added to the games later on. And gameplay, they sure are games. I'm going to be pitting ARMS against the first Splatoon at launch, as they were both the first in their respective franchises, which means for this battle, we're going to be taking into consideration what Splatoon was like on day one, as it's only fair. Basically, which game had the best introduction to the masses. Let me preface this battle by saying I, at the very least, like both of these games and think they can both be a great deal of fun. This is just pitting them both against each other as they follow very similar structures. ARMS obviously took some inspiration from Splatoon, so I want to figure out what each game can learn from each other for the better. Both of these games bring a twist to a well-established genre. ARMS is a fighting game with extendable arms, and Splatoon is a third-person shooter that rewards covering turf more so than taking down opponents. In my opinion, Splatoon is more creative with its gameplay concept. ARMS feels like a different kind of fighting game with its own style and tactics, while Splatoon is unlike any other shooter out there. ARMS is unique, but Splatoon is in its own class. When you think about what the mechanics of Splatoon are and relate those to its world and sea life theme, it all clicks and you get to appreciate just how creative the game designers are. Like, this game only makes sense with the characters being Inklings. Now, where ARMS really strives in creativity is with its character designs. These guys have amazing designs, and with every new character revealed, they keep on surprising me with how much they can do with ARMS' concept of fighters with extendable arms. I love the Inklings designs, and the side characters are great too, but ARMS just continues to impress me with how creative the designs can be. However, gameplay reigns supreme here, and the more I think about Splatoon's gameplay, I can't not give the creativity category to Splatoon. Both of these games look and sound excellent. I already touched on the design for both, and all you have to know is they're both well-designed games and technically look really sharp, colorful, and fantastic. Splatoon feels more like a world though. That's obviously because you can walk around, explore the plaza, and appreciate all the minute details, where with ARMS, you're limited to just select arenas to get a taste of what the world is like. I'm not going to dock ARMS for this though, as it's a fighting game and it makes sense that this is the case. ARMS' music is really unique for a Nintendo game. There's a consistent use of chanting and vocals basically as instruments in the soundtrack. It sounds really cool and different for a Nintendo game. They also reuse the same melody in so many different ways, which feels like a total callback to Super Mario World where they did the same thing. I think that's really cool and it doesn't get old for me because each track in the game has its own style to it. Splatoon's music is still really good as it has its own vibe. Most of the multiplayer tracks are rock, while other tracks in the game have a weird, wacky feel to them that really works for the game. But at the end of the day, while I love the art design and graphical quality of both games equally, I'd rather listen to ARMS' soundtrack. Splatoon's OST is some neat shit, but ARMS is just so good. Both ARMS and Splatoon launched with minimal content, but gradually received more via free updates. You see, I'm fine with this content delivery method. My problem with it is Nintendo makes this an excuse to under-deliver with games at launch, especially with ARMS. ARMS has the Grand Prix, which is just multiple versus fights in a row, Versus, which is just your own custom matches with either computers or friends, and then online matches, which is versus but against people online. And that's it. To me, the amount of content in ARMS is really a turn-off. You see, I'm not really all too interested in playing ARMS competitively, same with Splatoon by the way. I just wanted to play for fun, but the game lacks things for me to do that would encourage me to play it more often or try to get better at it. I feel like they engineered this game more so for competitive players who only care about online and versus matches. I'm not knocking people who play more competitively, it's just for somebody like me, there's not a lot here. Why not have a challenge mode, story mode, mission mode, unlockable characters or stages? Look at Smash Bros. For Wii U, they could have just had the standard Smash mode and online, with maybe classic mode to round it out, but you have trophies, all-star mode, stage builder, custom moves, Smash Tour, a wall of challenges to conquer, and a fair amount of unlockables. Not all of this content may be a home run, but it's something to do in the game, something to feel like you're accomplishing something to keep more casual players coming back to the game and possibly encourage them to become more competitive. ARMS is just the bare minimum, and it's not something that can be solved with the updates they have slated to appear. They just say characters, stages, and more ARM types are coming, which the amount of those in the base game isn't the problem, it's the lack of things to do. I see people compare ARMS to the original Smash Bros. As they're both the first games in their series, and ARMS has a similar amount of fighters, stages, and modes at launch. The problem with this comparison is that Smash Bros. Is 18 years old. It's 2017. I kind of expect a bit more, and I get it. A lot of ARMS' content will be released for free later down the line, but I might not care at all by then, and I'm already not really caring all too much now.
Splatoon may have also had a severe lack of content, but I think it fared better than ARMS does. The single player is actually vastly different from the multiplayer, and while short, it's still a fun time. And Splatoon's focus on online multiplayer makes a lot more sense. The way Splatoon is set up makes way more sense to be heavily online based in comparison to ARMS. ARMS' main focus seems to be the online multiplayer, and while I want online in a game like ARMS, it just doesn't feel like a game that lives or dies based off of it like Splatoon does. And the thing is, Splatoon's main content problem was the lack of maps and modes, and they kept adding to it throughout its life. ARMS' main problem to me was the lack of things to do other than versus matches, and instead of remedying that, they're just adding more characters and stages. I just feel like Splatoon is way more proficient in the content category than ARMS is. Both of these games offer a fair amount of replay value. ARMS more so offers it if you're interested in getting better and better at the game, or just have a few friends who all enjoy playing the multiplayer the game has to offer. However, Splatoon is just inherently more addictive and fun to replay than ARMS is in my opinion. When you win in either game, it feels fantastic, but when I lose in ARMS, it is devastating. When I lose in Splatoon, I know that it's a team effort and it wasn't entirely my fault, which encourages me to play more and more and get better. In terms of single player replayability, the campaign in Splatoon has collectibles. ARMS' single player just has like 30 gallons of difficulties. I never really feel like replaying through either single player campaign, but I'd take Splatoon's collectibles. Let's get down to the fundamentals here. Which game do I find most fun? Splatoon is all about the 4-on-4 online multiplayer, and it can be really fun and addictive. The game gives you more money each match, which then encourages you to go to the shops and buy new gear like clothing or weapons to step your game up. There's also various different modes to play online, such as Rainmaker and Splat Zones, but those were added after launch, and besides, I mainly stick to Turf War. If you get bored of the multiplayer, you can take the single player on, which is a fun distraction from online. It's not the grandest of single player campaigns, but it can be fun, and like I said, a nice distraction. ARMS is mainly about the one-on-one multiplayer, which is a lot of fun, but it just lacks things to do other than versus matches. There's different kinds of versus matches, like Hoops and V-Ball. I like V-Ball more so than others, but it's still not the most fun in the world, and I think Hoops is way lamer than others think. Like, all you do is grab your opponent, and that's it. You don't have a health bar, just grab your opponent. The game does the rest in terms of throwing them into the hoop, so it just ends up feeling like a regular match where grabbing is your only form of offense. ARMS is a game where you truly have to be pretty good at it to fully enjoy, but there's not enough single-player content here for me to want to train on or just play and start to get the hang of things. It's just play some matches until you get better. But for a while there, you're just gonna get your ass kicked online before you make any progress, and it's just such a new fighting game that it's hard to tell what should have been done in a specific instance if you get one-upped by your opponent. I'm not saying boo-hoo, it's too hard for me. I'm saying I want to do more in the game rather than just versus matches. Then that would keep me coming back to the game more often, and I'd find myself getting better at the game. Like in Smash Brothers, I blew it first, but I kept coming back so I could get more trophies and unlock all the characters and stages and take on the challenge wall, and that helped me learn the game more. ARMS has none of this, and thus makes it really hard for me to want to keep coming back or try to get better at the game. It's a fun game that just needs more incentives for players to return to it. I think Splatoon gets the win for this one. So Splatoon wins the battle of new IPs, and I want to reiterate that I really like ARMS and think it has loads of potential. It's just, it doesn't have a lot of content to encourage me to keep coming back. Like, I'll feel like playing ARMS and then I'll start, and like within 30 minutes I'll stop playing and not pick it up for like a week or longer. It just needs more things to do other than versus matches, and I think that'll give the game far more variety and incentive for me to come back. To wrap things up, I might as well talk a bit about my first impressions of Splatoon 2. It's Splatoon, so it's a fun time. I had worries going into it that would be too similar to Splatoon 1, as the trailers leading up to the game gave me little reason to believe otherwise. Getting my hands on the game, it's hard to explain. It still feels very similar to Splatoon 1, yet it feels different enough, but that's probably because it's on a new console. I still think it could have used a second big new mode like Salmon Run or something to make the multiplayer feel a bit different, because there's basically no differences between Turf War and Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2. The single player is solid enough, it's still relatively short, but you're gonna buy Splatoon for its multiplayer, and the single player does its job. Salmon Run is really fun. I really enjoyed that mode, and this game looks phenomenal. Everything is so smooth and colorful, it's a joy to look at. With all that being said, I'm really bummed the developers didn't really address almost any of the complaints regarding the original game. You still have to sit through the intro telling you what stages are available every time you turn on the game, and on top of that, yeah, there's still only 2 stages to play online every 2 hours. It's a step up from the 4-hour wait from the original, but my god, why not at least up the stage count to 3 stages per 2 hours? I get they do it as a competitive and strategic thing, but man, it makes the multiplayer boring for prolonged periods of time. And Salmon Run is only available at specific times. I get that the developers want Splatoon to feel like a lived-in world, and I love it, but this takes things too far, saying that Grisco Industries from Salmon Run aren't hiring now. But yeah, overall, it's Splatoon again, which means it's really fun and a solid game, but I wish they threw more new stuff in there. Because to me, it doesn't really feel like Splatoon 2, but instead just Splatoon for the Switch. Splatoon has a ton of potential to grow as a gameplay concept, and Splatoon 2 doesn't really feel like it expanded upon the original. It simply feels like more of the original. Before we get out of here, I'm feeling queasy in the most negative way possible. Is that something I said? You see, it's elusive because nobody bought it. Ooh. Huh. Well, before anybody gets angry over that comment, here's my official response. Just kidding! Hey y'all, Scott here. And don't mind me, just passing the time by spending money on passing the time. Wait a tick, I should be more relatable to the everyday common man. I should be a poverty. This blows! As you can see, I'm bunkered in somebody's attic here due to me going through a little phase I like to call homeless. Yeah, I got two options here. Either I can go forth with some classic Ponzi schemes, or I can die in the streets due to hypothermia. Yeah, I know it's July, but I'm a poverty now, so anything's possible and probable. I think I'm gonna go with option C, gaming on a budget. At least 4 families die each year due to their infant child spending too much on microtransactions, so it's important to budget wisely when it comes to games. So I'm gonna give myself $60 and see just how much I can get with that kind of money. So I went to Replay of Toledo, which is a video game, movies, and music boutique with my entire checking account, and this is what I picked up for a solid $60. Not a bad haul if I do say so myself. I picked up an original Xbox for a few reasons. Games for this platform are dirt cheap, and the 6th generation of consoles, I think, usually appeals to both retro gamers and more new school ones. Also, this console can be modded to play almost any console released before it, so you can easily pack this sucker full of emulators if you're into that sort of thing. In terms of games I picked up for the console, I went for quality, value, and variety. First up, one of the most beloved original Xbox exclusives, Crimson Skies, an arcade flight game with both single player and multiplayer. Next, Project Gotham Racing 2, a racing game for the bunch, definitely necessary at that price. Sonic Mega Collection Plus, a ton of games are in this collection, plus some fun little extras here and there, and this was a childhood favorite of mine back in the day. Trivial Pursuit Unhinged. Hey, why not? It's a party game. If you're gaming on a budget, this will be your collection for a while. Why not throw in a game everybody can play? Spider-Man 2, often considered one of the best movie licensed games, especially when it comes to just screwing around in the game's world. Beyond Good and Evil, a cult classic that deserves a spot in any collection for only 3 bones. Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance, an updated version of Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty. Definitely should keep you busy for a while. And Halo Combat Evolved. Come on, I had to, it's Halo. The point of this was to illustrate that so much can be bought for so cheap. I picked up an entire game console with 8 games that would keep me busy for quite a while for the price of just one new video game. Sure, the Xbox is about 15 years old or so, but this generation of games definitely holds up pretty well, and if you truly enjoy games, it shouldn't matter when they were released, as long as they're fun. If you're strapped for cash, definitely shop around a bit, and don't feel like you have to buy and play only newer games. Go back a generation or two, and you'll find incredible value and fun to be had. But if you have to play games from this generation, there's a copious amount of free-to-play games and demos lurking around. And games that are a few years old hover around the $20 mark or so. There's loads of
of options, so if you're a broke college kid or just down on your luck and need some solid entertainment, venture forth to some used game stores and pick up an older console.
Well, look who's back and ready to head back into the horrifying reality of having responsibilities and money. I have to sell the Xbox, though. I already have the system and a fair amount of those games, so I have to figure out how I can sell the system for profit. Ah, the Anti-Pussy Club, a club for anti-pussies. $200 to join, meetings are centennial, and you get a free Xbox and games for joining.
Hey y'all, Scott here, and would you shut up for like a minute because I'm trying to focus on my Kinect Sports Season 2 speedrun. If I screw this up, the KSS 2 speedrunning community won't let me hear the end of it.
And up to bat comes a very promising new talent. Slows it right down. Strike.
Wow, I didn't know humiliation came included with this thing.
Speedrunning is one of the most fascinating aspects of the gaming community. Almost every game has a following when it comes to completing it as quickly as possible, and it's amazing to see it in action. I feel that it's easy to say speedruns have been a part of gaming since the very beginning. If you like a game and get incredibly good at it, you instinctively try to get through it as efficiently as possible. One of the first speedruns that was accounted for was Todd Rogers' 5.51 second run of Dragster on the Atari 2600. Rogers is famous for his various high scores in old school games such as Gorf and Asteroids. Dragster is different because it has a timer, so the high score is how low your time is. Interesting footnote, Dragster was analyzed by another speedrunner, OmniGamer, recently, and it was concluded that it is impossible to get a time lower than 5.57 seconds. Rogers' high score was verified by the developers of the game and Twin Galaxies, so I don't know. Speedrunning became much more popular when games could officially be beaten rather than just played to obtain a high score. Players are starting to try to beat games as quickly as possible. Super Mario Bros. Is one of the most popular games to speedrun due to everybody knowing the secrets on how to beat the game in mere minutes. The original Metroid rewarded players for beating the game quickly by revealing Samus with less and less clothes on. And the entire concept of speedrunning was the basis of Sonic the Hedgehog's gameplay. Yuji Naka wanted to make a game where the more skilled you are, the faster a stage can be completed, which is, the entire idea of speedrunning. But the start of modern speedruns can be traced back to Doom, which offered a demo record file option. Communities were launched online that focused on submitting demo files that strive for doing specific tasks, such as damaging no enemies, for example. But then the website Compete-N was initiated, which focused on completing Doom as fast as possible. This turned out to be the first website dedicated to speedrunning, and the rest is basically history. Speedrunning, of course, has been a popular way to play through games for quite a long time, but with online video and a greater emphasis on the internet itself, it exploded in recent years. The Games Done Quick events are definitely easy to credit for this phenomenon. 2 charity events, Awesome Games Done Quick and Summer Games Done Quick, are held each year. These events have speedrunners from across the world come and quickly beat games while viewers donate, and it has been incredibly successful. There are 2 main types of speedrun completion methods, any percent and 100%. Any percent is about simply beating the game as quickly as possible, while 100% is of course 100% completing the game as fast as you can. A less common type is low percent, which involves completing as little as you can. I'm partial to any percent just because those are straight to the point. If I'm feeling especially blood clotty while watching speedruns, I might look into a 100% run. Tool-assisted speedruns can make things a bit easier for the player, whether it involves save states or emulation. However, I tend to be more impressed by the pure runs. I usually see Nintendo games have the largest speedrunning communities. I don't know if it's just me, I'm obviously a big Nintendo guy, so it just may be because that's where a lot of my interests lie, but I do notice some of the most popular games to run are Mario and Zelda titles. And I can't blame anybody for running those. Mario 64 is an absolute treat to watch speedruns of. There's so many different varieties of the runs too, like simply beating the game, 120 stars, 0 stars, 16 stars, one-handed. It's incredibly interesting to see how these different runs affect the strategies the runners employ. With Zelda, most recently Breath of the Wild offers so much in terms of speedrunning. Like the series producer Anuma stated, the game could be beaten in mere minutes. Currently, the record hovers around the 40-minute mark or so, which is still pretty impressive. Speedruns don't always mean fast though, it of course means fast in context of the game that's being run. For example, Final Fantasy VII was beaten in a blistering 8 hours at Summer Games Done Quick 2017. I've never been tempted to try speedrunning out, but watching others absolutely destroy a game I know is mesmerizing. Especially during Games Done Quick marathons. The runs during the events aren't perfect of course, the runners mess up all the time, but they still complete games in mind-boggling times. Me personally, I don't think I could keep doing a speedrun if I knew I messed up. I'd keep on resetting no matter how far I was in the game.
No.
Sometimes I wonder if the players simply memorize button inputs and when to do them for an entire game, and then I say, probably not, they're probably just way too good at the game. They know the ins and outs of everything the game has to offer. And that's the art of speedruns. It's just insanely knowledgeable and talented video game players playing a game in an incredibly interesting format the fastest way possible. It involves a ton of planning and practice. I honestly would equate it to something like learning an instrument. At first, it will obviously be amateur hour 24 times a day, but once a runner gets a game down, watching everything flow so smoothly and effortlessly is fascinating. There's a lot of wiggle room for creativity in runs, new things and old games being discovered constantly, and communities who help out each other all the time. Runners find exploits and tricks that may have originally been mistakes by the developers and turn them into legitimate strategies. They take mistakes and turn them into crucial gameplay elements. Watching an excellent run is like watching a skilled pianist go to town, or some other analogy. It can be a beautiful sight to behold.
Speedrunning continues to be one of the most interesting ways to watch a game be played, especially the wackier runs like blindfolded or no-handed challenges, which is why I decided to go forth with the world's first ever no-touch speedrun of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. It's a work in progress. Hey y'all, Scott here, and welcome to a new segment I like to refer to as Tales from the Backlog. Man, what a scary intro. I could shit myself all day to that thing. Tales from the Backlog is going to cover me going through games that have sat on my shelf for eons and having me finally take a look at them. So let's go ahead and pick a game at random. Gravity Rush. This is the remastered version. It was originally released on the PlayStation Vita in 2012 and made its way to the PS4 in early 2016. Gravity Rush was the brainchild of Keiichiro Toyama, who directed the first Silent Hill. It was originally being developed for the PS3 before being shifted over to the Vita and finally getting a remaster on the PS4. The game follows Kat, who alongside a cat named Dusty can shift gravity for a short period of time. Kat wakes up with amnesia and decides to help people out with her gravity shifting abilities. And from here, the plot goes all over the place. You bring parts of the city back to where they belong, you meet another gravity shifter Raven who thinks you're a no-good doer, you discover a lost city of children, you have a psychedelic deep dreamlike sequence about who exactly you are and how you'll die. Character-wise, I wasn't really into any of the characters except for Kat. She's adorable, especially this profile shot of her, look at that. Kat's really smart and capable, but she can be super bubbly sometimes, and it made me really like her as a protagonist. All the other characters I wasn't into at all. A lot of the townspeople were just mean-spirited or dumb or annoying, and other characters like the children in the Lost City held me captive, and when told to save them, I was just like, why would I ever want to do that? I never really considered Gravity Rush to have an amazing plot. It works for the game, like I was never really confused while playing. It's just hard to explain to people afterwards, but if you play the game, the plot makes sense in context to the world and the gameplay. However, the plot doesn't really have a coherent beginning, middle, and end. Like, those three sections don't really feel naturally intertwined, they feel very separate. This is probably because the game is structured by episodes, which makes the whole game's plot feel like it's a season of a television show or something that has a handful of stories that kinda come together in the end. It's not often sensical, but very rarely did I ever say what during the game. Except at the end of episode 9, I had to rewatch this cutscene like 4 times to even kind of understand what went on. So Kat's doing laundry just in a towel, and Sid, a police officer she befriended, comes by to show her the newspaper commending her for helping the city out. Sid then comments that she's only in a towel, and Kat gets defensive like he's coming onto her, and then she's naked. I guess her towel falls off because she's motioning him to get away from her, but with the comic book style, it's kinda hard to follow and understand. Speaking of which, oh my to this game's art style, it's so cool! The moment it clicked with me was when I noticed how the game handles distance structures. Buildings in the distance are just outlines with a primary color filling them in, and that just looks straight out of a painting or a comic book. I think that looks so cool. The majority of cutscenes in Gravity Rush are in a comic book style, which at first I was turned off by. It kinda reminded me of Bayonetta 2, where some of the cutscenes were fully animated and others were just still images kind of moving. Obviously done as a cost-cutting or time-saving measure, but as the art style started to feel more and more like a comic book come to life, I think they worked out pretty well. They can be sometimes hard to follow, like in the end of episode 9, but they were alright.
And I gotta say, this game feels really Nintendo-esque. Some of that's probably because the characters speak gibberish, which was kinda surprising to me. This just seemed like the kind of game that would have full voice acting, but I guess not. It's alright, I just feel like full voice acting wouldn't feel out of place in the game at all, and I would have actually preferred it. Getting to the meat of it all, Gravity Rush obviously focuses heavily on the use of gravity shifting for its gameplay. Pressing R1 lifts you up and allows you to control your gravity based on where you want to land. So if you aim at a wall and hit R1, you'll propel to the wall and will be able to walk on it. The game also utilizes the motion controls of the DualShock 4 and allows for precision aiming. I always love controls like this, where using motion enhances your control tenfold. You do have a limited amount of time to shift gravity, which forces you to be precise and creative with carrying out specific tasks. You may think gravity shifting would get disorienting, but most of the time it's alright. It is really annoying, however, when you're in a frantic fight or race and you end up in a place you have no idea where it is in context to where you were. It can get kinda confusing sometimes, but it works well overall. You see, with a mechanic like this, I thought the game would be focused on exploration and puzzle solving. Nope, combat! The main thing done in Gravity Rush is combat and flying around. And this is where my problems with the game rev up. The majority of missions in this game revolve around using gravity to defeat the enemies, the Nevi. You really only have one main attack in the game, being the gravity kick. Basically, it's like propelling yourself forward with R1, but it's an attack, and this can be incredibly fun. When you land an attack, it makes you feel triumphant. The problem is, this is the only practical attack. The other ones we have here are a standard attack, which doesn't involve gravity shifting, and it does not accomplish anything. It can only really damage the most basic of enemies, and even then, it takes way too long to take them down this way. And we have a few special attacks, but they need to charge up over time, so the gravity kick is the main attack you will be doing. And let me tell you, this thing can be kind of frustrating. Multiple times, it'll simply miss the target or just not hit it at all. Or fly by the target, missing it by that much, and it is so frustrating. And this is emphasized by the tedious amounts of enemy waves and bosses you have to fight through. This is actually my main problem with the game. There are so many times where you have to fight through a large wave of Nevi, and then guess what you have to do next? Do it again!
And then I realize I haven't leveled up in the game at all.
Yeah, I totally forgot about the fact that you can level up your powers and health through the menu, and I figured it out about a solid 80% through the game. No idea how I lived through the majority of it, but it was frustrating, so please, folks, remember to level yourself up early on. This section was the worst to live through without leveling up. It just became unfair, even with leveling up, like half the time. Immediately when I'd respawn, the swordfish Nevi would attack me, and like, what was I supposed to do there? He literally came up to me from behind, I couldn't see him! And then when I would die, it would start me back at the section where I have to travel back up to the wave of enemies. This made me realize I peaked right before I put this game in. Anyways, to level up, you have to collect as many gems as you can. You can either find these scattered across the game or earn them by completing missions. I wasn't super into the missions. They were basically just more combat or more flying around the city, and due to them not really progressing the game forward or offering unique ideas outside of the main story, I only played through a few of them until I got what I considered to be enough gems.
Alright, putting aside my frustrations relating to my stupidity about forgetting to level up on my first playthrough, my main problems with Gravity Rush is that the shallow combat is its main focus, and how tedious the game can be sometimes.
Like I said, I would have liked a bit more variety with the use of gravity shifting. It's mainly used as a means to fight enemies and get to places. There are a few sections, like this sequence where the pyramid-shaped gravity shifters shift your gravity to wherever they point, that I really enjoyed. I wanted a bit more of this stuff, just on a grander scale. Basing the game around combat is fine, I just would have wanted it to be a bit more deep or interesting, while also having more variety in what you're doing. So much of the game was just defeating a wave of enemies, and then when they were all gone, you had to defeat another wave of enemies. It just got annoying. Overall, Gravity Rush is good, it just has a few flaws that I really want ironed out. It could be tedious and frustrating sometimes, but I was constantly charmed and endeared by the game, and I wanted to see it through to the end. I could see the passion that went into this game, and I want to see this universe expanded upon with more games in the future. And hey, we already have one in the form of Gravity Rush 2, so I can't wait to see how they improved and expanded upon the original with that game.
So yeah, I liked Gravity Rush, and with a few tweaks here and there, it definitely had the potential to be one of my favorites. So here's hoping Gravity Rush 2 hits it out of the park. But I have to say, I bought Gravity Rush Remastered for a solid $20 on Amazon, and it's definitely worth that price. I wonder if it's still that cheap.
Hey
Hey y'all, Scott here, and before you ask, honestly, what does it look like I'm doing?
Some consoles live through so much, whether that be living through future console generations or getting pounded by a hammer. Consoles generally have a lifespan of 5 or so years, but some consoles last well beyond that. Some can last a decade and beyond, which is insane. So here are just a few consoles that just refused to die and lived on regardless of their age or getting pummeled to death. The Sega Dreamcast is infamous for being Sega's last hurrah as a dedicated console manufacturer. It released in Japan on November 27, 1998 and was officially discontinued on March 31st, 2001. So how did it refuse to die? Well, games are still being made for the thing. The Dreamcast is incredibly easy to make games for. You can make games on standard CD-ROMs, no proprietary junk, so homebrew software has been steadily coming out for the platform since it was discontinued. Some of the more prolific releases in recent years include Volgar the Viking and Pure Solar. These aren't officially licensed by Sega, but it's still impressive that the Dreamcast has been kept half alive by fans for this long. In terms of the last officially licensed game release on the platform, Karos is the game you're looking for, released on March 8, 2007, only in Japan. For a console discontinued in 2001, that's pretty wacky. Sega's 8-bit Master System did okay at best here in North America, but absolutely dominated in PAL regions, especially Brazil. The company Tectoy reached an agreement with Sega to distribute their consoles in Brazil. This allowed the consoles to maintain a cheaper price point compared to the other systems. While the Master System was discontinued in North America by Sega in 1992 after 6 years of availability, the Sega Master System technically has yet to officially be discontinued, as it continues to sell around 100,000 units or so each year in Brazil alone. The Master System has been available to purchase for 30+ years. In addition to that, the Genesis is in a similar boat. Released in 1988, Sega stopped all first-party manufacturing of the system in 97. However, since then, third parties have obtained the license to continually produce Genesis systems to this very day. Tectoy has the license to release the console in Brazil just like the Master System, and here in North America, At Games releases Genesis plug-and-play systems, preloaded with a multitude of games and also accepts the original cartridges. These systems, however, aren't the greatest. The preloaded games have a plethora of emulation problems, and even playing the original cartridges have some issues. But that's a story for another day. One of the most well-known long-lasting consoles, the PlayStation 2, basically lived through the PlayStation 3's lifespan. Released in 2000, the console lasted 13 years before being discontinued and receiving its last game in 2013. Why did it last so long? Well, it always held its title of being a pretty good DVD player. Also, it had a huge install base, so developers kept making games for it. This was probably due to the Wii and PSP having comparable hardware, so it made sense to make games for what was at the time last generation hardware. The mighty Neo Geo. Some know it as a home to some of the greatest arcade games known to man, others know it as the garbage clogging up the Nintendo Switch eShop. Neo Geo arcade cabinets housed multiple games made by SNK, and for those who wanted to play these games at home, the Neo Geo AES was for them. Back in the 90s, home console ports of arcade games were always known to be not as good as the originals. With the Neo Geo AES, the games released for the console were literally the arcade originals. They didn't have to squeeze them onto a small cartridge, they basically sold huge cartridges with the arcade boards in them. But the authenticity of arcade games at home came at a hefty price of being $650. However, the system lasted pretty long for being such a niche item. Originally released in 1991, the AES was discontinued in 97, which is a decent lifespan, but it received its last game in 2004, and finally SNK ended technical support for the system in 2007. Two of the most popular consoles of all time, the NES and SNES, both had pretty lengthy lifespans. Here in North America, the NES debuted in 1985 and was officially discontinued in 1995, lasting 10 years, while the SNES launched in 91 and was discontinued in 99. But as I said, that's only for North America. The Japanese equivalents to these consoles, the Famicom and Super Famicom, had even longer lives. The Famicom debuted in 1983, was discontinued in 2003, and officially had technical support dropped in 2007 due to a waning supply of parts. The Famicom was on shelves for 20 years. The Super Famicom debuted in 1990, also lasted until 2003 and ended technical support in 2007, but the Famicom lasting that long is way more impressive. The Sega Pico is the often forgotten baby's first Genesis. It's basically an educational game system for young children with insides similar to a Sega Genesis. Cartridges are these book things, and the system knows when you turn the page. You also have this pen for controls, and honestly for the early 90s,
the Pico is pretty cool and definitely impressive for just an educational game console. However, it did okay at best for a game system, moving around 4 million units in total. For being such an obscure system from the past, it lasted from 1993 to 2005. That's pretty crazy for a system that barely anybody remembers and didn't do insanely well. The 7th generation of video game consoles is crazy. All 3 of these systems are still receiving new game releases to this very day, more than 10 years after they all initially released. Even the Wii is continually receiving Just Dance titles. Remember the first few years of the Xbox One and PS4 when each multi-platform release would see a last-gen version as well? Now PS3 and 360 releases are almost exclusively sports games and Just Dance. All these consoles have been discontinued, but games are still released every year, which may continue a bit longer. Single-handedly ushering video games into the pop culture and quickly later destroying all of their value, the Atari 2600 is one of history's most iconic game consoles. Released in 1977, the 2600 gained loads of traction and popularity, but after the market became oversaturated with poor games and competing game consoles, the video game crash of 1983 came about. However, the 2600 sold well enough for it to stay in production until January 1st, 1992, withstanding 14.5 years at retail. I find this so impressive because it was one of the factors of the crash, yet it lived well into the 16-bit generation. That's nuts!
Alright, so you know what they say, if you can survive the first 13 years of your life, you can survive just about anything. So let's see if not only could this sucker survive a long retail life, but also, you know, a pummeling. No. How am I gonna play Banjo now?! Hey y'all, Scott here. Sonic the Hedgehog on the Sega Genesis. One of the most iconic video games of all time, no doubt, but many have considered it to have aged poorly. Now, in terms of my opinion of it, just a warning, I grew up with the game, so I'm biased.
Before there were septum piercings, playing Sonic the Hedgehog was the only way to lash out at your parents. You have to take their word for it that he's a hedgehog. Like, if you saw this thing crawling towards you on the street, I doubt the first thing you shout is, "Someone get this hedgehog away from me!" His attitude-riddled, fast-paced nature was the perfect combatant to Nintendo's Mario. That's actually the entirety of the reason behind Sonic's conception. Sega wasn't lighting the world on fire with their Master System and their then mascot Alex Kidd. They needed something bolder, something newer. A company-wide character design contest was held to find the perfect new face for Sega. A few designs were thrown around, such as a rabbit and a Teddy Roosevelt-looking guy who eventually became the series' antagonist. It was finally settled on a hedgehog designed by Naoto Oshima. Due to the gameplay concept of the main character rolling into a ball to gain speed from programmer Yuji Naka, the hedgehog design was chosen, with many other design aspects coming from other inspirations. Shoes from Michael Jackson and Santa Claus, an attitude like Bill Clinton's, his color coming from the Sega logo. This character was shaping up to become the mascot Sega always dreamed of. The original name was Mr. Needlemouse, but then they thought, wow, we actually want to sell this game, and decided upon Sonic. A few ideas were scrapped before release, such as a real-life human girlfriend for Sonic and having him be a part of a rock band. Also, the design of Sonic himself was altered a bit to be more appealing to American audiences. Just look at the Japanese and American designs. They're similar, but have a few differences here and there. After releasing on June 23, 1991, Sega decided to get even more aggressive, as they knew what they had was definitely more than enough to combat Nintendo. The Genesis received a price drop and got Sonic the Hedgehog bundled in, and that's when everything really started to heat up. Sonic was already doing well before being bundled with the system, but afterwards, it was almost impossible to own a Genesis without Sonic. The speed and attitude of the game fit right in with the 90s, and Sonic the Hedgehog became one of the most iconic video games and characters of all time. This was the first game that I ever truly owned. My cousin gave me his hand-me-down Sega Genesis Model 2 with a copy of Sonic. Here's the Model 1, which is the only one I have nowadays, and plus I think the design is way cooler. High-definition graphics, yeah, keep telling yourself that. And now a bit of history between me and the entirety of the Sonic franchise. I really like Sonic 1, but I could never get past Marble Zone. I still played the game a lot, but never got far. I ended up getting 2 more Genesis games, Ms. Pac-Man and Sonic 2. Same thing with Sonic 1, couldn't get past Chemical Plant. I know sex with me has definitely decreased in value after that little tidbit. Once I got a GameCube, I got the Sonic Mega Collection, which I loved. I adore little bonus features and extras, and Mega Collection had loads of these, in addition to the 2 games I played a lot, and others like Sonic 3, Sonic & Knuckles, Spinball, Mean Bean Machine, and even 3D Blast. I oddly have a lot of nostalgia for 3D Blast, and I have trouble sleeping to this very day because of it. And that was it in terms of Sonic for me. Never played the 3D games during this era. Haven't played Adventure, or at least enough of it. I played like 5 minutes of it and didn't really like it. I haven't played Adventure 2, I haven't played Heroes, I haven't played... Ha! I saw loads of trailers for Sonic Unleashed before it came out, and I thought it looked amazing. I got it for Christmas 2008, and it was okay. I don't think it deserves all the hate it gets, but I think it was just okay. I thought Sonic Colors was alright too. I just haven't played a ton of it and thought there were too many 2D sections for my liking. I like 2D Sonic, but modern Sonic in 2D isn't the most fun to control. I like modern Sonic way more in 3D. But man, Generations was great. Not just based on nostalgia, not just because it brings back old levels, but because the game is fun. Classic Sonic's fun, modern Sonic's fun. It's not perfect, but I thought it was a really good game. I haven't played Lost World or... Ha! Mania just came out, and oh my, oh me, it's a good game. I recently beat Sonic CD, and I must say it's the epitome of a mixed bag for me. At its best, it's the best. At its worst, it's the worst.
Eloquently put it. So yeah, you could consider me a fan of the Sonic games, unanimously considered good. Which at that point makes me more of a fan of just good games in general.
Well, today, let's take a look back at the very first Sonic the Hedgehog. And no, we're not playing the excellent Christian Whitehead port on mobile, which is outstanding, and they should totally let him remaster Sonic 3 and Knuckles and also bring the port to consoles and PC. We're not playing the version on GBA, which has numerous frame rate problems, screen crunch, and slowdown. Ew. No, we're playing the Genesis original, black box and all. Jesus!
Lucky shot.
I hate re-releases like this. This, Player's Choice, Greatest Hits, Platinum Hits, they can all piss themselves in the dick. They're just an eyesore. Why does Player's Choice have to be yellow? Why? Actually, we're playing the version on Sonic's Ultimate Genesis Collection. Sorry for the cock tease. Let's finally dive into this. Sonic the Hedgehog for Sega Genesis. Sonic 1 is split up into 6 zones, with 3 acts each and one final zone, which is basically just a final boss battle. The third act in the zone is generally the most difficult and lengthy, while also including a boss fight with Dr. Robotnik/Eggman/I refuse to know anymore, who has taken all the woodland creatures and turned them into robots, which you obviously refuse to have any of. Now, Sonic controls well, pretty standard for a platformer to be honest, which is good, everything feels fine. You can only damage enemies in your ball form, which is most prominent while jumping, and Sonic of course can go much faster than your average mascot, which is the main selling point of the game. Why else would they name him Sonic instead of Smokey the Hedgehog? It's because this sucker can go fast if the level allows for it. There are springs and loop-de-loops set up all over the place to help you gain momentum, and gaining speed in Sonic is a nice reward after some tricky platforming, which is what Sonic primarily comprises of. Platforming. When you get down to it, Sonic is a pretty standard platformer with a few level design choices to help you go fast in certain instances. There isn't much in terms of power-ups in the game. You have a shield and invincibility, which do their job. Rings are your life bar. If you get hit with rings, you lose them all and have to nab them back to stay afloat. Get hit without rings and get that darn morgue ready. The overall idea of Sonic's game design, I like the ring system. I like using speed as a reward after platforming. However, the game doesn't really do as much with the design as I'd want it to.
It really feels lopsided sometimes.
Like, some zones, there's barely any speed at all, which makes certain acts drag. Alas, this issue was definitely addressed in later Sonic games, but overall, Sonic 1 feels much more like an everyday standard platformer than a Sonic game, at least in comparison to the later entries. The game of course starts off with Green Hill Zone, one of the most famous levels in all of gaming. And let me tell you, this is everything a fun Sonic level should be. There's loads of areas to gain speed, but just holding right isn't going to net you a win. You have to still do tons of platforming to succeed, and being skilled enough at the level allows you to either beat it in record time, get to areas with hitting goodies with ease, or even both. The colors are so vibrant, the music is outstanding. Now this is a Sonic. Rest of the game reeks, or at least the next zone. Marble Zone is the reason why menopause will reign supreme by 2040, and I'll let you in on some insider information. That isn't good. I could do this big analytical take on why this level blows, but I don't have to. It's just bad. I don't think anybody likes this level, it's awful. Now, I don't believe all Sonic levels need to be fast all the time. Au contraire, if Sonic was always fast, that would make the speed sections so much less satisfying. But this is just boring. This level is way too drawn out, the same things over and over again. Waiting on this block, going across the lava slowly, waiting for this spike chandelier platform to come down. It's just not fun. Marble Zone is not fun. I'd probably give it some slack if there were some sections to go fast, but no, it's just boring, long, and tedious. Spring Yard Zone is up next, and it's a competent Sonic level with loads of springs to gain momentum and roll all over the place. Labyrinth Zone is up next, and welcome back, negativity, it's been too long. This is just boring. This zone didn't really feel like much of a labyrinth. Like, the only part I remember being remotely maze-like was in Act 3, where a sequence was continually repeated until you went down the right path. And even then, there were only a few paths you could take, so no biggie. This zone really isn't known
for being a maze. No, it's a water level. And man, I hate the underwater sections in Sonic 1. Major slowdown happens when you get hit by an enemy, and it's just annoying. And yeah, underwater sections blow in most games, but at least in other games you can swim by continually pressing jump. In Sonic, it's just a much slower version of the game where you die in like 4 seconds if you don't get to air. Starlight Zone is next, and it's a solid way to wash out the aftertaste of Labyrinth Zone. It's a relatively subdued level. It's actually a bit relaxing, a bit basic for a zone, but solid enough. Scrap Brain Zone is the final full zone in the game, and it definitely feels like it. Listen, I don't have much to say about this zone because it's all on Act 3. This is Labyrinth Zone's revenge. Remember when I said the original zone didn't feel like much of a maze? Don't worry, it was warming up for this sucker. This act blows. The majority of it's underwater, and there are just not enough air bubbles to keep you alive. The only way I could beat this act is the shortcut at the very beginning of the stage. Slipping underneath the platform brings you to a much quicker route. And then Final Zone. After being awarded most zone name, the zone carries forth one of the easiest final bosses from this generation of games. The boss fights in this game are always relatively pretty easy and underwhelming. Except Starlight Zone's boss, I thought that one was really clever and fun. It used the seesaw mechanic used earlier in the zone, and I just like this one a lot. If you collect 50 rings and keep them till the end of either Acts 1 or 2 in each zone, you can hop into the big ring at the end for a chance to nab a Chaos Emerald in the special stages. Starting in Sonic 2, if you get 7 Chaos Emeralds, you gain the ability to transform into Super Sonic, a solid reward, but in Sonic 1, getting the only 6 Chaos Emeralds get you the best possible ending, which is barely any different from the bad one. It's weird because the back of the box clearly states, it's Super Sonic. I'm not a fan of these special stages. It never really feels like I'm in full control. The stage rotates all around and you can only fully jump and move around on solid terrain. I can easily get the first Chaos Emerald, but on this playthrough I gave up after the second attempt. No thank you. You know how I said the rest of the game reeks after Green Hill Zone? Let's evaluate that statement. Those 16 syllables make it seem as if I'm dogging all over Starlight Zone and Spring Yard Zone. No, those are okay stages. I don't think as highly of them because everything after Green Hill looks drab. Like, the first level hits you hard with color and saturation, and the rest of the game goes for this darker color palette and not as many detailed environments. And I don't know, I think a lot more color and variety in zone themes would have helped out tremendously. Specifically zone themes, like, what is this? But the soundtrack, I don't have to linger on this, it's amazing. It's one of the defining and best soundtracks of the 16-bit generation. It's fantastic. This game is hard, but a good handful of times, it's just unfair. How was I supposed to know this was a bottomless pit? How was I supposed to know this platform was immediately gonna fly away this fast? How did I die? It didn't even touch me! A lot of Sonic's gameplay is based around trial and error, which I think is kind of a lazy design choice. Instead of designing something in a way to alert players of what's to come if they want to do something a little racy, just let them die, they'll figure it out that way. That would be okay in some regards if the game had a save feature or at the very least had a password system, but you're supposed to beat Sonic all in one go if you want to be pure about it. You can enter a level select code at the title screen, but come on, that's not how you beat the game. I think the game could have really benefited from a password feature. Games with saves were still in their infancy back then, so I can kind of understand the lack of a battery save option, but come on, a password would have been lovely. And that's the entirety of Sonic the Hedgehog on the Sega Genesis. When you get down to it, the game is short. Now it does take around 2 hours or so on the first playthrough, however I have to say, with only 6 full zones and 3 levels each and 1 final boss fight, Sonic feels a bit light for a 16-bit game. Of course, the SNES hadn't come out yet, so this game was more so competing with 8-bit platformers. And when you take that into consideration, yeah, this game blew the majority of those things out of the water comparing them side by side. But I think it definitely comes up short in comparison to a lot of Nintendo's offerings on the SNES or even NES at the time, and of course later Sonic games. Like Sonic 2 improves on everything this game did. I feel like Sonic owes a good amount of his success to Green Hill Zone. I know people are getting sick of this level nowadays, but it is literally the perfect Sonic level. Good amounts of speed, good amounts of platforming, just the right length. It does everything it's supposed to. If Green Hill Zone wasn't in the original Sonic game or wasn't the first level, I don't think he'd be as popular as he was. Sonic 1 is a decent romp that's fun to pop in from time to time, but it is nowhere near as fun or designed as well as later entries on the Genesis. It's really difficult to pinpoint my wholehearted opinion on the game. It isn't a bad game, but it definitely needs some time to think about what it's done. How about this? A great blueprint for the franchise. Not that great of a game though. If you want to start somewhere, I'd recommend Sonic 2. This game has way too many parts that are simply frustrating, boring, or not fun in comparison to later games. However, I still have a fondness for this game. Nowadays, Sonic is known for, look how fucking stupid he looks. But Sonic 1 deserves to be recognized as a landmark title in gaming history. Through all of its only 6 zones, easy boss fights, unfair challenges, enemy placement and design, stupid, dumb, and stupid special stages, I think I actually hate this game. Yeah, this game actually reeks.
Son of a bitch, I'm so lucky!
Hey y'all, Scott here, and this game blows. It could really use some plastic shit. Oh, thank God.
The idea of figurines with NFC chips inside of them transporting characters into games captured the hearts of children and 30-year-olds everywhere. This genre exploded in popularity and really hit its peak in my opinion around 2014 to 2015. Nowadays, however, it's a bit of a different story. We had 4 major players in the ring: Skylanders, which is opting out of an entry this year, Disney Infinity, which was cancelled, LEGO Dimensions, which is being quietly supported less and less, and finally, Amiibo, the only Toys to Life competitor still kicking that barely did anything. The other games had you buying figures to play as characters in their respective titles. Amiibo basically says, who likes costumes and cheap additions to games? How is Amiibo doing well enough to stay afloat when it debatably had the lamest in-game functionality of the bunch? Probably because these are characters engraved into the minds of collectors everywhere. Figures of them obviously would make a lot of people happy. Well, it's been a rocky road for the Toys to Life line, and the idea started in 2001 with the Nintendo e-reader. This add-on for the Game Boy Advance allowed you to swipe cards to unlock games, levels, or what have you in select titles. Some of the more prominent games that used it included Animal Crossing and Super Mario Advance 4, Super Mario Bros. 3. However, it did a classic hard fail and just didn't catch on. Fast forward to 2013, where Nintendo finally unveiled their Toys to Life competitor, some garbage Pokemon figures that were only obtainable in blind bags exclusively at GameStop for use in a garbage eShop game for the Wii U. Hey, that must be the Pokemon Rumble U fan community again. Finally, at E3 2014, Nintendo unveiled their line of Toys to Life figures, named Amiibo, to be released alongside Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. I thought they looked cool, but I've never been much of a figurine guy, so I just kinda shrugged it off. Listen, I have a solid tree trunk's worth of games in this room. I think they speak for themselves in terms of what I enjoy. I don't need posters or figurines to emphasize that. And then Smash Bros. For Wii U came out. I wasn't able to secure the GameCube controller bundle for the game, so I had to resort to pre-ordering all the components separately. The game, the adapter, the controller, and I thought, why not? I got a Mario Amiibo in that order too. Thought it was a cool little figure. And then it hit me. So this is what overcompensation looks like. Amiibo is a Toys to Life platform, of course. These figures have NFC chips in their bases which allow for you to unlock certain things in compatible games either on Wii U, 3DS, or Nintendo Switch. The idea behind Amiibo that set it apart from the competition was that these figures can be used across multiple games on Nintendo platforms rather than just one specific game. Alas, not all Amiibo are compatible with every game. That kinda makes everything feel a bit fragmented and makes some figures much more valuable than others when taking into consideration in-game functionality. As somebody who doesn't care for figurines, I like the Smash Bros. Amiibo because they were the same as the trophies in the game. I thought that was so cool, I had to get them all. But also as somebody who doesn't care for figures, I don't display these things. These guys sit comfortably in an ottoman most of the time. I mainly only collected the Smash Bros. Series, but of course I have a few others. The Yarn Yoshi Amiibo are phenomenal. However, on second thought, I only really needed one. I never really needed all the colors. I love the 8-bit 30th anniversary Mario Amiibo. It's so neat to see the pixel art from all sorts of different angles. And the cool thing is, it all lines up. Like, this is exactly what 8-bit Mario would look like in the front. They really thought this out. I like the diversity in sizes and detail in the figurines. I love Olimar's helmet, the shiny material used for Dr. Mario's pill. Captain Falcon looks dead on. For some reason, I always really like the Greninja Amiibo. It's so cool to own a miniature Rob the Robot. And look at Bowser with his spikes. Yeesh, I definitely wouldn't stick him in my mouth. We also have Shovel Knight, the first third-party Amiibo, as in this wasn't made by Nintendo. And because of that, yeah, it definitely looks a bit cheaper than the others. Not knocking Shovel Knight, super cool he is an Amiibo, it's just that you can obviously tell this wasn't first party. Nowadays, I barely buy any more figures. Honestly, I have the entire Smash line except Meta Knight and Wii Fit Trainer. I have almost all the Nintendo characters in figure form. I don't have an urge to run out and pick up a ton more of these things, which kind of blows because some of the more recent Amiibo look pretty bangin'. I definitely felt the Amiibo craze when the line launched, and a decent amount of others did as well. This venture for Nintendo experienced incredible popularity upon release, but that came to a screeching halt later down the line, and now is finally gaining a bit of a resurgence. On November 21st, 2014, alongside Smash Bros. For Wii U, the first 12 Amiibo were released. People generally just bought the characters or figures they liked, but then mass hysteria kicked the door in. People were starting to realize Marth, Villager, and Wii Fit Trainer were becoming very hard to find. Nintendo confirmed these figures were the rarer of the bunch, with rumors flying around they were discontinued as early as December 2014, which wasn't true. People started to go crazy for these figures and ended up buying more and more Amiibo since they were consistently going up in price on eBay and Amazon. It's simply that thing where people go crazy for a product when they know it's impossible to find. Wave 2 came out in December of 2014 with 6 figures, and they didn't even have a concrete release date here in North America. They just showed up when they showed up. Little Mac, Captain Falcon, and Pit were almost impossible to find. Other countries, however, didn't have nearly as big of an issue in terms of amiibo supply. Over here we suffered due to the West Coast port strike. This meant import amiibo were becoming expensive as well, but in some cases were a solid alternative to trying to find US amiibo in the wild. Wave 3 was one of the worst, as it was basically like Wave 2 with no concrete release dates, but adding in retailer exclusive amiibo, which definitely added to stock issues. The first line of amiibo outside of the Smash Bros. Series came out alongside Mario Party 10, that being the first wave of Super Mario amiibo. These figures were well stocked and incredibly easy to find, with a slight exception being Toad, but an even bigger exception being the figure that made collectors go insane that was exclusive to Walmart, Gold Mario. I always had a feeling that Gold Mario was easier to find than, say, Shulk or Ike, but the fact that it was a special variant amiibo made this thing the apple of many collectors' eyes. Wave 4 then came out alongside the release of Splatoon, which also got 3 amiibo of its own, plus a companion figure to Gold Mario, Silver Mario. This was when I believe amiibo hit its peak. So many figures were released on the same day, and on top of that, there were more niche characters such as Robin, Lucina, and Ness. When pre-orders for these figures went up, GameStop's website crashed. Barely anybody got Ness when the wave initially hit. Fans were still pretty mad at how amiibo were being handled, but lucky for them, their problem would soon be resolved, but also, it would take a lot of the fun out of amiibo collecting. The next wave of Smash Bros. Amiibo was a bit spread out. 2 retailer-exclusive amiibo, Dark Pit and Palutena, came out in the summer, while the rest of the wave came out all throughout September. And this wave was incredibly easy to obtain. It seemed like Nintendo finally got a hold of their stock problems in North America. They actually restocked a bunch of rarer amiibo too. It was finally possible to get a hold of Shulk, Lucario, Ike, etc. The retailer exclusivity for certain amiibo broke off too, which meant it was easy to walk into a store, grab a Shulk amiibo, and walk out. Maybe a little too easy. Nintendo ramped up amiibo production tenfold when they saw the increasing demand for the product, but the problem was, the Smash Bros. Line was dwindling in terms of characters they could make figures out of. People were buying the other series of amiibo, but it was the Smash series that kept everybody there. Nintendo needed a new line to keep people interested, so they launched the Animal Crossing series to coincide with the releases of Happy Home Designer and a ton of Animal Crossing amiibo were released, and there was definitely stock, possibly of the over variety. There's a few things that went sour with amiibo in late 2015. Animal Crossing simply didn't have the mass appeal of the Smash line. Now, of course, that's not to despair Animal Crossing as a popular franchise, it's one of Nintendo's top series. The thing is, Smash is a crossover featuring all of Nintendo's most beloved IP. No matter who you were, there was a figure in the Smash series you had some kind of connection to. Animal Crossing simply didn't have that. The only market there was for the Animal Crossing line were Animal Crossing fans and amiibo collectors. Nintendo was pushing amiibo for games that just didn't live up to their legacy. Chibi Robo Ziplash was heavily marketed alongside a Chibi Robo amiibo, and
this game blows!
Happy Home Designer was relatively lackluster for most people, as it felt more like Animal Crossing Lite rather than a completely separate spin-off, and these were games that Nintendo made simply to sell figurines, and they lacked a lot of the heart and soul that was required to inspire people to go out and buy figures for these games. I think it would have been better to have multiple series of amiibo coming out consistently rather than 70% Animal Crossing, 30% other. How about like 4 Animal Crossing figures come out alongside 4 Kirby figures, 4 new Mario figures, a new Splatoon figure, you know, waves like that with more variety rather than basically nothing but Animal Crossing for half a year with some random figures like Wolf Link and Lucas being thrown in there. Overall, I think this was the biggest problem with amiibo running from late 2015 to 2016. Nintendo simply made too many. This took a lot of the fun out of collecting. Yeah, you could finally pick up a Gold Mario at most retailers for $12.99, but that takes a lot of the satisfaction and value out of finally getting one. It took a lot of the urgency out of having to immediately pick up a figure, because in due time these amiibo would be in the clearance bin. There's no denying the stock problems Nintendo faced in the early days of amiibo were ridiculous and definitely anti-consumer, but making them too readily available takes a lot of the fun out of collecting. Amiibo definitely took a hit in terms of consumer interest from 2015 to 2016. The Smash Bros. Line basically consisted of trickling out figures of DLC characters. Animal Crossing was still going hard for the first half of 2016. A Kirby line came out in tandem with Planet Robobot. New Splatoon figures, a new wave of Mario figures, that was basically it. There was little reason to get people interested in the toy line, and it seemed as if Nintendo was pumping the brakes on Amiibo until a little game called Breath of the Wild came out. When the Nintendo Switch launched, so did Breath of the Wild, alongside a few amiibo for the game, and these things sold out hard. Everybody was crazy for the game, so these amiibo did really well. However, there weren't stock problems. If you really wanted these figures, you could pick them up no problem on release. But anytime after that, yeah, they were sold out. And really, ever since then, Nintendo hasn't seen a similar sales flop with amiibo like they did with the Animal Crossing series. Even the Fire Emblem amiibo, which definitely has a smaller audience than, say, the Zelda ones or even Animal Crossing,
didn't sit in clearance bins, but were relatively easy to find a week or so after release. And if you want to get a hold of the Zelda amiibo, then just wait it out because Nintendo has been doing steady yet conservative restocks. It finally seems Nintendo has figured out how to properly stock amiibo. There hasn't been a ton of headaches or stock problems with the Toys to Life line. Those tropes carry on with Nintendo's mini consoles. And there also hasn't been recent amiibo overflowing store shelves due to nobody buying them. Nintendo has finally figured out the perfect amount of amiibo to send to stores. And if they keep this up, then amiibo is far from dead. And wait, did anybody else totally forget these things work with games? Yeah, these suckers have in-game functionality. That's nuts! Smash Brothers is one of the best examples of amiibo support, and that was the game these things launched with. It was pretty neat to train my own little Pac-Man to fight just like I do. Most of the time the functionality is just, oh, you got a random little item in the game. Oh, you got a costume. Or, oh, you got a mode or unlockable that should have been unlocked in the game after beating it rather than being forced behind an amiibo paywall.
As amiibo are starting to become popular again, it seems like Nintendo is focusing less and less on in-game functionality and more so just making amiibo cool collectibles. Look at Breath of the Wild, the amiibo just give you in-game items. Seems a bit like an afterthought in my opinion. Or when they revealed the Pikmin amiibo for Hey Pikmin, they basically shrugged it off in small text what the functionality of the amiibo was. Well, if Nintendo isn't interested in giving amiibo purpose, I sure as hell won't miss an opportunity to kill an afternoon, and I'll do it myself. So, hi everybody, and welcome to How Many Amiibo Can I Fit in My Mouth? Let's pick one at random here. Damn it! Hey y'all, Scott here, and ew! Always keep a frying pan handy. You never know when a 7 out of 10 game is gonna strike, because obviously all those games are hot trash. I personally only play the highest quality games there are. So let's take a look at the greatest games of all time, according to Metacritic.
Yes, today we'll be looking at all the games with a 97 or above on Metacritic and seeing if they either hold up today or at the very least deserve to be on the list. Just a reminder, Metacritic's highest scoring games list doesn't include games before the N64 era, so sadly, older games aren't included here. Yeah, I didn't make the list. Also, this is more of a first impressions on these games, not a comprehensive review. Basically, do I like what I played, and do I think it deserves to be rated so highly? Thank God this made the list. I was gonna go into my emergency Scott's Pissed kit if NFL 2K1 didn't get some representation. I don't own this game, but if it ain't Madden 08, I ain't having it. Perfect Dark was a spiritual successor to GoldenEye on the Nintendo 64, one of the most groundbreaking games of all time due to popularizing first-person shooters on a home console, both in terms of single-player and multiplayer. Since Nintendo lacked the James Bond license at the turn of the millennium, Rare decided to make their own original IP based on the foundation they created with the original GoldenEye. So let's check it out. Jesus Christ, I have to use this thing. Pardon me, it's just difficult to go back to shooters on the N64 these days due to the lack of 2 analog sticks. The game actually allows you to use 2 controllers at the same time to get dual sticks, but I don't actually have 2 controllers, or even the expansion pack needed to play Perfect Dark, so... Let's look at the Xbox Live Arcade version of the game. It's basically an enhanced port. It's the same game, but with better textures, models, etc. But nobody dared to touch the animations and voice work, they had to be preserved. And then I spent 30 minutes wandering around the first level not knowing what to do. The mission objective is to just gain entrance to the laboratory. Sounds simple enough, but to me, these levels feel like a maze. Environmental assets are reused throughout the entire level, and doors blend into the rest of the walls, which add up to not knowing where I am or where to go. Based on the level of difficulty you choose, you have different objectives to complete, which is actually a cool concept. If you're a better agent, you'd obviously have more to do than usual. But that leads to more confusion, like, I think I'm going in the right direction, but lo and behold, there's a section here that's only useful on higher difficulties, and I have to find the direction to go for my difficulty. Playing this game feels like walking around in complete darkness. No idea where I am, where to go, and waving my arms around helplessly trying to proceed. I still think this game is super impressive by N64 standards though. Shoving graphics of this caliber and all these voices on a Nintendo 64 cartridge is pretty stellar, and the multiplayer is definitely where the fun lies. But first impressions on the campaign were frustrating. What used to be groundbreaking now feels really dated and headache-inducing to me personally. Halo, followed by everybody's favorite subtitle, Combat Evolved. And dude, for a launch title in 2001 for the original Xbox, this thing is crazy! Halo back in the day was commended for having a top-of-the-line story, great single-player, and sublime multiplayer. Top that with the fact the Xbox launched with it, and no wonder this game is on the list. Nowadays, it's a good game, albeit graphically dated. Your ship gets attacked and you have to escape, all while doing the whole not dying thing.
Introducing Cryo 2! Please don't!
Sam! Sam! Thank God this game gives you incentive to eliminate the enemy. This game's alright nowadays. It's definitely aged in a few aspects, but overall, it's still a good game. I like this way more than Perfect Dark, I will say that for a fact. Graphically, for 2001, it looks pretty good, but these days I feel like these character models are supposed to be telling me what my fortune is at some rundown arcade. Overall, quite the amazing launch title at the time and the epitome of a system seller. No, pretty good game. Grand Theft Auto 3 was one of the most groundbreaking games when it was released. Oh God, why am I playing this on the 360? You see, Xbox games are backwards compatible with the Xbox 360, and hopefully you notice that asterisk because problems vary from game to game. GTA 3 apparently has an echo effect on the graphics. Great. Anyways, this was the first 3D entry in the Grand Theft Auto franchise, which was at the time top-down only. Of course, being able to murder policemen in 3D led to controversy, which no doubt led to greater sales. And yeah, it's Grand Theft Auto. This is the blueprint for the rest of the series, definitely way more basic than newer entries though. But sometimes, simpler is better. Not here, I'd take Vice City or San Andreas over 3 any day, but it still does have its charm. It's still an open world sandbox and the fun lies within going crazy and doing whatever. At least for me, GTA has always been a do whatever, I don't care kind of game. I'd rather play other entries in the franchise, but 3 was a monumentous step not only for the series, but gaming in general. Does it hold up well? I'd say so. The only thing that feels specifically dated is the presentation, both graphics and sound. Other than that, it's still Grand Theft Auto and it plays well. So I've never fully gotten into a Metroid game, probably because when I actually had money to spend on games, no new Metroid games were coming out. But I still have a few titles from the series past, so let's finally see if I can get into a Metroid game with Metroid Prime, the first 3D game in the franchise. After a long hiatus, the Metroid franchise made its triumphant return with this game. At the time, the game generated controversy from fans because Metroid in first person? How could it be? We're playing the version included on the Metroid Prime trilogy on the Wii, and this game is amazing! It's just so good. You start off all powered up, exploring, having a great time, and after you defeat the Parasite Queen, Meta Ridley attacks and your suit gets downgraded. You're completely weak, but that gives you incentive to continue on to regain your abilities. This game just plays so fluidly, and it's so much fun to control and explore your surroundings. It's impressive for a GameCube game too. Yeah, this is a re-release on the Wii, but the GameCube original is not far off at all. This is a must-play, honestly. Everybody find a copy of Metroid Prime and give it a shot. You won't be disappointed. I don't actually have Pro Skater 3. I have so many others, but not 3. What unfortunate. Next up is The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, a game that I obviously hate. Hey, I went on for 7 minutes on why it isn't perfect. If I say anything good about the game, I'd obviously be a giant hypocrite. To that I say, that wasn't me guys, I swear my YouTube channel was hacked. Now that I'm able to say some good things, this game is phenomenal! It does to the open world genre what Ocarina of Time did to 3D adventure games and what the original Zelda did to 2D adventure games. This world is filled to the brim with secrets. Every time you discover something, it feels like you discovered it. You did that yourself. It feels like a legitimate adventure. Hyrule is such a fantastic area to just explore, roam around, screw around, it's amazing. The puzzles, both in the shrines and the divine beasts, are awesome. They also invoke a sense of singular discovery due to how many ways a puzzle can be solved. The art style is wonderful. The soundtrack is completely subdued, but when it gets going, oh boy, it gets going. Breath of the Wild is absolutely fantastic. It deserves to be on this list hard. Of course, it does have some problems here and there, but those are just minor annoyances and an experience that is worth everybody's time. Grand Theft Auto 5, one of the most popular games of all time, and rightfully so because this is a fantastic Grand Theft Auto game. It's so fun and beautiful. It took the fun-filled nature from the old GTAs and the abundance of activities to do from the newer ones and mashed them together into the lovely murder-filled rampage it was always meant to be. This is actually the first Grand Theft Auto game I fully beat. I usually just get bored playing the standard game and just popped in GTA to screw around, but with Grand Theft Auto 5, I actually liked playing through the story, and on top of that, screwing around was a hoot and a half. This is fantastic. This and Breath of the Wild are the cream of the crop when it comes to open world games. Let's just say I have plans to cover this game in the near future, but for the time being, Super Mario Galaxy is one of the greatest games of all time and holds every right to be on this list. It takes the 3D Mario formula and does something completely new with it while retaining the feel of 3D Mario. Really, everything a new entry in a classic franchise should do. It's also Mario in space. I was sold at the very beginning. It's so great, I'm debating nailing the shirt I bought the game into the wall. Super Mario Galaxy 2 is often considered one of the greatest sequels of all time, and considering it's the sequel to my favorite game of all time should inspire me to beat it. Nope, Galaxy 2 is basically just more of Galaxy. Imagine if Galaxy received an expansion that was the size of a new game. Personally, I prefer Galaxy's heavier emphasis on story.
That's funny.
Alright, by that I mean, it was a perfect Mario story. It was the same damn thing as the last 40 games, but it put a new spin on things and gave everything an epic feeling. Galaxy 2 throws away everything and acts as a sort of retelling of the original, now with more straightforward levels. Now I'd say this is fine, either you prefer Galaxy 1 with its larger level designs and more epic feel, or you prefer Galaxy 2 with its more linear, classic Mario style level designs with a more just get right to it feel. But regardless, if you like one, you're gonna find enjoyment in the other. Soul Calibur, one of the definitive fighting games of the late 90s. This is the Xbox Live Arcade version, and on top of that, the free trial, because you can't spell I'm too cheap to buy the full version just for this episode, so I'll just play the free trial without free trial. And wow, this game is actually pretty great. It's really fun, even for a novice player such as myself. It's pretty simple to pick up and play, and it's just straight up fun. I wouldn't say an absolutely amazing experience nowadays, but a really fun fighting game. This is truly a game that pro players and casual players can both enjoy, and that's something I think the fighting game scene needs more of. Really? This did better than Grand Theft Auto 5? Well, Grand Theft Auto 4 was huge when it released, the first GTA in high definition on much more powerful consoles, taking on a darker tone. Of course this was one of the biggest games of all time, I don't like this one that much. Alright, get this, GTA 4 is a decent romp of a sandbox game. I mean, it has everything you'd want out of a GTA game at the time, but there's a few things that just ruin it for me. The world feels a bit empty to me. All I really remember from this game was the city setting with barely any buildings I could actually enter. It felt kinda like a city full of billboards and nothing but. It just ends up feeling more like an HD version of GTA 3, and at least in GTA 3 it had fun with itself, like running over people in that game sounds like you're going to town on some tomatoes. With GTA 5, it's so colorful and pleasing to look at, with loads of variety within its visuals. GTA 4 comes from a time in which every game was trying to nail the smearing the Mona Lisa in the mud look. Brown and gray. As a colorblind citizen, thank you, but I prefer GTA 5's more colorful style. And may I introduce the worst aspect of GTA 4, the driving. The cars are so stiff. It's gross. These cars should handle like they did in previous games or 5, or if you want a more broad way of putting it, like an arcade racer. These controls feel stiff like a simulation racer. If you like simulation racing games, cool. But GTA works so much better with smoother, less realistic controls. Do you really want GTA to feel realistic or fun? And spoilers, there is a correct answer. I feel like GTA 4 did so well because it was that generation's GTA for a while. I played a ton of it, but only because it was the only Grand Theft Auto on the 360 at the time. Definitely far from my favorite. You know, I've always heard great things about the Tony Hawk games, but never gave them a try. I may not have Pro Skater 3, but I do own Pro Skater 2, so let's give it a shot. This is the version released on the original Xbox, Pro Skater 2X. It's mainly a port of that game plus levels from the first Pro Skater with a few aspects taken from Pro Skater 3, and my God, is this game fun. It's a skateboarding game that's a mix between an arcade game and a collectathon. You skate around doing tricks, which leads to getting more points. You can also explore the stage and find certain collectibles or complete certain tasks. Doing these tasks and earning points leads to getting more money, which can be spent on new tricks and also unlock new stages. This is such a fun game, no wonder people ate this stuff up back in the day. One of the best games of all time though? Here's the thing, this game is great fun, but I haven't played enough of it to truly see the greatest game of all time hiding within it. I see a really fun game, but I think that's pushing it a bit. However, it's way better than some of the other games on this list, so I'll say it deserves to be here. Score-wise though, I'd personally put it in the lower 90s from what I played. Unanimously considered the greatest game of all time, The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time is the beloved, groundbreaking, definitive entry in the long-lasting Zelda franchise. That's alright. Is it good? Yeah, it's Ocarina of Time, of course it's good. In fact, I'll go a step further and say it's great. Now, I feel like other games have surpassed it in terms of overall quality, but when you look at the long list of games released over time, it simply makes sense for Ocarina of Time to be widely considered the best of them all. It took the game countless lauded as perfect and did a classic Super Mario 64 to it, went 3D on us, and captured the hearts and minds of millions. I've stated before, I love the Zelda franchise, I just don't play a lot of the games. I love so many things about all of these games, they're just hard for me to totally invest my time in. They're not the easiest games to pick up where you left off if you stopped playing like a month ago. And yeah, I haven't beaten Ocarina, but I plan on fixing that one of these days, and I can say this is an expertly crafted game. Also, check Mido out, this is completely improbable.
Man, what a waterfall of quality. Who knew video games could be so good?
And I'm so happy right now. I think I'm going to take my new thesaurus on a test drive and see what the antonym for good is just for funsies. I have to look at the worst games of all time next. I'm fucked. Hey y'all, Scott here, and I'm on the verge of a little thing I like to call a breakthrough. You see, after I was tasked with doing taste tests on the worst games of all time according to Metacritic, I thought, there must be somebody behind this many games that bad. And after extensively looking through this Sunday's paper, I've narrowed it down to one suspect. Mr. Scoliosis. The world-renowned mastermind himself. Problem is, nobody's ever tracked him down. And I'd have to do that to get down to the bottom of what made these games so bad.
Ah, my f***ing back.
That must be him! Yeah, it turns out those games were bad due to mismanagement, not because of some guy with a curved spine.
Yeah, today we're looking at the worst of the worst on Metacritic. Now before we start off, there are two separate lists on Metacritic detailing the worst games out there. One accounts for games with more than 7 reviews and the other doesn't. We're looking at the list that includes games with less than 7, as that means more or lesser quality for me. Also, these aren't comprehensive reviews of these games, just first impressions. Yaris was an Xbox Live Arcade game that was a promotional tie-in with the Toyota Yaris line of cars. It was delisted in 2008, a year after debuting on the market, and for good reasons. It's a racing game with a gun. You shoot MP3 players floating around as you race. I can't play it due to not being available for download anymore, but regardless, excellent way to start things off. 101 in 1 Explosive Mega Mix. At first glance may seem like a deal and a half. I always make sure to pick up anything marked 101 for 1, so when I saw this after searching for 101 in 1 Explosive Mega Mix on the Wii Shop channel, I knew I just had to pick it up. And this is one of the worst experiences I've had in quite a while. Which is actually quite nice. This game made me realize that I have a pretty solid life if I'm getting angry at a $7 WiiWare game from 2011. 101 in 1 Explosive Mega Mix is a port of a DS game of the same name. It's a collection of lazily made mini-games that take advantage of the DS stylus, except now we're on the Wii. This game is already incredibly mediocre if you're playing it with a stylus, but using a Wii remote as a pointer makes this game way more frustrating and difficult. The pointing functionality of the Wii remote just isn't as accurate as a stylus, and with these games being made with stylus play in mind, these feel incredibly awkward and just not fun to control. Like, who wants to play a basketball game on the Wii like this? NRA Varmint Hunter is a hunting game released for Microsoft Windows. I can't play it. It's just a poorly made hunting game where you shoot gophers or whatever. And judging by this game's intro, this game is f***ing ruthless. Orc Slayer on the PlayStation 4. This is phenomenal. I really don't have much to say about this game. It's basically just everything you'd expect out of a bad budget indie game. I mean, it's much more playable than other games, but I just got bored of it after 5 minutes. Definitely not the worst thing out there, but it's far from good. The Letter is a Wii U eShop game that failed to reach its funding goal on Indiegogo, but they released it anyway! This is a horror game without the horror. Actually, this game is terrifying when you analyze it all. A beach ball? Spinning on its own? I gotta get out of here! You just have to find specific objects to advance to the next stage. You also find letters scattered across the levels, giving you some crazy lore. The controls are incredibly floaty, and the game never goes in for a scare. You see, it has all the elements of a horror game, but with no climax, no jump scares, no legitimately creepy things. When the game tries to be creepy, it just ends up making you feel bad for it. Here we have a beating heart, and don't worry, the shit in your pants is completely justified. I actually beat this game back in the day for funsies, but when playing it recently, I couldn't bother getting past the second stage. It's actually really easy to get lost and just run around in circles due to how dark it is. Which is pretty sad. This game is around 20 minutes long, and I didn't even really feel like looking up a walkthrough, which you're definitely gonna need. The ending of the game, though, is out of this world. You enter a medical testing facility on the quest to find your father, and you just wait there for a few seconds, and blam blam blam, you're on an island, and it was all a dream. Hey, Twist Nation, do I got a game for you? Ride to Hell Retribution is a game made by dads trying to act cool in front of their angsty sons. It starts off with a cutscene intro / tutorial mixtape where we see a montage of our main character Jake riding his bike, and then flash into a gameplay segment, then flash back to bike riding, then flash back to gameplay. This guy means business. What an intro.
After blowing all expectations out of the water, you reconcile with your father.
You look like shit, Jake.
Thank God this game is self-aware. Now I don't need to comment on how the visuals look like if arthritis could code. We get some good old-fashioned family bonding, and Jake decides he's had enough of just watching a movie's credits.
Swear to God, I'd rather be polishing boots than sit through this crap.
The dad pisses Jake's brother Mikey off, and Jake has to go after him due to the dangers that awaits outside. And then Mikey gets his throat slit by these guys.
This is like a skinny little baby cow, ain't it?
Thanks, what a nice threat. But yeah, your brother dies, and a reaction happens. I guess afterwards you seek to avenge your brother's death, I don't know, and drive off, which is a painstakingly long section for what it's worth. No enemies, no purpose for the long length, just get to the destination. You get into a fight, and after a few noogies and raspberries, the guy finally gives you what you want. We then have to find this next guy in a motel, but I end up killing this guy who's fighting with this girl. And immediately, we're rewarded with sick intercourse, clothing and all. After a few noogies and raspberries, we have to catch up to the guy hiding in the motel, and we get another driving section. This game was everything I wanted it to be. It's garbage, but it's definitely something you really should give a try. It deserves a place on this list, but is incredible in almost every other way. Elf Bowling 1 and 2. Solid concept for a game. Of course, these 6 simple syllables attract most people. Absolutely not worthy of being on an actual video game cartridge licensed by Nintendo, though. This game can be summed up by just saying, you press A. That's all you do. In Elf Bowling 1, you just press A at the right time to bowl in a specific area. And man, this thing is disorienting and just doesn't have good physics. Like, a lot of the time, it just doesn't feel like you should have gotten a gutter ball. Elf Bowling 2 isn't bowling, it's shuffleboard, but with approximately 90% more dwarf ass. You play against your longtime rival Dingle in a battle that goes on far too long. This really shouldn't have made the cut to be released on a cartridge. This is the kind of flash game your uncle emails you. Actually, that's exactly what this game was, and the GBA and Nintendo DS versions were unauthorized ports of the game. Overall, I mean, this game blows, but it's exactly what it says it is. It's Elf Bowling 1 and 2. Unearthed is an episodic game that never made it past episode 1. It originally released back in 2013, and first things first, this game knows how to get the standard Unearthed player excited. Yes! 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 How many times can I say I'm sold until you get the point? This thing looks stellar. But let's get down to the brass tacks here. This is a complete rip-off of Uncharted. At least they saw the growing market for cinematic action adventure games that begin with Un. The difference is Uncharted has beautiful environments, great writing, fun characters, and entertaining gameplay. This game feels like if Uncharted was released on the PlayStation 1 and was coated with waffle iron. The game starts off with your character limping all over the place, while the game stops you abruptly every 4 grams of movement you take to explain something that's relatively trivial. I got to shooting, and ew. I'm playing the Mac version, and for some reason they decided to make aiming a right click on the mouse and shooting a left click. All Macs ship with a trackpad or a magic mouse, which you can't right click and left click simultaneously. So time to crack out a third-party mouse. We trudge on to the hand-to-hand combat section, and why is the scroll wheel an input? We have all these keys on the keyboard, yet they decide to use the scroll wheel. That basically describes one of the larger problems with this game. Clunk. This game is the farthest thing from intuitive to play, which is emphasized even more by the fact that this is a pretty simple game. Definitely play it with a controller if possible. The game then actively tries to gain my sympathy, and then
What would you do if you were me?
give up. We then get some solid story, and your sister decides to explain your mission right before you do it, instead of, you know, explaining it when she asks you to go out to the desert with her. But whatever, let's finally get to the meat of the game, which is Uncharted. But about 77 pegs worse. Climbing is one of the clunkiest things I've ever controlled in a video game here. In Uncharted, you don't have to think about it. Here, it's an active struggle to move anywhere. I have to find 4 keys to unlock this door, and get this, I did. We then find myself just walking forward, and looks like I need a torch to even move into the darkness. This stuff is so dark, it's blocking me from going forward. I have to sidle across this, and Clunk strikes again. This is just embarrassing. I come across a boarded door, and I obviously have to crawl under it. Jesus! After getting to the tomb, the game finds it incredibly integral to stop you dead in your tracks to make sure you listen to this dialogue. I then get to control an RC car to activate pressure points to help me cross some gaps. Clunk strikes again as I accidentally jump off the platform, and I give up. Yeah, this is the epitome of a sour game. Lame visuals, bad voiceover, stock music, clunky controls, a blatant ripoff. Get this thing away from me. Family Party, 30 Great Games, Obstacle Arcade. First off, kudos to the marketing team. It's like they know what consumers want in a title. This was released near the Wii U's launch, and oh boy do we have a stinker on our hands. This is a party game, of course, and by the second minigame I shut this off hard. This game does what I think many Wii U games painfully do to a fault, which is use the Wii Remote and gamepad by trading them off in between. Use the Wii Remote for this game, now use the gamepad. That just gets so inconvenient and tiring. Don't make me constantly swap controllers, that's just not fun. On top of that, the game went from a Wii Remote minigame to a gamepad minigame to a game that required the nunchuck to be plugged in and refused to let me do anything until I did so. This feels like a generic party game that was in development for the Wii and immediately shifted over to the Wii U when that was on the way in. And also, these minigames blow. I'm not one to immediately write off party games. They have their worth and can be tons of fun, but this is one of the worst excuses for pretty much anything. The game that required the nunchuck really got to me. You have to shoot at ghosts. It requires the nunchuck for the analog stick, and you have to move the stick to where the ghost is and waggle the Wii Remote to shoot it. Wow, it's like I'm really there! This is stupid. Why not just use the pointer of the Wii Remote and the B button to shoot at ghosts? Instead, this game made me get up and find a nunchuck for a minute-long minigame. This is miserable. This game needs to go lay down. Finally, we end off with the creme de la creme of stupid f***ing garbage. Big Rigs Off-the-Road Racing, released in 2003 for Microsoft Windows. A bit more exciting a reveal the first time around. Yeah, we have a bit of a problem on our hand. I simply can't go without playing this game, as it's the worst of all time. So we have to turn to an unofficial Mac port of the game. Problem is, doesn't run very well. I don't think that's going to affect my opinion of the game, however. Big Rigs is a racing game with everybody's favorite form of transportation, some big rigs. And it's completely unfinished. You can drive through everything. Your opponent doesn't even move at all. Now this is what I call some positive life lessons with Big Rigs. Easily teach young children that it doesn't matter if you win or lose, it's about the sick nasty glitches in store for you. This game is a masterpiece of trash. If you go in reverse, you oddly go faster than you would in drive, and on top of that, just give the left or right arrow keys some lovin', and finally, a driving game with some personality. Listen, I think Big Rigs deserves to definitely be on this list, and it definitely could be considered the worst game of all time. I mean, it's not finished. But this is more art than it is bad. This is the fun kind of bad that only legends have spoken of. 101-in-1 Explosive Mega Mix and Family Party are the boring, frustrating kind of bad. This and Ride to Hell are games I think everybody has to experience. Wow, oh wow. Who knew video games could be so bad? Hopefully those games didn't affect my sanity too much. Yeah, those games were pretty bad. Hey y'all, Scott here, and you know what I could go for right now? A working kidney. I have 3 days to live. All here, hey Scott, and don't mind me, just recuperating from the kidney transplant. I asked why they had to cut open my head for the transplant, and they were like, oh, you're just delusional from the transplant. And I was like, well, it doesn't make any sense, the transplant hasn't happened yet. And they were like, ah, don't make stupid observations. Anyways, I found a refurbished kidney online, and to help pay for it, I had to make the tough decision to sell my NES Classic. So, looks like we're gonna have to turn to the alternative mini consoles. Everybody wants an NES and/or SNES Classic. These cute little consoles include dozens of some of the greatest games of all time, have pristine emulation, ooze passion, and a love for the older games. And just look at them, who doesn't want these things on their shelf? Of course, with popularity comes imitation. When the NES Classic was coming out, there were two companies that decided to shove their arm knee-deep in the grab bag of licenses they had and put out some solid competition. At Games and Retrobit released their take on the plug-and-play tiny console from the past, so let's see how these compare to Nintendo's offerings. At Games has been making mini Atari and Sega themed plug and plays for years. It just so happened they decided to push them hard when the NES Classic was hitting the scene. First off, the Atari Flashback 7. Now this line of consoles has been kicking since 2004, around the era of plug and play arcade joysticks. At Games released the 7 around the time of the NES Classic, and I gotta say, the Atari Flashback line ain't half bad. The console mostly resembles the Atari 2600 and includes 2600-like wireless controllers. Now these, I'm not super into.
the wireless portion that is. These are IR based, much like a TV remote, so you have to keep the controller pointed at the console at all times. That honestly takes a lot of the convenience out of wireless for me. I'd much rather them include wired controllers or spring for something like Bluetooth functionality. It'd make it more expensive, but I think it'd be worth it. Thankfully, you can use standard Atari controllers. The game selection here, well, it's definitely Atari. The Atari 2600 is one of the most iconic game consoles of all time, but the library just isn't that appealing in this day and age. A good amount of the games were never really that great. They were shovelware, and a good amount of games that were good back in the late 70s, early 80s aren't that good nowadays. But every so often, you run across a 2600 game that is fantastic. Breakout, Centipede, Space Invaders, there's a handful of gems here. The lineup as a whole is pretty hit or miss on the Flashback 7, but so was the 2600's library in general. We don't get any of the Activision classics on here like Kaboom or Pitfall, which is unfortunate, but we do get Atari-made classics and games that were never released. I think for people that grew up with the Atari or want a good idea of what exactly the 2600 was all about, the Atari Flashback series does everything it sets out to do. I don't think it'll capture the hearts and minds of everybody who plays it, but those who want to appreciate or experience gaming's past, the Flashback 7 does its job. It's still way cooler to play these games on a real 2600 though. Next up is another At Games production, the Sega Genesis Classic Game Console. Now this is what you call a mini console. It gives off Sega Genesis 3 vibes in terms of the size, but doesn't really feel Genesis-y other than that. It comes with 2 wireless controllers which are molded after the 6-button Genesis pads. These definitely don't feel up to snuff with actual Genesis controllers and are also wireless in the same way as the Atari Flashback 7, so definitely plug in a Genesis controller if you have one laying around. This console comes with an actual Genesis cartridge slot, and while a bunch of games are included, if you boot this sucker up with a cartridge in it, you can play your existing Genesis games. Except you should never do that because this console is revolting. Mainly just in the sound department. It completely murders the sound in these games. Just take a listen. This is definitely the biggest problem with this console, the emulation. The video is fuzzy and the sound is atrocious. Other than that, it's okay. It does feel way too generic though, like the menu system feels like just a stock menu, no Sega flair or anything. Now the Atari Flashback was also made by At Games, but I think it could get away with the lesser presentation. It was an Atari console, it made sense to go more basic with its presentation. They're very basic games, it makes sense. The Genesis had much more of a personality, so it's disappointing to not see that reflected in the system. But hold the phone, if you've had any doubts about this system, do I have news for you. The game's lineup is tolerable. You do get a solid taste test of the Genesis library with games like Comic Zone, Kid Chameleon, a few Sonic titles, and the Golden Axe games. While standout titles are omitted in this variant, such as Streets of Rage 1 through 3, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, and Echo the Dolphin. There exist multiple variants of this console though. This is the 2016 model and these games can be found on older models. But keep scrolling through that games list and you'll find out half the games library are bonus games that are low quality, cheaply made games that were just ported over to this console, or just rip-offs of more popular games. Yeah, not cool. Overall, the emulation is poor and the games lineup is padded to Kingdom Come. I do like that you can play actual Genesis cartridges on this thing. That's definitely something I wish the Atari Flashback did with 2600 games, but the quality of this product just simply doesn't meet the mark. For the everyday consumer who had a Sega Genesis as a kid, this is alright, but for everybody else, this thing is pretty bad. Analogy alert! The NES Classic is like a best-of compilation Blu-ray set of some beloved movies or a show remastered to perfection, while the Sega Genesis Classic Game Console is more like those $1 DVDs at Walmart with a bunch of decent stuff, but the quality is belch-worthy. Finally, let's take a look at the Retrobit generations. Retrobit is a company primarily known for retro accessories and aftermarket consoles, such as the Retro Duo Portable, a portable SNES with an adapter for NES games. They definitely know a thing or two about classic games, so when they announced they were throwing their hat into the ring when it came to plug-and-play classic game consoles, many were excited, especially with the game lineup. The console itself looks like what comes up when you Google game console clip art. It's basically a black box made to look like it's trying to replicate the look of an actual game console. But in my opinion, it just comes off as a bit tacky. I think they were trying way too hard to make this NES Classic-y. I think it would have been cool to make this sucker smaller and maybe make it an HDMI dongle sort of deal with some nice wireless controllers. Speaking of which, the console actually outputs HDMI and includes component out too for some reason, but
hey, I'm not complaining. 2 controllers are included, which are clones of the 6-button Sega Genesis controllers, and these suffice. They aren't amazing, but they work well, and you can actually use these on your PC. The Retro-Bit Generations was not limited by one console's game catalog, and seemed to take more of a hidden gem approach to its game lineup. Games from the NES, Game Boy, SNES, Genesis, Arcade, it's a big hodgepodge of retro. They have the rights for games by Capcom, Irem, Jaleco, and Data East. While the most iconic publisher on that list, Capcom, only has a handful of titles on the console, the other publishers definitely have a good amount of classics on their hands. A swift look at the games list isn't gonna blow any minds, none of these are hard-hitting must-have titles, but there are some standout hidden gems and relatively well-known games here. Bionic Commando, Avenging Spirit, R-Type, Bases Loaded, 1942, Kickle Cubicle, Kung Fu, Ring King. There's also games that never released outside of Japan on here, which is really cool. Super 3D Noah's Ark, the only unlicensed SNES game to be released officially at retail, is included, which I gotta admit is pretty cool. Now there are a few problems with this game list. For one, it feels really fragmented. Like I said, part of me thinks it's cool that Super 3D Noah's Ark is included alongside Captain Commando, and part of me thinks it's weird and out of place. I don't know, just the fact the game list is displayed as simply that, a no-thrills list, highlights this issue. It makes me wish they went the extra mile and organized the games in nice ways, like by year, genre, or by categories like classics, oddities, Japan only. Secondly, there's a good amount of bootleg rip-offs here. These games range from Snake to Donkey Kong. I mean, I guess it's alright to have some games similar to other classics, but it just ends up feeling incredibly cheap and low. It feels like they only included these to advertise over 100 games on the box, and that is never a good sign. And speaking of the list, man, this system's UI is raw. This is the bare minimum of what you could call a design. It looks like the design before the design is created. Everything reeks of generic, and everything is so janky and clunky looking. No animations, no personality, button presses take too long to register on the menus, just a list of ROMs. Speaking of ROMs, how's the emulation, Scott asked? Well, you might want to be sitting down for this, Scott replied. The emulation is passable in some cases, but lacks a lot of attention to detail. The NES emulation is pretty good, and the Game Boy is okay, but with the picture blown up, the image looks really compressed. I know there are great Game Boy emulators out there that output the game super sharp and crystal clear, which makes me wish they put a little more time and care into Game Boy emulation. But at least those systems work well most of the time. When we get to the 16-bit and arcade side of things, Retrobit decided to add a metric load of funk to the mix. Frame rate and sound issues are aplenty, which just makes games simply not fun to play. I'd say one of the most Retrobit Generations thing the Retrobit Generations does is with the game Varth, an arcade game with a tall vertical display. This is how it looks on the console. Huh. Could have displayed it like this, guys. Now I have to change my entire display setup to play a game that already runs like piss. Very little time, attention, and care was put into the emulation or game selection here. It feels like Retrobit got the licenses for some games, dumped the ROMs on this thing, and called it a day. The user interface is the bare minimum, emulation is spotty to unbearable, the game library is padded beyond belief. I don't know who this console is for. It doesn't please the retro enthusiasts as the emulation is pretty poor in a lot of cases, and the console feels like just a ROM dump with an HDMI cord. It doesn't please the everyday consumer who played games back in the 80s and 90s because this is just a grab bag of games. There's nothing stringing these games together. At least with the Atari Flashback and Genesis Classic Game Console, those were primarily Atari and Sega games, which meant if you grew up with those consoles, the game lineup held some value to you. Here, it's completely random. For every one game you like on this console, there's probably a solid 40 you're not gonna like and another 20 you've never heard of. There were a lot of good ideas this console had. I like that it focused more on obscure classics. I like that it included games that never came to North America, but it lacks focus, love, and a purpose, really. This thing is trash. It feels incredibly cheap and lazy, and instead of feeling like a celebration of the past, it feels like a folder with ROMs in it. Now, coming up to compete with the SNES Classic from At Games is the Sega Genesis Flashback and the Atari Flashback 8. These two systems were actually upgraded from the previous ones and feature rewind functionality, HDMI, and refined interfaces and experiences as a whole. These are definite steps up, but they still maintain that classic At Games charm and have problematic emulation and bootleg ripoff games. At Games also makes portable variants of the Sega and Atari consoles, and honestly, I'd say spring for those if you want these sort of things. They're basically the same as the consoles, but on a tiny little handheld. I think those have much more charm and novelty than the consoles, and having them on a smaller screen definitely subdues the lesser quality and presentation, and you can still plug these bad boys into a TV if you want to. These consoles are definitely a far cry from the NES and SNES Classics' overall quality and charm, but for their low asking prices, some still do offer a bit of value. To people who haven't played video games in decades and want to relive some classic Atari and Sega games, At Games' offerings suffice. It's just they could be so much better. And the Retrobit Generations blows. Yeah, I definitely made a mistake selling the NES Classic. I should probably buy it back. Hopefully I can resell this kidney for a good price.
Well, this
This thing is fucking worthless now.
Hey y'all, Scott here, and well, this is awkward. Let's put an end to that. This here is a state-of-the-art It's That Time machine. It formulates a topic that's embarrassingly topical, so you always have something trendy to converse about. Looks like it's forming something now. Oh, that was lame. Don't get me wrong, I love talking about E3 1996 and October 2017 as much as the next guy, but come on, 97 and 98 are way in these days. But that kind of got me on an E3 1996 kick, so let's talk about the second annual Electronic Entertainment Expo.
E3 1996 is one of the more important E3s that never happened, and I say this because this is one of the harder years in the event's history to find footage from. Yet it contains a good bit of the major events in gaming history. Now that's in terms of all the press conferences though. The only one that is clearly available is a good chunk of Nintendo's, with only a little snippets from Sony's and like no others. So while with my other E3 episodes we mainly just looked at the conferences, with 96 we'll be taking a look at each company's offerings on the show floor, as well as everything we could gather from their press events and see how many knee slaps out of 5 they deserve for their showings. E3 1996 started on May 16th and ended on May 18th, and this was a big year for everybody, which is what everybody says relating to every E3, but this time it really was. The Sega Saturn was already considered a train wreck, so Sega had to prove the worth of its new flagship console. Nintendo had the Nintendo 64 on the way, but the system experienced numerous delays, so at this point, Nintendo really had to show off why this thing was taking so long. Also, the Virtual Boy was discontinued in North America a few months before the show, only after 7 months of being on the market, so with the Virtual Boy being the Virtual Boy, Nintendo had to bring the goods. Sony, however, was experiencing quite a bit of success with the newly released PlayStation. They now had to prove it was a growing console with a bright future ahead of it. Nintendo came out swinging at this year's E3. Their conference mainly focused on a demo of Super Mario 64. Now, the crowd doesn't go bonkers, but you can tell they're watching in awe. This was a great demo showing off just how special the N64 was. We have this promotional VHS tape to look at though, which was made for press and investors. I don't believe this was supposed to be shown to the public. A lot of it seems like it could have been, but at the very end, the video talks about how much money Nintendo will sink into marketing, so I'm gonna assume this wasn't readily available to consumers. The first thing shown off is a scissor reel of upcoming Nintendo 64 games, and this is really interesting. Not only is it a ton of heavy-hitting titles, but it's just cool to see early builds of these games with temporary titles and logos. Kirby's Air Ride was originally a very early Nintendo 64 game, which I always found very interesting, and Star Fox 64 had a logo more akin to the SNES original. Speaking of the SNES, Nintendo hadn't forgotten about that sucker because they delved deep into the titles launching in 96, including Mario RPG, Tetris Attack, Kirby Superstar, and Donkey Kong Country 3. Not a bad lineup for a console on the way out. They also announced a revision of the original Game Boy, the Game Boy Pocket. 96 was an incredibly busy year for Nintendo, and that is exemplified by this marketing budget section at the end.
Nintendo has a great lineup of second-half Super NES and Game Boy games backed by the power of the Play Loud advertising campaign.
Nintendo Power Source Online reaches opinion leaders to get the news out fast on hot new releases.
The tiny little Game Boy Pocket gets a great big $6 million campaign.
Whoa, what?
Let me tell you, this guy can sell me anything.
In-store merchandising and interactive displays are the keys to announcing the arrival of new releases, helping consumers get hands-on experience with the hottest games ever.
Nintendo announced that the Nintendo 64 would launch that September for $250, and honestly, that's not bad. Overall, a really good show from Nintendo this year, a metric 8 gallons worth of awesome games and spread out across their 3 consoles at the time. This is definitely one of their better showings. Sega really had to bring its A game at this E3 after the abysmal launch of the Sega Saturn, and gosh damn it they tried. They brought a lot of heavy-hitting titles, Nights into Dreams, Panzer Dragoon 2, Fighting Vipers, and the big one, Sonic X-Treme, the game that was supposed to save the Saturn,
that was canceled hard. Sega announced a price cut for the Saturn from $399 to $199 after Sony slapped them in the face with a $299 price announcement for the PlayStation at E3 1995, and then proceeded to announce a price cut to $199 at this year's. Sega did a decent job at trying to bring the Saturn back to where they wanted it, but failed to make as big of a splash as they desperately needed to. Third-party support wasn't nearly as strong as Sony's offerings, and the lineup paled in comparison to Nintendo's. E3 1995 may have been the beginning of the end for Sega as a first party, and E3 1996 didn't bode that much better for them. Sony decided that Sega wasn't dead enough, so they decided to announce a price cut for the PlayStation. Originally starting at $299, which absolutely obliterated the Saturn's launch price of $399, Sony announced a cut to $199, which, in addition to showing off games like Crash Bandicoot and Twisted Metal 2, truly showed off how serious Sony was about the gaming industry. They were willing to play hardball, which Sega definitely was starting to see. And that was about it for Sony. They showed off some big titles and dropped the price of their console. Not much to talk about because, 1, their full press conference was eerily hard to find, and 2, they really didn't have much riding on them. They were doing extremely well already and just had to keep up the momentum, and they did just that. E3 1996 was a really cool show. 95's show was much more based on hardware, and even then it didn't seem like companies had many games to show off. This year was all about the games, and while it must have been incredibly exciting back when it actually happened, this E3 was still really fun to look back on just because of the sheer amount of games announced and on the show floor. Games that were to become instant classics, games that never came out, games in their early stages. This E3 truly had it all, both at the time and retrospectively.
E3 1996 was pretty cool overall, and oh, that must be the some guys talking about E3 1996 on October 2017 alerts. Let's be honest, if you're talking about E3 1996 right now, it sounds like you're up to something. I don't blame them in the slightest for being wary of me. Hey y'all, Scott here, and don't you just hate it when your final words are Frogger for the SNES? I think the SNES knows how that feels.
Your final breath is a beautiful thing, so you better not blurt out something fucking stupid like Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets for Game Boy Color. In terms of the last game released on a game console, you may think companies end their systems with a bang and a half, releasing a swan song for the ages. But instead, the last games released on a console are incredibly underwhelming, or just plain odd. So let's take a look at the last games released on game consoles. We'll mainly be looking at these in terms of North America, unless I say so. The Nintendo Entertainment System received a good amount of support from Nintendo even after the release of its successor, the Super Nintendo. A handful of these were in the forms of puzzle games released on both the NES, SNES, and sometimes the Game Boy, such as Tetris 2, Yoshi's Cookie, and the final official game released on the NES, Wario's Woods, released on December 1st, 1994. Wario's Woods is a puzzle game that is a piece of work. It's a pretty simple game when you get down to it, but I never figured out how to play it. The controls always confused me, and I'm sure I angered at least a good fourth of the population by saying that. Now that's in terms of the NES. Its Japanese equivalent, the Famicom's last game, was Adventure Island 4, released on June 24th, 1994. Clocking over to the SNES and Genesis for that matter, Frogger in 1998 was the last games for both systems. Released on October 6th, it was Frogger alright. Of course, if you want to get wacky with this statement of the last SNES game released, you can now say Star Fox 2, as it was finally given an official release on the SNES Classic Edition in September of 2017. But it wasn't released on an official cart, so you can go either way with that statement, honestly. Now with the Super Famicom, this is a bit interesting. Metal Slater Glory Director's Cut is a visual novel made by HAL Laboratory and was released on November 29th, 2000. And guess who didn't sell well? Being released so late in the console's life and being a pretty demanding game took a toll on HAL's game publishing business, and after this release, they were just straight up bought out by Nintendo, making them simply a developer rather than a publisher. The Nintendo 64's last game was pathetically nearby the introduction of the GameCube. You see, with the NES and SNES, at least the last games on those consoles came out a good few years after their successor hit the market. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, the last N64 game, released on August 20th, 2002, less than a year after the launch of the GameCube. Weirdly enough, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 was a launch title for the GameCube, being released on November 18th, 2001. Nintendo handhelds always last an embarrassing amount of time. The last official Game Boy release was Pokemon Yellow on October 18th, 1999 in North America, and apparently this fucking thing in Japan in 2001. The Virtual Boy's last game was 3D Tetris, and would you believe it didn't save the Virtual Boy? The Game Boy Colors was obviously Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets on November 15th, 2002, pretty common knowledge at this point. And the Game Boy Advance's final game was Samurai Deeper Kyo on February 12th, 2008. Going off on a Sega tangent, while the Sega Master System reigned supreme outside of North America for many years, its last game here was the 8-bit version of Sonic the Hedgehog, released on October 25th, 1991. Outside of North America, however, the final game was Mickey's Ultimate Challenge in '98. The Saturn's was Magic Knight Rayearth on December 11th, 1998, and the Dreamcast was NHL 2K2 on February 14th, 2002, with the Japanese final release being Karos on March 8th, 2007. The old Game Gear's final release here in North America was The Lost World Jurassic Park in August of '97. Both the PlayStation and PlayStation 2 were lucky enough to get soccer games as their last releases, with FIFA Soccer 2005 released on October 12, 2004 for the PS1, and Pro Evolution Soccer 2014 released on November 8, 2013 for the PS2. Also, the original Xbox's last release was Madden 09 on August 12, 2008. How fun! It was just 1 year off from being worth a damn. Welcome to Atari Minute. Today we're bumbling past the last games that were released on Atari consoles. Klax on the 2600, 1990. Gremlins on the 5200, 1986. Sentinel on the 7800, 1991. Europe only. North American last game is hard to find. Want to hear a joke? The Gizmondo. This is an obscure console released on October 22nd, 2005 here in North America. It had a lot packed into it for a handheld at the time, a GPS, a camera, and an uproarious amount of ads. Yeah, there were two versions, one cheapo variant for a swift $230 that came caked with advertisements, and one with no ads for a reasonable $400. Also, the device had ties to the Swedish Mafia. With executives linked with such a ragtag group and a laughable lineup of games and price point, the Gizmondo flopped so hard here in North America that its launch titles double as its final titles. Now in Europe, the releases were much more spread out, but in North America, yeah, October 22nd, nothing really got past that date.
It's always interesting / incredibly anticlimactic to see just how a console ends, but we still have yet to see what the final game for my favorite console, the GameCube, was. The Prophecy. Hey y'all, Scott here, and brace yourselves because I have natural selections of bitch, isn't it? Competition has been a key aspect of gaming since the very beginning, so it's no surprise that early on, video game competition events were way a thing. Early examples include Atari's Sword Quest competitions and the organization Twin Galaxies keeping records of gaming high scores as early as 1981. But one of the most iconic is definitely the Nintendo World Championships 1990. This competition is legendary for its ties to pop culture and the value of its memorabilia, but many may not know of Nintendo's other competitive events held afterwards. So today we'll be taking a look back at not only the Nintendo World Championships, but Nintendo's other big competitions that followed. Now, none of the game cartridges that were used in these competitions have been officially re-released via digital stores, so the only way we can play them nowadays is through Jesus! Or through unofficial reproduction carts. These were created by Retro USB, and these things rock. They're incredibly well made and come with instruction manuals with a hearty dose of information, not only relating to the games, but the competitions as well. Keep in mind though, if you're interested in picking these up, some newer aftermarket NES and SNES consoles may have trouble reading repro carts. In 1990, Nintendo wanted to absolutely rock the world with the greatest gaming event out there, the Nintendo World Championships. Nintendo wanted to go all out with this thing. They hired the same group who worked on the opening ceremonies for the Olympics to set up the competition arena, for God's sake. They wanted this thing to be huge. The competition was mainly inspired by the 1989 movie The Wizard, which was a butterball of a family movie focused on a little boy named Jimmy. He had PTSD after the tragic death of his sister, however he had some insane skills at NES games. And fast forwarding 80 minutes, we'll show you Jimmy competing in Video Armageddon, a video game competition that actually unveiled Super Mario Bros. 3 to North America. For some reason, Jimmy knew the secret to achieving the warp whistle, but hey, I'm not gonna read too much into it. What am I, one of those fabled virgins I'm always hearing about? The Nintendo World Championships was inspired by the event in the movie and definitely took a few key ideas from it, such as the finals taking place at Universal Studios. The competition started on March 8th, 1990, as Nintendo went on a cross-country road trip setting shop up in various different cities for players to compete for a chance to become a finalist. The event was organized by 3 different areas: the competition arena, the power walk, and the super stage, with players being grouped by under 11, 12 to 17,
and 18 and over. The competition arena housed 102 stations with the Nintendo World Championships game cartridge playable. Players would play to achieve the highest score, and those who succeeded the most would move on. The Power Walk housed 120 game stations that were filled to the brim with new and upcoming Nintendo games ripe for the playing. And the Super Stage was live entertainment on repeat, including music, game tips, game previews, and more. The big finale of the event took place on December 7th through the 9th in 1990 at Universal Studios. There was no definitive winner of the championships, just 3 winners from each age group, that being Jeff Hansen for 11 and under, Thor Ackerland for 12 to 17, and Robert Whitman for 18 and over. Thor Ackerland is basically Darwinism with thumbs because he won the most out of everybody, scoring over an insane 2,800,000 points. Other contestants would receive all different kinds of prizes such as NWC merch and scholarship money, while the 3 top winners went home with a 1990 Geo Metro, 40-inch television, Gold Mario Trophy, a $10,000 savings bond, and the only one we give a piss about to this day, the cartridge. 90 finalists were given the Nintendo World Championships 1990 game cartridge, which is what the entirety of this competition surrounded. This cartridge features 3 games, Super Mario Bros., Rad Racer, and Tetris. Dip switches on the outside change up the time limit for the competition, but the standard time limit used in the championships was 6 minutes 21 seconds. To start up, you have to press start on the second controller, and you're flung into Super Mario Bros., where you have to collect 50 coins as quickly as possible. Once the 50th coin is achieved, you're flung into Rad Racer, where you simply have to finish the race. And then the final game, Tetris, where you just have to rack up as many points as possible. There's loads of stress that can go into this, but the player has to keep in mind the score multipliers. Mario is multiplied by 1, Rad Racer by 10, and Tetris by 25. So you really want to get through Mario and Rad Racer as quickly as possible to get to Tetris. This cartridge is considered the holy grail of gaming. There are 2 variants out there, one in a gray cartridge that was used in competitions and were given to finalists, and the gold cartridge a la The Legend of Zelda that was given out as a special Nintendo Power giveaway. The gray cartridge is limited to 90 copies, while the gold cartridge is limited to 26. While other games are definitely much more rare, even other Nintendo competition cartridges, the Nintendo World Championships 1990 cartridge is just obtainable enough that it makes it more iconic and desirable to most. Now that's of course in comparison to something like the Nintendo Campus Challenge 1991 cartridge, where only one of them exists. I mean, sorry, but none of us are really gonna ever own that. With just over 100 copies of the cartridge in existence, it makes NWC 1990 a pipe dream, but definitely a possibility in a game collection. A mere 1 year after the Nintendo World Championships, Nintendo came back with yet another competition, albeit a bit smaller than the World Championships. The Nintendo Campus Challenge 1991 took place at almost 60 campuses and was mainly targeted at college students. 3 stages similarly to NWC 1990 were utilized here, with one being used for competition and the other 2 for demo stations featuring NES and Game Boy games. The game cartridge used for this is structured almost identically to the Nintendo World Championships 1990 game, with the same intertitle music, graphics, and 6-minute 21-second time limit, but now with different games. Super Mario Bros. 3, Pinbot, and Dr. Mario. Mario 3, collect 25 coins, Pinbot, score 100,000 points, and Dr. Mario, play for the most points. Mario 3 was multiplied by 10, Pinbot by 1, and Dr. Mario by 100. The cartridge is at least a solid 1,500 acres rarer than an NWC cart because there is only one known to be in existence at the moment. However, this event and cartridge don't hold nearly as much value as NWC to most collectors out there. Plus, look at this thing. Yikes. The final winner was Stephen Lucas with a swift 2,394,130 points. The Nintendo Campus Challenge struck again in 1992, this time being the first SNES competition. This was even smaller than Campus Challenge 91, with only 35 college campuses being graced with this thick honkin' cartridge. Campus Challenge 1992 featured Super Mario World, F-Zero, and Pilot Wings. Super Mario World, you had to collect 50 coins, F-Zero, you had to complete 2 laps, and Pilot Wings, you had to land on 2 targets. Super Mario World was multiplied by 1, F-Zero by 100, and Pilot Wings by 10,000. The overall winner of the competition, Jeff Hansen, won a solid $10,000. PowerFest 94 was also coined as the World Championships 2, which made sense. While it wasn't as big as the original, it was still bigger than the campus challenges. PowerFest was held across a slew of cities to find finalists. Players would play on the PowerFest 94 Kart, which included the Super Mario All-Stars remake of Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels, Super Mario Kart, and Ken Griffey Jr. Presents Major League Baseball. In the Lost Levels, the objective was to beat the first level. In Super Mario Kart, it was to finish 5 laps, and Ken Griffey Jr. it was to get as many home runs as possible. Lost Levels was multiplied by 1, Mario Kart multiplied your coin total by 1,000 and added your finishing position score, and in Ken Griffey Jr. the total distance by 100 and number of home runs by 10,000. A bit too complicated of a scoring system in my opinion. The finals of PowerFest 94 were featured in San Diego and had players split up in teams, being the Cyclones, Hurricanes, Tornadoes, and the Typhoons. When the Tornadoes reigned supreme, the Donkey Kong Country competition cartridge was cracked out to see who would be crowned the true winner, that being Mike LaRossi. Nowadays, there only exist 2 PowerFest cartridges, with the rest being reused for parts by Nintendo. After years of being out of the competition game, Nintendo struck back starting in 2014. NES Remix 2 had a special feature for those who had NES Remix 1 on the Wii U. The Nintendo World Championships Remix was unlocked and was a tribute to both the Nintendo World Championships 1990 and the Nintendo Campus Challenge 1991. Collect 50 coins in Super Mario Bros., collect 25 coins in Super Mario Bros. 3, and rack up the points in Dr. Mario. You could then post your score online via Miiverse. A year later, Nintendo decided to embrace the 25th anniversary of NWC and announced the event's return in 2015. The event basically returned in name only though. The structure was vastly different. Players would go to select Best Buy locations to play the NWC Remix found in Ultimate NES Remix on the Nintendo 3DS. The highest scorers were then contestants in the event alongside some players specifically invited by Nintendo. The event consisted of multiple mystery Nintendo games being played, while the lowest scoring players would be kicked off each round. This included games such as Balloon Fight, The Legend of Zelda, Splatoon, Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, Mario Kart 8, and Blast Ball, which was announced at the event and later turned out to be Metroid Prime Federation Force, and everybody at piss. The final game was the then unreleased Super Mario Maker, where the contestants had to make their way through Nintendo employee-made levels. John Numbers ended up reigning supreme and was awarded a trophy and an autographed new 3DS XL. Taking a year off, Nintendo brought the Nintendo World Championships back once again in 2017, solidifying it as more than just a one-time thing. The structure was very similar to that of 2015's show, but now with a greater variety of games, with everything from ARMS to Bird and Beans to Mario Party 2. I gotta say, I enjoyed the weirder, more obscure games in the event much more than the more competitive ones. I mean, it's not every day you see a competitive run of Super Mario Bros. Deluxe's multiplayer. The final game was predictably Super Mario Odyssey. While 2015's winner John Numbers made it to the final round, it was Thomas G who ended up winning this year's event.
The Nintendo World Championships and all the other events are wicked cool pockets of Nintendo and gaming history, but enough about that. Let's see how my NWC 1990 score compares to that of Thor Ackerland's. Wow, leave it to Nintendo to out me as a giant fucking pussy.
Hey y'all, Scott here. If we're gonna be talking about the Wii, we might as well get this out of the way.
The Wii is one of the most polarizing game consoles ever released. Many say it was nothing more than just a virtual bowling dust collector, and while that may be true, I personally believe that while it was very flawed, the Wii was also heavily underrated.
Ah, the Nintendo Wii, everybody's least favorite console. I say that because while everybody likes a hearty dose of piss on this console at all times, let's be honest, everybody's had a superb experience one time or another on this thing. People like to dog on this poor guy for a multitude of reasons, many being totally warranted. The Wii was completely underpowered compared to its competition, the PS3 and Xbox 360. It was basically just another GameCube. The Wii was home to 90% shovelware, just games that were hot trash that stained clearance bins for ages. The Wii's Online blew. The Wii's motion controls were Gimmick Fest 2006. I mean, these are all definite problems, but I really like the Wii. It isn't my favorite Nintendo console, but it did a lot right. The design of this bad boy is stellar. The Wii is one of the nicest looking game consoles out there. It's incredibly small, compact, and it was so solid they had to include a stand with every purchase just to give the thing that much more class. The disc slot would illuminate a blue light whenever an update for the system was available, which was tart and annoying, but it's totally forgiven for a little thing around the block known as GameCube backwards compatibility. And that was, in my opinion, one of the Wii's greatest strengths. It was totally the all-in-one Nintendo box. You had access to the entire Wii and GameCube libraries, and in addition to that, every other Nintendo home console, other systems, and smaller downloadable Wii games via the Wii Shop channel. The Wii was the introduction to the Virtual Console brand, which were just older games now available on a digital storefront. But let's not forget another third of what was available on the Wii Shop channel, WiiWare, which was the brand used to describe downloadable smaller Wii games. WiiWare was definitely a hodgepodge of quality, but there were some pretty great WiiWare games out there back in the day. Dr. Mario Online RX, Fluidity, Mega Man 9 and 10, Excite Bike World Rally, World of Goo, and so on. And then we have the channels. You see, the Wii was the first Nintendo home console with a mandatory system menu. Yeah, the GameCube had this thing of a system menu going on, but the Wii menu was mandatory to peruse to get anywhere. Different applications were considered channels, which were either preloaded on the system or downloadable via the shop channel, and man, did the Wii ever have channels. The disc channel was always a mainstay in the family, a great crowd pleaser, but once you were all out of games to play, where better to lurk than the Mii channel? Making your own custom avatars was never as simple and fun as making Mii's was. It was just entertaining to see how out of this world you can make a Mii look or how close you can make it to look to another person. But man, was I ever into the photo channel. This channel is barely talked about to this day, and that angers me more than anything photo channel related should. The Wii came with an SD card slot, which meant you could take photos from it and display them on the big screen, and also let you go wild with some effects. When you wanted to become an elite member of the Economic Stimulation Squad, the Wii Shop channel was always there, and of course, who could forget the forecast and news channels? Just channels to keep you up to date with the latest news and weather forecasts, but if you wanted to stay up to date with Nintendo games, then you had to download the Nintendo channel, which I spent way too much time on as a kid. Video-wise, it had nothing but trailers for Wii and DS games, other than a weekly show entitled Nintendo Week. But it also included downloadable demos for Nintendo DS games you could play by wirelessly connecting your DS to the Wii. The Internet channel was the way to watch YouTube channels on your TV back in 2008, and I would talk about the Everybody Votes channel, but I don't want to get into politics. The Check Me Out channel allowed you to upload your craziest Mii creations and compete in Mii-related character creation contests. Most of these channels have been discontinued by Nintendo. The only ones really usable these days are the Disc Me, Photo, and Wii Shop channel, and even the Wii Shop channel will be discontinued in early 2019. I liked dabbling in the Wii message board, which allowed you to send messages to friends, which I never used because the Wii's online infrastructure was gross. I mainly used it to track my playtime of games. I know more consoles do this. I love knowing how f***ing useless I was being some days by seeing just how much Mario Galaxy I was playing. Speaking of the Wii's online, obviously one of the console's biggest turnoffs. It just seemed like for everything the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 did right with online multiplayer and gaming, the Wii was just vomiting profusely at the thought of the internet. Some games worked really well, like Mario Kart Wii and GoldenEye 007. Yeah, that's all I got. What most people point at was the performance of Super Smash Bros. Brawl online, as it blew hard. The majority of other titles worked okay, but their performance was a far cry from Nintendo's competitors at the time. Oh yeah, and the Wii's controller was this honkin' thing. The Wii Remote, or sometimes referred to as the Wiimote. Either people hate this thing or can tolerate it. I can definitely tolerate it. The Wii Remote was actually really simple when you got down to it. Basically, an accelerometer and an IR sensor gave this thing the magic that was required for Wii Sports Bowling. The motion controls work well most of the time, it just depends on the game, in which problems can be attributed to bad programming a lot of the time. Of course, this design is a bit on the simple side for games released in the late 2000s, early 2010s, so plug in a nunchuck for more advanced control options because, gasp, is that an analog stick? Not enough? Well, you can always pop this bad boy into a wheel or a gun shell for an extra hearty dose of unnecessary. But of course you could pop this nugget onto the bottom of the controller to make the Wii Remote do what Nintendo said it could do at the very start. The Wii Motion Plus came out in correlation with Wii Sports Resort and added a gyroscope into the mix which allowed for more precise motion control. This was later fully built into new Wii Remotes named Wii Remote Plus. But hey, if you're like way into not using the Wii Remote, the Classic Controller and Classic Controller Pro sufficed as solid ways to play compatible games with more standard controllers. And if you wanted to use anything but your hands to control a game, the Wii Balance Board supported a few other games other than just Wii Fit. I'm fine using the Wii Remote, but it is nowhere near my favorite controller. Its versatility is neat, how they designed so many ways to play games with it, but overall, there are definitely other controllers I'd rather play games with. Speaking of which, on to the games, which is what I think makes the Wii so underrated. There were so many great first-party Nintendo games released on this thing, it was nuts. And it had a good amount of solid third-party games, plus some hidden gems. It definitely wasn't up to snuff with the GameCube's library in my opinion, but comparing it to say the Wii U or Nintendo 64, the Wii definitely brought the goods in the form of quality Nintendo exclusives. The launch of the system on November 19th, 2006 brought us Wii Sports, The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, and Excite Truck. Wii Sports, I gotta say, is one of the most important games of all time. You can scoff as much as you want, but you gotta stop at some point and admit, Wii Sports was a really fun game, and it brought so many people together. As a pack-in, there was a lot of replayability here, and while the motion controls were definitely still a bit primitive and in their early stages, they worked well enough that it made it consistently a hoot to play. But of course, if you weren't into that, you got Twilight Princess at launch, one of the most hyped up Zelda games of all time. Regardless of your opinion on Twilight Princess, having a Zelda game at launch is surely a plus. And Excite Truck, an odd bugger to round the 3 Nintendo launch titles out, but still a really solid game for the system. The Wii series of games were always a mainstay on the console. These were mostly fun games that really took advantage of the controller's capabilities. Not the system's capabilities, good god no, these games look like they were designed with 4 tubs of Play-Doh and nothing more. Wii Sports Resort, Wii Party, Wii Play, all have loads of fun to be had in them. But of course, there's also Mario Galaxy and Mario Galaxy 2 are excellent in the form of 2 discs. I said it before and I'll say it again, I plan to talk about these games at length soon, but for the time being, good job Nintendo. But if you wanted some 2D Mario action, Nintendo made a new 2D Mario game on a home console for the first time in decades, New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Yeah, the art style is bland and it doesn't feel as magical as playing Super Mario Bros. 3 or Super Mario World for the first time, but the new Super Mario Bros. Series is like comfort food. The Wii entry is a solid game and one of the better in the new Super series. It also introduced simultaneous Mario multiplayer, but that was a mistake. Donkey Kong Country came swinging back courtesy of Retro Studios with Donkey Kong Country Returns, and what a game. I'm not a fan of the motion controls being used in this game, so I would personally recommend the 3DS version, but still, DKC Returns is fantastic. Kirby made a comeback on the Wii as well. While the series remained pretty consistent on handhelds, Kirby's Epic Yarn in 2010 was the first Kirby home console game since Kirby Air Ride on the GameCube in 2003. And that was a racing game. If we're talking platformers, it was since Kirby 64 in 2000. And Epic Yarn was pretty neat, man, and yeah, it doesn't have a lot of the tropes of standard Kirby games, but it's so pleasant to look at. It's just a fun game to relax and take your time through. Kinda like most Kirby games. If you wanted some standard Kirby action just a year later in 2011, Return to Dreamland pummeled onto shelves and hey, it's a standard Kirby game. A bit too generic Kirby for me personally, but I still enjoyed the game. And a year after that, Nintendo's final release on the Wii, Kirby's Dream Collection, commemorating the 20th anniversary of the franchise. A really great compilation, featuring for the most part the first half of Kirby's platformer history. What wasn't a really great compilation was Nintendo's offering during the 25th anniversary of Super Mario Bros. Nintendo re-released Super Mario All-Stars on the Super Nintendo on a Wii disc for $30, and included some extras like a history booklet and soundtrack CD. The game is just a ROM dump of the SNES original, a compilation remake of Mario 1, 2, 3, and the Lost Levels. Not one of Nintendo's greatest efforts, definitely. And speaking of Nintendo being lazy as piss, new Play Control! This was a series of games re-released that were simply GameCube games, now with motion controls in them, maybe with a few extra additions here and there. Some games like Pikmin 1 and 2 are blissful with motion and pointer controls, while Mario Power Tennis just feels tacked on. I don't know, sometimes I really like what new Play Control brought to the table, but other times it's like, I can already play GameCube games on the Wii. Re-releasing these things don't really do too much in terms of the concept of making sense. 2 Zelda games and 2 Metroid games. What a world we lived in. With Twilight Princess coming at launch and also being available on the GameCube, Wii owners would have to wait 5 years for a Zelda game made from scratch for the Wii, and Skyward Sword ahoy! Definitely not one of the most beloved Zelda games at the moment due to its over-reliance on linearity, motion controls, and hand-holding, but watch in 5 years, people will consider it the best Zelda game. Metroid got a fair amount of love on the Wii, with Metroid Prime 3 Corruption coming in 2007, the Metroid Prime trilogy containing the first 3 Prime games with Wii remote controls, and Other M is considered one of the worst Metroid games, but I haven't played it, so let's just avoid this conversation entirely. Smash Bros. And Mario Kart, the 2 heaviest hitters of a Nintendo console these days. Mario Kart Wii was never one of my favorites, but hey, it's still a really solid Mario Kart. And Smash Bros. Brawl, my god, I will defend this game till the cows come home. Is it a great competitive game? No, it's too slow and has too many random elements like tripping and an unbalanced character roster. But it's a good, decent, great, solid game, man. Like, it has so much in it, has such an amazing character roster. It had a Wikipedia article detailing every Nintendo game released just for funsies. I really love Brawl as a game. I think it gets a bad rap for its lack of competitive nature, but man, I still think it's a really, really solid game. Punch-Out, dude. Punch-Out on the Wii is phenomenal. A bit too over-reliant on nostalgia, but still crazy fun and a great game. Now, of course, Nintendo had loads of other games on this thing: The Return of Sin and Punishment, Xenoblade Chronicles, Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn, Animal Crossing City Folk, Battalion Wars 2, WarioWare Smooth Moves and Wario Land Shake It, Big Brain Academy, Mario Strikers Charge, Mario Super Sluggers, effin' Excitebots. But still, there were notable missing franchises on the Wii: F-Zero, Star Fox, the other Mario sports games, Yoshi. Hey, some third-party offerings definitely made the gaps a little less wide with releases like Klonoa, Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, Mad World. Sonic Colors was one of the better modern Sonic titles. Also, the Wii was the first time we saw Mario and Sonic team up. What a whirlwind and a half. No More Heroes gained quite the cult following. Light Gun Games finally had a system to call their own. GoldenEye 007 is a crazy fun first-person shooter. Third parties didn't sleep on the Wii. But of course I'm leaving out a solid 9/10 of the Wii's library, which is this stuff. Yeah, the Wii was filled with shovelware, had less than stellar specs, with some pissy online, motion controls, and missing Nintendo franchises on it. But the Nintendo games that did appear on it were mostly pretty great, and man, there are some third-party offerings that definitely rock. The Virtual Console was awesome on the Wii, feeling much more fleshed out and thoughtful than forthcoming Nintendo console's legacy content offerings. It ain't perfect, but I think many should definitely look more at the positives with the Wii, as they will definitely find something they'd like. It's an underrated console that, while flawed, delivered a lot more than you may recall.
The Wii isn't a perfect system, but it shouldn't be chastised for popularizing motion control. Rather, it should be celebrated for its amazing first-party lineup, interesting concepts, and great hidden gems, is what I would say if I was f***ing asinine. Do you really think I'd be in support of Virgin McGames console over here? Please, I'm operating on a strict anti-Virgin policy. Hey y'all, Scott here, and happy Independence. I would have said day, but I'm such a busy guy, so much so that I'm making my jack-o'-lanterns now so I don't have to in October. Pumpkins are hard to come by this time of year. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And did you hear that? Either I'm in a really shitty neighborhood or it's Halloween. I can't tell you how excited I am for the season. I recently ate an entire f***ing pumpkin in preparation, and I must say I'm definitely more pumpkin than man at this point. And I also followed the simple 9-step plan to affirm that I'm going to rake in the most possible trick-or-treaters this year. It's absolutely foolproof. I'm going to be having kids camping outside my house for the midnight release of this whole Halloween thing. Anyways, Halloween is a thing. So it's time for some spooks and scares to give us some jeeps and creeps. Let's talk about a game that is the cornucopia of brainwashing and suicidal thoughts. Yep, everybody's favorite, Polybius. Now you may be saying, Scott, so many other people have talked about Polybius. Have you truly run out of ideas? Well, yeah, just don't say it like that. So grab your nearest 3-month-old rotten watermelon and lend an ear. On with the spook. 1981, back when arcades were an absolute humdinger. They were prime hangout spots for kids, even though they weren't the most ideal place in parents' eyes. As video games became increasingly more and more popular, many questioned if they had any negative effects on the players, whether that be migraines or behavior alteration. The US government noticed how video games could entrance a player and wanted to test something. They've already dabbled in this industry, as Atari built a specialized version of the game Battlezone as a training tool for soldiers. But this time, the government wanted to try something a bit more racy. They wanted to make a game that would addict and brainwash its players. This game was Polybius. Released only in Portland, Oregon for a short period of time, the unmarked black arcade cabinet would draw lines thicker than any other, with players absolutely entranced by the game. The game supposedly utilized vector graphics, which make for clean, smooth lines. The gameplay of Polybius has been debated to death, however most have agreed Polybius is very similar to that of Tempest by Atari, released around the same time. The difference is, Polybius snuck in various subliminal messages in the game, which would flash at the player spontaneously. These messages, along with the addictive nature of the game, tormented players. The game reportedly caused many to suffer from sickness, nightmares, seizures, suicidal thoughts, and even death. After these incidents started happening, the game was quickly pulled from the arcade, never to be seen from again. I don't know, man. Polybius is one of the largest urban legends in all of gaming. Many aspects of the story make sense, but when analyzed, it all starts to kind of fall apart. The earliest known mention of the game was in 1998, when an entry for an arcade game entitled Polybius was found on coinop.org, where early tidbits of the legend were revealed there, commenting on the rumors floating around about the cabinet and how obscure it is.
In 2006, a user by the name of Stephen Roach made a comment on the CoinOp entry stating he was an employee for the company Sinneslosion, the makers of Polybius. Sinneslosion is a fake German word that is a couple of words mashed together, roughly translating to sensory deprivation. According to Roach, the company was contracted by a South American business, and he stated that he and his colleagues didn't know their own strength when it came to coding, as they weren't aware of the effects it would have on players. CoinOp came back and stated that Roach's statement was false, but I mean, we're talking Polybius here, who really has the right to say what's true and what's false? The concept of a video game harming the minds of impressionable youth is nothing new. One of the first video game controversies surrounded the game Death Race in 1976, where it looked and sounded as if you were driving over people, while in reality you were driving over gremlins. This led to many asking if video games could inspire players to commit heinous acts in real life. Controversy revolving around a game's effect on a player has basically been around since the very beginning, so it makes sense that an urban legend surrounding a game negatively affecting the mind around this time period would exist. Various games were made to recreate the legend, however none specifically have any mind-altering effects. There have been numerous PC and Flash games based off of Polybius. Looking up the name on YouTube shows us multiple supposed gameplay videos of the game, but the vast majority of these were technologically impossible by 1981 standards. An Atari 2600 homebrew was created and sold exclusively at the Portland Retro Gaming Expo. This actually had subliminal messages in it, as subliminal as you can get on a 2600 game. Most recently, a PlayStation 4 game that supports VR came out under the name Polybius. This was inspired by the legend, but it's primarily its own thing. The majority of these recreations and inspirations are shooters, which fall in line with the rumor of the game being similar to Tempest. But no matter how plausible you believe the legend of Polybius is, you have to admit there are loads of things that just don't add up. Why was the first mention of this thing in the late 90s? No records of Polybius exist anywhere prior to this. Why wouldn't any news organizations report on such a thing? A popular video game resulting in illness? Come on, you know the news would be thumping its foot at the thought of that story. Were arcade games really advanced enough to flash mind-altering subliminal graphics in 1981? Nowadays? Sure, why not? But back then? Nintendo couldn't even design Mario's hair correctly in Donkey Kong the same year. Men in Black would reportedly come in to collect data from the machine and then immediately leave. What would they be collecting? How much people are playing it? More worthwhile data to check would be the effects on players, but the machine couldn't track that. Why would the US government conduct this kind of experiment in such a public area within an entertainment medium that was getting so much media coverage? Why wouldn't they keep this to private experimentation only? Sinneslosion, if you're creating a game that has mind-altering effects on the player, why would you name your company something that translates to exactly that? It's like if you're a serial killer naming your bicycle shop Murder and Ted's Bike Bonanza. Polybius could have possibly been confused with the arcade game Polyplay. The cabinet featured 8 different games, which could explain the confusion of what game Polybius actually is, and was made in Germany, the language the supposed company Sinneslosion comes from. Polybius' name is taken straight from Polybius, a Greek historian who famously stated that historians should not report on something they cannot verify, which, you know, is everything Polybius is. Something that can't be verified. The whole concept of Polybius has mostly been disproven, yet there still remains a fair amount of mystery behind the supposed game. It's highly unlikely it ever existed, but who knows, maybe someday it'll turn up somewhere.
And that is why you lock your doors at night. You don't want an arcade cabinet following you at home. Now that is terrifying. Oh my god. If my calculations are correct, that's the Polybius alarm I installed yesterday, which means there's been a Polybius sighting within 10 meters. I think it's about time we try and wrangle this sucker up and see if it's the real deal or not.
And I can't believe it, but it's finally time to start this brand new segment I've been wanting to do for quite a long time. Elusive Demonic Arcade Cabinet Chasers. On this episode, we're going to be trying to find Polybius, and on the next episode... Now, of course, Polybius' main function was brainwashing impressionable youth, so catching it is easier than you may think. What can I say? I just get demonic arcade cabinets. So it's been about a solid 5 minutes past the amount of time anybody should be hunting for demonic arcade cabinets for, and I'm about ready to call it quit. Looks like we got a live one! Fucking boxing told me this thing would catch anything and everything. I hate when this happens.
Jesus! Ah! Ah! Stop! 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 Stop!
Luckily, I was diagnosed with a little thing I like to call street smarts.
That smells like hypnosis. Ugh. Elusive demonic arcade cabinet chasing 101. Never burn a cabinet's wood. The spirit's annoyingly released after that. Now you have to find some form of containment for it. That watermelon contains one of the most horrific spirits ever conceived. I had to lock it up for good, so I sold it to some jank thrift shop.
Man, why did we buy a rotten watermelon off of that guy? Get that thing out of here.
Hey y'all, Scott here, and welcome to another installment of Tales from the Backlog. A while back I stated my intentions on playing through the large backlog of Zelda games I've never played.
But now that I beat Breath of the Wild, who knows, maybe I can beat all the Zelda games and make some killer and overhyped Scott The Woz episodes about them.
You may have thought I forgot. Well, the joke's on you. To help me remember, I've kept this string tied to my finger for the past 7 months. I've seen what hell looks like.
The Legend of Zelda, one of the most beloved gaming franchises of all time. Maintaining such a high level of quality and inspiring new generations with every new entry in the series, it truly gives me pride to say I've never gotten into the series fully. I've discussed this before, I have a hefty amount of respect for the Zelda series and every single organ of the people who helped craft it. It's just, they're always hard to fully get into from beginning to end for me. These are games you can't put down and pick back up a month later. God no, God no, God no, you really have to sit down and devote some serious time towards playing these games. I'd always start them, get busy with something, go away for a week or two, come back and be completely lost. I did beat Breath of the Wild and had an absolute blast with that, but it's pretty different from the other entries in the franchise. I definitely have to beat some of the more run-of-the-mill games in the series to prove my worth at all. So instead of going back 1 game, or 2 games, or 5 games, let's start at the very beginning, The Legend of Zelda on the Nintendo Entertainment System. Similar to Super Mario Bros. With platformers, The Legend of Zelda didn't invent the adventure game, but innovated and popularized the effing heck out of the genre. The game was developed simultaneously with Mario, but was basically thought of as the exact opposite of what Mario was turning out to be. While Super Mario Bros. Was a linear action game, Zelda was a non-linear adventure. The game's sense of discovery was inspired by game director Shigeru Miyamoto's experiences exploring the woods as a child. He wanted to give players a large world to explore with various wonders and secrets hidden around every corner. This mentality behind a Zelda game has been somewhat absent in the series until recently with the release of Breath of the Wild. A major focus of that game was to bring back the sense of adventurous discovery that the original Legend of Zelda held so dear. Many, including myself, would agree that it succeeded. But let's get on with finally conquering the NES original, released in 1986 for the Famicom Disk System in Japan and making its way west in 1987. The story here is nothing elaborate, just a way to bring incentive to go Green Boy and Forest Go. The Triforce is a few solid triangles with mystical powers. Ganon stole the Triforce of Power and needed the only other piece, the Triforce of Wisdom, to rule the world. Princess Zelda split the Triforce of Wisdom into 8 pieces to stop Ganon from stealing it as easily, so Ganon decided to steal her easily instead. So you, Link, or whatever you fancy naming him, have to embark on an epic quest to not only cop the 8 pieces of the Triforce of Wisdom, but also defeat Ganon, take back the Triforce of Power, and save Princess Zelda. Yeah, the Triforce only comes in sets of 2 in this game. Later games introduce the Triforce of Courage, which is associated with Link, but here, I mean, you gotta take their word for it that the term tri equates to only 2 pieces. Waiting on the title screen triggers a short synopsis of the story, and I gotta say, these writers really know how to sell me on the concept of rescuing Zelda. The screen then scrolls through all the different treasures hidden throughout the game and ends with a poignant, "Please look up the manual for details." Well, la-dee-da, you don't have to tell me twice, I will take that as a solid excuse to cheat. The manual only details a guide on how to get to the first dungeon, but does lend a hand in the form of some helpful hints pertaining to what items do and what certain enemies are like. But come on, if we're gonna cheat by looking at the manual, we might as well go even knee deeper in the whole sinning thing and just use a full guide. Some purists may scoff at this, but I feel that The Legend of Zelda has always been a game where outside material is required to fully enjoy the experience. this. The game itself barely does anything to tell you what to do, and it almost feels like it's absolutely screaming at you to not touch that dial because a 12-month Nintendo Power subscription is in your future. You're thrown in here with nothing but a gaping hole begging to be walked into, which rewards you with a solid wooden sword. The rest of the game is a fucking riddle. The structure of Zelda is basically you have to wander around the overworld until you find a dungeon, enter the dungeon, beat the boss, get the Triforce piece, and move on. Pretty simple, but navigating the overworld is pretty difficult without a detailed map handy. There are some memorable screens, but the majority of the time each screen blends in with the last. There aren't a ton of crazy memorable set pieces or different looking areas to traverse. There's a graveyard, and that's about it. This is made even more difficult with the in-game map, which I have no idea what you can discern from this. The only possible thing I can think of is the fact that a guide can just tell you go to the upper right hand corner, but good god man, this is tart. Speaking of the visuals, this game reeks of early NES. It definitely feels more than a launch NES black box game, less than something like Super Mario Bros. 3. Also, the perspective of Zelda is top down, so I always found these screens really odd. Am I only one that gets way past dizzy trying to figure out what this is supposed to be if it's top down? The soundtrack is classic. You're almost exclusively going to be hearing the overworld theme and the dungeon theme, but they're such solid tracks I didn't mind that there wasn't much more music in the game. The journey can be made a bit easier by making sure you upgrade Link's abilities throughout the game. You can pick up heart containers to increase max health, find up to 2 better swords, the magical shield, the blue and red rings which decrease damage taken by enemies. All these can be yours by completely guessing without a guide. Most of these abilities and secrets in the game can be found by solving puzzles. Zelda is famous for its world-renowned homemade puzzles, but in this game, they don't really feel like puzzles. Just do this for this to happen. Stuff like, push this completely ordinary block after defeating all enemies to be able to proceed. There's really no context clues most of the time to tell you what you should do, but sometimes the game will give you a hint and they just end up basically being worthless and cryptic. Speaking of which, oh Jesus, do I have an exclamation for you, because Jesus Christ, can this game be cryptic. This is why I don't feel guilty using a guide on this game, because almost everything the game tells you is worthless, and almost nothing can be taken from them. Most secrets are bombable walls that look just like every other wall in the game. Now, of course, in other games we have nice clues, but in this game,
God, haven't we all been there at some point, just rubbing against a wall for some rupees? This game is truly for the anti-Morn in all of us.
If I was playing without a guide, how would I know this is the wall to bomb compared to every other wall that looks like it? How would I know this is the bush to burn? A lot of these secrets aren't super mandatory, but some are, and if you want to even think about upgrading your power, you're gonna have to slaughter countless enemies for rupees to buy the upgrades within shops you have to bomb random walls to gain access to. What a game! The dungeons are way better than the overworld though in terms of traversal and secrets. These are much more clear-cut what you're supposed to do, as there's only so many paths to take, and basically the secrets are limited to either bomb the wall or push the block. As you move along, however, the end dungeon bosses become more and more specific in terms of their weaknesses. You have to place bombs in the Dodongo's path for him to eat it, but you only have so many chances until you run out of bombs.
F***ed. That's me, alright.
You can go back and grind for bombs by constantly killing enemies, but moments like
F***ed. That's me, alright,
are aplenty in this game. I died like a ton in Zelda, but it never felt overly difficult. It felt alright. Until we get to the 5th dungeon here. These are dark nuts, red and blue variety. They can only be killed by getting attacked in the back or the side, but they literally move around all the time, and Dungeon 5 has 2 main sections filled to the brim with these honking things, and I kept on dying, and this was the section that gave me a little thing I refer to as an ulcer. Everything after this just melts together, man. This was just headache-inducing. Do I recommend beating Zelda? No. The Legend of Zelda is a classic, but I think it's better suited as a relic from the past and the start of a legend rather than a game that can transcend generations. It captured the hearts and minds of millions when it was first released, but nowadays, it really needs to think about what it's done. This is a game meant to be played for eons, to last you for a long time, to feel like a true adventure. Definitely a game made for the kid in the 80s with a whole summer in front of him. Nowadays, it's best played with a guide. Now, you may think that would take out a lot of the fun, and I did too, honestly, but I had a large vat of fun with the game's first half. It ended up feeling even more like an adventure, almost as if I was following a treasure map. Basically making me count the amount of screens I had to pass to get to a point of interest made it feel like I was counting paces to X marks the spot. The last half of the game can go laid down. It cranks the difficulty up to the point where it's just not fun, and the stiffness of the controls are truly put to the limit of my patience. Now, playing the game without a guide in general, no thanks. Without a guide, this game is nothing. If you really want to see where Zelda began, look up a walkthrough and you got yourself a decent little afternoon. Any other method of playing the game reeks.
You can still squeeze a fair amount of fun out of Zelda, but it's bogged down by loads of gameplay elements that just don't hold up nowadays. Mainly how cryptic the game can be with mandatory gameplay sections. The only gaming-related topic that makes even less sense is why my copy of Fling Smash is always soaked whenever I take it off the shelf. I don't know why. Hey y'all, Scott here, and it truly is absolutely astonishing what can happen in 10 years. Hey y'all, Future Scott here, and welcome to 2027, where I wear a chef hat now, and where Robo-Ebola reigns supreme. It's a 2027 thing you wouldn't understand. Man, I was expecting to see a gravestone, but a Robo-Ebola epidemic works too. But I think it's about time we roll the clock back 10 years instead to the release of one of the greatest things Nintendo ever spat out. This right here is my favorite game of all time. Super Mario Galaxy was the perfect blend of everything Mario did prior, but pummeling in a hearty dose of new and innovation. Development of Mario Galaxy can be traced all the way back to the introduction of the GameCube. In 2000, at Nintendo's Space World trade show, Shigeru Miyamoto showed off a tech demo entitled Super Mario 128. The name was not only supposed to insinuate it was a sequel to Super Mario 64, but also describe exactly what it was: 128 Marios. Not only did it show off how many characters could be displayed on a GameCube game, but also displayed shifting terrain and characters walking on planet-like spheres. Miyamoto consistently pleaded that Mario 128 was still being worked on in the coming years, saying that it was more than a tech demo, which ended up being a load of garbage. In 2007, Miyamoto confirmed Mario 128 was merely just a tech demo to show off the power of the GameCube, yet they took the technology employed in the demo and used it on other games. Mario 128 became this sex of a game: Metroid Prime, Twilight Princess, and Super Mario Galaxy. Development was headed by Nintendo EAD Tokyo. In 2005, they recently wrapped up development of Donkey Kong Jungle Beat and wanted to make a Mario game that was a real crowd pleaser, something that turned every dial in the house as far to the right as possible: a cinematic, epic Mario game. They wanted to expand upon Mario 128's spherical platforms, and the idea of them being planets obviously made sense, so the outer space setting was determined there. Galaxy was shown off at E3 2006 and was planned as a launch title for the Wii at one point, but the developers wanted to take their sweet time, and the launch of the game was delayed to November 2007. November 1st for Japan, November 16th for Europe, and November 12th for here in North America. Not only is the 12th of November World Pneumonia Day, but also the day when boys became men, girls became women, and the term Nirvana started making a whole lot more sense because this thick honker was released in North America. 10 years, man, that is nuts! Back when Wii discs looked like they were made with only 3 different colored Sharpies and Madden 08 was justifiably the latest and greatest. The story here is the same thing as the last century of Mario games, but with some zazz. Mario is invited to the Star Festival at Peach's Castle. Bowser crashes the party with a UFO. He rips the entirety of Peach's castle out of the ground as a means to kidnap Peach. Well, Mario is blasted away by Kamek and is awoken by a star creature named Luma on a small planet where he meets up with Rosalina, the protector of galaxies. She reveals that Bowser had stolen the power stars that help power her ship, the Comet Observatory, and Mario will have to go to various galaxies to collect these stars back to help power the ship so they can traverse to the center of the universe to rescue Peach. The story works so well in Galaxy. At no point does it really feel like the creators are saying, "Alright guys, hear me out on this." Everything works so well in the context of the game. It's the tried and true Mario lore we've gotten used to, but with a cinematic feel. Galaxy basically wants you to audibly gasp at everything they throw at you story-wise, and I kinda love it because of that. Galaxy can make a run-of-the-mill trope of a Mario game feel like a life-or-death situation. In recent Mario games like Super Mario Odyssey, Bowser looks like he needs tuba music accompanying his every move. When I see him, my only thought is, man, I gotta get out of here, what if he sits on me? In Galaxy, Bowser actually feels like a threat, all based on the game's amazing presentation. This is not only one of the best looking Wii games, but one of the best looking Mario games out there. Yeah, the graphics don't look as smooth as forthcoming games such as 3D World, but my god, the colors, the lighting, the art design, it all culminates into a game that's a joy to look at and feels like they truly got the most out of the hardware this game is on.
and the music is worthy. I believe this is the first Mario game with an orchestrated score. They did this to give the game a more epic feeling, and man oh man, what a score. Not all the tracks are fully orchestrated, but Galaxy is home to some of the greatest Mario and Nintendo music ever created. There's such a good variety of old remixes, new classics, and themes that just add to the flavor seizure that your eyes are witnessing. So Mario Galaxy looks fantastic, sounds brilliant, and has what I would consider the perfect Mario story. But none of that matters if the game blows. Mario Galaxy was touted by Nintendo as the true successor to Mario 64.
In one sense, this is the first worthy successor to Super Mario 64.
You see, there was this game that came after 64 entitled Super Mario Sunshine, but Nintendo decided the game was too Super Mario Sunshiny to be considered a Mario 64 sequel. Super Mario Galaxy follows the basic format of prior 3D Mario games, being of course 64 and Sunshine, but adds a large pot of linearity to the mix. Galaxy features a tremendous amount of levels, coined as galaxies, to explore in comparison to its two predecessors. Select a galaxy, select a mission, and complete it by nabbing the Power Star at the end. These missions are incredibly straightforward when looking at them next to 64 and Sunshine. Like I said, these three games follow a similar format, the difference being in how the levels are designed. Prior games featured far fewer yet bigger levels, which allowed them to cram more missions in each of them, and in some cases allow players to select a specific mission, but complete a different one. Galaxy has much smaller levels and less wiggle room for the player to explore. 64 and Sunshine leave a lot to the player to figure out and discover on their own, while with Galaxy, 90% of the time, it is uproariously apparent what you're supposed to do the second you enter a level. This sounds like a negative aspect of the game, and for some it is. Galaxy takes more inspiration from 2D Mario games in terms of the player's objectives, as it's much more linear and straightforward. I love the open sandbox style of Mario game that 64 and Sunshine are, and overall I'd say I have more of an appreciation towards that style of gameplay and level design. But man, Galaxy is just so much fun and so freaky brilliant with how it executes its concepts that I love both of these styles equally. Oh, and this game has some insane gravity mechanics. Mario Galaxy utilizes the sphere walking technology from Mario 128, and it definitely made this game stick out hard. You can literally walk all around a planet. Sometimes it can be a little weird, but it can be insanely easy to get used to. It's really amazing how they can make this mechanic that seems like it would have been overly complicated be simply second nature. You ever wonder what it would be like if they made Jesus the game? Oh wait, Mario is a Christ figure in this game. He controls fantastically. It may be just me, but I feel like they tweaked Mario's controls so he'd feel completely one with the Wii Remote and Nunchuck combo used in the game. When Mario crouches, I feel it, man. Like they made him look a bit more boxy to look like the Z button. I mean, it may be just me, but I think he looks like a Z button, which makes crouching fun. Moving around is fun. Performing pro moves like triple jumping, wall jumping, long jumping, it's all fun and feels great. Of course, the big new addition to Mario's moveset is spinning. Flick the Wii Remote to make Mario spin, which can be used to defeat enemies and also give you some extra airtime. 64 and Sunshine both had their own forms of attacking, with 64 having this rank punch and kick, and Sunshine having Flood, allowing you to use water to hover or stun enemies. However, I'd say the spin is the most useful attack. I can't say Flood wasn't incredibly versatile and useful as a platforming tool, but attack-wise, spinning is so satisfying when you directly hit an enemy, man. It works so incredibly well. You may think flicking the Wii Remote for this attack would be incredibly hit and miss, but I've never had a problem with the Wii Remote misreading my movements. Galaxy makes tremendous use of the Wii Remote's technology. It's definitely here, but doesn't take center stage. This is a true Mario game, with motion control elements supplementing it. But I'd say the Wii Remote's pointer functionality is more prevalent here than motion. Nearly all the time during gameplay, you can point the Wii Remote at the screen and the star cursor will appear, allowing you to immediately collect a new item in the game known as star bits. Star bits were basically implemented in the game due to the amount of quick cutscenes of Mario flying through space. These don't require player input, so most of the time during these sections there's a hefty supply of star bits for you to collect while Mario is zooming to the next planet to keep you interested. Star bits can net you more one-ups and also be used to feed hungry Lumas to access new galaxies and planets within levels. There's also pull stars, which require you to point the remote at them and grab it with A to pull Mario towards them, these wads of gum you have to pull back to fling Mario forward, and missions that turn your cursor into a can of compressed air to blow Mario within a bubble throughout a treacherous obstacle course. Of course, there are sections that require the use of extensive motion control as well. As stated, spinning requires flicking the Wii Remote, and launch stars require a swift flick to launch Mario into space. These are amazing. Not only do these trigger some wicked neat and quick animations, but they're so satisfying to trigger. Power-ups return in Mario Galaxy, and a fair amount of them depend on the waggle of the Wii Remote. I gotta be honest, the power-ups in Galaxy are nothing special. They're cool ideas, but
either they have a time limit or just not that fun to use. The headliner is the Bee Mushroom, which transforms you into Bee Mario. You can fly for a very brief period of time and can stand on flowers and clouds while also being able to cling and traverse honeycomb walls. I always found it weird that puddles of honey still slowed Bee Mario down though. It felt like moseying through honey with no problems would have been an easy advantage to give to this power up. The Boo Mushroom turns you into a Boo with the shake of a Wii remote, turning you invisible to go through some objects. The Fire Flower makes a return in the form of a timed power up. Flicking the Wii remote throws fireballs for a short period. The S Flower allows Mario to turn water and lava into platformable ice with a shake, allowing Mario to skate on it. The Spring Mushroom turns Mario into this ungodly creature and allows for some insane jumps, but at the cost of being an awkward mess to control. The Rainbow Star is an invincibility power-up, and the most underwhelming power-up in the whole game is the Red Star. Underwhelming because this is actually a great power-up, but it's so underutilized that it saddens me greatly. It allows you to fly and controls extraordinarily well. I just wish it was in some actual stages. Power-ups are completely context sensitive. They're only available in very specific instances, and they mostly don't feel like a power-up, but more so just an excuse for a change of pace. But who could forget everybody's favorite motion-controlled segments of Galaxy, the rolling ball, the manta ray, and the trash stages. Hold the Wii remote like a joystick to control Mario on a rolling ball. Get to the goal and get to the star, but my god, I think they programmed this ball to make sure the player is breathing extensively through their nose while controlling it. It's pretty stressful, but nowhere near that hard or annoying. With the manta ray sections, you point the Wii remote at the screen and turn it like a key to ride the manta ray and control where it goes. I always found these missions to be far harder than the rolling ball ones. It just goes so much faster and it's so easy to fall out of the water. We also have the worst part of the entire game, cleaning up the robot Gizmo's trash. Throw bombs to blow up the trash. You have a pretty strict time limit. You truly have to have a nearly perfect run to succeed here. This guy acts ungrateful when I don't get all the trash blown up in 30 seconds. What reality does this game live in? You have to throw the bombs where these golden dots are for perfection, but man, did I not know that on my first rodeo. I feel like everybody mentions these motion control missions in the game and make it seem as if Galaxy is filled to the brim with these things. Don't be fooled, these types of missions only appear 2 to 3 times in the entire game. Out of the 121 stars to collect, these barely scratch the surface. Galaxy has a plethora of variety in its missions. It truly doesn't get boring or repetitive. And this is finally the portion where I can talk about some specific levels and things, and oh me, oh my, please excuse me, this is my favorite game of all time. Honey Hive Galaxy, get in my mouth, this is such a charming level. All the beats are floating around and you get to traverse Queen Bee. Look how good this looks. Racing against Boo in the Ghosted Galaxy via the Pole Stars was intense, but man, it was so satisfying to win. And the boss fight in that area, Boulder Guys, oh my god, what a boss. King Caliente, oh, you gotta wham the rocks back at him, and it's so satisfying, like, here comes a bitch, do a little jump, wham! Gusty Garden Galaxy is sex. The Toy Time Galaxy is amazing. It's just so much fun to play through. I love it. The opening section, oh, this is where it all began, and what an intro. It's so beautiful and peaceful. Look at those a few moments. Rosalina's backstory is told through a storybook. You get more and more chapters throughout the game, and holy moly, it's a downer and a half, but holy moly, a Mario character with a backstory. Prankster comics appear in the older stages that bring harder versions of stars you already completed into the mix, and one of them being a race against this bastard. Completing the game with all the stars gets you nothing.
Super Luigi Galaxy.
Pardon me, you get Luigi. Ah! Nintendo didn't change the missions where you have to rescue Luigi, so it's Luigi rescuing Luigi, but still, it's nice to get something for completing the game. It's way better than Sunshine, which didn't give you diddles for completing it. Speaking of which, I feel like this game's difficulty is just right, especially compared to Sunshine. With Sunshine, I always had to ask the game, what's so funny, while Galaxy is a comfortable romp that isn't too easy, but can get a little feisty sometimes. Especially Luigi's Purple Coins. This stage was straight up anxiety attack my first time around. The Comet Observatory is a wonderful hub. It's not as fun to explore as Peach's Castle in Mario 64 or Isle Delfino in Sunshine, but man, the music, the visuals, they all add up to such a great place to roam around, to go level to level. The Bowser battles, oh my god, the most memorable thing about the game. Whacking Bowser, seeing him spin across the planet with the orchestrated music in the background, the chorus chanting, this is what society led up to. This game truly had my attention the moment it started up. Just the way Mario runs toward the Star Festival with his arms out gets me every time. It's just so charming. This was the first Mario game I really got into. As a kid, I played a lot of Super Mario World, Yoshi's Island, Super Mario Bros. 3, the original, and I dabbled in Mario 64 and Sunshine, but Galaxy truly engrossed me. This is not just a game, but truly an experience and a masterpiece at that. Yeah, it's more linear than Mario 64 and Sunshine, which some may dislike, but I believe the minds behind this game did this because that was truly the perfect vision for what Galaxy should be. Galaxy was conceptualized as a 3D Mario that was more accessible to novice players, and I think it succeeded greatly. It's easy for more to pick up compared to 64 and Sunshine, but it's not dumbed down for veterans. The game Super Mario 3D World does this as well, being a 3D Mario game that plays just like a 2D one, but I prefer the way Galaxy executed the more accessible 3D Mario idea.
3D World had less memorable level and art design, while Galaxy is one of the most memorable games out there. Recently, Super Mario Odyssey released to critical acclaim, and with its return to the non-linear sandbox style of the first two 3D games, many would say that is their new favorite Mario game. Dude, I can totally see why. Odyssey is a masterpiece, and objectively, one could say it's better than Galaxy. But Galaxy means so much to me. It's a phenomenal experience. It's all up to preference, and while the future of Mario is looking brighter than ever with Odyssey, Galaxy will always be not only my favorite Mario game, but my favorite game of all time. If they were to ever end the Mario series, I think Galaxy would have been a perfect way to end it. But blam, we'll get to that eventually. Of course, with the game's elements of the great beyond, one may wonder, is any of this possible in the distant crevices of outer space? And that's why I constructed the Mario Galaxy probability formula. It formulates the percent chance of the probability of giant bees in outer space at 0.
Hey y'all, Scott here, and raise your hand if you've been waiting for the Xbox One X for 3 hours at the wrong store.
Yeah, I didn't pick up an Xbox One X, but I did pick up a few games, and yep, I finally bought into consumerism, which isn't that big of a deal. I'm a pretty big pushover. I'll buy into anything a store associate tells me to.
Paper or plastic?
I don't need anything.
Really, sir? Everybody needs a bag.
I'm a fucking maniac, and I just can't help it, so I'm not looking forward to Black Friday this year. I mean, they had printers for $20 last year, and I'm a sucker I can't resist. Black Friday, also referred to as holy shit, I'm buying that tent day, is a holiday joining the likes of Cyber Monday, Fat Tuesday, and Ash Wednesday. It's mainly an American thing, but it has crept its way into other countries such as Canada and the UK. Black Friday is the day after Thanksgiving, flopping out deals left and right to initiate some extreme spending. Of course, with so many deals, many retailers get some deals rolling on Thanksgiving itself, which is kinda lame. I mean, it's Thanksgiving, man. Spend that time with your family. Holy shit! Sonic Forces is only $25. Black Friday is mostly known for its deals on electronics, TVs, phones, tablets, and video games. I've bought stuff on Black Friday since 2013, mainly games. 2013, I picked up Grand Theft Auto 5 and BioShock Infinite on the Xbox 360 for a grand total of $63.95 on Amazon. These games both released that year, so not bad. 2014 was another strictly Amazon year. I picked up a solid trio of Wii U games, Injustice Gods Among Us, Scribblenauts Unlimited, and Rayman Legends for $47.97 in total. 2015 was the year that I defied all odds and actually went to some brick and mortar stores to buy product on Black Friday. It wasn't that bad. I'd say if you weren't waiting in line to buy a 47-inch TV for $50, Black Friday isn't the worst. It's just walking around a very crowded Best Buy. And at Best Buy specifically, I picked up Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain and Until Dawn for $47.17. Kind of a lame haul, to be honest. But then I decided to mosey on over to GameStop. GameStop always has a buy two get one free on used products deal every Black Friday, so you know I had to take full advantage of that bad boy of a deal. I picked up Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing for the 360, Pikmin 2 for the Wii, and Wolfenstein The New Order for the PS4 for a grand total of $62.17. But wait, on Amazon I picked up Dishonored Definitive Edition, Little Big Planet 3, God of War 3 Remastered, Tearaway Unfolded, and Mario Party 10 for $96.50. Wow, Scott, settle down there, you said. Scott responds, get a load of this. 2016, the year Scott gave up. I bought an Xbox One S, Christ, right? I got it at Target for $250 plus a $50 gift card that, get this, I used on a paper shredder. I booked it over to Best Buy and picked up BioShock the Collection, Rise of the Tomb Raider, and Borderlands the Handsome Collection, plus some jank Blu-ray player for a grand total of $134.02. Then I pummeled over to GameStop, where I absolutely demolished the bank, dude. I picked up Gears of War Ultimate Edition / Rare Replay Combo Pack, Sunset Overdrive, State of Decay, Katamari Forever, and SteamWorld Collection
collection for a price I cannot disclose because that information is tough to come by these days. I like Black Friday, mainly due to the overwhelming sense of holiday spirit and fear in the air. It's always interesting to see what each company will do to prove their worth each holiday season with different consoles and bundles launching. This year, Microsoft hopes to God that you're interested in an Xbox One X, while Sony is still hell-bent on PS4 Pro, with neither receiving huge sale prices for the season. I saw a PS4 Pro for $50 off, but that was about it. The PS4 Slim starts at $200 for a 1TB model, with PSVR starting at $300, with a Skyrim bundle available for $50 more. Nintendo decided to shoot out a Link model of the 2DS with a copy of Ocarina of Time 3D on it for $80. I gotta be honest, I'm not a fan of this color scheme. I know it's Link's color scheme, but it just looks like an odd duck of a console to me. Breath of the Wild has a new Explorers Edition available for the Switch, which is the same price as the base game, but now includes a strategy guide and a map. Yeah, that's cool, I guess, but I think it would have been nicer if they just knocked the price down $10 or so for the holidays. Also, every year Nintendo has put out these brochures around this time. I love picking them up. They just detail a good amount of the games, accessories, and consoles Nintendo's trying to cram down your throat in these brochures' respective years. I mean, this one has a maze for crying out loud. I think Nintendo just sold me on a Wii U. This year, there's not a ton of deals I'm absolutely bloodthirsty for. There's some good stuff here, just nothing that really makes me go wow. I'll say I'm definitely interested in Uncharted: The Lost Legacy, Everybody's Golf, Nier Automata, Resident Evil 7, Doom, Yooka-Laylee, and of course Sonic Forces on Switch. Gotta see how this compares to previous years. Here we have GameStop's Black Friday ad from 2016, and hold the phone, if you lucky guess get a rare golden pop vinyl. GameStop definitely knows how to get people in the door. We also have some trendy shirts for only $1.99, and yikes, that's actually quite the price for shirts in general. Half of this page is everything but games. Dragon Quest Heroes, Ratchet & Clank, and The Last of Us Remastered for only $9.99 is a wicked solid deal. Then we flip the page to find a bunch of knickknacks I couldn't care less about. Never mind, they got Uno. $100 for the new Nintendo 3DS standard size. That was such a solid deal. I love the standard size new 3DS. Its design is just absolutely out of this world. My only problem is I prefer the bigger screens of the 3DS XL models, but man, $100 for that? Get out of here. But hey, who needs an ad from Black Friday 2016 when we can go all the way back to Black Friday 2004? Back when Garfield the movie was only $8.99, such a simpler time. Here at Target, the classic NES series of games on Game Boy Advance were on sale for $13.44 each. Not to overshadow Tales of Symphonia for the GameCube, only $23.44, definitely was in steep competition next to Cabela's Big Game Hunter at the same price. The PS2 and Xbox were only $149.99, with the PS2 giving you Corvette for free. That's definitely a bundle. The Xbox deal gave you 3 games, Top Spin, NCAA Football 2005, and Crimson Skies for the same price. Now, that's what I call a deal. And the GBA was only $80 with, get this, Spider-Man 2 for free. I can't believe more people haven't reported on this. 2005, man, it's so nostalgic to see portable DVD players to be all the rage. Best Buy has a GameCube Mario Party 7 bundle for a crisp 100 bones, but you could always go with the real deal Mega Pack for only 1/10 the cost. GameStop's 2006 ad has Chibi Robo and Fire Emblem Path of Radiance on the GameCube for $15 a pop. That's a fraction of their price nowadays. And that can make it towards a free Razer phone offer if you make it to $50. Shoot, man, GameStop sold Zunes? The PS3's launch here. If they didn't have one in stock, you could get a $600 gift card for when they had some. Wind Waker was only $10, Metroid Prime was only $4, and finally, an excuse to put my homework down, guys, Perfect Dark Zero is $20. The Wii's launch here made everybody ponder. How do they wrap so much fun in such a little box? I could ask the same thing about the DS because it comes with a free system skin with a purchase. Walmart in 2007, serving hot deals such as an assortment of EA Sports titles for only $20 each. The DS had some bundles for the holiday, one with Phantom Hourglass, the other with Nintendogs. And remember when the Xbox 360 had different SKUs with one named Arcade? I don't know about you, but those SKU names were always a bit confusing. And the year Rock Band hit the scene and eventually tried to come back from the dead just to die even harder in 2015. A Doorbuster is a deal so hot that it's only available to those who are first to show up. In other words, Game Party is $9.99 at Best Buy, guys. A nice Mario Limited Edition DS and a crazy 4-bundle heavy hitter for the 360. A 360 bundle where you get to decide between Call of Duty 4 or Bakugan. I would really love to see the analytics of what was chosen more. Free Wii music with a purchase of Super Mario Galaxy. Thank you. The PSP Go, also known as Failure, a digital-only PSP, not the best thing in 2009. And hey, the PS2 was still pounding thoroughly. Wow, new Super Mario Bros. Wii for $9.99. Oh, after trades, that's one heck of a mislead.
2010, the 25th anniversary of Super Mario Bros., meaning we got a slick limited edition Nintendo DSi XL, plus some limited DSi colors including Mario Party DS. And Mario vs. Donkey Kong Miniland Mayhem is guaranteed in stock, thank God. Sticking with the Mario anniversary, the sickest version of the Wii out there, the limited red variant, coming with a copy of not only Wii Sports, but New Super Mario Bros. Wii. In Japan, this red console was actually released with a copy of the original Super Mario Bros. Pre-installed, with the question blocks edited to say 25 on them. Neat shit. The year PlayStation Move and Kinect came out. For the low price of $100 or $150, you too can buy your way into the world of incompetent controls. Also, $130 for a PSP, Little Big Planet, and sit down for this, a UMD copy of The Karate Kid. If you like Donkey Kong Country Returns, surely you'll like Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs on Wii. Surely. Nothing is cooler than looking back at some ads from the 90s, an era I wholeheartedly remember. The Toys R Us ad from 1996 shows off the hot new release of the Nintendo 64. Pop a Game Boy Pocket on the side for only $60 with a wide selection of games included but fundamentally limited to Iron Man XO, Man-O-War, and Heavy Metal. Get this, you pick up a Saturn for $200, play games online, another $200. Most PlayStation games were hovering around the $45 mark, which ain't bad considering this was the era of $70 for NBA Hang Time on the Super Nintendo, and $7 Game Gear games. You're losing money not acting on that deal. After you pick up your $25 copy of Sonic Forces, spend time with your family and friends, and then go wild and pick up some slick stuff. Hopefully this Black Friday I'll bring in quite the haul.
I bought fucking soap!
Hey y'all, Scott here, and I'm in a predicament. You see, I don't want to be called a pussy, so I'll play Call of Duty, but I want to be a pussy while playing Call of Duty. The Call of Duty series, also known as Hey Guys, My Crotch is Huge, I Swear, is the best-selling first-person action franchise in history, according to the back of this box. Call of Duty has been around since 2003, with the first entry being released exclusively for PC originally. The series focused on World War II until it gradually lost all of its marbles and went effing crazy, until recently when it came back home with Call of Duty World War II. The series really got popular with the release of Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare on the PC, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360, and during that generation of gaming, Call of Duty dominated sales charts each and every year, with most people scrambling to play the game on any of those three platforms. But the majority of Call of Duty releases came alongside a version released for the best-selling console at the time, the Wii. You see, it made perfect sense. The best-selling game meets the best-selling console. Of course, the Wii was about as powerful as two sticks of butter, so getting these games to run on it required a deal with the Mafia at the very least. Surprisingly, the only game to skip out on a Wii release was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Every other mainline console game from Call of Duty 3 to Modern Warfare 3 received a Wii port. So let's see just how jank or unjank these games are. Before we divulge, I am not a Call of Duty fan. I know that statement was made for shocking. I've tried to get into the games before, but I always ended up quickly washing out my mouth with Dance Dance Revolution Mario Mix. To be honest, I've had fun with the games, but never got into them so hard that I play for hours upon hours like every other teenage boy in junior high did. I was always more of a Nintendo guy, so let's see what Activision had prepped for the rest of us. Of course, the main controllers for the Wii are the Wii Remote and Nunchuck combo. The Wii Remote is already terrifyingly gun-like with the B button trigger on the bottom, so surely this is a match made in heaven. The Wii also features support of GameCube controllers and classic controllers, which offer more standard control layouts. But you really think I'm gonna look at every Call of Duty release on the Wii using actual controllers? Please, we're using the only moral controller setup, the one that makes the most sense for Call of Duty on Wii, a nunchuck attached to a Luigi Wii Remote. The mainline Call of Duty franchise was originally developed only by Infinity Ward, but as the series went on and became annualized, mainline entries began to alternate developers. When one game was made by Infinity Ward, next year's would be done by Treyarch. The team dipped their toes in the franchise with the console counterpart to Call of Duty 2 subtitled Big Red One, but were able to take a full-on whack at the series with Call of Duty 3 in 2006. This was not only a launch title for the Wii, but also the PS3, and both came out a full week after the other versions. First things first, the game bellows that it's been licensed by Nintendo. Thank God, I was worried there for a sec. Taking place in World War II, we take control of Private Nichols, and I can't do this. Like I said, this was a launch title for the Wii, and it's wholeheartedly obvious. In the conversion to the Wii, the multiplayer mode was cut, but overall it's the same game as it was on other platforms. Except this time around, we get to control a car like this, dear God.
Call of Duty 3 exclusively utilizes the Wii Remote and Nunchuck, and oh boy does it exclusively utilize the Wii Remote and Nunchuck. You can't use the GameCube controller or the classic controller. This Call of Duty was made to withstand the power of pointer controls. And man, they are just awkward in this game. You point at the screen to look around and aim and move about with the control stick. That's fine, and that's how it should be. Firing your weapon utilizes the B button, which feels fine, but to aim down your sights, you have to use the A button, which just feels off. Whenever you're moving, the aiming reticle disappears, which means it's almost impossible to run and gun. And speaking of which, you can't even sprint in the campaign. Apparently you can sprint in the multiplayer, which of course isn't in this version. Wow. We also have a good chunk of areas that require waggling the Wii Remote around. Fighting off an enemy, you have to do the struggling punching motion with the Wii Remote and Nunchuck, and then put them in the position as if they were a rifle and jab it forward to finish somebody off. But then we get to the driving area, which requires moving the controllers like a wheel to steer your car. Forget about that perfectly fine analog stick you have on that nunchuck right there. Forget about just twisting and turning the Wii Remote by itself. No, use both controllers in tandem. This is war. Listen, I dig a good representation of World War II just as much as the next guy, but Call of Duty 3 just kind of felt like every other World War II shooter from 2006, except now with 12 times the immersion. I'll say this, graphically, it looks fine as a Wii game. I mean, it was also released on the Xbox and PlayStation 2, which had comparable hardware, so it has no reason to run like piss. It looks and runs fine. The sound design is great, it feels like a legitimate blockbuster, the sweeping score is fantastic. And the game itself is fine. I could see myself being okay with the concept of beating it, just not on this console. Pointer controls in first-person shooters on the Wii still needed some work when this game came out. Call of Duty 3 was generally well received, but is considered one of the weaker Call of Duties. That may be because there were just too darn many World War II shooters out at the time, or because Treyarch just wasn't up to snuff with Infinity Ward, or both, or who knows, I sure don't. I spend my spare time looking at the cover of Donkey Kong Barrel Blast. I'm not qualified to say this kind of trash. Anyways, Treyarch made Call of Duty 3 because Infinity Ward was too busy hammering away at Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, set in modern times, which released in 2007 for the PC, 360, and PS3, but not the Wii. The next title in the series in 2008, Call of Duty World at War, was developed by Treyarch yet again, went back to the World War II setting, and released on the PC, 360, PS3, and the Wii again, day and date with the other versions. Here we are, Call of Duty World at War. What a lanky cursor. The game makes sure to let you know it's compatible with the Wii's Zapper. This was an accessory made for games like this, but it always bugged me the games would say they're compatible with it. Literally, it's a hunk of plastic, every game is compatible. That's like putting a sticker that says compatible with the sense of sight on a bottle of mustard, like, yeah. I used to have a Wii Zapper, but that bad boy is long gone, so we're just gonna play with the standard remote and nunchuck combo. Just when you're ready to jump knee first into the campaign, World at War warns about the use of graphic historical footage, and the term Hitler shit on the ESRB rating is finally starting to make some sense. There are two types of Wii games out there, anti-Nazi and pro-Nazi. Call of Duty World at War ends up in the anti-corner because we are just absolutely obliterating these things in the game. Actually, that's only one half of the story. You play as the American soldier Private Miller and the Soviet Dmitri. America versus Japan, Soviets versus Nazis, have at it. I wondered if these two character stories would ever cross paths, but nope, it's just two different sides of World War II, and the campaign just hops between the two characters. Alright, so how are them positives? I'm happy to say the control issues present in Call of Duty 3 have been remedied here. Treyarch finally got a hold of how Wii Remote controls should work in a first-person shooter. Aiming down sights has been moved to the Z button on the nunchuck, which feels much better than the A button. You can actually sprint in this game, and overall it feels pretty good. It's so immersive, I truly feel like a World at War. That's a little thing I like to call hyperbole. The controls work well and definitely have their advantages over a standard controller layout, that being incredibly precise aiming. Pointer controls make it pretty obvious whenever you sneeze, however. I do prefer a standard gamepad, but the Wii Remote and Nunchuck work well enough that I can totally see why some people really dig this control setup. It takes some time to get used to, but you can definitely have some fun with these controls. That's it, World at War is trash on the Wii. I mean, I can tell this is a good game and would be a decent romp on the PC, 360, or PS3, but God, this is a tart port of the game. It's very obvious this was a Call of Duty game made for current-gen hardware at the time, and was then hastily ported to lesser hardware. Animations run at such a low frame rate, and the game itself just doesn't look good, even for the Wii. World at War takes itself so seriously, which is perfectly fine, this is a war story, but man, with animations and graphics like these, they might as well be sock puppets and it would feel the same. While it's super dark and gritty, the animations make me feel like I should be clapping and stomping my foot to them. They really don't look great. It's also missing like a ton of content. The Nazi Zombies mode isn't here, which is why many people liked World at War. Even full missions are missing, but really, my main problem is the glitches. This is a glitchy, unappealing version of World at War. I really didn't have a hoot with this one. 2009 marked the release of Modern Warfare 2, developed by Infinity Ward for the PC, 360, and PS3. No Wii version this time, instead on the same day, Activision released a Wii version of the original Modern Warfare, Call of Duty Modern Warfare Reflex Edition. When Modern Warfare was initially released, the developers obviously asked, how do we appeal to a younger demographic, and bada boom, that's how it's done. Modern Warfare takes place in the future. 2011, the first Call of Duty to stray away from the World War II setting, and at this point, after playing those two things, Modern Warfare is a breath of fresh air, and I guess that's how people felt in 2007 when this game was released as well. You think the market's oversaturated with futuristic shooters nowadays? 10 years ago, people were saying the same thing about World War II shooters. I gotta say, this is how you do a Wii version of Call of Duty. Modern Warfare took the Call of Duty series and turned it into a true AAA blockbuster. Everything was amped up in this release, the cinematics, the gameplay, the level design, the story, the multiplayer, everything. And honestly, it's all here in the Wii version. Treyarch handled the port to the Wii, and gone are the sour controls of Call of Duty 3, gone are the plethora of graphical problems and glitches in World at War. This is Modern Warfare, just on the Wii. Of course, it doesn't look as nice. Alas, it doesn't run poorly, just a lower resolution, lesser textures, lower poly models, and while it is still susceptible to problems here and there, overall, this is how you do a Call of Duty game on the Wii. I'd say it could have definitely used some classic or GameCube controller support, but this is a solid port. And yeah, I had some fun with this game. I'd still rather play the traditional versions, but it's a solid game. And I've been seeing this screen quite a lot lately. I was killed by a grenade, and I have to watch out for the indicator. Oh, so that's what that icon meant. Next up in 2010, we had Call of Duty Black Ops, which shipped day and date on the Wii alongside the PC, 360, and PS3, developed by Treyarch. This is a continuation of World at War and takes place during the Cold War, and I don't have much to say about this one other than it's a solid game. I think this truly proved the worth of Treyarch, not just as a good developer, but being able to live up to the standards of, and possibly even outdo, Infinity Ward. It's a solid game, and the Wii version works fine. It's very similar to the quality of Modern Warfare Reflex Edition. Lower quality graphics here, and even some parts of the story missions are cut, but by and large, I don't think it's too far-fetched to say if you played Black Ops on Wii, you experienced Black Ops. It's also the first Call of Duty on the Wii to offer support for the classic and GameCube controllers. God does exist. Also, the multiplayer servers are still online if you're looking for something to do next weekend. The last Call of Duty released on Wii, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, developed by Infinity Ward, released in 2011. And honestly, at this point, I'm sick of playing Call of Duty, so I didn't get far in this one. Yeah, the frame rate isn't as good, it doesn't look as nice, but hey, it's still basically Modern Warfare 3. It surprised me just how competent it looked, to be honest. But god, this game seems to be really pushing the Wii. Let me tell you, you know a game's demanding when the Wii sounds like it's choking. Two more Call of Duties were released on the Wii brand of consoles, that being Black Ops 2 and Ghost, released on the Wii U. There's not much to say about these ones. Basically, since the Wii U was on par with the Xbox 360 and PS3 power-wise, these are pretty spot-on versions of the games. Overall, the Wii had its share of good and bad versions of Call of Duty. I gotta say, I did get used to the Wii remote controls after a while, and they can be fun. Modern Warfare Reflex Edition and Black Ops both are solid ports on the Wii, but nowadays, there's real no reason to play these. These were made for the people who only had a Wii. Now, 360s, PS3s, and these games on those platforms are so cheap, I don't think anybody really has a reason to play these anymore. You may say the accuracy of the Wii remote controls gave these versions merit, but at this point, just play the PC versions with mouse and keyboard. You'll get the exact same accuracy. In fact, you'll get more accuracy. I'm still not way into Call of Duty, but I do think it's pretty neat to look back and see exactly what corners were cut to get these things running on the Wii. But hey, what do I know? Just to reiterate how unqualified I am to be critiquing or even talking about the Call of Duty franchise, let's take a look at my resume. I am going fucking nowhere.
Hey y'all, Scott here, and I could certainly go for a definition right about now. Well, times 3. Localize, to make or become local. Well, at least one of us found our calling today, and if you excuse me, I'm going to be ordering a shipment of notebooks to localize for the Tucson, Arizona area so they can more clearly understand them. They just don't get it over there. I know, finally, someone's standing up for the people of Tucson, right? Translation and localization, a Venn diagram's two best friends. There's so many similarities, but overall they're definitely different. Translation is taking words and converting them from a different language, while localization is taking the general concept of something and adjusting it or even completely changing it for a different audience in a different part of the world. Translation and localization are not one, however, localization involves translation. Of course, in the video game industry, localization is a huge aspect of development and is many times overlooked. Sometimes localization is as simple as hitting the Go Translate button. This was definitely the case with games back in the 80s and early 90s. Old school RPGs and games with heavy amounts of text generally had very little effort put into the localization. Instead of rewriting a game's script to feel more at home for the new audience's area, it would basically be just a straight translation with multiple grammatical and spelling errors. But other times, especially nowadays, localization can be as daunting of a task as developing a whole new game. The script for the 3DS remake of Dragon Quest VII filled an entire bookshelf. Now that's a localization. The process generally starts during the development of the game nowadays. Originally it would start after the game originally released. A team of translators and writers will receive updates and explanations from the developers of how certain scenes and characters are meant to be portrayed. Then the localization team will start to rewrite them to feel natural in the new language, while also keeping the spirit and main idea from the original. However, sometimes some things are just too darn exotic. Many elements from many games are different across the world based on cultural norms. What may be okay in one country is totally way not okay in another. Recently, with the aid of everybody's favorite, the internet, it's been blatantly obvious when something has changed from the original release. Nintendo of America has always been notorious for changing up elements of games for a Western release. Back in the 80s and 90s, they had a strict policy on the lack of violence, sexuality, and religion, but as Japan has different cultural norms, these policies led to editing and censoring localized versions of Japanese games. To this day, they are still very keen on stripping anything too sexy from their games. Of course, Japan is much more down for sexuality in media, so it makes sense sometimes to tone things down in westernized releases. The US version of Bravely Default made some outfits much less revealing and upped the age of minors in the game. Xenoblade Chronicles X totally let you customize boob size, but that was completely stripped out of the western release. Tokyo Mirage Sessions Sharp FE had ages increased, more clothes added to some mega skin shots, and just some racy shots altered to be anti-racy shots. Fatal Frame Made in a Blackwater featured unlockable costumes which allowed you to play in barely a costume, and this was just straight up removed and replaced with some Nintendo crossover outfits, as the game was published by Nintendo. These aren't anything that affect gameplay in any way, however, many players weren't too happy with the changes, bellowing censorship. I don't know, you see, a lot of these things don't make sense for the Western world, and just don't make sense in context of the game. Like, Fatal Frame is a horror game. Does it really make sense to play the game in anti-clothes? But to be fair, it was always supposed to be M-rated, leaving the costumes in a game intended not only for adults, but a rather niche audience wouldn't start riots in the street in my opinion. It's all about how these changes affect gameplay in my opinion, and in those examples, they don't. Those are all cosmetic and make more sense in terms of the Japanese market. However, sometimes pockets of gameplay are removed in localizations, in which Fire Emblem Fates had a few instances of this. Fates allowed you to pet the characters with the stylus coinciding with the relationship building mechanic in the game. Basically, pet the character, they'll like you better. This was completely gutted from the Western release due to the suggestive connotations. Also, the Japanese version of the game included a scene where a homosexual character is drugged and cured of said homosexuality, which may be considered as, say it with me now,
gay conversion therapy!
Yep, that's gone from our stomping grounds. Yeah, it's unfortunate when entire pockets of gameplay are removed for international releases, but I mean,
gay conversion therapy!
Localized changes to games have been happening for years. In Earthbound, Ness is naked here in Japan, but has the audacity to wear pajamas in North America. The arcade beat-em-up Final Fight featured the female character Poison as an enemy, but when making the transition to North America, Capcom didn't want people to get all up in arms about the player being up a woman, so instead of changing her sprite to some dude, they just said she was a dude. Huh. When Contra was being localized to Europe, they changed the title to Probotector and made human characters robotic due to potential conflict with the gunplay in the game. Many a times, blood in games is straight up removed or turned into some funk-riddled color. Zombies Ain't My Neighbors had the blood removed here in North America, yet Uncharted Drake's Fortune had the blood removed in Japan, and in PAL territories, Castlevania Bloodlines had the blood removed and the title changed to Castlevania The New Generation. The character Soda Pompinski in Punch-Out was originally named Vodka Drunkenski in Japan, oh boy. It's not just suggestive elements that are changed throughout regions. A lot of the time, translation just F's with the script and changes the meaning of certain aspects of the game. The Legend of Zelda Triforce Heroes was a light-hearted, don't-take-me-seriously multiplayer Zelda title for the 3DS. So the American localization team took that as an opportunity to cram internet memes into a Zelda game, while the European version feels much more Zelda-like in terms of the script. Final Fantasy X featured the characters Yuna tell Tidus, "I love you," while the Japanese version translated to a simple "thanks." Yeah, those two sayings don't necessarily mean the same thing. I've never played Final Fantasy X or X-2, and from what people say, it's not super weird, but when you take into consideration what the original intended that line to mean, it definitely leads to some solid discussion and analysis I have no right to get into. The Kirby games have a long history of changes while being localized. Not so much with the actual games themselves, but with the box art. Apparently Americans hate the concept of Kirby being a happy-go-lucky tuft of God knows what, so loads of Kirby box arts in North America give him some solid angry eyebrows to imply that he's not just having fun, but having fun with some attitude. Sometimes localization is just too much for some games, and they're simply left to rot in Japan. The most famous example has been Mother 3, a part of the series we know as Earthbound. It was the final entry in the series and was originally in development for the Nintendo 64 DD, was cancelled, then resurrected as a Game Boy Advance game. Of course, it never made its way over here, which is unfortunate and also incredibly infuriating based on how much Mother 3 is referenced in games like Super Smash Bros. This has led to a dedicated group of fans to translate the game themselves, which is how most people outside of Japan have played it. Captain Rainbow was a Wii game developed by Skip, creators of Chibi Robo, and focused on a has-been superhero trying to regain his popularity and meeting up with a few Nintendo characters that time forgot. Now with Mother 3 and Captain Rainbow, these are two titles with a fair amount of text, and being such obscure and niche games in the time of their release, localization just never happened. With Dead or Alive Extreme 3, that wasn't localized due to being too honkin' sexy. I can picture the American reviews as I speak. A spin-off of the fighting game franchise, Dead or Alive Extreme is a beach volleyball game, and when the third one released for PS4 and PS Vita, Koei Tecmo announced it would never make its way over stateside, but the PS4 and Vita are region-free, thank God. But this is why censorship generally happens. Cultural differences. It's not all about censorship and differences between cultural norms, however. Sometimes localization will change or remove something for different reasons or for no reason at all. One of the earliest examples of a game being changed drastically in the conversion from Japan to North America was Super Mario Bros. 2 on the NES, as it wasn't the Japanese version at all. The original Super Mario Bros. 2 was meant to be a game for those who mastered the original. It was incredibly similar to the first game, but with some jacked up difficulty. When Nintendo of America received the game, they noted it was too difficult and similar to the original. Thus, they took another game with some Mario-like elements, Doki Doki Panic, plopped some Mario sprites in, made a few extra changes, bada bing bada boom, the sequel to end all sequels. Of course, both the American version of Super Mario Bros. 2 made its way to Japan as Super Mario USA, and the Japanese version made its way over here as Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels. The Japanese version of The Legend of Zelda 4 Swords Adventures featured a mode only in that version called Navi Trackers. There's nothing specifically wrong with this mode, it's just only in the Japanese version. Of course, there's good localization, where the new interpretation houses the spirit of the original, but is now understandable to those in a different part of the world. And there's bad localization that could either be a sloppy quick translation or remove/change elements for no good reason. But it's incredibly interesting to see just what was lost in the process of localization. But it's odd to look at how some things are censored in one territory, but similar things aren't. Like, why is blood in games not okay in Japan, but okay sometimes? I mean, this is the same country that was home to the classic Famicom game Hitler's Resurrection, Top Secret, a game about guess who's coming back, also known as Bionic Commando here.
I got in the notebooks I have to localize for Tucson, Arizona. Hopefully there's not much I have to change. Jesus! Hey y'all, Scott here, and it's finally time to put my logic to the test with my brand new advice column. Dear Scott, people constantly make fun of my eyebrows. What should I do? God, I hate facial hair, get rid of them. Dear Scott, not advice, just a question. Have you ever killed somebody? No. Dear Scott, which is better, Super Mario Odyssey or The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild? Oh, thank God you asked that. I had no idea how I was gonna fill the next 20 minutes. Nintendo did the unthinkable and actually tried this year, and wouldn't you know, it's paid off for them. Two of the biggest releases not only of the year, but in the entirety of their respective franchises, Super Mario Odyssey and The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild,
both released to a standing ovation from everybody. While they're in two separate genres, they both do so many similar things. Both heavily encourage exploration, both do away with many conventions associated with their series, both have crazy amounts of replay value, both basically perfect their genres, and both thankfully use the standard Switch font on the spines of their boxes. Listen, we all have a Super Bomberman R in our lives. So with the end of the year terrifyingly banging on the door, why not look back at two of the best games released in 2017 and see which one I believe is the better game. And if you listen closely to that statement, you might have heard a little something that may be translated to, "This is my opinion, I love both of these games, back off." The categories I'll be looking at these games with are visuals, sound, gameplay, replay value, and innovation. So let's get a pissin' and a whinin' about Scott's opinions. This is Super Mario Odyssey versus Breath of the Wild. Both Super Mario Odyssey and Breath of the Wild have some visuals that will make your nose piss itself. These are two games that just embrace the whole concept of vibrancy and color. Breath of the Wild has a very specific art style. It feels like it takes a little bit of every 3D Zelda title from Wind Waker onwards. And my god, this style is absolutely brilliant. When roaming the grassy fields on the cusp of sunset, this game's art style truly peaks and is in a class of its own. However, the game's art style doesn't look too hot in many cases, specifically when you enter shrines or the divine beasts. These areas are where many would spend a good chunk of the game in, and I gotta say, with every shrine looking the same and the divine beast just having a very unlikable color scheme and atmosphere in my opinion, the art style left a bit of a bad impression in my mind, as this is what I think of when I hear Breath of the Wild. However, replaying the game made me remember just how beautiful this game is. I don't like how the shrines and divine beasts look, but I love the rest of the game's style. Super Mario Odyssey is very much an HD 3D Mario game. It's exactly what you'd expect for a Mario game in this generation. It never straight up blew me away, but it always left me embarrassingly satisfied with how it looked. There's so many small little details they didn't have to add in there, but they did anyways, and I adore stuff like that. The fact that whatever costume you're wearing translates over to 2D sections, you get all icy and dirty from certain elements, the worlds feel alive like people actually live there, denim is everywhere. One of my biggest problems with Mario Odyssey's art style, though, is a lack of consistency. The Metro Kingdom and Luncheon Kingdoms both look and feel so different from the rest of the game's levels. Now, of course, you must be absolutely f***ing dumbfounded by me saying this, because that's kind of the point of Mario Odyssey. The consistency in Odyssey is a lack of consistency. Here's my issue with that. The rest of the kingdoms in Mario Odyssey feel like pretty standard Mario worlds graphically to me. The Cap Kingdom's in black and white, but it still feels incredibly Mario-like. The Cascade Kingdom's a rather realistic prehistoric playground, but it doesn't feel out of place in the Mario world. The Sand Kingdom is more Mario than any other sand-related kingdom can claim to be. The fact that basically the rest of the game's kingdoms feel pretty Mario-like feels off to me. I think maybe if 2 or 3 more kingdoms had very distinct styles, I'd be more okay with it, but it just feels like Odyssey didn't go all the way with its art style as a whole. Performance-wise, both games feature some frame rate dips here and there. Breath of the Wild has more frequent problems with it, however, it never made things unplayable or unenjoyable, just noticeable. Mario Odyssey is much more rock solid in the frame rate department, though it will slip every now and then. Again, these are far from major problems with the games, just know that both have times when the frame rate will dip just a bit, Breath of the Wild more so. Overall, I'd say both games are equal in terms of their positives and negatives relating to art style. Breath of the Wild's style is gorgeous in many cases, but looks underwhelming in others. Mario Odyssey is everything you'd want out of an HD Mario game, but the art style feels a bit lopsided. Both have some frame rate dips, both have excellent animations, both have very clean and elegant user interfaces. It could truly go either way in my opinion, but I'm gonna have to give the edge to Breath of the Wild for having a very unique art style. Odyssey looks fantastic, but it's nothing we haven't seen before. The amount of detail in the game is amazing and shows the love and care the developers put into every polygon, but the same can be said about Breath of the Wild on top of having an art style to call its own.
Dear Scott, how do I ensure my party won't get stopped by the cops?
Invite him!
Dear Scott, my favorite grocery store's been shut down. Where should I get my food now?
Definitely not Big Lots, but hey, if you want me to never turn my back on you, then go for it.
Dear Scott, what should my senior prank be this year?
40 turtles, Viagra, freshman hallway. My 2 favorite hearing organs. Ears. What would I ever do without them? Probably play Breath of the Wild because the sound is non-existent. No, you got all the time in the world to do some fish shake, and now's the time to hear me out. Breath of the Wild soundtrack, both in terms of its music and sound design, fit its world beautifully. It mainly uses ambient sound, the sounds of nature with soft piano melodies playing in the background every so often. It's simply beautiful and works incredibly well for what Breath of the Wild is, a game that surrounds you in the wilderness. That's not to say there isn't music in the game, it mainly plays during specific instances such as boss battles, minigames, stables, and shrines. And there are a good handful of tracks I totally shoulder bob to, such as Rivali's theme, the parasailing theme, Hyrule Castle's music. It's all real neat. The problem is, there just aren't enough tunes that I absolutely love to make me say I adore the soundtrack.
It is perfect for what Breath of the Wild is, but doesn't really do much for me outside of the game. Mario Odyssey, on the other hand, now that is some music I can shower to. Odyssey follows some traits similar to Breath of the Wild. There's a few instances in the game where music simply doesn't play, and you really only hear the sounds of the world around you and the pitter-patter of Mario's feet. This generally doesn't last very long, and when you get to the meat of the level, the music goes from 0 to 100 in the span of one finger gun. This is an excellent soundtrack, with loads of tracks I can listen to on repeat. The title theme, Cap Kingdom, Cascade Kingdom, Metro Kingdom, Jump Up Superstar, the song played in the final sequence. It's all great. It doesn't have as many finger gunners of tracks as, say, the Mario Galaxy series or even Mario 3D World, but it's still a soundtrack with a nice initiative. Sound effect wise, both are great. I got nothing really to add there, but what I do have a few choice words about is the voice acting. Mario Odyssey, you old dog! Breath of the Wild is the first mainline Zelda game with extensive voice acting, and it's tolerable, but I definitely wouldn't give it a thumb of approval. The voices just don't sound as natural as they could be most of the time. I always felt like the actors just did one take on a lot of these scenes. Mario Odyssey has much more voice acting than standard Mario games. Mario and other characters say more in Odyssey than ever before. That's not saying much, but it's still more voice acting than most games, but it doesn't overdo it. Characters mainly speak in their own gibberish or small quick phrases. However, Mario Odyssey has songs with vocals crammed in it, and they work pretty well. Overall, Mario Odyssey has more voice acting than other Mario games, but it feels like the right amount of vocals for what it is. Breath of the Wild has voice acting for once in a Zelda game. However, I feel that everybody wanted voice acting in a Zelda game to avoid the trailer park's worth of paragraphs they had to read throughout the games. Voice acting only appears in the more important scenes in Breath of the Wild, which means there's extensive voice acting, but you're still going to have to do a lot of reading. Mario Odyssey has a soundtrack that works well in and outside of the game, and some criminally solid voice acting for a Mario game. I read on WikiHow that talking about gameplay in a battle between Super Mario Odyssey and Breath of the Wild is a must, so begrudgingly, here we go. Breath of the Wild is an open-world adventure game. It takes the idea behind the original Legend of Zelda and executes it in a modern landscape. You play as Link, awoken from a deep slumber of 100 years. During a fight between Ganon, Link was defeated and then placed in a resurrection shrine. Princess Zelda has been locked in Hyrule Castle for the past 100 years, using every ounce of her power to contain Ganon from wreaking havoc over the entire world. Now that you're awake, it's time to regain your strength and defeat Ganon once and for all. Or not, it's up to you. Breath of the Wild holds your hand probably about 5% of the time, and that's only when it's absolutely necessary to. Overall, you have complete control over what you do and how you do it. The structure of the main game, if you want to do exactly what the game tells you to, is to go to the 4 Divine Beasts, which are fundamentally this game's puzzle dungeons. Defeat the former Ganon boss at the end of them, and you meet up with the spirit of one of the champions, 4 heroes who were also defeated by Ganon. On the way, you're bound to meet up with some locals who will give you something to do, whether it be a side quest or stuff to buy, or you'll probably find a shrine. Shrines are basically mini puzzle dungeons, where completing one will get you a spirit orb, where you can exchange 4 of them for either an extra heart or more stamina. After going through the 4 Divine Beasts, I'd say that's the perfect time to encounter Ganon at Hyrule Castle. Traverse the castle and eventually you'll make it to Ganon, whose life bar is cracked in half if you beat all 4 Divine Beasts. Defeating this form of Ganon then brings you to the outside, where you must defeat Dark Beast Ganon, which is nothing more than a flashy cutscene disguised as a boss fight. And that's it, you save Zelda, but you don't really get all too much for beating the game. It's more so about the journey than the end with Breath of the Wild. I gotta say though, the main hook of the game is the exploration. The rest of the game is great, but the exploration, man, just roaming the world and doing whatever you feel like. Kill that boar, or not, it's up to you. The game also encourages experimentation. Weapons are incredibly fragile in this game, meaning they break after a few hits, some more so than others. This encourages the player to use more unconventional ways to defeat enemies, such as using your runes, which are powers you have on you at all times that focus on physics and elemental related abilities, such as freezing water, freezing objects in place with its kinetic energy intact, and controlling metal objects. Link can also climb f***ing everything with a solid asterisk right there. Correction, most things. Walls and mountains are no longer barriers, rather ways of traversal. Breath of the Wild is truly an absolute masterpiece in terms of game design, but I'd consider it much more of a work of art. The feelings it can instill in the player are crazy, and everybody is bound to get lost in the world. However, I'd say for every 3 things that are fun in the game, there's one thing that's pretty frustrating. Whether it be the fragility of some weapons, fumbling through item management, or the difficulty, some things in Breath of the Wild, while well designed, can be a bit on the annoying side. Super Mario Odyssey similarly goes back to the franchise's earlier entries to push forward. The game harkens back to the 3D platforming style that Super Mario 64 and Sunshine were designed around. Larger worlds with multiple objectives in them. The game opens in the middle of a fight between Bowser and Mario, which quickly explains Bowser's plans to marry Peach. Mario is sent a-flying with his hat getting torn to shreds and is awoken by a citizen of the Cap Kingdom Cappy. Cappy's sister Tiara is stolen by Bowser for use in the wedding, so both go on a trek to stop him. Cappy takes on the form of Mario's hat, and from then on you can throw him for a multitude of actions. You can hang in the air for a while, defeat enemies, interact with the environment, use it for an extra boost while jumping, and take over certain objects and characters with the capture mechanic. This brings a barn's worth of variety to the game and keeps it fresh and fun. Many sections are designed around capturing something and using its unique abilities to trudge forward. This is such a creative and fun mechanic. It takes throwing your hat, which is already great on its own, and adds that one extra thing that truly makes it special while keeping everything insanely simple. It's all on the Y button or by flicking your controller, which is one of the only main problems with Mario's controls in the game. Motion controls are required for specific cap throwing actions. These actions are more so supplemental and are never necessary in the whole game, but come on, you couldn't have just mapped these to a button. Also, using the motion controls for these movements just never felt natural to me, and a lot of the time they just don't work well. Other than that, Mario controls perfectly. This is potentially the best he has ever felt. I truly don't know how they can make his movement feel any better in future games. It's just straight up fun to move around. Odyssey is every bit the definition for the term collectathon. Each level is filled to the brim with power moons, in which the more you get, the farther you can progress in the game. They're this game's reward for completing objectives, both big and small. Odyssey is home to some of the most varied missions to complete, and while many are repeated, for example, one sheep herding mission in one level and one in another, they never feel like filler, cheap, or lazy. The game is all about just exploring and having fun. I've never played a game like this where it's non-stop fun. No mission or objective ever felt annoying, even the incredibly challenging ones. The game's entire theme is traveling, with each location being more and more different from the last, truly capturing the feeling of going to different regions of the world. Levels are separated by kingdoms, which can range from being huge to rather medium-sized to pathetically small. The pathetically small kingdoms are normally only here to house special boss fights, and afterwards only have a few objectives to complete in them, and are sadly some of the most interesting ones aesthetically. But the medium and huge kingdoms are a hoot. They never feel like they overstay their welcome and ooze charm and details that you surely won't catch on your first time through. Lives have been completely done away with, and now your coin total is your life bar. Die, lose a couple coins. This is actually pretty effective because now coins are used as currency. You use them to buy costumes at the crazy cap shops, which are completely cosmetic but are just fun to wear and add visual flair and fan service to the game. Each kingdom has their own form of currency in the form of purple coins, where there's either 50 or 100 hidden in most levels. These coins are used for items relating to the kingdom itself, such as souvenirs or costumes only in that kingdom's shop. The boss fights in the game are pretty stellar, way better than most Mario boss fights. These can be incredibly inventive and fun. The final boss, however, is definitely meh-worthy. You make it to Bowser's wedding on the moon, and they're thrown into a boss fight that's a slightly harder version of one that you already experienced in the game. That was pretty disappointing to me, but the game decides to slap the opinion out of the way because it ends with the most pure joy I've ever experienced in a finale. Look at this. Now, beating a game like this doesn't take long at all. In fact, it surprised me how short the main campaign was. However, Odyssey is just ramping up at that point. Not only are you rewarded with the Mushroom Kingdom to explore with loads of Mario fan service, each and every kingdom is repopulated with more power moons to find. Listen, Breath of the Wild and Mario Odyssey are phenomenal in their own rights, but I gotta say, Breath of the Wild definitely has some annoying and frustrating parts. They were totally a part of the design, and I got that it made sense, but there were a few elements I wasn't super into. Mario Odyssey is all fun all the time. There was never a part that I hated, never a part I rolled my eyes to. It was literally made to be fun all the time. And that's what video games should be. Breath of the Wild takes more risks, but Odyssey makes less mistakes. I've had a load of fun with both games, but Mario Odyssey has some of the purest of joy tucked in it. Dear Scott, my cat's not doing too well. What should I do? Nothing, dude. Cats are like furry cockroaches. They can literally survive anything. Like, I could probably eat a cat and it would probably survive. Dear Scott, I really like this girl, but don't know how to tell her. What should I say? Here we have my 3 patented, guaranteed success rate, non-stick pickup lines. Favorite barnyard animal? I'll have sex with you if you have sex with me. Fuck, mommy. Dear Scott, can we hang out? Sure, I have unlimited time for the next 45 minutes. Replay value is key in this day and age. If you can only pick one game to buy, you really have to go with the game that offers the most content to keep you coming back to the game months after the purchase. Nintendo obviously was sitting down and immediately stood up shouting, "No, this isn't right," and decided to cram way too much junk in both games. Normally, the amount of power stars in a 3D Mario game is locked at a quaint 120. Also, you'd get kicked out of a level in those games after getting a power star, so that obviously stretches the game's length out. Of course, Mario Odyssey has many more power moons to accommodate having more exploration-based objectives, and also not kicking you out of a level evens out to having 999 power moons, and that was when I truly discovered deserves holy in front of it. Don't let the number scare you off. It's completely obtainable and is a blast to go for 100%. There's a lot of filler moons, but they don't feel like that. They still feel very natural and never really felt like the game was overbloated with them, making it incredibly fun and satisfying from start to finish. Breath of the Wild is in a similar situation. However, I don't think the developers really ever intended on a good amount of people going for 100%. 900 Korok seeds are hidden throughout the world, and you literally have to piss around every nook and cranny to find them all. With Mario, everything is far more organized and easy to see exactly what you have to go for to obtain complete completion. With Zelda, I have no idea how you'd 100% this game without a guide, which oddly gives Breath of the Wild more replay value. There's a definitive end in sight for Mario Odyssey, which isn't a bad thing. In fact, Mario Odyssey is the type of game that is chemically engineered to be just straight up fun all the way through, so multiple playthroughs are not a possibility, but a probability. With Zelda, I think no matter when you go back to the game, you're bound to find a huge thing you've never seen before, never tried before, or never thought was possible in the game. Zelda is much more focused on having endless replayability with the vast open world, physics engine leading to new discoveries I don't even think the developers knew about, and with the game's open-ended nature trying to complete objectives without doing certain things. In terms of the length of the games, it'd probably take the same time to 100% Mario Odyssey as it would to beat Breath of the Wild the first time around. Let me reiterate, that's not bad. Odyssey is still an incredibly meaty game in terms of replay value. However, I have to give this category to Zelda for simply feeling fresh and new every time you pop it back in, well after beating it or even 100%ing it.
Dear Scott, I really want to get into more politics. Where do I start?
The only thing I know about politics is the president of Russia's name is Vlad the Impaler.
Dear Scott, my favorite restaurant is Waffle House. What's wrong with me?
Not much. The only problem with that place is I know a fair amount of people that told me they've been murdered there, so watch your back. This one is easy peasy. Mario Odyssey takes smaller steps in the grand scheme of things in terms of innovation. By that I mean, it's not a revolution. It's still a 3D Mario game. I think it's such a smartly designed, well thought out, beautifully detailed 3D platformer with innovation within how much effort was put into it. Mario's controls, the level design, it feels so old yet so new at the same time, which I adore about it. Mario Odyssey also expertly used the Switch's unique features. The HD rumble in the game is some of the better use I've experienced. When you're on a scooter, you feel the motor purring. When you turn into a zipper, it feels like you're actually unzipping a zipper. I love video games. Mario's controls are amazing as well, just the versatility they gave you with Cappy and the capture mechanic, Mario's mobility, you truly feel like you can accomplish anything with this moveset without making the game feel too easy. Breath of the Wild blows it away. Mario Odyssey is a brand new 3D Mario game. Breath of the Wild is a new type of game in general. Nintendo took the open world concept and blew every past attempt at the genre out of the park with their first ROM. Being able to climb everything, no boundaries, no limits, just go and have your own adventure. And the use of realistic physics for puzzles such as freezing objects with the stasis power, hitting it a couple times and seeing it go flying, that's amazing! It truly encapsulates what the original Legend of Zelda for NES was designed to do, but now it can fully deliver on that concept. For this category, I ask, what game will everybody try to copy within the next 5 years? While I believe both set a new standard in their respective genres, Breath of the Wild always felt like more of a leap forward and a true revolution. Easily, either one of these games could have won out, but my choice between the two would have to be Breath of the Wild. I had nothing but fun with Mario Odyssey. It's a return to form while also being completely new. Hey, it won the gameplay category based on how much fun it is. You can take that as it won the battle because gameplay reigns supreme. But overall, I think Breath of the Wild took more risks, did more new, and did more for the gaming industry as a whole. I personally believe Breath of the Wild was the more important and impressive game while also being incredibly fun and beautiful. Mario Odyssey was, in my opinion, more fun more frequently, but was more so just a brand new 3D Mario game. Nothing wrong with that, but that just means since Breath of the Wild was something completely new for the franchise while doing so much right, I have to give the edge to Zelda. And there you have it! Breath of the Wild is a better game in my opinion, but you can't go wrong with either one. And with that, that is the end of my advice columnist days, and if you excuse me, I'm gonna try and find another job.
911, what's your emergency?
Yeah, hi, I was wondering if you guys are taking applications? Hey y'all, Scott here, and do I ever have a beef with the National Calendar Society? Months are opinions, not statements, so welcome to the month of Bluth. You see, I was always bummed by the fact there weren't a lot of holidays leading up to Christmas. December is just a month of filler with a climax at the very end, so I've effectively moved the first 23 days of Christmas into its own month Bluth with tons of new holidays. Today just so happens to be Why Is Scott Wearing That Hat Day. The only problem with the month of Bluth is that the last 6 days are reserved strictly for empathy. So it looks like I have some time to kill before Christmas, and what better way to pass the time than to look through some mail? I'm sold. Yep, this is the one. Always happens to me. Ah, hey y'all, Scott here.
Hey Scott, all here. My name's Terry Lessler and this is my assistant Jeb. Welcome to the 3rd annual Vegans Anonymous meeting.
Got a big showing this year.
So is this like a convention or a cult or a meeting?
Alright, so we got a little bit of column A, a little bit of column 3, and a whole lot in the cult column. You see, this time of year, there sure is a lot of dairy in the air, so we really just gotta come together this Christmas season.
It's hell.
Wanna join the resistance?
Well, anything to beef up my resume's cult section.
What? Come on! Why do you gotta do it here,
Think
man?
of the
It's
kids.
Christmas season.
Listen, I just don't want to walk out of the house without this thing and constantly ask myself, what if?
Well, that is what they all say.
Guys, I swear I wasn't planning anything nefarious. Listen, what if I make it up to you by spreading Christmas cheer the only way I know how?
I don't know. It's pretty hard to trust someone after a stunt like this. To me, you're basically wearing a racial slur on a shirt.
Thank you. But come on, give me a chance. It's impossible not to crack a smile while pummeling through Madden 08. Holy shit, there's a Madden 08?
I know, I said the same thing when I first saw this game. The 8th Madden? Surely they've truly run out of ideas at this point. But right when I saw the opening cinematic, I knew I wasn't in for the 8th Madden. I was in for Madden 08.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
It sure is. The opening here cuts between real-life footage and in-game graphics to highlight just how real Madden 08 is, jamming in our skulls the question, who wants it more? And Jesus Christ, guys, my hand is as far up as I can make it. I do. After the NFL logo has some heart palpitations, we're greeted to... Welcome home, old friend. The Madden series was based off of the hit book, later adapted into a head coach, and finally turned into video game franchise extraordinaire. It's truly one of the most successful game series out there, even though I'd consider it to be a one-hit wonder. Madden 08 was officially let free to the public on August 14th, 2007 for the PC, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, PlayStation Portable, Nintendo GameCube, Wii, Nintendo DS, Xbox, and Xbox 360, with a Mac version following suit on September 1st, 2007, which means us true Madden 08 fans disregard it hard. But you're probably yelling, tell me something I don't know. We're taking a look at the Xbox 360 version here, which many consider to be the best of the bunch, but I couldn't personally choose just one, they're all great. But before we get too deep, spoiler alert, for my favorite team I'm picking the Chiefs. I love kid cuisine, and who says video games aren't art? The 8th time's the charm, because we truly have a trifecta going on here. A little to the left we have all the trophies, a little to the middle we have all the class rings I refused to buy in high school, and at the sharp right we have an empty closet for expansion. Madden 08 is the video game to really redefine the Madden 08 genre. We play as the titular character Madden 08 on his trek to get from here all the way over there, with a football included in there somewhere. Seems simple, but we have so many roadblocks in our way, such as him, and even him. Some of the most iconic antagonists in all media. Like many great games, the concept is simple, but has a lot of depth. So many strategies are put into place before you can move. You can even ask a special guest star for advice on what to do exactly. You know, John Madden refused to put his name on the franchise if it wasn't as realistic as possible. That's interesting, so that means real football players can ask the ghost of John Madden for advice. Can't wait to unlock him as a playable character. Let's get into the game. Literally! In the My Madden section, we have to bang out our own custom player. Everybody please welcome Hidden Valley, hailing from Tucson, Arizona. His favorite color is auburn. In terms of stats, Hidden Valley has the stiffest arm in the county and very little else. But what's Hidden Valley without his team, the Clacks? We can customize the jersey color, pants color, helmet color, EA, you've done it again. Madden 08 is the first time I could ever live out my fantasy of owning a football stadium named the Clack Dome.
Wait, is this vegan?
Sure as hell's a whole lot of pigskin for this to be vegan.
Well, if that doesn't do anything for you, then we can move on to another version.
Next, we have 2007's Game of the Year runner-up, Madden 08 on the GameCube. Not as fully featured as its Xbox 360 counterpart, but if you can smell competency right now, surely you're getting a whiff of Madden 08 on the GameCube. It was the last game released on the console, and what a way to piss out. You see, this is the kind of game that needs to be re-released in HD on current game consoles. Hopefully if a re-release does well, we'll see a sequel to Madden 08.
Wouldn't that be Madden 09?
No.
Madden 08 2. Madden 09 doesn't count. It was an overhyped, underwhelming, spiritual successor to a game that deserved far more. Anyways, the GameCube version oddly has a radically different user interface compared to the Xbox 360 variant. Doesn't make it any less magical. There's so much room for creativity tucked in this game. For example, here's Mr. Madden 08 running away from every number lower or higher than 08.
You know what I'd like to see? Madden 08 with the DS.
You know, I don't actually have that version.
The DS version? You don't have the DS version, you have to have the DS version.
I mean, if it makes it any better, we can move over to the Wii one.
The Wii one?
At long last, we can feel what it's like to Madden 08 with the Wii's motion control capabilities. We can feel every Madden, every 08. This is truly a milestone. This is probably one of the more bare-bone home console versions of the prophecy out on the market. Oh my god, I can't say something like that. It's Madden 08, just a bit simplified. Diet God is still God. The Wii version has a party mode that allows for everybody to join the craze. Only one Wii remote is required per player, and it makes everything way easier to grasp. With only a few flicks, you'll quickly understand Madden 08 is a right, not a privilege. The game is so smart with how it does everything. Even the credits are smart. They have these pockets of blank so you have time to breathe between the list of deities who made this. And on top of that, the music is phenomenal.
You listen to that baby purr.
Sounds f***ing dumb.
Alright guys, alright, what's your deal with this? Why are you being so tart with this?
Listen man, Madden 08 just doesn't really speak to us.
Whoa, how do you know those were my 15 least favorite syllables in order?
Just a little too much Madden, not enough about my needs.
Not really my thing.
What?!
It's just too real.
Way too smooth, not for me at all.
I just don't get it! It's Madden in 2007! The two perfectly meld together, what more could you possibly want?
I don't know, something better?
Hey guys, look what I brought!
Holy shit, is that Madden 09?
Ah!
Jesus, Boomer! What did I tell you about the Madden 09 shit? We lose so many clients to that.
Where do you think he's going?
I don't know, my guess would be Target.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Do you need any help?
Where's the Madden aisle?
4 paces that way and hook a right.
Thanks. It's nice to see a Target employee that knows what they're doing.
Oh, no, I don't work here. I just love helping people.
God, I love vegan bread.
Pairs really with vegan coffee, too.
So vegan. God, not again.
I locked it.
Christmas is ruined.
Should we check the trash bag?
Nah, that would just be rude.
Yeah, you're right.
Hey, looks like I was diagnosed with stealing every copy of Madden 18 from Target out of spite-itis because I just stole every copy of Madden 18 from Target out of spite. People need to realize there's only one Madden that matters. There's enough Madden in this world, but not enough 08.
Hey everybody, this is a pre-recorded news segment from August 2016. I'm just going to take a wild shot in the dark and say that all copies of Madden 18 are stolen from Target.
Holy shit! I called it!
Hey, we've gone viral! Of course, I doubt they'll ever find the stolen loot. The last place anybody ever checks is the white trash bag in the fridge at a Vegans Anonymous gathering. By the way, f*** those guys. Let's play some more Madden 08.
911, what's your emergency? Yeah, I'll call you back later.
Every single copy of Madden 18 is gone from Target. I think we need to get You-Know-Who on the case.
Think it's worth his time?
Every single copy of Madden 18 is gone.
We got a mission for you. I'm on it.
Officer Wolf. Steel Wolf.
Gotta tackle the original Xbox version next. Huh. Really should have put a notice on the box before I bought this console. Anyways, that means it's time to crack out the original Xbox for this bad boy. And man, this is... Madden 08. Kinda like most Maddens on the console. Let's move abruptly over to the PlayStation 2 version. Which is Madden, alright. PlayStation 3, it's... Madden. 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 Madden! What have I become? Turning to WebMD, it turns out I'm diagnosed with most peopleitis, which means I'm numb to Madden 08's effects. It's just a phase, however, don't worry. I'll be able to understand the differences between each version of Madden 08 and what makes it better than all Maddens in no time. But to aid me in my recovery, I've always feared this would happen, so I have my just-in-case Madden 08 loses its edge emergency bag on standby. This bag's scientifically proven to show me how well I had it off, with Madden 08 being my only Madden of choice. Ew. This is just hilarious.
Hey guys, look what I brought. Holy shit, is that Madden 09?
I don't know, man, I just feel overwhelmed with... I can't really understand why. Looks like I got a postcard. I'm gonna brush my teeth if you don't mind.
Hey y'all, 911 here. We're just calling house to house and seeing if you personally stole all the copies of Madden 18 from Target.
Listen, man, I don't have time for this. I'm brushing my teeth because of...
Based on past experiences, that doesn't sound like you're brushing with toothpaste. Sounds like you're brushing with Raid.
Not again.
You have dishonored my legacy.
Well, when you put it that way... Well, that was f***ing terrifying. Not that I would expect anything less from a Raid buzz. But nothing's more terrifying than the post-Raid buzz.
Hey, check this out. The Madden-o-meter's off the charts with the VAG, and the 18-o-meter's not too far off.
That might be where the stash is. Is Officer Wall on his way there?
Knowing him, he should be close. Oh, shit. He's just been driving around in circles for the last half an hour.
Let's just go there ourselves.
Freeze, you get on the ground, you scumbag piece of shit!
Nope. No sign of Madden 18 here. Wait, remember the last Madden scandal? Shit! Check the fridge!
Why? Why did you do it?
That is embarrassingly vague.
Stealing Madden 18 and blaming out a bunch of vegans.
Oh! That! Well, you see, they didn't like the right version of Madden, and I'm not really fond of the new version of Madden, so killing two birds. No stone involved, though. That's just too messy. Who even are you?
I am Luis Castillo, the cover athlete of the Spanish version of Madden 08. You should feel overwhelmed with guilt for your actions. You have stolen various copies of our franchise's newborn and have blamed it on the innocent.
I don't feel guilty. I did the world a favor by ridding it of all 18s, and those pesky vegans deserve to take the blame if all they like is Madden 09 and can't see why Madden 08 is the best one.
America can finally rest easy knowing the Madden 18 bandits have finally been caught. 200 copies of Madden 18 have been found in a white trash bag in the fridge of the 3rd annual Vegans Anonymous gathering. The following footage has just surfaced.
You don't know. Where's the 18? I'll f***ing shoot you then. Where's it? I'm f***ing talking to you. I might be wrong, but I'm f***ing dead. Huh? You will die.
I'm gonna go outside for a bit.
Want a bite?
No thanks.
What's got you down?
Madden 08 shit.
Oh, I've been there.
I mean, it's so hard, man. I know it's the best. Why doesn't anybody believe it?
Well, that's your belief, but I'm personally more of a Madden 13 guy myself.
You
But you can't expect people to believe in what you believe. What's the point of beliefs if there's only one thing people can believe?
I'm an asshole.
Lewis, I was wrong. I'm gonna make this right.
Where are you going?
Probably to jail for an undiscernible amount of time. See you later.
Self-proclaimed crook here, guys. Have at it. Didn't you hear? Madden 28 was just announced. The price of Madden 18 has dropped tenfold.
I guess this means you can steal as many Madden 18s as you want.
Thank you for your service. Godspeed.
This just in. Madden 28 has just been announced. Leave it to EA to make this the best Christmas yet. The Madden 18 bandits have now recently been transferred on the FBI's Most Wanted to the Who Gives a Piss section. If you see these people, please, at all costs, don't give a piss.
I'm sorry. I got carried away with the whole concept of Madden 08. It just means a lot to me. Listen, I mean, you guys like a different Madden. I'm gonna have to learn how to respect that. I won't push my belief of a great Madden onto you if you won't push it onto me.
You kidnapped and framed us!
Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
I'm not gonna go for a nice restraining order right about now.
Roger that. See you later. I wanted to give you guys this.
Thanks.
F that guy.
Well, we survived the 6 days of empathy, and I have a little something that arrived at my doorstep. Oh, nice! Cool. It also came with a little invitation to something. Oh yeah, there is no way that could be misinterpreted.